Chapter 1247. The worst of the worst. 1247. The worst of the worst. According to the news, there were rumors that they had gained the inheritance of a taboo sect. For some reason, just hearing the words taboo sect made Ryu's heart skip a beat. He wasn't certain of why until his mind landed on the unbalanced art sect. When he thought about it, the appearance of the unbalanced art sect was too odd. Not only was the ruin too exceptional and powerful to appear like it had on the heavenly path, but near the end when he had accepted it, it had tried to mark him and force him to fight it out against other inheritors. Although it wasn't necessarily guaranteed, only particularly sinister and darker side sects would do such a thing. Having inheritors slaughter one another was generally frowned upon, at least in Sacrum, anyway. Ryu wasn't sure how the culture of the true martial world accepted it, but it did leave a bad taste in his mouth. Luckily, he was able to stop himself from being branded at the last moment, but his situation could have been much worse if he was too casual about it. Ryu shook his head. He had no way of knowing if the unbalanced art sect was a taboo sect or not, though they seemed to check several boxes. What was important was that Aizmine and Eska seemed to have been caught up in such a thing and it had caused them to go into hiding, until they were now suddenly forced to reveal their tracks. But now it seemed that upon having revealed their tracks, they were currently being hunted down. Somehow, not just one of them, but both of them had been locked onto. Even these random passerbys mentioned that they seemed to be two women sharing the same body. But rather than this being a shocking realization to them, it was instead an indictment. To them, this was only proof that Eska and Aizmine had dabbled in the occult. How else could two people share the same body if not for one possessing the other? This was a taboo in and of itself. Ryu walked out from the city and vanished, his gaze cold. He wouldn't even know how to begin to help those two at the moment. They were already well into the Sky God realm, and their combat prowess was more than their current realm as well, but they were still in such a situation. Because of Eska, their progress through the Sky God realm would always be exceptionally fast. While it was true that the strongest Sky Gods on the Sacrum were only true Sky Gods, it couldn't be measured this way. One had to remember that in Sacrum, even skipping the fragmented and false Sky God realm was possible. Such a thing was unheard of in the true martial world. In reality, you could look at the fragment, false and true Sky God realms of Sacrum like three huge dividing tiers that denoted one's talent in the Tao. Eska, who had become a true Sky God, was akin to the best of such talents and she had meditated on her Tao for trillions of years. With access to the complete laws of the true martial world, paired with Aizmine's youth, vitality and talent, her speed of improvement would only continue to increase. However, it was ironically also due to her speed of improvement that others were even more certain that these two dabbled in the taboo. Everything they did now seemed to point back toward this problem and Ryu didn't have a way out for them. But now, he was suddenly very interested in these taboo sects. He had found many odd markers on the 4th to 6th heavens that pointed out certain inconsistencies and oddities. He had originally planned to ignore them for the sake of focusing on more surefire opportunities, but now he had changed his mind. "Little woman," Ryu suddenly called out. The Favor Alchemy Sky God had been quiet for a while, days in fact. It was quite a surprise since, at least at the start, she was quite talkative. Oddly enough, even after Ryu called out to her, she didn't respond instantly. It wasn't until Ryu called out a second time that she responded. "They're here for me. Don't contact me unless you have to." The words were short but Ryu's gaze only narrowed further. Here for her. Who? Ryu's gaze flickered. His senses grew piercing as he spread them out in all directions until he suddenly realized that she wasn't talking about a threat that was on its way, she was talking about the experts of the 7th heaven that had descended. Ryu's brows couldn't help but jump as he came to a stop, the tree branch beneath him swaying. A moment later, Ryu had entered the Golden Moon world. He found a large formation taking up at least half of the space. He could only shake his head. This woman had really made herself at home. He reached a hand forward to touch the formation, but, "Unless you want to be blown to bits, I wouldn't suggest stepping in," she said from the other side. "What are taboo sects?" Ryu didn't beat around the bush and asked his question directly, but the Favor Alchemy Sky God didn't immediately answer. This sort of silence, though, told Ryu that she definitely knew the answer, so he simply waited patiently. Taboo sect or sects against the natural order. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He couldn't help but this of the natural order sect of the mortal plane of Sacrum for some reason. Even to this day, the glove of order on his hand was still of great use. It's said that many years ago, the ninth heaven was separated into two factions, each of which had created two completely different cultivation systems. The 9 martial powers and the 9 taboo powers. Back then, taboo didn't have any other meaning than to represent a way of cultivation, the taboo path. As for the martial path, it meant just that, the martial path. However, the taboo sects lost that battle. As a result, the martial path became the only path, the standard path. As for the taboo path, not only did it fall to the wastelands, but their name's meaning altered entirely. Now, taboo only denotes to evil, the occult, the most terrible of the worst. Chapter 1248, Taboo Power 1248 Taboo Power, taboo refers to evil. Ryu's gaze narrowed. As a ruin master, he was very much familiar with how language changed over time. He could even be said to be quite a language connoisseur. It was why he had very carefully chosen the language he used to name his Tao, something most others wouldn't even think about. Oftentimes, tracking the changes in language was the best way to read the complexities of history and uncover secrets that had long since been buried. The saying that the victors wrote history couldn't be more true, but the one that the victors could not do was erase the context of language, at least not without destroying all of their literary works as well. Even if they burned everything ever written by their enemies, would they do the same to themselves? And if they didn't dare to do this, then the context and ebbs and flows of language would always remain. This would forever be something that they could not escape. Something like the shift in meaning of taboo was definitely a nice crumb trail that Ryu could look into. Those words of the favor alchemy sky god were spoken casually, but to Ryu they revealed quite a lot and gave him a piece of ribbon to tug at and untangle. Do you know the names of these 9 taboo powers? Quote. Their names have long since been wiped from history. How would I know? Ryu raised an eyebrow. He didn't believe those words for a second, but it was curious. What the favor alchemy sky god related to these people? What's your relationship with the taboo powers? Ryu asked. The favor alchemy sky god frowned, her aura fluctuating. Stop asking me questions. Are you from one of these powers? No. Leave me alone. Ryu raised an eyebrow. At least when she said no, she didn't seem to be lying, but that only made him more curious. If she wasn't a part of them, then why was she so agitated? Also, the timelines didn't seem to match up properly either. Although Ryu didn't know anything about these 9 taboo powers, it should have been very long since they fell. This conflict should have started and been concluded countless cycles ago. The favor alchemy sky god may have died a long while ago, and had been waiting for him for just as long, but it wasn't to the point where she had history that went that far back. What do you know about the unbalanced art sect? Ryu suddenly asked. What did you say? The startled tone in her voice already told Ryu everything he wanted to know. So, they are indeed part of the 9 taboo powers. Quite interesting. The unbalanced art sect's inheritance was oddly powerful despite the fact Ryu had yet to succeed in fusing its individual pieces. It simply didn't make sense for it to appear like it had, and as it had. And it was hard to understand why they had been destroyed as well. The survivability of a sect like that one should have been off the charts. Of course, there was always the possibility that they simply couldn't find people with affinity with their core teachings. But such a thing wouldn't have left a ruin behind. And more importantly, a sect having trouble finding successors wouldn't pit the few they managed to find against each other for slaughter. That would be the epitome of stupidity. What do you know about the unbalanced art sect? About them, I guess you could say I'm their successor. The favor alchemy sky god nearly jumped from her meditating position, her chi nearly going out of control again. This is bad, this is very bad, she bit her lip. It's no wonder, it's no wonder. Ryu seemed quite calm despite her reaction. He planned on wiping out all the clans and sects that participated in the current garbage system of the true martial world for no other reason than they pissed him off. He didn't care about helping other people, he just wanted to vent his frustration. That much was enough for him. To him, this wasn't bad, it was just the inevitable happening a few steps ahead of time. Plus, he had never been caught like Eska and Eismine had, and he had also stopped himself from being branded. In addition, he had used the unbalanced mantra in public many times before, but no one seemed capable of seeing through it. Just by its very nature, it was difficult to almost impossible to see through. He was simply unmoved by it all. However, Ryu was curious about something. What's no wonder? The favor alchemy sky god shook her head several times but still ended up answering. It turned out that Ryu wasn't her only way out of the fate of death, she had deduced 3 other paths. But the reason she had chosen Ryu in the end was because his fate seemed unbound and difficult to track and trace. Being by such a person's side would help to shroud her from being discovered by those Tao God monsters. However, it turned out that the reason it was difficult to track was because of this. The favor alchemy sky god seemed to abandon her cultivation and began to tap at the air in front of her as though she was trying to divine something. Stars descended and an abacus that covered the skies and was forged of star chi manifested. The more she tapped, the paler she became, but it didn't seem that this paleness was coming from fatigue, but instead what she was seeing. Suddenly, the abacus collapsed into motes of starlight and reconvened together to form the image of a shackled silver star. When the favor alchemy sky god saw this, she nearly fainted. Ryu didn't have an unbound fate at all. Instead, he had the exact opposite. His fate was entirely chained and his destiny was under the control of others. How could she have made a mistake like this? This was the worst kind of failure. Ryu wasn't her best choice, he was the worst choice she could have made. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall uncontrollably. Ryu, who was watching this in silence, recognized his fate star immediately. He had seen it himself many times before. So, although he couldn't guess at what the favor alchemy sky god had been doing, he could deduce the result of it. Also, he could tell that these tears weren't for himself, nor were they for the little woman. She was shedding those tears because she seemed to have already concluded that she had floundered at something far larger than herself. Life and death wasn't so easy to play around with, even with an apparently miraculous pill like her own. By using Ryu as the catalyst to extending her life beyond what the universe had in store for her, the favor alchemy sky god had bound herself to Ryu to an even greater fashion than even Ailsa. Although Ryu and Ailsa were life partners, they still had the ability to live their own lives if they so chose to do so, but the favor alchemy sky god didn't have such a luxury. While she had mentioned something about taking on Flowing Frost's karma and fate, what she hadn't mentioned was that she wouldn't have a choice but to take on Ryu's as well. The moment she had died, she had lost the right to control and maneuver her own fate. This was the greatest weakness of her heavenly favor pills, her magnum opus. Cheating death was simply too difficult, and now it seemed that she would have to pay the price for it. How far could such a person even go? With such a chained fate, with such a restricted fate star, would it even be possible for Ryu to enter the sky god realm? She truly didn't know the answer to that question. At this point, every bit of progress Ryu made forward would only become a greater anchor when that day came. And when he finally tried to form his godhood, to take his first steps toward shedding all mortality and separating himself from the heavens, how would his fate star react? This was all her fault, her stupid mistake. She had divined Ryu like a normal individual of the martial path, but because he had interactions with the taboo path, the method of calculation should have changed entirely. Because she was unaware, she had made a fundamental miscalculation right at the start. Her divination never stood a chance. Ryu looked indifferently toward his fate star and turned to leave. He didn't feel like saying anything more, and the favor alchemy sky god definitely didn't feel like talking. In fact, she had stopped cultivating entirely. There was no doubt that her Tao heart had suffered severe damage. However, Ryu didn't feel like it was his duty to console her. If she didn't want to believe in him, that was her prerogative. In the beginning, Ryu feared gazing upon his fate star because he was scared of what it showed him. Now, he didn't bother to gaze upon it because he simply didn't care what it had to say. He had shattered the chains on his spiritual foundation, and he would likewise shatter the chains on his fate star. Nothing in this world would bind him. Since he had gotten his answer from the favor alchemy sky god, his objective remained the same. He wanted to see who was truly the best ruin master in the true martial world. Himself, or those elderly codgers on the ninth heaven. A diabolical grin spread across Ryu's face. He just so happened to want to express a bit of fury. Chapter 1249, Absolute Shock 1249 Absolute Shock, this should be the area. Ryu had done a lot of preparation in the last month or so. For most, a month wouldn't be nearly enough to gather enough information to find a ruin, but Ryu wasn't a normal individual. For one, his memory was immaculate. After the origin flame had reached the transcended grade, he found that he not only remembered things like he could before, but he did so with far greater ease and clarity. Clarity was easy enough to describe, but what was more abstract was this so-called ease. If he had to describe it, it felt like his mind had far more neuronal connections. When he had a thought, If in the past there would be 2 or 3 ways to reach the same conclusion, each with varied times of deduction, now he had 10 times that amount. If there was an objective measurement of intelligence, it would be this. The amount of flexibility his mind had now, and the number of unique connections he could make between seemingly unrelated information had undergone an astronomical change. The greatest fundamental change that this had caused was that mastering techniques and other matters related to comprehension had skyrocketed, and this was especially so for Daos. Ryu had felt that his Dao had reached a bit of a bottleneck after entering the peak ancient grade. He was already on the verge of entering the cosmic seed realm, but his Dao was still at the first cosmic grade. He was on the verge of going from a genius who had been 2 grades ahead of his cultivation realm, to one that was only on par. Although geniuses usually had a Dao 1 realm behind their cultivation realm, this was unacceptable to Ryu for obvious reasons. As things stood now, his Dao was the only thing allowing him to stand up to the geniuses of his generation. If it continued to slip, he wouldn't have any method of challenging such geniuses any longer. The easiest method to deal with this was obviously his realm heart. But after it had also entered the cosmic grade, its progress had slowed down considerably even with the backing of essence and chaos chi. Of course, this was still much faster than trying to wait for him to be capable of killing sky gods to upgrade it first, but it wasn't fast enough. However, it seemed that the origin flame would help more with this than he thought. Not only could he use the realm heart to peer into the secrets of the universe, but he could use the origin flame to organize and analyze this information with much greater speed, and as a result, improve his Dao with greater speed. All of this paled in comparison to what Ryu felt was his greatest gain from all of this, and that were the changes to his focus chi. His focus chi didn't increase, nor could the origin flame replenish it. That said, because of the increased efficiency of his mind and the additional neuronal connections he had gained, he had functionally gained a 10 times increase in focus chi only because he used it up so much slower. When Ryu realized this, he came to understand that a lack of focus chi could also be dealt with like this. In that case, wouldn't it also be possible to try to see if there were any methods of streamlining the usage of his techniques and talents to make them more usable? This was a very difficult task, and Ryu even felt that it would require a whole new branch of Dao than what he was currently working with. When Ryu had that thought, he realized another thing that was astonishing. Wasn't that fundamentally what a Dao was? A shortcut to executing something that usually took a lot of effort under usual circumstances. Ryu came to a stop in the middle of nowhere, his gaze blazing like a torch. That explanation, no matter what Dao you were talking about, it fit. Aika's Dao gave her the control of a god over her chi, how it functioned, how it moved and operated, and she could execute it all with a thought. But if she didn't activate her Dao and instead tried to manually do everything, how much more effort would it take? Ryu's Dao was an even more obvious example of this. It helped him see through things in their fundamental nature. How much more effort would it take him to do the same thing if instead of relying on his Dao, he tried to learn everything from the ground up instead? The tall grass around Ryu rippled and an upswell of chi formed. The hum of what could only be said to be the foundation of the universe echoed in his ears. Ryu could see it, he could see his founding Dao. An illusory Ryu raised his foot, looking toward the threshold before him. However, Ryu hesitated. He felt like he could have formed his founding Dao whenever he wanted by relying on the realm heart, but this felt different. This sort of enlightenment was completely different, one that solely relied on himself. It was an even further sort of realization that no amount of observing the realm heart could have led him to. However, there was a reason he hadn't gone full steam ahead on forming his founding Dao until now. At that moment, Ryu's gaze became quite frighteningly cold. He didn't think anymore as his body seemed to cross that threshold. The world became silent, frighteningly so. There wasn't a rumbling of the earth or the skies. No formation activated, there wasn't even the slightest hint of lightning in the skies. Ryu's hair gently rose before settling down on his back. The grass around him stopped swaying entirely, the small sounds of insects and chirping birds vanished. It suddenly felt neither hot nor cold, as though temperature had become a figment of his imagination, and even when he subconsciously breathed, the vacuum of his lungs couldn't seem to pull any air in, as though the air molecules themselves were frozen in time. Ryu vaguely realized that he was observing his lungs attempt to expand and fail to suck in any oxygen. It was a vision that felt far different from turning his spiritual chi inward. It was as though his chest had been cut open, his ribs split, and his lungs put on display for him to see. Then Ryu seemed to realize that this vision wasn't real at all. No, He was envisioning what his lungs would look like with such precision, such perfection, that the thoughts in his head actually felt so real, so alive. He suddenly thought about his heart, and there it appeared. Ryu's mind flashed through countless thoughts, countless scenarios, even things he had never seen before, and yet they all appeared with just as much clarity and realism. It felt like he could just reach out and touch them if he wanted to, as though he wasn't just imagining them, but that he was also imprinting them onto reality, creating them, even. Shifts and changes began to appear in Ryu's realm heart. Its entire foundation seemed to have changed entirely. The overall difference felt too subtle to point out, but Ryu felt that the change was huge even though he couldn't quite point out why. There wasn't the slightest peep or rumble. However, at that moment, on the ninth heaven, several figures slowly opened their eyes. Even with such a simple action, the bounds of reality before them shattered, the void tearing open under their slight movement. It had been too long since they had been stirred by anything. They immediately tried to find what had awakened them, only to realize that there was nothing to pin their senses onto. To these individuals, distance didn't matter, space didn't matter, even reality itself didn't matter most often. Anything they wanted, they could make appear with a wave of a hand, anything they wanted to find could be found with a thought, and yet they couldn't find anything. A founding Tao. The voice sounded ancient, too ancient. It roused Mother Earth and stilled the skies. This was the only thing that could possibly escape their vision, it was the only thing outside the bounds of their control. They had no way of knowing where this feeling was coming from, but their immediate assumption was that it had come from the ninth heaven. How could an existence born anywhere else possibly form a founding Tao? But it was also because of this that they didn't act. Whichever clan or sect had birthed this person would keep it as a complete secret for as long as possible. In fact, these people observed one another, wondering if this individual had come from one of their powers. They knew such a thing would be fruitless, though. If they revealed this matter too early, there was no doubt the others would team up to address them. How could they possibly allow a single power to have two founding fathers? That said, there was one person who knew exactly who this individual was. She was a woman sitting in despair, looking at the world with hollow eyes. Ever since she had come to understand the mistake she had made, she didn't know how to confront the world. She gave up on cultivation and her Tao heart seemed to have been entirely shattered. The only reason she didn't directly die was because she had already taken on what lifespan flowing frost should have had. However, when she perceived the changes around Ryu, the stare of the favor alchemy sky god shifted from one of helplessness to one of absolute shock. Chapter 1250. Holistic versus Focus. 1250 Holistic versus Focus. The favor alchemy sky god's eyes opened wide, her expression becoming one of abject shock. It wasn't just that this was a founding Tao, that much was shocking enough, and it still didn't guarantee that Ryu would be able to enter the sky god realm. If anything, it would only make it harder. What was so shocking was the fact that she couldn't immediately see through the grade of this founding Tao. It felt far too abstract for her to fully grasp. To put this matter into perspective, the favor alchemy sky god was from a race of people well known for their intelligence. Not only was she from such a race, but she could be considered the best born of them in countless generations. She had never come across something in her life that she couldn't comprehend, at least in part. But when it came to Ryu's Tao, she didn't even know what grade it was at outside of understanding that it had reached the realms of a founding Tao, let alone begin to understand what it could do and what its abilities were. This realization left her truly without a single word to speak. Her bottom lip trembled, the tears in her eyes still not having dried as she looked up as though she could see through the barriers of the world around her and right to Ryu. Ryu himself stood in silence. The world around him felt both fascinating and somehow dull at the same time, as though he could both see things he had never seen before, but because he could see through them with such ease, they lost their novelty almost immediately. What was especially shocking was that the burden of using his Tao seemed to have vanished entirely. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it felt as though his Tao had transcended the need to use focus chi, as though it had become a part of his being, no different from any of his other fundamental senses. Did one have to strain to see for long periods of time? What about feeling? Was there a limit to it? And what about tasting? Although each sense did have such limits, one would fatigue after keeping their eyes open for too long. One could grow insensitive to touch and taste if the repetition was too great, but even so, fundamentally, they had much greater staying power than most things. Somehow, Ryu's Tao had entered this range of use. Ryu clenched his fists. The most profound breakthroughs seemed to come in the most unexpected of ways. and he truly didn't expect such a breakthrough to come so casually. It felt that whenever he just let his mind wander as it pleased, he would take large leaps forward. Fundamentally, he had the origin flame to thank for this shift in perspective. It was his decisive in going after those sparks even given the danger of the situation that had allowed him this opportunity, and at the same time, it put into perspective that while these natural treasures might not be able to directly give him exactly what he wanted, they were all part of a fundamental fold of existence, they were foundational to the universe itself. How could such treasures not have unique insights for him to benefit from? Ryu looked up, he took a breath and exhaled. The air that he couldn't seem to breathe previously seemed to enter his body without any sort of effort now. I'm headed in the wrong direction. My original deduction was decent, but it was ultimately still a guess. This direction, however, this one is correct. Ryu pivoted and he vanished. His original destination definitely had a ruin worth exploring in it, however this ruin only had a 40% probability of being related to the taboo powers. The effort it would have taken to raise that percentage likelihood before took more time investment than he wanted to put in. It was more efficient to just visit them all one by one than to try to press. However, his mind felt as though things he couldn't quite grasp in the past had become easy beyond comparison. With his new deductions, the odds that this ruin was related to the taboo powers fell from 40% to just 3%, as for this new direction he was headed in, it rose from 36% to 84%. It took only a day for Ryu to reach this new location and he immediately sensed activity. There's something odd about this land. There's a formation here, a high-level one at that. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he saw through the spatial nodes, noting where the formation had been anchored. If he had taken just a single step more, he would have already fallen into the formation. When Ryu observed the formation, he realized that he could tell that it had been set up exactly 33 days ago. Not only that, but he could tell that it was a fragmented grade formation that seemed to have been laid at the hands of several World Sea Realm experts. The amount of detail Ryu could comprehend now even without actively using his Dao was astonishing. He felt almost as though his eyes were already back. These were the kind of things he used to be able to see all of the time. For World Sea Realm experts to lay a fragmented grade formation, they should be quite excellent. Their souls are probably on the verge of entering the Sky God realms. The body, mental and chi realms became a bit murky once one entered the Sky God realms. Cultivators would usually fall into two categories after crossing this step. The first were colloquially known as holistic cultivators, the second were colloquially known as focused cultivators. The Sky God realm allowed one to choose between fusing the three realms into one and practicing them all at once, the first group, or keeping one or all three separate, the second group. This meant that, technically, it was very much possible for there to be focused cultivators who had one or more realms still stuck within mortal limits, while having taken one or more to enter the Sky God realms. These few hadn't quite succeeded in this, but it seemed that they already had plans of separating their mental realm from their chi and body realms. Ryu's gaze turned cold. Chapter 1251, Pillars, Flames in 9. 1251 Pillars, Flames in 9. Someone had gotten here first, but in Ryu's estimation, this was better than the alternative. After all, he had taken into account the possibility that Starlight had already cleared everything of import and thus he was wasting his time. Though, of course, the odds of this being the case was low. While it was possible for Starlight to find many, clearing them all was probably an impossibility for any one person. Just thinking about the history of these heavens, it was impossible. How could one person possibly gather up what was essentially the entire past of the fourth heaven to themselves? Ryu circled the formation once and seemed to understand it. After a moment, his gaze flickered and he entered the void, traveling through a spatial node. When he came out the other side, he was already within the limits of the formation and the scenery around him had completely changed. Up ahead, there were 9 tall pillars, each marked with dancing flame patterns. The heat was so oppressive that even Ryu felt his skin prickling as his hair stood on end. He felt a suppressive might coming from above that seemed as though it could incinerate him at any time. Ryu's pupils constricted. These 9 pillars, he couldn't help but remember the 9-pillar flame sky god. Was it a coincidence? Was he overthinking things? Whether it was pillars, flames or the number 9, they were all quite ubiquitous in the cultivation world. It wouldn't be rare if 2 techniques or paths followed this sort of path. If anything, it would be more odd if not a single thing did. Pillars held special significance as they represented one of 2 things. The first interpretation, depending on the language, was upholding the heavens. They stretched into the skies and held up the canopy, supporting the heavens and falling in line with them. The second interpretation, though, one that was, albeit, far more rare, was to upheaval of the heavens. Pillars connected the earth and the skies, something that could be seen as quite taboo in the eyes of many. Though, this sort of interpretation was probably something that only those of similar knowledge ability would comprehend. Most wouldn't even think of this interpretation. At the same time, fire was among the two more powerful elements, a title it shared with lightning, while also carrying unique significance to the origin of the universe and creation itself. The number 9 needed even less introduction. It was the immature extreme, a number among the few with the greatest significance in all of existence. For these three concepts to come together wasn't rare at all, but even beyond that, there didn't seem to be an explanation for it. If the 9-pillar flame sky god was related to this ruin, it would be odd. For one, if Ryu was correct and this ruin was a taboo power ruin, how could that inheritance be related? There was nothing unordinary about the 9-pillar flame sky god's inheritance other than his madness. In addition, if the 9-pillar flame sky god was part of the taboo power, how did he manage to leave behind his inheritance along with everyone else's? That was especially odd since the unbalanced art sect had to stow away their ruin amidst a field of normal ruins just to avoid detection. Ryu stood in silence for a while, observing the pillars. He could tell that this was the first test of the ruin, so he didn't move rashly. Since I'm here, even though you reached this place before me, you can forget about benefiting. Ryu lifted his foot and suddenly vanished. His body looked as though it had been burned to ash, the bits and pieces of his flesh fluttering in the sauna-like wind. Waves of heat barraged him endlessly as though it wasn't satisfied with this alone, but just as suddenly he appeared again, whole and healthy, and this time within the limits of the 9 pillars. Ryu flipped a palm and revealed the spherical matrix that Selhira had given him. Although he wanted to see how far his casual use of his Tao could bring him, since there were others here, he didn't have the luxury. He would have to focus on speed this time. Deeper within the ruin, a group of 3 moved. All 3 of them were well into the world sea realm, and each one of their auras was enough to cause the hearts of geniuses of the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens to tremble. One of them paused. The world around them was painted in red gold, everywhere they looked the violence of fire and heat was in full effect. What's the matter? I feel like I sensed something just now, but I can't lock onto it. Someone entered the formation. Bullshit, even the sky gods of this place wouldn't be able to enter so silently. They'd have to just destroy it forcefully, but the formation is still intact. Don't underestimate them too much, there could be a few worth paying attention to. The one who had spoken earlier sneered. Didn't their top 3 get sent running back with their tails between their legs last generation? Their first place didn't even dare to show his face, and the other 2 only lasted a few decades before they ran back home. What worth do they have exactly? Even so, the gap between the world sea realm and the fragmented realm is enormous. Keep that attitude up and you'll die without knowing what happened. Kiss my ass, I really want to see which one of those cowards dares to kill me. Stop wasting time, we're close to the core, even if someone entered, they won't have the time to catch up. We can deal with them later, for now focus on the task at hand. Yeah, if you want to order me around, Senior Sis Jojo, just marry me and I'll let you order me around as you please. Sure, my first order is for you to snip your balls off, get to it, husband. The third of them burst into a fit of laughter. The 3 had no idea that Ryu was blazing through the challenges it had taken them days to make it through as though strolling through a park. Chapter 1252, Easily. 1252 Easily. As Ryu moved forward, the heat constantly threatening to burn him to a crisp as he moved. In truth, the Favor Alchemy Sky God would probably have the answer he wanted in regards to this significance of the 9 pillars and whether or not they were related to the 9-pillar flame Sky God, but considering the state that woman was in, he didn't quite feel like communicating with her. Plus, she had said those words about not wanting to expose herself. Ryu felt a strange case of déjà vu in this instance. The Favor Alchemy Sky God was quite the beauty, but much like that day he learned of the truth of Cyril's Tao heart, he couldn't find himself feeling very attracted to her right now. She felt more despair toward his fate star than even he did, and though he could guess at the reasons why, he simply didn't care. He simply couldn't understand giving up so easily, not when you still had the strength to fight. To Ryu, Cultivation was a beacon of light. He couldn't fathom having the strength of a sky god at his fingertips and shuddering at the sight of a few chains. In his eyes, the Favor Alchemy Sky God was even worse than Cyril. That was because Surreal was suppressing her true nature for the sake of a greater good, or what she thought was the greater good, and her family. He could tell that the favor alchemy sky god was carrying a similar sort of burden, and yet the moment she ran into a roadblock all she could do was cry and sulk. Ryu hadn't even been able to sense her cultivating since the day she saw his fate star. She had legitimately given up. If it wasn't for the sake of his promise to Flowing Frost, he really wouldn't want to have a child with this woman. He wouldn't even know what to do with himself if his child was born without a backbone. What kind of failure would be as a father if he allowed such a thing to happen? Ryu shook his head, taking a sidestep and avoiding a pillar of flames that erupted from the ground. Keeping his promises was really going to screw him over this time. This woman would be like an anchor in his life. Given her current state, he didn't even know if she would still agree to have children. If she really made such a choice, Ryu would be forced to act, though he wasn't sure how he would deal with such a situation. After so long, she had already returned to the false sky god realm. The current Ryu couldn't even face off against fragmented sky god, let alone a false one. And that was one of normal caliber, while the favor alchemy sky god was presumably a woman of great talent. Ryu's steps came to a pause. Several paths laid out before him. Ruins seemed to love to implement these sort of diverging paths, but it was also the easiest and simplest way to add complexity and truly tie the affinity you had with those trying to gain what you had left behind. He could see with a glance where the others had entered, and the matrix seemed to say that this was the right path to take as well, but Ryu didn't move immediately despite the fact there wasn't much time at hand. Interesting. If this was a taboo power ruin, then there would presumably be something here that was outside the general norm. He couldn't expect every power to be like the unbalanced art sect and have all sorts of chaotic practices and unreadable restrictions, but how could a taboo power be taboo if everything it did was in line with the norm? Until now, the ruins were quite straightforward. The first challenge was withstanding the heat, something that Ryu was mostly relying on his rebirth flame to do. After his bloodline had entered the true grade, his flames had likewise strengthened a great deal. His rebirth flames worked much the same way they did in Sacrum. That meant that with a true grade rebirth flame, and given that it was currently at the first cosmic grade along with his Tao, or in other words the peak dominion grade, he was immune to all true grade flames at and below that fragmented grade flames 2 steps above, so on and so forth. His inheritances improved quite conveniently now after he had tied them to his Tao with his 8 trigram diagram. So whenever his Tao progressed, especially given its nature, his inheritances automatically progressed as well. Of course, this was just Ryu's guess. Even he hadn't quite nailed down what level his Tao was at currently. Although he was certain that he had formed a founding Tao, as for its current grade, that was a bit murkier. He had made the initial assumption that it was still at the same level because that was what generally happened. But what he found interesting was that though he could feel the searing heat of the flames, it wasn't quite as hot as it should have been. I see, my ignorance regarding my Tao grade threw my judgment off a bit. It isn't this direction, it's that one. True grade flames at the Dominion grade was probably around what a genius flame cultivator of the 4th heaven would have around Ryu's cultivation level. It made sense, but that was also why Ryu had neglected quite an obvious point. That was around the standard of the 4th heaven, but was this ruin a normal ruin of the 4th heaven? If the just over 10% chance that this wasn't a taboo power ruin was true, then yes, everything still made sense. But if it wasn't, how could it be that the current Ryu could resist these flames so easily? Something wasn't adding up. Chapter 1253, Trial by Fire 1253 Trial by Fire. It clicked for Ryu right then. If he was a member of the taboo powers and he knew that his legacy was on the verge of being destroyed, but he wanted to leave something, anything behind, how would he hide it? The answer was quite obvious to him if he thought about it for just a moment. He would probably leave behind one, maybe even a few ruins. These ruins would then have 2 layers to them, one being a facade, and the other being my real legacy. The facade would leave behind a real enough legacy so that no one else would consider the possibility that it was a facade in the first place. But the second layer, where he chose his true inheritor, would be hidden quite deep and likely only to be found by those who both knew what they were looking for, and, as an extra added precaution, had affinity and a willingness to carry on his legacy. Ryu couldn't help but think of the 9-pillar flame sky god again. Could it be that he was a victim of this? Did he stumble into a ruin like this one, but not knowing of the power that lay hidden beneath, a taboo power, he left carrying with him the relatively more normal inheritance instead? From what Ryu understood about the 9-pillar flame sky god's past, he didn't have any sect nor clan as backing, he had made it that far all on his own. And given his fiery temper and casual disregard for authority, this was even more impressive. It might seem that Ryu didn't understand how insane most of his actions were, but action without understanding wasn't bravery, it was ignorance, and Ryu didn't fancy himself ignorant. He knew quite well how difficult it was to maneuver around the cultivation world with his demeanor, and that was why he found the 9-pillar flame sky god to be such a kindred spirit. If this is true, how powerful is the real inheritance? If his speculation was correct, as he felt it had a good chance of being, the real inheritance would likely be as groundbreaking as the unbalance mantra, unbalance art and the unbalance formations. It also happened to be right in line with Ryu's affinities, so he felt that he had to see this through properly. Ryu's gaze flickered with determination as he stepped forward, entering the path furthest to the left. The 3 youths who had gone ahead of him probably thought that they would leave him in their dust, not realizing at all that they were only scratching the surface of what was here. This also means, then, that whoever came here likely doesn't know that it's the ruin of a taboo power. Ryu had already deduced that these people were from the 7th heaven just judging by the formation left outside. Logically speaking, powers of the 7th heaven would likely not dare to mess around with taboo powers that the 9th heaven powers had banned. It didn't make much sense for them to come around to look for such things in specific. There was a small possibility that they were looking for taboo power ruins and just didn't know what to look for. After all, even Ryu had almost fallen for it, but he felt that it was very small. It was more likely that they were like Starlight, or even in cahoots with Starlight, just doing their best to gather up as many ruins for themselves as they could. Almost the moment Ryu stepped onto the path, a wall of heat hit him. A heat wave should have been intangible, but it truly felt as though he had rammed into a steel wall. The matrix in his palm fluctuated wildly and a layer of his skin was charred off, even his hair caught fire. Ryu grit his teeth. He wanted to take a breath, but he knew such a thing would only incinerate his inner organs. At this point, his best option was to not breath at all, relying on circulating his chi instead. My eyes seem to be just fine. Ryu finally noticed just how powerful his eyes seemed to become. Even though his clothing and skin had been incinerated, his eyes were completely intact. They were actually sturdier than the rest of his body. These flames, why is it like this? When Ryu noticed that even his matrix threatened to collapse, he understood just how shocking these flames were. Matrices were incredibly sturdy objects, they were designed to survive the worst of conditions within ruins, so this went without saying. The secret, though, was that they were entirely created from chi, an incredibly stable chi that was unmoved by outside interference. For a wave of heat alone to almost collapse it, especially since it was a matrix from the 7th heaven, was far too shocking. However, this same wave of heat had only charred a layer of his skin and left him scabbing and broken, but it somehow wasn't enough to turn him entirely to ash. Once again, something wasn't adding up. I see, so this is truly a trial by fire. Ryu slowly put his matrix away, it wasn't necessary anymore. This was no longer a ruin, it was a legacy world. This place wanted to baptize him in flames. Its goal wasn't to kill him, its goal was to break his spirit. How would it break his spirit if it killed him immediately? There were many people in the world who wanted to be leaders, but not everyone could be leaders. There were many people who wanted success, but weren't willing to do what was needed to come by it. There were many people who claimed to fight against the heavens, but bowed their heads at the slightest pushback. Just like Ryu had speculated before, even if one found the true inheritance, the taboo power behind it wouldn't want just anyone to get their hands on it. Ryu's lips curled into a fiendish grin. He looked particularly demonic now, with his skin charred and his eyes and teeth seemingly being the only parts of him that were intact. He really wanted to see how a fallen power like this one still had the balls to test his resolve. Chapter 1254. Vanished. 1254. Vanished. Ryu could only walk forward by dragging his feet. Breathing felt like coughing out smoke, a piercing pain filling his entire body. At this point, he looked less human and more like a walking monstrosity of flesh and blood. However, he continued to take one step after another. It was difficult to read a person's expression when an entire layer of their skin had vanished, but the clarity in Ryu's intact eyeballs painted their own sort of picture. He placed one foot after another, trudging through the endless sea of fire. There didn't seem to be a floor beneath him, the skies had no limit, even if he looked left, right, back and forward, there were no markers, no limiters, no sign that he was even progressing. Even what he was walking upon felt more like an illusion than anything else. However, Ryu was unmoved. He dropped one foot in front of the other. His feet were perfectly spaced apart without the slightest deviation. His pace was perfectly even, never slowing up nor speeding up. It was as though the destination didn't matter to him and he was enjoying the journey itself. Ryu's Tao heart simply wasn't something that others of his generation could match with. This trial had clearly adjusted its difficulty to his current strength level, or else rather than losing just a layer of skin, he would have lost his life instead. But after 6 months of tempering himself with those divine chains, it was difficult for anything to move him. He was already a person with a sturdy mind before, but now he was simply on a level of his own. Only he knew the kind of suffering he had undergone in that half-year. Those chains didn't cause any pain, nor suffering, but they severed every meaning you could possibly find in life. It erased you from existence, it cut you off from everything you held dear, it made you feel worthless, insignificant. How could a little pain compare to that? Ryu didn't bother to circulate his embryonic chi. He knew that the moment he did, the heat wave would just shatter his newly formed skin without a care in the world. Instead, he continued to walk, one step after another, perfectly even, perfectly controlled. Although Ryu was doing this, and he was quite curious about the taboo powers, he wasn't to the point of feeling any sort of pity or oneness with them. In fact, the only reason he was putting in so much effort to find out about them wasn't even because of their strength, at least not in the grand scheme, anyway. It had to be remembered that the taboo powers had lost. Ultimately, they were inferior to the martial powers. Knowing this, why would Ryu bother to go out of his way to learn their cultivation methods if they interfered with his current methods? The only reason he continued to use the unbalanced mantra and was continuing to learn about this 9-pillar flame inheritance was because, at least on the surface, they didn't seem to be hindering him in any way. Of course, there was the chance that there was some underlying reason the taboo powers had lost. But the way Ryu saw it, schemes meant nothing in the face of absolute strength. If the taboo powers were truly so powerful, what schemes the martial powers had come up wouldn't hold any weight whatsoever. The fact that they had been eradicated and almost wiped from history could only mean that they were inferior. If the taboo powers had been on the come up and the martial powers had suppressed them before they could grasp power, Ryu would be more understanding and much more intrigued. But if the little woman's words were correct, then why should he give them this benefit? They had all been powers of the 9th heaven at the time, the pinnacle of what could be, and they had still fallen. There was no pity to be had for those that had fallen to those of the same level, especially since Ryu felt that not much would have changed had they won instead of the martial powers. Too few people had a mentality similar to Ryu. It was likely that if the taboo powers had won the war, the ultimate result would have been them proceeding to suppress everyone below them just the same. Ryu might be inclined to help the taboo powers survive and carve out a piece of existence to grow, he would even overturn the current martial powers for them, but carrying out their legacy as though they were the ultimate good wasn't something he would ever do. These inheritances were powerful because they were from the 9th heaven. If he had stumbled onto a ruin from a martial power of the same level, so long as they had never directly offended him, he would just as easily take up their strength and fuse it into his own as well. The grievances of the taboo powers, their hopes of revenge, their want to rise to the top once again. What did that have to do with him? Fuck off, Ryu growled. His throat was incinerated, but he continued to move. A pillar rose into the skies and another layer of flesh was torn from Ryu's body, then another pillar, then another. By the time 6 had formed, Ryu was basically nothing but ligament, tendons, bones and his pair of eyes. When the 7th rose from the ground, his bones began to slowly turn black. When the 8th rose, the sound of crackling echoed about his bones. Ryu slowly raised his head, the flickering depths of his eyes calm and cool, unmoved by the skyrocketing temperatures around him. And then the 9th rose. But the position of the 9th was right beneath his feet. When it appeared, he was completely enveloped by fire, his body vanishing. The 9 pillars continued to rage on, and when they finally began to dim and vanish, nothing was left but a sea of flames. Where Ryu should have been, there was nothing. He had completely vanished. Chapter 1255. My body 1255. My body. Ryu's eyes snapped open. He found himself sitting in a pool of lava. The lava had an odd cooling effect that definitely wasn't normal, but what he did realize was that he wasn't standing at the moment. When had he begun sitting? Could it be that he had been here the entire time? Ryu looked around. The pool of lava was quite small and contained by cultivation standards. It was, likewise, surrounded by 9 pillars that seemed to be dripping with dense golden liquid and that fell into the pool. It was clear that the power of this lava pool was being sustained by these pillars. After a while, Ryu seemed to understand. He had likely been plopped into this pool the moment he crossed the threshold. Everything else had been an illusion. The rise of the 9 pillars likely coincided with the dripping liquid from these pillars. My body. Ryu suddenly realized that he had crossed several levels of the blood-tempering realm, shocking him greatly. This wasn't because the change was that groundbreaking. After all, the blood-tempering realm was only the equivalent of the Tao pedestal and cosmic seed realms. For a 9th heaven inheritance, this sort of gap was negligible. What really shocked Ryu was how thoroughly it had done so and how he hadn't even been aware of what was happening. The blood-tempering realm was a bit more complex compared to the vessel-tempering and pulse-tempering realms. It was separated into red blood, rose bronze blood, rose silver, rose gold, and finally origin blood, which turned you blood a slight shade of royal blue. Ryu had experienced some of these temperings before, but after his rebirth he had fallen back to the vessel-tempering realm. Of anyone in existence, Ryu had probably recultivated these realms more than anyone else, so he was quite intimately familiar with it all. No, that's what it is. I didn't undergo just the blood-tempering realm, I underwent my first life destruction. What is just the first? How many did I experience? Ryu couldn't put his finger on it. Something had changed about his body, and because he didn't have a proper reference for how powerful this baptizing was, nor just how much his body had changed while his mind was absent, he found it difficult to pin it all down. Could it be that I underwent all 9 life destructions? It was no wonder such a thing would be so difficult to accept. The 9 life revolutions realm was the pinnacle mortal realm of the body realm. For all intents and purposes, it was the world's sea realm equivalent. Most weren't even guaranteed to reach 1 life destruction, let alone all 9 of them. Of course, while Ryu had always planned to undergo all 9, he too acknowledged how difficult this would be, which was why it was hard to believe that he would have experienced such a difficult thing in his sleep. Only Ryu would describe it as such. For most, it was brutal torture. How could the realm his mind had been trapped in be considered sleep? Many would have never made their way out. Ryu looked down at his body, his gaze flickering several times. Little woman, what happened to me? Ryu had no choice but to ask the favor alchemy sky god, although he didn't expect an answer. To his surprise, this little woman actually answered. You underwent the 9-pillar flame tempering. What is that? How is it different from 9 life destruction? It is very different. Like I said before, the word taboo used to only refer to the powers themselves, but there was a reason the word was chosen. It also described breaking the mold. The Unbalanced Art sect was a sect of formation masters. They broke the mold in formations and their creations. The 9-pillar flame sect was a body realm power. Their 9-pillar flame tempering refers to recultivating the body realm 9 times. The reason you feel that you are both in the blood-tempering realm and the 9 life revolutions realms at the same time is because of this. It's actually nothing more than an illusion. Your blood right now is probably much more gold than it is blue, and that's a time that you've recultivated the pulse, vessel and blooding tempering realms over again, 9 times over. You are currently in the pinnacle of the blood-tempering realm, but it isn't any less powerful than if you had completed the 9 life revolutions realms. While this is excellent, it will also make your life destructions countless times more difficult. Your first destruction will feel like the 10th. Your second destruction will feel like the 19th. Your third will feel like the 28th. If by some miracle you complete all 9 destructions, it will feel like you had completed 82. Ryu's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected such a thing, but now that he had heard her explanation, he felt that she was very much correct. He was still trying to analyze things through a lens of his normal comprehension of cultivation, but without his knowledge, he had already been thrust into a completely different one. The irony wasn't lost on him. He had just been thinking about how he wouldn't casually divert his path if it affected his future, only to find out that he had been thrust on such a path without even his knowledge. While this sounded great, and his body realm would likely be exceptionally powerful from now on even given the weakness of his bloodlines, he now had no choice but to separate his realms now when he entered the Sky God realm. While he had planned on doing this anyway, the issue was that now one path was already set to match that of the taboo powers and he didn't know how this would affect other things. Ryu knew that he didn't have much of a choice, so he shifted his mentality and began looking through his body with this new perspective. The moment he did, the things he found left his pupils constricting once more. My bone structure. Bloodlines. What happened to them? Chapter 1256. Single bound 1256. Single bound. Ryu sat in silence for a long while. Deducing exactly what had happened was difficult, but now that he had a general understanding of the process, his deduction path was far clearer than it had been before, and he slowly began to feel some real clarity. The blood tempering realm was a bit unique in that it focused entirely on one's blood, but it was also simultaneously the realm that the pulse and vessel tempering realm had been building up to. The strength of one's body came almost entirely from one's blood. Bone structure could play a strong or small role in this strength depending on which you had been born with, but obviously for Ryu, it was the latter. His ice jade crystal bone structure was definitely not known for its strength. The unique aspects of the blood tempering realm was something that Ryu was looking forward to, mostly because the uniqueness of the realm would allow him special access to his bloodlines in a way he had never seen before, almost like the Tao pedestal realm and what it had done for his spiritual foundation. If not for entering the Tao pedestal realm, Ryu wouldn't have been able to see his spiritual foundation so up close and personal. Often, cultivation realms gave one unique access to certain things that cultivators would otherwise have trouble comprehending on their own, or at the very least would take much more effort. In the depths of the blood tempering realm, it would be the easiest for Ryu to make the most changes to his bloodline, is what it came down to. Of course, this wasn't a life-changing matter either. Obviously, if the blood tempering realm gave such an opportunity, the 9 life revolutions realm was an even greater opportunity. It allowed Ryu the chance to rebuild his body from nothing. This was an objectively better chance than the blood tempering realm, which was also why Ryu hadn't been obsessed with the blood tempering realm either. But it was precisely because of this that the change was so surprising. His bloodlines and bone structure had undergone a huge change. When he looked into his body, there were 9 dense globules of molten gold liquid. When he probed them, he felt as though his spiritual sense was being burned away. If not for his powerful soul, just this action alone would have likely caused him a great deal of pain. These 9 globules acted like anchors. They were constantly burning away impurities in his blood and only allowing the most powerful of strands to survive. Ryu realized something at that point. The 9-pillar flame sect wasn't a pure fire affinity sect. In fact, from what it looked like, there was quite a heavy emphasis on the earth element. No, it wasn't the earth element, but it reminded Ryu a lot of the earth character of his 8 trigram diagrams. It was a character that exuded stability and represented foundation. When this character was fused with the fire element, or maybe it might even be more accurate to call it the fire character as well, it solidified and formed this molten metal-like substance with the behavioral tendencies of flames. When the fire character and the earth character were fused, they gained the aspects of creation and innovation that underlie the fire character, and the unique nature of the earth character. It had to be remembered that Ryu had built his own earth character on the dividing karma half of his original Tao, and the dividing sin half of the chaos half. These Taos were both related to karma and fate, one seeing through them and the other manipulating them. This sort of comprehension made Ryu more compatible with the 9-pillar flame sect than he had realized until this very moment. If the 9-pillar flame sect still existed, they would have been endlessly shocked by the current state of Ryu's body. That was because it was exceptionally rare to be able to sustain 9 pillars within one's body. Only the greatest geniuses of their sects had been capable of doing so, and throughout their history, they had only numbered 3 total. The time the taboo powers had existed for shouldn't be underestimated just because they had been destroyed. Their history was already enough to dwarf Sacrum several times over. For Ryu to only be the 4th capable of them, it was endlessly shocking. I see. These pillars, the anchors within my body, are the catalyst for future life destructions. They then become the foundation and help me to reform my body. This made the methods of the 9-pillar flame sect seem far less suicidal. If he could use these globules of golden molten metal to guide the process, it would indeed be far easier. Of course, that was still relative. These globules would make undergoing normal life extinctions incredibly easy, but undergoing a single life destruction for Ryu now was akin to undergoing 9 all at once. That said, because Ryu had a perfect 9 pillars, he was in a more unique position than most, and at least the first 6 shouldn't put his life in any danger. Only as he continued to attempt a 7th, 8th and eventual 9th would he have to truly be careful. Ryu suddenly felt a hint of excitement. One had to remember that back when Ryu formed his current heavenly chaos bone structure, he had to destroy his ice jade crystal body first. And then reformulate it using the runes. But that process was crude and couldn't possibly have been perfect. Under normal circumstances, if Ryu had to undergo a life destruction, he simply wouldn't have the capability of focusing on so many things at once. A life destruction was among the most dangerous things a cultivator could ever experience. He could at best hope for incremental changes to his foundation. But if he relied on these 9 pillars as his foundation, if he gathered enough treasures, Ryu felt that even leaping 2 grades with his first life destruction wouldn't be impossible. His bloodlines and bone structure already seemed on the verge of entering the transcended grade right this moment. Very soon, if the 9 pillars got a little push, they would likely cross that threshold. That meant that if Ryu prepared well enough, he could form an order grade foundation for his body, placing him firmly on par with the best of geniuses of the 7th heaven in a single bound. Chapter 1257. Unwilling 1257. Unwilling. Ryu's gaze flickered as he immediately began to make some calculations. He would need quite a bit of things to succeed in this matter, but the foundation of it all, he had already decided, would be by his self-created alloys. Heavenly favor had become useless to Ryu as he now had essence. As a result, recultivating only required him to communicate with his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Essence, as the strongest chi there was perfect for filling in the imperfections of his foundation, making his every step perfect. Embryonic chi only made it easier. However, this didn't mean that his methods were useless. In fact, they had opened up a whole new world to Ryu. If the Favor Alchemy Sky God's magnum opus were the heavenly favor, then Ryu was currently building up to his own using the Refinement Sutra. In order to undergo life destructions, one not only needed sufficient attainments and mental fortitude, but it was also important to prepare a large amount of natural resources. During this progress, the resources were to nurture one's body and help the process along. If one had sufficient resources, one's life destruction could be made countless times easier. Ryu had an idea at that moment. He wondered what kind of results he would gain if he absorbed his self-created alloys. This matter wouldn't be as easy as he made it sound. In order for the alloys to be of use to him, they would have to be at the standard of his current body. Ryu was at the entrance of the 9 life revolutions realm right now, and he was comparable to a person who had undergone 1 life destruction already. That meant he would need an alloy at the equivalent of the World Sea realm to cross that barrier and complete his first life destruction. But that was only the bare minimum requirement. It had to be remembered that he would be undergoing the equivalent of 9 at once. That meant he didn't just need an alloy comparable to the World Sea realm, he needed one that was near the best of what the World Sea realm could provide. Essentially, to put it simply, he needed to forge a top-tier pinnacle ancestral grade alloy. Such a thing, even for Ryu, wasn't simple. His skill still wasn't there yet. He would first need to bring his soul up to his current standard. Then he would need to plan and strategize quite a bit. Even after all that was done, he wasn't guaranteed to succeed. By the very nature of these alloys, they were at the very edge of his capabilities. He was really stretching himself thin, but it was very much necessary. If there was any shortcut to strengthening his talent, it was this. Of course, his alloys would only be one aspect, he still needed to gather a great deal of other materials. This should be the relatively easier task since Aika had agreed to help him with such matters, he just needed to get to the 5th heaven first. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze flashed. Bang! His aura flourished and his presence soared. At that moment, his bloodlines and bone structure entered the transcended grade, but he could already feel his body creaking and whining. It seemed that forcing his bone structure to improve in order to continue balancing his bloodlines was putting a great strain on him, but this was the only method he had. His bone structure would eventually give way if this continued, but Ryu had already found his solution. So long as he had an option to change his fate, nothing else mattered. Ryu slowly rose to his feet. His skin sparkled, golden molten liquid sliding down his body as it emitted its own line. His hair danced like fine crystalline filaments, seemingly unaffected by the heat. He felt like his body was brimming with power. With a flip of his palm, Ryu popped the last soul-nourishing runed pill he had formed. A large amount of spiritual chi flooded his spiritual sea, its borders expanding again and again. This time, not a single ounce of it leaked. With the strengthening of his body, his soul had so much room to grow that it seemed that even a runed pill wasn't enough to satisfy it. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed he would probably need about 3 more to satisfy his spiritual sea, but it had already grown to almost double its original size. Before he had already been able to match up to World Sea Realm experts of the 4th, 5th and 6th heaven in terms of mental realm capacity, but now he had firmly surpassed them, rivaling 7th heaven mental realm geniuses. Unfortunately, he didn't have the materials here, but they were easy enough to gather. Even a small city would have what he needed. With a step, Ryu rose out of the pool of lava, but he didn't leave immediately. This pool was obviously a great treasure, capable of tempering him while he wasn't even aware. Obviously, it would require suffering quite a bit to benefit from it, so not everyone would have the fortitude necessary. And, of course, there was the elephant in the room that stepping into the pool was like putting a target on the back of your head. At any time, you could be found out like Eismine and Eska and end up hunted for the rest of your life. Ryu, unfortunately, didn't have an easy method to take it away, and it didn't seem like brute strength and time would do it either, otherwise it might be worth it. He could tell with a glance that this place would definitely try to resist him if he attempted to take the pool away. This pool was the last hope of the 9-pillar flame sect. They probably wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket, they might even hope that in the future another Ryu would appear and take it on. However, Ryu didn't want to give up so easily. He could imagine how greatly his beast companions would benefit from this sort of path. Chapter 1258, Opportunity. 1258 Opportunity. Do you have a way to move this? Ryu asked. The favor alchemy sky god didn't answer for a long while and it seemed that she wouldn't. Ryu could only leave it be and he turned to leave. If you tried to move it you would only destroy it. The only thing you can do is to leave a method of finding this location again, because it will definitely move after you leave. However, leaving such a method behind will be very difficult. Ryu nodded slightly. They wouldn't leave such an easily exploitable loophole. If he wanted to leave behind a method of tracking his ruin it wouldn't be simple. After Ryu left, the ruin could likely appear anywhere between the 1st to 6th heaven. It might even appear on one of the heavenly paths. In order to find it again, it would take like thousands of years. This is because in order to find it this time, Ryu relied on many historical accountings and clues that spread over tens of thousands of years. Even if he knew what he was looking for specifically, it would take a great deal of time to lock down its location again, and Ryu simply didn't feel like waiting so long. By the time this time period changed, he doubted this pool would even be of any real use to him any longer. If it unluckily appeared in the incomplete heavenly path like the unbalanced art sect, he couldn't even go back now. Even if it appeared in the complete heavenly path, thousands of years from now, he would have already transcended it as well. This didn't even mention the fact that finding clues about a ruin appearing in either one of them would be nearly impossible. It would probably require millions of years before he could lock it down in any one of those locations. This was all to say that Ryu was very much aware of how he would be out of luck the moment he stepped out of here unless he could do something about it. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed. That was right, if this ruin planned teleporting and moving after he left, there should be a formation here. The formation itself wasn't too important, but the way it functioned was. A formation wouldn't have the power within it to execute such an enormous task, especially not when it was designed to only activate once every several million years, if that. This meant that the type of formation here was one that would gather up chi from the surrounding to execute the task it needed to. As such, it wouldn't be as contained as most formations and would have some leakage, though contained. For someone with a spacetime soul nature like Ryu, following this leakage through a stream of spacetime wouldn't be difficult so long as he left a unique marker behind. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he began to scan the region. He was looking for the hidden formation as he was sure there was one, however what he actually found surprised him. I see, Ryu had been looking at it wrong all along. This place was entirely stationary, it was he who had been transported here. He had likely not noticed because his mind had been warped at the same time. But if he was correct, the moment he stepped out of here, he would likely step into a barren place. This made much more sense when he thought about it. The more powerful the individual, the stronger teleportation channel they needed. Likewise, if you were attempting to transport a large amount of energy like what was within this pool, it would take an enormous channel, one larger than what one would even need to move a Tao Lord. If you tried to transport this pool normally, even if you didn't have a spacetime affinity like Ryu, tracking it would be easy so long as you had a certain understanding of space, much like transcended sky gods who could tear their way into the void. However, if instead of transporting the entire pool, you only transported the doorway to the pool, just how much easier would it be? That means Ryu's head snapped as he looked around. He was suddenly very interested in this place and where he was currently. He didn't feel anything different about the region at all, so it would be logical for this place to still be on the fourth heaven, but Ryu didn't believe that. It was more likely that this place was simulating an environment that he was used to so that he wouldn't suspect a thing. It was clear that whoever had created this place was extraordinarily cautious. Ryu even had a feeling that trying to exit this place would end in failure. Unless he had absolute strength, breaking out of this place would be impossible. There was no way they would make it easy. Could I be on the ninth heaven right now? No, maybe I was wrong. All along, the unbalanced art sect appeared in the heavenly path. Could this place be within the heavenly path as well? Ryu's senses continued to spin. He wasn't in a hurry to leave because he had a feeling that whatever location was outside of this hidden underground cave could give him a great opportunity. It was only a question of whether or not he could grasp it. There was only one exit out of here, but that location would definitely seamlessly bring him back to the fourth heaven. As for everything else, it was nothing but reddened walls, radiating heat due to the lava pool they surrounded. As a result, there was nothing but solid red rock all around aside from the 9 mighty pillars that surrounded the pool. It suddenly clicked for Ryu. The 9-pillar flame sect wasn't a formation power like the unbalanced art sect was. Whatever protections they had would be built upon their own unique foundations. They wouldn't trust outsiders for such an important matter. That meant that the defenses of this place, all of its inner workings, all of its secrets were built into these 9 pillars. If there was a way out of here, it was definitely them. Ryu's gaze glowed. Chapter 1259. Show me 1259. Show me. Ryu stepped toward the first pillar and began to study it. At first glance it seemed smooth outside of the golden liquid dripping down from its body and into the pool below, glowing a faint red gold. However, after staring at it for a long while, Ryu finally saw the runes dancing just beneath the first layer of its surface. With the help of the origin flame, they were all directly imprinted into Ryu's mind. Various connections were being quickly made in his mind and the comprehension of the profundity of these pillars was quickly increasing, even to the point the globules of golden liquid within him began to slowly take shape and form up, solidifying into small rods that quickened the purification of Ryu's bloodlines. This realization caused Ryu's gaze to narrow. Could it be that this trial wasn't over just yet? Was this left behind here on purpose, or was it a coincidence? If Ryu had left like he intended to, these globules within his body would have had a difficult time forming up. It would have taken him many years and attempts likely. Even so, Ryu didn't feel that this was what the 9-pillar flame sect had intended. That was because just to see these runes took someone with special abilities on the level of Ryu. To actually understand them, though, that was another can of worms. If the 9-pillar flame sect had expected this out of a successor, they had expected far too much. This wasn't a normal ask of anyone and it was even more annoying than leaving things to luck. Ryu thought for a moment and thought that he might have missed something else. The process it took to get here was far too complicated. Even someone who could awaken from that world and survive wouldn't necessarily be able to do this. Did the 9-pillar flame sect want an inheritor? Or did they just want to kill anyone who even tried? There seemed to only be 2 logical conclusions. The first was that the 9-pillar flame sect was similar to the unbalanced art sect. They only planned on giving out a portion of their inheritance from the very beginning and would make him fight for the complete one sometime in the future after enough successors had been gathered. That was the first option. The second option was that figuring out the rest of their inheritance was part of the trial itself. Though completing the pillars would have been difficult if Ryu left, he felt that any genius given enough time could figure it out. Of course, time was relative and it might very well take millions of years, but this amount of time to a Tao god was negligible. Obviously, becoming a Tao god would be the minimum requirement for reawakening the taboo powers, so Ryu felt that this frame of thought was still appropriate. Between the two, Ryu felt that either one might be correct, but he leaned toward the latter. He could feel the spirit of the 9-pillar flame sect and they didn't seem to be excessively scheming. Ryu circled the pillars and eventually passed through them all. The first one had taken him the longest, taking an entire day. But the second went even faster, and the third even faster than that. They all built atop of one another, making comprehending one result in the next being simpler to the eye. Interesting. Ryu still couldn't comprehend the pillars fully, but his current comprehension was already enough for that mysterious golden liquid to begin forming from his own 9 pillars. They had gone from globules of gold molten liquid, to sturdy rods piercing into his bones, and now they were producing more molten liquid on their own. As this molten gold formed, it seeped into his bones, fracturing them slightly before those fractures were instantly filled by this liquid. Ryu watched these changes in silence. He felt that his bone structure was evolving again, but this time it wasn't his bloodline forcing it to do so. He wasn't sure if this would make his life extinctions easier or harder, but he knew that for now it only benefited him. Ryu turned his attention away from his body and began to look toward the surroundings once again. This time, the surroundings looked very different to him. As expected, there was a formation that extended from the pillars into the floor and around the walls, protecting it. If I can find a small gap. Ryu's plan was simple. With his current understanding of the runes, while he didn't fully grasp them, finding some weaker points wasn't impossible. Normally, he wouldn't be able to exploit these weaknesses, but because he shared a similar aura now, it was very much possible that it would let him through. If he entered the void and slipped past the walls, he would be able to see what was on the other side. Was this reckless? Absolutely. He had no idea what was on the other side. For all he knew, the Nine-Pillar Flame sect had hidden their final hope in the depths of a black hole, and when he stepped out he would be shredded to pieces. Of course, that was ridiculous. No teleportation would work directly into a black hole, the spatial tunnel would collapse the moment you got close. But the sentiment was the same regardless. However, the more progress Ryu made, the further from the pinnacle he felt. He could feel how difficult rising to the top would be, and making it there without taking any risk would be impossible. He had just had a huge change to his foundation, and yet he still felt that he would have to bring out everything to battle Starlight if they had been on the seventh heaven. Of course, that was assuming that Starlight had improved his cultivation from the immortal ring realm, which he certainly had. This was unacceptable to Ryu, but pouting wasn't something within him. Rather than wasting time, he would simply go harder. Show me what's on the other side. Ryu's gaze blazed to life as a pair of silvery crystalline wings spread from his back. With a step, he vanished into the void. Chapter 1260. Infinity Mist. 1260. Infinity Mist. Ryu suddenly felt a great pressure crashing down around him from all sides. It felt as though he was trying to squeeze his body through a tube. The spatial nodes were so close and binding that it felt as though he was being stretched out. At any moment, he could be snapped to nothingness, but his gaze remained resolute as he pressed forward with even greater speed. Ah! The Favor Alchemy Sky God suddenly realized what Ryu was doing in. She went entirely pale. He was a complete madman. She hadn't said anything while he was observing the pillars because she had yet to put two and two together. Plus, when she saw that his aura was slowly getting stronger, she could feel that there was clearly some logic to what he was doing. But she could have never expected this. Some wild explanation wasn't needed. Ryu's madness could be summarized in a single sentence. He was currently trying to circumvent the protections a Ninth Heaven sect had put in place to protect their legacy. A Ninth Heaven power, not just any Ninth Heaven power, but one that had stood at the pinnacle of all things. This was a power that produced several Tao gods in its time, a power that had once produced a founding father. No matter how you slice this was complete and utter madness. It was shocking beyond compare, and it really painted the kind of daring that Ryu had in his heart. How could the Favor Alchemy Sky God hold back her shock? He was practically playing with his life. Her heart quaked. This sort of recklessness wasn't something she had. She had spent her entire first life without experiencing much true hardship or putting herself in danger. She only did the things she knew she could do, and she spent her time accumulating as much wealth as possible, all so that she could continue pressing forward with her experiments. She had always believed that her talent was alone to take her to where she wanted to go. Never in a million years could she have expected that she wouldn't have even managed to become an omniscient sky god, let alone a Tao Lord, or her true goal of Tao God. She still remembered being entirely unable to accept it even until the very end. She did have good reasons, great reasons, in fact. As an alchemist, there was no need to put herself in danger. She had all the resources she could ever want at her fingertips, and she could even make them more powerful than the sum of their parts. She felt that risking her life was a foolish pursuit, especially since there was so much riding on her shoulders. But what had been the ultimate end to it all? She was now tied to the fate of another, and she couldn't easily escape it. In fact, escaping it was probably impossible. Seeing Ryu now, she felt as though she had just suffered a rude awakening. She had truly wasted her first life in its entirety. Roar! Ryu unleashed a bellow, streaking out of the final node. He could feel that the rock around him had vanished. Sensing the outside of one's void was incredibly important for anyone entering it, or else what would happen if you exited too early? It would be a really foolish way to die for a small rock to suddenly appear in the middle of your brain. When Ryu stepped out, he found himself in a field of gray fog. Almost instantly, he felt a crushing weight. The bones in his body shattered one after another and he was nearly forced to his knees. It was only after entering the void once again and circulating a drop of embryonic chi was Ryu finally able to breathe again. His gaze couldn't help but sharpen. He didn't know what that gray fog was, but it was actually so heavy and yet somehow light enough to remain in a gaseous form. It sprayed across his body like fine mist and it even felt quite good for a few split seconds, until the weight aspect clicked and it suddenly felt like every square inch of his body was experiencing the pressure of a beast in the depths of an ocean millions of miles deep. The only part of him that still seemed fine were his eyes, which made him raise their evaluation in his heart once again. He didn't know what kind of changes the black vein spirit-seeking lilies were causing within him, but they were most definitely enormous. There was simply no way his eyes should be this sturdy otherwise. Ryu even had a feeling that much of his 999 years of rebirth were spent reconstructing his eyes. If not for his eyes, his benefits from that rebirth would have definitely been far greater. One had to remember that he had been around the shrines at that time, the support he could draw on should have been at the level of the true martial world. Logically, upon rebirth, he should have already been at the level of a genius born in the true martial world with his particular set of talents. But he was actually still weaker than even first heaven geniuses back then. This had been rolling around in Ryu's mind for a while. He had originally thought that the mutation of his bloodlines had just been inferior to the original product. This wasn't impossible, after all not all mutations could be exceptionally powerful. But it seemed that there was another reason. Ryu shook his head. This wasn't the time to think about this. He was in a bit of a predicament, if a bit could be used to describe an existential crisis. He couldn't stay in the void forever, and he obviously couldn't survive the fog. Despite the sharpness of his gaze, he couldn't see through this fog at all and his void spiritual sense was actually entirely useless. It was clear that this was a measure that the Nine-Pillar Flame sect had either left behind, or a choice in location they had chosen carefully. Ryu had reacted extremely quickly just now, not even a few split moments. His body was already nearing the level of a sky god, and yet he couldn't last a few fractions of a second. If one was too reckless and didn't have a method of getting out immediately, even extremely powerful sky gods would die. The time he could spend in the void had increased exponentially since he stepped out of the incomplete heavenly path, but it was still not indefinite. He could at most last an hour or two. The trouble was that how far forward he had to go was completely unknown. If the Nine-Pillar sect were smart, they would definitely choose a place that was as thick and dense as possible, and there was no guarantee that it would be any worse. And now, he couldn't even see the way back. He had only gone straight, so logically he should just be able to backpedal and go the way he came again. But when Ryu turned back, even after moving a while, the inheritance ground was nowhere to be seen. That was when he understood that the inheritance ground wasn't stationary, it was moving through this vast gray fog and now finding it would be a nigh impossible task. "Do you know what this gray fog is?" Ryu asked, much too calm given the dire situation he was currently in. "Gray fog," the Favor Alchemy Sky God replied somewhat weakly. Ryu understood. It seemed the Favor Alchemy Sky God couldn't see what was going on either, so he took his time to explain it. The Favor Alchemy Sky God immediately paled. "Infinity Mist. You actually ran into." Infinity Mist only appears at the bottom of a very rare few oceans. Millions of miles deep wouldn't be enough to describe it. There's a point of concentration where the water is under so much pressure that surpasses a liquid form and enters a solid form. This state continues for a very long while, but it's said that beneath the solid state, there's a further layer after billions more miles. That layer is known as the Infinity Mist layer. This phenomena can only appear in the oceans of the ninth heaven. "You're actually on the ninth heaven right now." Ryu's pupils constricted. "Didn't you say that if I stepped onto the ninth heaven? Your body is stronger than it was when I made that statement, but that's irrelevant. Infinity Mist is a very unique material. It has reached such an extreme of pressure that it's somehow both easy and impossible to move through. Even the pressure of the ninth heaven cannot penetrate through so many layers of ocean. This might as well be an entirely different world. Even a Tao god wouldn't casually step into such place. Just making it here would be an incredibly difficult journey. I have no idea how the Nine-Pillar Flame sect managed to pull it off. Teleporting here is even more impossible than teleporting into a black hole. At least a black hole is like a sink that pulls all things in, but infinity mist can't be penetrated by anything. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He understood at that moment that there was no way out. Up above him, there was a sheet of ice billions of miles thick. Below him, there was only more infinity mist and likely, eventually, a bed of rock. As for to the left and right, if this ocean was billions of miles deep, its width and length couldn't be properly described at all. How would he even find where the inheritance had gone in this place? Chapter 1261. Glow 1261 Glow. Despite the realization, Ryu seemed to become calmer. Little woman, go into the cottage. You'll find several rings filled with the unplanted seeds of quite a few spiritual herbs. Plant the ones for the soul-nourishing pill. Ryu couldn't enter the Golden Moon world himself. If he did, who would maintain the void they were in currently? If it collapsed, even the Golden Moon world and the little woman wouldn't be spared. The Favor Alchemy Sky God had yet to recultivate to the transcended Sky God realm, but even if she had, without Ryu's eyes, it was incredibly difficult to enter the void in this place. Spiritual sense was absolutely useless. The only reason Ryu had been able to enter the void was because of his eyes. The infinity mist was thin enough that he could see through it as though it was fog. Of course, this means that his vision was still incredibly limited, but it was still better than most others in this situation. This was all to say that although the situation felt hopeless, there were still some small threads of hope to grab onto. After a moment, Ryu sat cross-legged. He didn't move a single inch and his mind entered a state of unprecedented calm. When his eyes flashed open, a twin pair of 8 trigram diagrams, one gold and the other dark gold, rotated slowly within the depths of his irises. He observed the void before him, scanning the spatial nodes. If the Favor Alchemy Sky God was paying attention, she would have realized that Ryu was actually using his Tao to strengthen his comprehension of the spatial elemental and spatial chi. Ryu's goal was simple. He needed to reach a state where his ability to stay in the void and his ability to replenish his stamina reached equilibrium. To put this in simple terms, he wanted to reach a state where he could stay within the void indefinitely. This was his best option currently. Using up the last hour or two he had remaining trying to find the inheritance would be nothing short of co-signing himself to death. The odds of him succeeding were next to zero. This was worse than looking for a needle in a haystack. A savage enough analogy had yet to be created. The worst part was that the odds that he would accidentally slip by the inheritance just an arm's reach away was far higher than actually finding it. Even so, Ryu was perfectly calm. The reality was that even transcended sky gods couldn't stay in the void indefinitely. Only Tao Lords could do so casually and without much effort without having strong spatial affinity. However, Ryu had his eyes, his spacetime soul nature, an omniscient god treasure, and most importantly, a Tao that had become a founding Tao. According to Ryu's understanding, those with spatial affinity could cut down the time necessary to enter these states by a large factor. Those with high spatial affinity could enter the void as soon as the fragmented sky god realm. Ryu quite believed in himself. His soul was already more powerful than many World Sea Realm experts and could be said to be comparable to World Sea Realm experts of the 7th heaven by now. He didn't know if it would be possible to achieve, but he wanted to see just how powerful a founding Tao was. If it was worthy of its rarity and title, it would be able to help him do at least this much, right? Ryu lost himself focusing on the nodes before him. The infinity mist had a very odd property. If Ryu had to describe it, it was akin to a wheel of paddles. The harder you accelerated such a wheel, the more effort it took to spin it faster and the harder you were working. However, if you slowly ramped up the speed instead, the easier it was. Judging by how much water was above him, appearing so far beneath the ocean should have killed Ryu instantly. It didn't matter how fast he reacted. How could the reaction speed of a Tao pedestal realm expert be enough? And yet, Ryu was still here and alive. This went back to the oddity the Favor Alchemy Sky God had mentioned before. The pressure was both enormous, and yet small. However, if Ryu had foolishly rushed through the mist, he would have died before he even understood what was happening. It was a fascinating dichotomy. This was ironically the only region of this ocean that Ryu could possibly survive in. Up above, there was a sheet of ice billions of kilometers thick. If he had appeared there he would have frozen to death instantly. If he had appeared above that, not to mention the fact it was also incredibly cold at that depth, the pressure of the water would have killed him instantly. And, even if by some miracle he appeared at a pressure depth he could resist, the oceanic beasts would have shredded him to pieces with a single glance. This didn't even mention the fact that outside of the infinity mist, breaking into the void would have been countless times more difficult with the pressure of the ninth heaven descending. So, the current Ryu was in an odd duality where he was both in the most dangerous region he could possibly be in, and simultaneously the safest. Something about this made him feel an endless sort of peace, his heartbeat was steady and his thoughts ran smoothly. But it was also because of this that not even a minute into his deductions, he realized this plan was unfeasible. His comprehension speed was too slow, and it was once again because of the infinity mist. The region here didn't quite react like normal space should. It was too calm, too sturdy. Ryu even realized that here, he could actually spend double the time in the void as usual, giving him 3 to 4 hours as opposed to his 1 to 2 hours. Ryu shifted his focus from observing the world to observing the runes on his quivering spectral wings instead. However, after another minute, he frowned. This frown though, lasted for only a moment before his thoughts shifted once again. I got it. Ryu shifted his approach once again. This time, he didn't focus on the world around him, or even the quivering spectral wings. Instead he focused on the runes of the 9 pillars. The Favor Alchemy Sky God had said something quite profound a moment ago. Teleporting here should be even more impossible than teleporting into a black hole. So, how had they done it? The space here wasn't a problem, it was actually very steady. The problem was communication. How could you draw a link between this location and another if the infinity mist blocked everything? The real question, though, did it really block everything? Weren't Ryu's eyes able to work just fine? Of course, that was just Ryu being purposely obtuse. There was obviously a difference between him using his vision and connecting a spatial tunnel. But there was something else that was quite important here. He was currently standing in the void right now and his vision wasn't obstructed at all. The only problem was that there was nothing to see but spatial nodes here. The void was an expanse of nothing but black. Even the spatial nodes were invisible unless one had a certain amount of affinity. One could imagine reality like a double-layer sheet. Entering the void was like peeling up one layer, forming a bubble, and slipping in between the 2 layers. But upon doing this, the bubble would constantly be trying to collapse around you. If you looked around, all you could see were the walls of this bubble, everything else was still pressed down between the 2 sheets and forced into a 2-dimensional form factor. Only within the bubble could you directly observe the outside world, but if you tried to see beyond your bubble, all you could see would be spatial nodes, or points where these 2 sheets connected to one another. Why was all of this important? Well, these 2 sheets were obviously something that even the infinity mist couldn't penetrate. Theoretically, if you could run a signal from one location to another using nothing but spatial nodes hidden within the void, then you could connect 2 locations no matter what obstructions were between them, even if that obstruction was infinity mist. The problem would be exiting the spatial node and entering the first layer. This would be where the most obstruction was. Unless the inheritance has been within the void all along. It was never in the infinity mist at all. I just stepped out from one void into another and I didn't even notice because it felt like reality. Ryu's gaze glowed. This realization seemed to mean nothing. After all, the void was just as large as the ocean. This didn't make it any easier to find. In fact, it only made it more difficult. That was because Ryu was in one bubble while the inheritance was in another. In order to find the inheritance, he would need to peel up the layers all around him to find the bubble, whereas if he was in the infinity mist, he might be lucky enough to spot it with his eyes. However, to Ryu, this meant everything. That was because of one question. How was the inheritance maintaining its void bubble and moving around at the same time? That answer hit Ryu all at once. The 9 pillars. Ryu's body began to glow and his 9 pillars manifested through his skin around his body. At that moment, the pressure of the void trying to collapse around him seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1262. Caution 1262. Caution. Ryu was surprisingly calm by this sudden breakthrough that wasn't much of a breakthrough at all. It was more accurate to characterize it as a novel application of an ability that he already had. At the same time, his vision for what the Earth character could be accomplished widened tremendously. He had already gained a unique appreciation for his founding Tao, and he also gave some credit to the origin flame. One would have thought that in this sort of situation, he would have to go down to the wire to find a solution to his immediate predicament. However, Only a couple minutes of his 3 to 4 hours time limit had been used before he found a solution. What was especially impressive was how his mind had jumped from thought to thought seamlessly, trying each one with ease. Usually, people had a habit of sticking to the first idea they thought of, finding it difficult to step outside of the box they had created for themselves. This was why the most intelligent people weren't usually those who just knew the most. The most intelligent individuals were the same individuals with the most intellectual plasticity. The flexibility of the mind was the true measure of IQ. Just thinking felt so comfortable to him, it didn't feel like it took any effort at all. The world felt brighter and everything felt like it was at his fingertips. Ryu's thoughts shifted away from the impressiveness of his feat. He wasn't one to linger on his victories, and at the moment, he had far more important things to do. His 9 pillars had an overall stabilizing effect on the void around him, making it far easier for him to remain within. However, this time still wasn't indefinitely, it was rooted in the stamina of his body. The good news was that his bodily stamina could be easily replenished by his embryonic chi. What couldn't be easily replenished, though, was the focus chi required to keep it activated. His focus chi was draining quite slowly, but within a month or two he would be entirely tapped out. If he included the improvement to his focus chi that would come after he concocted more soul-nourishing pills, he might be able to last up to a year if he really pushed it. The real question was whether or not a year would be enough. The vastness of this place was impossible to fathom. Even if Ryu was given millions of years, it wouldn't be enough to explore it all. Plus, that didn't mention the fact that the inheritance was moving around, so even if by some miracle he would search everywhere in just a single year, there was still a non-zero chance that he could very well never find the inheritance. Even so, Ryu was still almost eerily calm. He had always been a calm person in general, even when he faced death, but the current him felt even calmer than usual. It was a subtle feeling, almost as though the title of founding Tao and the weight that came with it was steadily feeding him the demeanor and arrogance of all those who had held such a title in the past. Ryu took a step forward. Standing here indefinitely wouldn't get him anything. His mind was spinning with thoughts. Finding the inheritance wouldn't be as impossible as it seemed only because of, precisely, the 9 pillars. Ryu was very familiar with the aura of the 9 pillars and he could see nodes for thousands of miles around him. All he had to do was spot the spatial node that carried this unique aura. Although it would be difficult as 1,000 miles was nothing given the span of this ocean, it still wasn't as helpless as it had seemed in the beginning. This also didn't mention the fact that Ryu was also quite confident in spotting spatial nodes that had recently been disrupted by the inheritance as well. If he followed their trail, spotting the inheritance wouldn't be difficult either. Beyond that, Ryu was curious what he could find down here. Truthfully, Ryu wasn't a fool. He knew that anything that could survive down here wouldn't be so easy to lay his hands on. He might very well come across many treasures that he could only stare at from a distance. That said, who said that this would be the only time he could come here? Now that he had what could almost be said to be a personal doorway, so long as he gained enough power and strength, or thought of external means, he would be able to slowly benefit over time. What Ryu was most looking forward to were the kind of water chi natural treasures that could appear here. There was no doubt that any such treasure would be incredibly special. There was, of course, the chance that a powerful flame might appear as well. That's because when things reach an absolute extreme, they tend toward their opposites, something that Ryu was intimately familiar with. However, he had no way of knowing this for sure. Ryu began to descend with great speed. He wanted to find the bottom of the ocean, the true bottom. If there was anything to be found, it would either be at the barrier of ice above, or the ground below. It would be much rarer for treasures to appear floating aimlessly in the middle. Ryu didn't even bother trying to go upward because that would just be seeking death. Even if a treasure appeared trying to get it would be nothing short of suicide. If even a single strand of that cold touched him he would be finished. No amount of escaping into the void would save him. The journey was unsurprisingly smooth though Ryu tried to be cautious. Although the favor alchemy sky god's words had made it pretty clear that it was almost impossible for creatures to survive down here, wasn't he here? Hadn't the 9-pillar flame sect made it down here? He simply had no way of knowing for sure. Of course, the sect had done most of the heavy lifting for his presence here, but it was a fact that he was here nonetheless. Suddenly, Ryu's brows raised and his caution shot through the roof. Chapter 1263, How? 1263 How? Ryu hadn't even approached it yet but he could also feel the shift. The infinity mist had suddenly gone from incredibly stable to volatile, and down below, he could sense the presence of a fiery fire chi, one that was savage beyond compare. It seemed that he was correct, but this left Ryu in a dilemma. If below was filled with some of the greatest heat known to man, and above was filled with the greatest cold, then didn't that mean there was nothing to benefit from at all? Ryu stood in silence, his gaze narrowed. Indeed, how could it be so easy to take advantage of a place like this? Even if he found a spiritual herb just floating around, the odds that that spiritual herb could kill him with a thought was incredibly high. This was the ninth heaven. Not only was it the ninth heaven, but it was one of the most forbidden regions of the ninth heaven. Even Tao gods didn't dare to casually step foot into this place. A weaker Tao god might not even be able to make it to this location at all. It was naive of him to think that he, as a mortal not even of the sky god realm just yet, could take advantage of this ecosystem. Ryu slowed considerably until he couldn't bear it anymore. He could feel that the pressure on his bubble was slowly increasing as the influence of the infinity mist waned. He was only able to break the void in this place so easily because of the infinity mist in the first place. If he entered a region where the pressure of the ninth heaven could begin to manifest, he would be finished. Ryu sighed internally. It seemed that he wasn't in a position to take advantage of this place at all. Shaking his head, he decisively retreated and began to look for the inheritance in earnest. He was confident in himself, but he wasn't foolish. Risks were only worth taking if there were good odds of survival. If there was even a 10% chance, Ryu would have taken the chance. The benefits would likely far outweigh the detriment. But Ryu couldn't even see 10% odds. Going any further down would incinerate him, plain and simple. Not only that, but as the pressure around his void bubble increased, the more focused chi he would waste and the worse his situation would become. Unless he could get something excellent in return, it simply wasn't worth it. Ryu wandered around for several days, diligently and patiently scanning his surroundings. He was entirely unhurried. Despite the amount of time that had passed, he didn't feel any stress. At that moment, the Favor Alchemy Sky God contacted him with the prepared spiritual herbs. Ryu accepted the transfer of herbs and crossed his legs in the void. With a calm heart, he began to concoct. In truth, the Favor Alchemy Sky God was surprised that they were still alive. Although she hadn't said anything or reacted much, she had thought that their lives were pretty much forfeit at this much. It could be said that the reason she was indifferent to it all was because she had pretty much given up already after seeing Ryu's fate star, plus, she had already died once before. Compared to dying to infinity mist, the Favor Alchemy Sky God believed that she had already experienced the worst kind of death. That slow, helpless death. The kind where you watched your body deteriorate right before your eyes without the ability to stop it. The only reason she was observing the world around her at all was because Ryu had surprised her with the formation of his founding Tao. If not for this, she wouldn't have even bothered to listen to Ryu's voice in the first place. But the fact that they were both alive and breathing was truly a shocking realization to her. She wondered how Ryu was doing it. Ryu finished concocting quite swiftly, but to his surprise, his runes didn't fully solidify. After a moment, though, he understood. It seemed that runes could only fully solidify when there was tribulation lightning involved, but how could a tribulation even sense what was happening down here, let alone descend? A flash of inspiration hit Ryu and his fingers sparked with lightning. His lightning embryo activated and struck down upon his pill. At that moment, the partially solidified runes began to glow and finally condensed. Only then did Ryu pop it into his mouth, allowing his spiritual sea to expand and expand again. His soul swallowed it all like a greedy mistress, taking everything Ryu could throw at it. After a few minutes, Ryu opened his eyes with a relaxed expression. Indeed, there was one treasure that was here that he had entirely neglected, and that was the infinity mist itself. But while it was the most docile, it was also incredibly dangerous. In addition, it had to be remembered that the infinity mist only existed in this incredibly special state. Ryu had reason to believe that if he actually managed to take the infinity mist and he displaced it, the result wouldn't be what he wanted. Without the extreme pressure of the water above, the infinity mist would collapse. First it would form a solid so cold that it might very well kill Ryu directly, and if he managed to survive that it would suddenly expand wildly into a large amount of water. A small handful of infinity mist could probably drown an entire ocean, that was how exaggerated it was. With all the pressure that was here, it had been concentrated to its limits. This infinity mist couldn't be taken lightly at all. So the question was, how could he take advantage of it? Ryu fell into his thoughts. It seemed the only way to succeed would be to find a method of maintaining or simulating this level of pressure, but was that even possible? If he had the strength to apply so much pressure, he would already be undefeatable and this infinity mist would already be useless to him. The logical answer seemed to be to observe the infinity mist and the fundamental runes that made it up and recreate it. But how could he do that if he couldn't observe the infinity mist directly? How? Ryu, whose thoughts had been flowing so smoothly previously, was suddenly stumped. Chapter 1264. He knew 1264. He knew this was quite a dilemma. The 9 pillars worked well in the void, but Ryu knew they wouldn't have a single ounce of usefulness in front of infinity mist. It was currently relying on his comprehension of spatial chi and his spacetime soul nature to be able to do this. From Ryu's understanding, the 9 pillars were designed to prop up the heavens, to find solidity within the earth. However, these two concepts, heaven and earth, were figurative. The earth represented the foundation of the cultivator using it, while the heavens referred to what the cultivator aspired to. So, because Ryu had a foundation of spacetime, his earth, and aspired to enter the void through the use of it, his heaven, it could work in this aspect. In this way, the 9-pillar flame sect was quite similar to the unbalanced art sect in that it allowed one to bridge the gap between what one could do currently and what one would be able to do in the future. When it was framed like this, it gave Ryu a great deal of understanding. Though, of course, this simplified explanation came from Ryu's in-depth comprehension in the first place. This was all to say that Ryu couldn't expect to step out into the infinity mist and use his 9 pillars to protect himself. The only thing that can seem to survive it is my eyes, but I have no idea how long they would last. It wasn't lost on Ryu that his eyes had fared far better than the rest of his body when it came to dealing with this odd mist. But it had to be remembered that he had only spent a fraction of a moment out in it. Although his eyes had fared better, there was no way of telling if this would be an indefinite matter or not. Of course, it would also be very difficult to accept if it truly was indefinite. Because that would mean that Ryu's eyes were more powerful than even the bodies of Tao gods, which just felt like nonsense on its face. Even in all his arrogance, Ryu would never believe such a thing. It was likely more accurate that his eyes were far above his body's current level, but not to the point of being able to ignore any and all damage. Plus, what good was it even if his eyes were immune? It wasn't as though he could separate them from his body. If he stepped out with them now, it would be like leaving 2 treasures behind for whoever the next powerhouse who came here was. All that would be left of him would be 2 floating eyeballs. Ryu fell deeper into his thoughts. Every solution he thought all ran into the same problem. Infinity mist simply didn't allow energy to pass through it. Why can't I observe it properly through the void? What is stopping me? Being in the void made Ryu feel that he was a world away. He could vaguely sense the world around him, which was why he was able to orient and direct himself. But whatever sensory feedback there was ended up greatly diminished by the time they reached him, and they even had to be interpreted through a unique lens. It was akin to trying to observe the world through a funhouse mirror. How could one gain a good picture of fundamental runes like that? Suddenly, Ryu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered back to his time in Sacrum. He had used an immortal cave left behind by his family's clans to distort time and prepare for the biggest battle of his life. However, there was a very large problem that he had to contend with back then, a problem that all those who used time distortion to speed up their progress had to deal with, and that was the distortion of laws. When one was within time dilation, the laws were unclear and distorted. If you tried to meditate on them, to increase your Tao or your inheritances, the result would more than likely be cultivation deviation. Even if you succeeded and weren't harmed, it was more likely than not that you would have cracks and imperfections in your foundation. Of course, most people would have such imperfections even if they weren't in a time-dilated setting. After all, if everyone was perfect, then they'd all have founding Taos and it wouldn't be as rare as it was now. Also, progressing one's Tao wouldn't be so simple and easy. But this wasn't why Ryu had suddenly thought of this. His mind was filled with just a single thought. That distortion, wasn't it very similar to what he was seeing right now? Everyone knew about time dilation and the kind of distortions it could cause. This was a problem even in the true martial world, there was simply no escaping that distortion. But what almost no one talked about was the kind of distortion that space could cause in those same laws. Ryu's gaze flickered. Time caused distortions. Space caused distortions. What about spacetime? When Ryu increased his speed by shrinking the land before him, the resistance he faced was akin to all the chi of the shrunk land bombarding him at once. But when the land hadn't been shrunk, he faced a similar resistance, it just wasn't as violent. At the same time, wasn't time always moving? Just standing here, breathing, he could be said to be experiencing the movement of time. So why was it that those laws didn't feel distorted to him then but did when time was sped up? In both cases, what matters most was the degree to which space and time was moving. Whether it was the distance through which you were observing and moving, or the speed at which the seconds ticked by. That was when it hit Ryu like a speeding wall of steel. There was no such thing as observing undistorted laws. Space was always moving. Time was always moving. By their very definition, laws were always distorted. In fact, their fundamental state was distorted. Ryu's gaze blazed. He knew how he would observe the infinity mist now. Chapter 1265. Simple 1265. Simple. On a one-person scale, the distance through which Ryu tried to meditate was always moving. Depending on how much he tried to observe at once, he would be moving his observations relative to space, and thus experience distortion. On a planetary scale, worlds were constantly moving in relation to one another, shifting and moving themselves through space. Even if by some miracle Ryu managed to nail down the parameters of his observation, it wouldn't matter because the very land he was standing, still, upon was moving. On a solar system scale, on a galaxy-level scale, on a universe's scale. Everything was constantly moving through space. Time was even more obvious. Even if Ryu sat still for the whole of his life, time would continue to move. Even after he died, it would continue to move. It was the most relentless force in all existence, it stopped for no one, and even after the whole world had died and all beings ceased to be, it would continue to move forward. To add an even further layer of complexity, both concepts were relative. Depending on a whole series of complex variables, whether it was time or space, both could be considered to speed up or slow down. These things were constantly changing, shifting and moving. The larger your perspective, the more complex it became and the more difficult it was to nail down properly. These thoughts washed over Ryu like a violent sense of enlightenment. His body trembled once and the entire world seemed to have become still. Ryu knew what this feeling was. He had experienced it once before. It was a natural enlightenment. He thought for a moment that the infinity mist would be able to stop even this, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated the ninth heaven. No, he had underestimated the greater universe. The void's layers seemed to expand like a balloon. All of a sudden, Ryu's bubble, which had only been able to accommodate himself and maybe two others, was granted nigh infinite range. In fact, Ryu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw the floating inheritance in the far-off distance. He could see much further in the void than he could on the real plane. There wasn't the obstruction of chi or landscape or the curvature of the land to stop him. Even seeing out for billions of miles, something impossible even for Tao gods, was suddenly possible and he spotted the inheritance clearly ahead of him. Of course, Ryu knew that this wasn't his own power. This was the result of the heavens descending. Bang! Ryu's body was suddenly ravaged by a wild light. Despite how violent it had initially felt and appeared, his entire being was invaded by a comfort feeling, as though the soft hands of countless goddesses were gently caressing his body. Ryu had had many breakthroughs since coming to the true martial world, but never had he experienced something like this. Even back on Sacrum when his cultivation used to increase by leaps and bounds just because of his insights, he had never experienced such a thing. That was when Ryu seemed to understand something. This wasn't a normal baptizing. This was, it's giving me a talent. Ryu's pupils trembled. This beyond just a natural enlightenment, or maybe this was how natural enlightenments were bestowed upon the people of the true martial world. Ryu could feel that his bone structure was being shattered, and yet he didn't feel even a single ounce of pain. It was a mysterious feeling, almost as though he was in his mother's womb once again, but this time, he had the awareness to watch his body grow and mature. This was the last thing Ryu had expected to happen. He was only trying to figure out a method to observe the infinity mist and he believed that he had. All he had to do was manipulate the flow of space around him until it reached a level of distortion that he could read. In fact, if he manipulated spacetime instead, the results would be even more perfect. He even believed that if he applied this sort of comprehension, then even if he entered a state of time dilation, he wouldn't be affected by it at all as long as it was within his abilities to unwind. Since the space here was so stable thanks to the infinity mist, he had an even easier time unwinding the distortions and as such, he felt that it would be very easy to observe the infinity mist like this. Ryu did know that he had opened up a door, though. He had a faint inkling that if time and space were distorted at once, almost like two sides of the same core, the effect on them would be minimized. In fact, he even had the idea that if he unwound the distortion of space and time that was natural to the world, he would be able to comprehend concepts even faster than he could now. But what he didn't expect was that this casual comprehension would cause such a big change. Even so, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. While it was true that he had casually thought of this deduction was world-changing. While it might not be comparable to inventing fire, it honestly wasn't too far off. Such a fundamental comprehension of space and time, as long as its distortions and where they came from, hadn't been grasped by anyone yet. The idea that cultivators were always experiencing distortions in the laws they observed was something that made obvious sense once one thought about it, and it was so simple that even a child would be able to grasp it if it was explained slowly, but it was simultaneously a fact that could flip the world on its head. And of all the cultivators to ever exist, it was Ryu who had comprehended it. Not only that, but he had birthed a new talent as a result of this comprehension. Chapter 1266. Boundless 1266 Boundless Ryu didn't know how long the comfortable feeling lasted for. In an irony of all ironies, he completely lost track of time, or maybe it was that it had become almost meaningless to him. After he had seen through the final layer of distortion casting a veil over the world, it felt like time and space had just become yet another variable no more complex than any other facet of the world. Most believed time and space were the most complex of the elements, but Ryu couldn't bring himself to feel that way. In fact, he even felt that it was the simplest of them all, the most straightforward, the most fundamental. How could they not be? They were the only two that one would always feel no matter where you were, no matter what you were doing, no matter what your goals or aspirations were, no matter what your station in life might be. Maybe that was why, of all that chi in the world, it was time and space that cultivators would naturally gain some control of as they grew more and more powerful. Transcended sky gods could break through the void even if they had no talent for space to speak of. Tao gods could peer through time, even gaining a recollection of events that had occurred in a certain location so long as it was within a certain limit and the parties were within a certain level of strength. Neither of these abilities necessitated affinity, and maybe that was by design. It was akin to a familiar concept, one so benign and uninteresting that you believed that you had already seen through it completely, and it was also precisely because of this that it was so difficult to step outside of the box, to see what others had not seen, to grasp what was right before you all along. This was a method of viewing time and space that maybe no one else in history had grasped. To call the two most enigmatic elements simple and easy to understand wasn't something even the most arrogant of cultivators would do, even if said individuals had some of the strongest affinities for the two known to man. However, the further along Ryu's body's reconstruction went, the more firm in these ideals he became and smoother his chi seemed to flow. By the end of it, he was so relaxed and assured in himself that even a light smile seemed to appear on his face, his mind peaceful and unhurried. The blinding light came to a slow stop and Ryu opened his eyes. Within them, an unfathomable depth hid. His silver irises seemed just a hint brighter than normal, but the depths of his pupils seemed to have become as deep as an endless abyss. It felt as though his gaze held the entirety of the starry skies within them, the vastness of time and space spreading out like an illusory net. Ryu's hair sparkled with an added sheen. It no longer seemed to be just white as it gave off a faint holy light. Every time it swayed, small motes of light would drift into the air like fireflies, vanishing mere meters away and yet lingering in the psyches of those that saw it. His features had become more refined and otherworldly. Faint lines of imperfection that had been nigh undetectable before seemed to have entirely disappeared. However, it was his temperament that had undergone the largest change. Ryu was always someone who carried an air of indifference and coldness. His more majesty-filled demeanor wouldn't appear unless something triggered it, as was the case for his more maddened and rage-filled side. However, at the moment, his coldness had been replaced by something else. No, it was more accurate to say that it had fused with something else, as though he had merged with the vicissitudes of life and the unfathomable breadth of space. Observing him felt like staring into the cold endlessness of space. That feel of insignificance whether through the span of space or time. A person wasn't even a single speck in front of the breadth of existence. A Tao god's lifespan was nothing significant before the breadth of history. Small, insignificant, meaningless. For those that were weaker of heart, just observing the current Ryu for too long might shatter your Tao heart. When Ryu moved, he felt like his limbs were wading through water. It wasn't that he felt heavy, but that he was brushing up against the lines of reality. It was a completely novel feeling and one that was difficult to describe in any other way. He had reached a point where his ability to see spacetime had gone beyond just that. He could reach out and touch it, he could feel it. Every slight distortion, every tweak, every crevice. It felt as though he could just reach out and twist them as he pleased, manipulating them to his will. Ryu finally looked into his body and what he saw left him a bit stunned. His bones were entirely translucent. It looked as though he had carved them of the finest crystal, but they still weren't perfectly clear. An odd dark fog moved about within them. This fog would twinkle from time to time as though it had bright and shining light to show the world that this fog wouldn't allow it to. As Ryu observed it, he couldn't help but think of one matter. Didn't this look a lot how those ancient books referenced the start of the universe? A wild mass of heated energy, shooting in all directions with a great acceleration. Over time, this mass of fog would begin to slow and cool down, forming the stars and planets, and they knew it today. Every time Ryu moved, so too did this fog, a blazing energy shooting forth and filling his limbs with an endless strength. It seemed both delicate and not, both oppressive and harmless. At the same time, it carried a near-endless amount of mysteries that hurt Ryu's head when he tried to fathom their depths. Boundless Cosmos Bone Structure. Ryu seemed to hear and repeat its name. Chapter 1267. Boundless Cosmos 1267. Boundless Cosmos. This wasn't exactly what Ryu was expecting, though it could be said that he was so lost in the feeling of comfort that he didn't really think much about what his bone structure might have ended up becoming. But in the end, it made sense. It seemed that this new bone structure hadn't entirely destroyed his foundation and built a new one, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Ryu truly wasn't sure. However, he could feel hints of the heavens and chaos he had used to build his previous heavenly chaos bone structure within. Of course, with a name like Boundless Cosmos, this bone structure was bound to carry with it aspect of heaven and chaos. From what Ryu could see, it was simulating the creation of its own universe. Without these two aspects, how could it do such a thing? This was why Ryu felt that it might have just been a coincidence. But then again, he truly didn't understand much about this talent bestowal process. Talents had to appear somehow, they had to be created in the hands of others before they could be passed down. There were many theories on how they occurred, whether by simple evolution, enlightenment like this, or if the heavens simply had a Rolodex that it used a lottery to decide upon who prospered and who lived a life of mediocrity. It might even be all three. Who knew? Maybe from now on, Ryu's Boundless Cosmos bone structure would appear in this Rolodex and the next genius to be blessed with it might be born in this coming generation or the next. But, as of now, these details meant little to Ryu. What he cared more about was what this bone structure could do, and if it was a worthy step forward or if it was a step back. He felt exceptionally powerful right now, but it was hard to tell if this bone structure had a better potential than the one he was creating. That was because this bone structure was built off of his sudden enlightenment toward spacetime, while his previous bone structure was perfectly curated for him. One of Ryu's biggest problems was the balancing of his bloodlines. Did this bone structure have a balanced character? Would it be able to deal with his bloodlines? Things seemed fine for now, and everything had gone smoothly, but this region was an odd one to begin with. It was hard to tell if his bloodlines had accepted the new status quo, or if they were just waiting to leave the suppression of this hellhole to unleash a new kind of hell in his body. Then there were other useful parts of his previous bone structure like speed of cultivation. Being able to cultivate through the pores of his skin was a huge benefit. When it was paired with his embryonic chi, his cultivation speed was simply blinding. One helped with speed while the other cleansed him, removed impurities, and solidified his foundation. Of course, another large reason this was so beneficial was because of his meridians. After all, his previous bone structure was limited in talent, it was only because of his meridians that its effects in cultivation speed could be so exaggerated. But without that synergy, would he still be able to benefit the same way? And, of course, there was the most troublesome issue, and that was whether or not he would have enough information about this bone structure of his to make educated choices about his future to begin with. He had all the information he could ever need about his ice jade crystal body at his fingertips. As for his heavenly chaos bone structure, he was creating it himself, who could have a better understanding of it than him? But now there was this sudden change and this great bestowal, but it might very well come with the consequence of having to feel around in the dark for his next step forward. The best example of this were his meridians. He had to be cautious with every step because he simply had no way of knowing for certain what his next step should be. If he now had to do that with his bone structure as well, it might become more trouble than it was worth even if its eventual potential was higher than that of his heavenly chaos bone structure. The worst part was that at least his chaotic silk meridians would give him feedback on whether or not he was headed in the right direction, but there was simply no reason for his boundless cosmos bone structure to do the same thing. These were all thoughts that Ryu had almost instantly. Others might have been lost in the ecstasy of the moment, but he wasn't one to get lost in his past achievements, even if said past achievements had occurred just minutes ago. Even so, the moment Ryu started intently observing his boundless cosmos bone structure, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He felt like he could intimately understand it. Was this a reward for being the one to birth this talent? Or was it because of his founding Tao? Ryu turned his attention to his meridians and then his spiritual foundation just to check, but as expected, although he could gain a faint inkling of the path forward for them, far clearer than the past, it wasn't nearly as sharp as it was for his bone structure. The very first thing that Ryu noticed was the boundless strength coursing through his body. There were certain bone structures that would cause unique changes to vital chi, the base energy used in body realm cultivation. In fact, after fusing with the 9 pillars, Ryu's vital chi had gained a faint suppression characteristic that came from the earth character of the pillars. But compared to that suppression, this was on a whole other level. Ryu felt that he could naturally fuse the vicissitudes of time and space into his casual punches, but this was the more complex aspect of his bone structure. What was more simple and straightforward was the boundless energy and power. As though the Big Bang was fueling his body, a single punch from Ryu would feel like colliding with a celestial body, and maybe in the future, it would truly feel as though the weight of the cosmos was behind him. Chapter 1268. Anything 1268 Anything This feeling gave Ryu a feeling of weight that went beyond just his body. He felt as though he was wielding an energy countless leagues beyond bronze resonance chi. Just in terms of heft and density, it was impossible even to compare the two. But what was especially mystical about it was the fact that Ryu didn't feel as though the power came from his body. It was as though he was accessing a strength that was beyond the limits of himself, extending beyond a reasonable time and space. It took him a while to understand even with the current strength of his mind. But after a while, Ryu realized that it was exactly because of that. The laws of the world had a looser restriction on him all of a sudden. He wasn't moving and acting through distortions anymore. His strength, his chi, his power, were all as pure as they came. Even the source itself extended beyond the current realm around him. He ground beneath his feet and the skies above his head. It was difficult to explain it more clearly. It was a mystical feeling that even Ryu himself couldn't quite grasp, but it simultaneously felt as natural to him as breathing. Extended from this, Ryu felt that the limitations of the void in space were much looser on him as well. He was certain that he could enter the void even without relying on the unbalanced mantra and quivering spectral wings. In addition to this, the distance that he could cross and move through in a single bound had been accelerated greatly. Beyond this, he felt that his control over time had increased significantly as well. In the past, he hid this ability for 2 reasons. First, because this affinity was especially rare, so rare that even in dozens of generations, a single person with such an affinity might not appear. Secondly, it was too excellent of a trump card. Saving it for use at the right time was far better than using it randomly and giving his potential enemies the chance to prepare for it. Ryu understood the way of the world and he knew that no power was infallible. Any affinity, when taken to an extreme, could be exceptionally powerful. That was especially the case since he felt that time and space were actually the simplest of them all. So, though his affinity was rare, he chose to hide it. Of course, there was another reason for this, and that was because the amount of stamina it took was absolutely ridiculous. Now, however, using time felt so simple that Ryu actually felt that it was faintly easier to use than even his spatial element, which had already been greatly improved. It was hard to believe, but Ryu was certain that this wasn't just his imagination. Ryu realized now that hiding his time affinity as a trump card now wasn't in his best interest. Since there wasn't the burden of difficulty anymore, the losses outweighed the gains. With his bone structure, masking the fact that it was actually his soul nature was much easier. Compared to souls, bone structures were much more difficult to steal, that was because snatching them required essentially giving up your body. Unless you were a person who only had a soul left to begin with, you wouldn't do so. And if you were already at that point to begin with, then you might as well snatch an entire body. If Ryu was going to be scared of even such an outcome, he might as well stop cultivating altogether. The next thing Ryu noticed was a change to his blood vessels. Ryu's original body was a complex network of swirling black silk and the dense veins and arteries of a body realm cultivator. Outside of being thicker than usual, Ryu's blood vessels weren't very special, especially not when compared to geniuses of the higher heavens. However, his blood vessels emitted a dull silver color that was only a shade or two away and a bit of loss in luster from gray. Intertwining with the silky black, it looked quite beautiful, albeit not very human. It looked more like a complex and layered three-dimensional abstract sculpture rather than the body of a living, breathing being. These blood vessels were where the oddity of Ryu's bone structure could influence the vital chi of his blood, but interestingly enough, it seemed to have a calming effect on his bloodlines. There were several kinds of bone structures in existence. Ones that could influence bloodlines, ones that couldn't. Ones that granted affinities, one that didn't. Ones that could bolster defenses, ones that were strictly offensive. There were even bone structures that could influence any number of pillars, even one's spiritual foundation. Ryu's was clearly a bone structure that could directly influence his bloodlines. In fact, since it had rebuilt his circulatory system, it was networked connectivity with his meridians and inner organs as well. When Ryu saw how docile his bloodlines were even without his ice jade crystal body, he sighed a breath of relief. After this, he began to analyze why this might be and came to a quick understanding. Just like was the case with his strength, his odd silvery gray energy that churned within his bone and fused with his vital chi seemed to displace him from the influence of the world around him, allowing him to surpass some of the restrictions that many faced. Why was it that fire and ice couldn't mix? Why was it that his dragon bloodline hated his Qilin bloodline? Why were his bloodlines constantly pushing and tugging against one another when they had already been born into the same body already? Wouldn't it be in their best interest to be silent and obedient? But then it hit Ryu. One could argue that fire and ice couldn't mix because of their innate properties, and this would be true enough. But Ryu's greatest struggle with his bloodline was the result of three Emperor line bloodlines being within him. The Emperor Phoenix, the Fire Dragon and the Lightning Qilin were all the rulers of their own races. They abhorred the idea of sharing a body and having to dim their dominance. But how did these bloodlines know that they were kings and emperors? Once again, it came back to one thing: faith. Why was it that Ryu had struggled to dual-wield his spears? The glaive, the halberd. Why was it that when he battled Starlight he was forced to abandon his greatsword staffs because they were hindering him more than helping? It all came back to faith. When he was fighting Starlight, he found that his sword god aura was unrefined and limited, but that wasn't because of his own flaws, but rather because it was resisting his application of it to his greatsword staff. Realizing the problem, he had no choice but to throw his greatsword staffs to the side and use his fists alone. Using a fist god's aura on his fists had no such bottleneck at all, and he was able to freely flow in the midst of battle and even suppress Starlight in terms of pure battle skill. This was the same premise matched with the issue of his bloodlines. They were all bound by the strings of karma and the chains of faith. He was carrying not only his bloodlines, but all the memories of his predecessors, and was further tied by their faith and fate. He couldn't do as he pleased with his bloodlines because they would always be tied down in this matter. Normally, although he had the ability, Ryu preferred to keep his dragon and Qilin bloodline separate, for example. It was more powerful to fuse them together, but his stamina when doing so was too easily limited and the backlash was great. This was why after he gained control, he rarely used the both at the same time. But now, Ryu's pupils couldn't help but constrict. The bounds of the world seemed to have vanished. After this odd gray energy fused with his vital chi, it loosened the restrictions on his bloodline. His ice jade crystal body and his heavenly chaos body worked by forcing a balance on his bloodlines. But his boundless cosmos bone structure removed the need for balance between his bloodlines entirely because it separated him from the bounds of fate. No, this might not be completely accurate. It was more like it had replaced the bounds of faith that had once tied him down with new chains, but these chains found their roots within his own world, his own universe. In this world, the Fire Dragon, the Lightning Qilin and the Emperor Phoenix bloodlines didn't know they were kings. His spear didn't know that it was designed to be used with two hands. His sword god aura didn't know that it couldn't be applied to a greatsword staff with great ease. Ryu had a completely blank slate, a slate he could use to write anything. Chapter 1269, Variables. 1269 Variables. This wasn't just a small change, it was huge. However, Ryu's reaction wasn't greatly exaggerated. His vision was further, and though he saw the benefits of this matter, he also immediately saw the potential downsides. What did it really mean to be separated from faith? Would the talents of his bloodlines still carry the same power? What about their deterrence toward and pressure upon other bloodlines? What about their cultivation methods? Would the same methods still work, or would he have to create all new ones? How much would he be able to decide about them from now on? And how much of this freedom was good freedom rather than being left with a bevy of too many choices? One might think that this freedom was a good thing, but having too many choices was just as bad as having too little. There was a reason that the best method of cultivation was to fuse all of one's talents into a single powerful path. Often that was what a Tao represented in the first place. Usually, even when well-established matters were inconvenient, there was a reason that things had evolved as they did. When you started arbitrarily picking and choosing, randomly shifting and changing things, you would cause more issues than solutions. Ryu faced such a situation now. It was annoying that his bloodlines clashed, but it was also a reminder that they weren't perfectly designed to be synergized in the first place. It was akin to the feeling of pain. Feeling pain seemed annoying and like something one would intuitively want to get rid of, but those who couldn't feel pain were constantly in true danger of dying without even being aware. Much the same, the clashing of Ryu's bloodlines was a reminder to him of the issues of their coexistence. Of course, it wouldn't be as exaggerated as him dying without knowing what happened, but what could happen is his bloodlines weakening without his knowledge. If he fitted them together inappropriately, they would shave at the sharp edges of one another, effectively dulling their blades overall. This was the problem with unlimited freedom, but Ryu was still calm after realizing this as well. He was a herbologist. He was very much used to using the characteristics, often very complex characteristics and wildly variable ones, to force the best outcomes. Compared to this, his body was an even easier canvas to work on because rather than dealing with the variability of the environment, his body was a closed system entirely under his control. In addition, though his bloodlines could now exist without the original chains of their faith, that didn't mean that the compendium had become useless, because the separation only functioned within his body and under the presence of his bone structure. He could still pull his blood out of his body and allow it to reconnect with the faith of the world in that way. In fact, this would be a useful way of testing his progress. Even so, Ryu knew that he had to be quite cautious from now on. He could very easily steer down the wrong path now if he wasn't careful. In fact, it was even possible that, if he wasn't cautious enough, he might accidentally erase one of his bloodlines. This would happen if he strengthened one too much more than another, or in any number of other situations. Maybe I should just. Ryu hesitated. In his strongest state, he fused all of his bloodlines into one, activating them in unison. He had only done it once before in battle when he faced off against Starlight. He had felt exceptionally powerful back then, but it took up a great deal of focus chi. Now, thanks to his origin flame, it would take up less focus chi to enter that state, and he could maintain it for far longer despite the fact his bloodlines had become much stronger since then. However, if he fused all his bloodlines into one right this moment and formed a Draco Phoenix bloodline, the difficulty in entering this state would probably vanish. In truth, the difficulty now was already greatly minimized thanks to his bone structure alone. But taking this step would make that incredibly powerful state his default. It would also minimize the risk of taking the wrong path in the future. And, of course, this fusion was only possible thanks to the absence of faith pulling them apart and resisting. But for the same reasons it benefited, it was highly risky as well. It was hard to simulate what would happen if he did this. What would happen to his ice and fire talents? How would the death chi of his dark phoenix blood match with the life chi of his ice phoenix? What about the emperor characteristics of his lightning Qilin, fire dragon and emperor phoenix bloodlines? Would they fuse together, becoming even stronger? Or would their different characteristics cancel each other out, stripping him their power entirely? Would he still be able to access his heavenly patterns? What about his other talents? Would they evolve? Would they be dissolved? Would they fuse and become all new talents he had to unlock once again? Or would they all be available to him instantly? The number of variables were far too numerous and Ryu's current Tao didn't seem capable of parsing them all. There were too many and it seemed that even his founding Tao had reached its limits. Ryu shook his head. He felt that it would be far too reckless to take such a step until his Tao was powerful enough to cover its entire scope. Although the shackles of his bloodlines had been loosened, their history, namely all of the evolutions they had undergone through the years, along with his own unique genetics, had not disappeared at all. That length of history was too much to account for, especially when it was the histories of all 5 of some of the most powerful bloodlines in all of existence. Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered as he thought of something. Chapter 1270. Incongruency. 1270 Incongruency. There was another thing that was greatly tied to fate, and that was which talents awakened and which ones didn't. Theoretically, now that Ryu had been freed from such chains, he should be able to more casually unlock the talents of his bloodlines. Without the chains of karma deciding which talents were supremely powerful and which ones were more rare occurrences, they would all have the same difficulty of awakening. This, of course, wasn't too huge a deal for Ryu. This was because of his most powerful talents, he had already awakened a large portion of them. What was holding him back was the bottleneck the strength of his bloodlines placed on him, a bottleneck that was still here even without these invisible chains. Ryu's thought, though, was actually quite simple. While his bone structure erased chains, he also happened to have a method of adding them. That being, obviously, the chains that he had taken from the martial gods. He wondered if he purposely chained his own bloodlines, sealing away his own talents, and then attempted the fusion, if that would be able to limit the variables he had to account for at once. This felt like taking 2 steps back for the sake of taking just 1 forward, but that wasn't the case at all. Despite the fact he had awakened so many powerful talents, they were useless without the backing of powerful bloodlines. They were akin to a fancy car frame with an old and worn engine under the hood. It simply wasn't worth it. By chaining his talents, it would be akin to forcing certain genes into dormancy and simplifying everything to the greatest extent. Then, after completing the initial fusion, he could slowly unfurl the rest, slowly pulling them together like a zipper, 1 step at a time. The question was, how much did Ryu believe in this method? If the end result was something worthwhile, even if the road was bumpy, he would take it. But what if it wasn't? One had to understand that the chains were just a temporary measure. Just releasing them one by one would just be working Ryu toward the same inevitable result of the full brunt of his bloodlines having to clash with one another. There was a very real possibility that Ryu would reach a point where he couldn't unseal any more of his talents for fear of regressing instead of advancing like he should. This was just reality. There was nothing in the cultivation world that came with great ease, even if you had a founding Tao on your side. But the real question was, even if he one day reached that point, would his fused bloodline still be stronger than his current state? Or, more accurately, what he could have accomplished if he never fused them at all? Or not? Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have the answer to that either. I'm treating this fusion as though it's irreversible, but I don't think it is. Ryu's eyes glowed. As long as he was willing to withstand some pain, something that he was never afraid to do, unfusing his bloodlines could happen at any time. In fact, with as fast as his mind worked now, he could already figure out how. He would have to extract his own blood essence, separate it from his boundless cosmos bone structure, and then infuse it into his body once more. It would be a long, drawn-out and painful process. The more powerful he had become at the time, and the more fused his bloodlines were, the harder it would be. Since there's a way back, why hesitate? Ryu's gaze turned somewhat fierce. His aura shifted and a suffocating pressure came from him. It seemed to extend beyond what a human should have been capable, like chains of the heavens descending to suffocate everything. The images of chains descending filled his irises before flooding the corners of his body. Ryu restrained his talents one after another, even the ones he had yet to awaken. Dragon Soul, Dragon Claw, Storm, Lightning God, Yin Water Seed, Ice Flame, Death Flame. Counterintuitively, Ryu felt as though his body was getting lighter and more relaxed. He hadn't even realized the kind of pressure these talents had been forcing on him until this very moment. It was as though the heavens had been punishing him for holding on to strength that was far beyond him. His blood flowed more freely, his breaths came with greater ease, and he could even feel the strength of his bone structure even more clearly than the past. Ryu's gaze flashed and an incomparable comfort spread throughout his body. At that instant, he understood the incongruence within him. He had awakened talents that only the greatest geniuses of the Phoenix, Dragon and Qilin race should have access to, but he had the bloodline only the weakest of them would have. This imbalance was caused by the fact he was born in Sacrum and as such, the standard he needed to reach to awaken these talents was much lower. But the true martial world obviously didn't care about that. That was when it hit Ryu like a ton of bricks. It wasn't just the likes of Starlight who was facing suppression of the lower heavens, so was he. The difference was that he didn't have a more powerful talent to offset it. Of course, this suppression only impacted his bloodlines and his body realm cultivation, which was probably why his body didn't feel as powerful as it should have been after he formed his heavenly chaos bone structure. But it all seemed to make sense now. The suppression added with the weakness of his bloodline in trying to support talents that were beyond it made his body sluggish and weak. At that moment, the rush of silvery gray fog churning from Ryu's bone structure suddenly accelerated its movement speed and the strength of his boundless cosmos bone structure surged. There was no doubt in Ryu's mind right then that the grade of his bone structure was no less than that of his Tao. This was the feeling of releasing an origin grade talent, a talent of the Tao God grade. He clenched his fists as his body trembled with ecstasy. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed his bloodlines together the moment the last of his talents was fused. Chapter 1271, Fusion 1271 Fusion. Ryu felt time dilate. He realized there was a natural shift in time within his body, as though he had his own personal time dilation whenever he entered a state of cultivation. He understood immediately that this was one of the innate abilities of his bone structure. He could actually dilate time depending on the strength of his vital chi, speeding up his cultivation speed with great ease without suffering even the slightest bit of distortion. Ryu faintly nodded to himself. This was probably the basic ability that underlaid on the extended benefits of his bone structure, and it made sense that he would have it. This was what he had been reflecting on to begin with when he had a breakthrough in comprehension, so the fact that the heavens had gifted him this sort of ability seemed to be in line with expectations. This, of course, made things even easier on Ryu. Speed was only a factor of time and distance traveled. Now that he had such a great grasp of time and space, everything within his body seemed to be within his grasp. He seemed to have broken away from speed, from acceleration. Everything came easy, almost as though he was standing on another plane of existence. No matter how hard a two-dimensional creature pushed, it would always be weaker than a three-dimensional creature. That was the kind of feeling Ryu had as he fused his bloodlines. He brought them together, weaving their complex network of genes and mutations together. His skin rippled with a delicate white gold light. A process that should have been complex, difficult, not to mention painful, came as easy as breathing. Ryu felt that even his passive time dilation was 10 times. This meant that for every second that passed, he could speed up the process within his body by 10 seconds. A day was 10 days. A year was 10 years. However, this was still just the tip of the iceberg, as he felt he could accelerate it more in exchange for this odd silvery gray fog. From Ryu's calculations, he could speed up his time dilation to as much as 100 times. However, Ryu would only be able to keep this up for a small time, about an hour from his estimates. It wouldn't be worthwhile unless he was in a truly dire situation where he needed to squeeze 4 days' time into a single hour. But other than that, it was much easier to maintain his passive strength in this way. As a result of this, too, the outside world, Ryu's process of fusion was not only smooth, but it was astoundingly fast. He sat in his pocket of the void, the surroundings completely unable to pressure him any longer. Even without the 9 pillars, he felt that he could stay within the void indefinitely. Although the layers of the void had closed and the distant inheritance ground had suddenly vanished, Ryu was unmoved. At this point, he was very much confident that he could find it again with an easy degree of difficulty. Boom! A dull boom echoed within Ryu's body, his muscle fibers growing like the wild vine of trees and his body expanding. He went from a person of sleek, lean mass, to a thick, bulbous bodybuilder. The steel-like cords of his muscles pulsed wildly. Ryu could feel that this strength was coming from an entanglement of his fire dragon and lightning Qilin bloodlines. Much of their hidden underlying strength was being forced out by Ryu right this moment, causing them to quickly force his body to compensate for the surging power. In the past, Ryu's strength had been limited. With the overlapping of his bloodlines, bits and pieces of them were restricted so as to make room for the others, for a total of 5,000 Jin as his baseline. Of course, in the true martial world, that baseline was much higher after his recultivation, but they were still individually limited by one another. In Sacrum, he had lost 1,000 Jin. While his baseline should have been 6,000, it ended up being just 5,000. However, in the true martial world, it was even more exaggerated. He lost what felt like more than half. Even more if one considered the fact that these bloodlines weren't at their full potential just yet. Being able to feel the full strength now was truly shocking. It felt like so much power that should have been his long ago was being unearthed and dredged up. However, Ryu had no desire to be such a muscular man. Much of his cultivation journey up until now, Ryu had emphasized flexibility. Of course, that was because the balance aspect of his ice jade crystal body had made it very much easy for him to do so. It would have been foolish of him to not focus on it when it was such a large part of his potential. Even so, flexibility was more important for reasons beyond just matching the path of his bone structure. Speed of reaction in battle, being able to maximize the strength within you, minimizing the chances of injury. These were all important aspects that flexibility allowed. Although it wouldn't be impossible to maintain his current level of fitness with such large muscles, not only was he not quite a fan of the aesthetic, it would also be undeniably much harder. Ryu chose to chain the overflowing strength coursing through his body and began to focus on concentrating the flesh of his muscles. He circulated the methods of the Shadowlight Sky God, using the clashing of his bloodlines as a proxy for the clashing of light and shadow. With the sped-up time, his body quickly acclimated and adjusted to the energy. When his muscles shrank to an adequate size, Ryu would release the chains, and being the process all over again. He was patient and unhurried. Even with the time dilation, the days began to quickly pass in the outside world, but Ryu showed no signs of moving. Suddenly, on a day almost 2 months later, his eyes suddenly snapped open, a wild pressure surging out from him. The most shocking and immediate change was to Ryu's eyes. If one looked deeply into them, it was possible to see a ring of white gold just around his pupils. At first glance, it looked like the reflect of a ring of light, but after several moments, it would become apparent that this was actually a part of Ryu's irises themselves. Aside from this, it looked like nothing had changed about Ryu at all. His face was still shockingly handsome, his body was slim, well-proportioned, and looked to have a hidden, explosive strength within its tightly coiled fibers, and his hair was still a gentle white color, although it did give off a faint light of its own external from the outside world's reflections. When Ryu moved his wrist and looked at the back of his hand, for a split moment there seemed to be a flash of light that reflected the line of a row of transparent, crystalline scales. But just as quickly as they appeared, they vanished. Even so, Ryu could almost feel them, as though they were a new organ beneath his skin. Even without testing it, Ryu knew that his durability had been raised to an extreme level. Although Ryu's body had always been strong, that was only relative. His bones were used to being quite fragile and weak, so the power he could output was artificially limited. At the same time, his skin and muscles, which were extensions of his bone structure, were docile and soft as a result as well. But now, he not only had a bone structure that carried an enormous amount of weight with it. Ryu could feel that his bloodline was now firmly within the omniscient grade, the very peak of it, in fact. With all its talents sealed, Ryu only had access to his affinities and this raw strength, but even then, the results were actually so exaggerated. His next life extinction had suddenly become even more important. While he was reconstructing his body to enter the 9 life revolutions realm, he would be able to gain some keen insight about this new, nameless bloodline and the kind of things he could do. Ryu gripped his fists and released, strong pulsing lights forming. With a thought, a layer of white gold scales appeared, somewhat reflecting an opal depth before he released and exhaled. He felt as though the power of the world was in his hands, and the best part was that it felt easy, as smooth as breathing, as natural as his gait. Ryu lowered his hand. Although he hadn't gotten what he had expected out of this trip, it was much more fulfilling in the end. Personal strength would always be more important than external treasures. Without the infinity mist restricting and solidifying the space here, making it far more docile than Ryu had ever seen, who knows how long it would have taken him to comprehend the truth of time and space. I'll come back to this place when I'm stronger. But first, Ryu took a breath and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 1272. How tragic 1272. How tragic this breakthrough had all begun with Ryu's attempt to claim a small piece of this nigh infinite infinity mist for himself, so now that he felt that he could, how could he forget about taking advantage? Now, Ryu could finally clearly see through the distortion of the void. It was entirely unable to harm his comprehension in the slightest. Ryu found that his eyes were even sharper now than they had been in the past. There was a nice positive feedback loop between his bone structure, his soul nature and his eyes. In fact, there was also the included benefit of the blood vessels running through his eyes as well. Whenever Ryu pushed his eyes past their normal limits in the past, they would begin to bleed. This made quite a lot of sense as the blood vessels in the eyes also happened to be some of the most sensitive. But, now that his eyes had become maybe the sturdiest part of his body, it was highly unlikely for this to happen. That said, this wasn't the most important part of his new discovery. In the past, his bloodline had almost no effect on his visual prowess despite running through this eyes. Even now, they didn't, and that was of course because none of his bloodlines had any sort of eye talents, at least not any that he had managed to awaken. And even, if there were, the likelihood that they could boost anything in his eyes, when they were already so powerful to begin with, was next to nothing. However, the silvery gray fog of his bone structure, something Ryu had thought to name Cosmos Fog, was different. Just like it fused with his vital chi along the rest of his body, so too did it fuse with the blood vessel running in his eyes. This made Ryu feel as though he could tap into quite a host of eye-related abilities, but this was beside the point for now. He had a feeling that he would be learning a lot more about his bone structure over time because the impact it had on his body was much larger than even he was aware currently. What was most important was that this Cosmos Fog allowed Ryu's previous ability of seeing through spatial nodes and ripples in time even sharper. To say that it was sharper didn't do the change quite enough justice. Ryu almost felt as though he was looking at an entirely different world. He could peer into the two-dimensional folds of the void when unopened as easily as he could look up into the sky. At the same time, he could watch the distortions in the laws unravel themselves as though it was his own observation forcing them into a straightened position. He didn't need to put any effort into unwinding these distortions at all, they just naturally presented themselves to him in the simplest light possible. Just like that, Ryu was able to see the fundamental runes of the Infinity Mist in their most vibrant state. It almost felt like he had cracked open a book, and the tale of the unique force of nature before him was laid bare. He could observe its every curve and crevice, his mind feeling completely at ease. That was when Ryu found something quite interesting. This Infinity Mist was actually quite a beautiful feat of chaos, and yet a picture-perfect example of order at the same time. It was far more in line with himself than he had guessed, and it was fascinating. This Infinity Mist had gone so far beyond the normal laws of physics, pushed to the brink and then stepping beyond. It was under so much pressure that rather than becoming solid like it should have, it actually became a gas. How was this not unlike Ryu's own beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation? They almost felt like two peas in a single pod. Ryu wondered. A flash of light passed through Ryu's gaze and a pulse of power extended from his eyes. It was a completely novel feeling, different from the effect of the powers he was used to using with his eyes, and yet it still felt so completely natural all the while. A small whirlpool formed before him and a string of Infinity Mist came forward. At this point, the Infinity Mist should have unleashed itself, first becoming a large block of ice, before quickly drowning Ryu in a tsunami-like wave of water. But what was especially beautiful was that it had been wrapped in a layer of silvery gray fog, none other than Ryu's Cosmos Fog. Ryu had realized just now that using his Cosmos Fog, he could change the laws in a small area. By copying the existing fundamental runes of the Infinity Mist that he had just witnessed, he could allow it to stay in its default state, its most comfortable state. As a result, the Infinity Mist likely didn't even realize that it had entered the void, it probably felt that it was still floating amidst its own kind. There didn't seem to be a great application for this at this moment since Ryu could only use this ability on such a small scale and only manipulate a few laws at a time, but he could imagine the kind of effect it would have when he became far stronger. In fact, he might even be able to use it now to completely counter some abilities of his enemies. Ryu tossed this to the back of his mind for the moment and brought the Infinity Mist forward, and in a feat that would make others feel that he had completely lost his mind. He actually swallowed it. A stream of silver gray fog and gentle blue mist came forward together, falling into Ryu's mouth and moving down his throat and into his body at a controlled pace. Ryu's actions could only be said to be completely and entirely reckless. It had to be remembered that just a small piece of Infinity Mist, although it seemed harmless, the moment it didn't feel the insane pressure of billions of miles of ocean pressing down on it, it would explode forth. A small handful of Infinity Mist was probably enough to drown the entire first heaven, and yet Ryu had allowed that into his body. But he had a very good reason for this, and that was seeing what his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation would do if it came into contact with such a thing. Ryu felt, initially, that his spiritual foundation had a copying ability, but he didn't think that this was necessarily true in the ground scheme. It felt like he was missing something. But then again, his spiritual foundation had begun to produce those chains for him. What other ability could it possibly have if not a copy ability? However, after Ryu's Tao became a founding Tao, he began to question it. Why would a spiritual foundation known for breaking its limits have a copying ability? It might still be possible to deduce if there was a long chain of abilities that could simulate it, but Ryu wasn't familiar enough with his spiritual foundation to know this. In addition, the chains were actually somewhat unique. After all, his spiritual foundation had spent almost 1 billion years restricted by those chains, causing it to be intimately familiar with them. It could be said that his spiritual foundation had gained a unique comprehension of its overall this time, thus allowing its replication. If one thought about the ability of spiritual foundations, this wasn't unacceptable. In the cosmic seed realm, one planted the seeds of one's godhood in the future. In the world's sea realm, you grew these seeds and used their roots to shatter your spiritual foundation from a solid state into a vast sea, allowing you to finally access the world of energy within it. In the sky god realms, this vast energy became the foundation upon which cultivators built up their paths, their worlds, their godhoods. This was all to say that all spiritual foundation had a copy ability. They were able to map onto themselves the Tao of their owner, growing along with them. For Ryu's own spiritual foundation to be able to graft onto itself a treasure of such a level wasn't impossible. In fact, it would be more odd if it had been unable to do so. But that didn't mean it had a copying ability. Even so, Ryu felt that there was a line connecting his spiritual foundation and this infinity mist. While his spiritual foundation might not have a copying ability, what it did have was an existence intimately familiar with infinity mist. Ryu wanted to see how it would react to its appearance. Slowly, but surely, Ryu fed the infinity mist through his body, using his cosmos fog as a layer of protection between it and the rest of him. He knew how much danger he was putting himself in, but his expression had never changed even a single time. Others might find this to be dangerous, but he was exceptionally calm. Ryu's gaze narrowed as the infinity mist crossed the final barrier, entering through the delicate white strands of his second set of meridians. Nothing happened, nothing at all. But Ryu realized that this was because his spiritual foundation didn't have much of an effect on his cosmos fog, though this made sense. His cosmos fog didn't follow a path, it was nothing more than a blank slate. There was nothing to push beyond perfect extreme. Ryu's gaze sharpened. It seemed he would have to take a risk after all. Don't disappoint me, or else we'll be dying together. Although Ryu thought this, he had a mad grin on his face. What a tragedy it would be if he died right after such an enormous breakthrough. Even so, without the slightest hesitation, Ryu dispersed his cosmos fog, unleashing the infinity mist. Chapter 1273, How? 1273 How? Ryu's gaze sharpened, his senses reaching the most heightened sense they could. Whenever he risked his life like this, he didn't do so recklessly. Although there was an inherent risk involved, he always felt that he had adequate reasons to do so. When he came to this world, he knew there was something dangerous on the other side. However, he had believed that what benefits he could gain were beyond what detriment there was, and in the end, he had been correct. This time, he was facing off against his own limits, bringing into his body a substance that even Tao gods feared in high enough quantities. He was nothing short of a madman, but he had a sure belief in his spiritual foundation as well. Ryu had certain thoughts about the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. He had always thought that the martial gods had decided to target him, and then chose to seal away his spiritual foundation and his soul. But what if his premise was wrong from the very beginning? What if the sealing of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had little to do with Ryu himself? If one thought about it, the entire interaction that Ryu had with the martial gods of Sacrum was quite odd. One had to remember that Ryu had only dealt with the very fringe branch members of the martial gods. Alina's mother was only one of countless wives and concubines her father had. If it wasn't because Alina's mother had greater ambition than just this, maybe the martial gods wouldn't have come in the first place. Of course, this theory had some holes in it. That was because the Ruin Master Guild was very much involved in this matter as well. It was clear that Sacrum had some special place in the thoughts of the powerhouses of the martial world, it was just that they weren't able to enter due to the suppression of the heavens. But this was still somewhat countered as well. Even though the top-tier powerhouses couldn't enter, Alina's father could. So why hadn't he? In the Ruin Master Guild, why hadn't they sent more powerful experts? There was a potential explanation for this, of course. Back then, before Sacrum had weakened, or more accurately, Shrine Mountain, it was even more difficult for powerful existences to enter Sacrum. However, that explanation would have only been good enough for a Ryu who had no reference for how powerful the people of the true martial world. To put this matter into proper perspective, as a Path Extinction Realm expert, Ryu had been able to crush World Sea Realm experts. During that battle, he had even been able to crush Sky God Realm experts of the martial gods, though he had relied on his eyes to do so. Ryu, back then, was thought about to be among the weakest talents of the true martial world. Although he was a top-tier genius of Sacrum, that meant nothing in this place. That was the reality. What was this all to say? The shocking part of all of this was that if you took an absolute genius of the ninth heaven and sent them to Sacrum instead, wouldn't they be able to crush Sacrum even easier? So why hadn't they done this? Why had they allowed such weaklings to come in the first place? As he was thinking of this, Ryu's mind suddenly flashed with a thought and he felt like everything slipped into place. This line of thought all started with just a single thought. How had the martial gods found Sacrum to begin with? What had triggered their curiosity over the world? What if the martial gods never cared about Ryu to begin with? What if, instead, they had noticed the birth of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, and instead of allowing it to grow and waiting for it to pick its owner, they decided to chain it ahead of time? This seemed to be in line with the actions of those powers. They didn't like the idea of anyone rising up and growing enough to be able to threaten them in the future, so it was in their best interest to take out whatever talents that had the capability of turning the tides ahead of time. With that sort of thought in mind, Ryu might have never been the target to begin with. His spiritual foundation was the target from the very beginning and he just occurred to be the talent connected to it. So how did all of this tie back? If Ryu was correct, the martial gods sealed his spiritual foundation and left it at that. To them, he was already a cripple who would never be able to cultivate, and even if he got a new spiritual foundation through an inheritance, they never had much respect for such cultivators to begin with, and even beyond that, who cared if he got a lesser spiritual foundation anyway? If his new spiritual foundation was a threat to them, they would have already long since sealed it. Ryu guessed that he was forgotten at that point, but maybe someone, out of curiosity, decided to trace where his spiritual foundation would have gone had they allowed it to be awakened. As a result of that, Sacrum was found and the peculiarity of its shrines were also exposed. But with this in mind, it had to be comprehended that the only people bored enough to do this in an attempt to find an opportunity would be the weak to begin with. In order for a smaller world to birth a talent that the martial gods felt they had to seal no matter what, there was a chance that this world had something special about it. Of course, these odds were quite small. After all, worlds of all shapes and sizes could birth talents of all kinds. No matter the world, they had access to a great pool of talents, all of which were interconnected. If not, how could Ryu possibly improve his talents like he was doing now? However, even in such cases, there were odd exceptions. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was so impossibly rare that the faction behind Alina's mother had to check. It had to be remembered that different worlds had different pools of talent. For example, Sacrum didn't birth many with soul natures. Another world might not birth many great bloodlines. It was ultimately worth the check. In the end, Alina's mother's faction stumbled into a gold mine. But they ultimately hit a steel plate in the end. This theory was one Ryu felt had a great deal of merit to it, but it was impossible to check to see the truth. In addition, it still had its own flaws. It still didn't explain how the Ruin Guild was related to this, for example, but Ryu had his own working theory for this as well. If he was correct, the Ruin Guild was hereby nothing more than coincidence. The Ruin Guild likely had a branch in all worlds and just so occurred to have one in Sacrum by proxy of that policy. However, it was impossible to tell whether they had gotten news back about Sacrum or not. It was more likely that they had been. Ultimately, this meant one very important thing to Ryu: his spiritual foundation wasn't to be underestimated. It was an existence that the martial gods feared so much that they had to chain it ahead of time regardless of the person it would be gifted to. What was a little infinity miss to that? Bang! Ryu felt as though a great weight had suddenly landed in his body. Almost as soon as it was released into his spiritual foundation, Ryu felt as though everything would be destroyed, starting with this inside of his body. However, Ryu remained calm even in the face of this. That was because Infinity Mist didn't act like this. If it did, then he would have been dead the moment he appeared within it. It was ironically too violent for him to be scared. Something else was happening here. As expected, the moment the Infinity Mist was released, it sank down, crashing into his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation and causing cracks to form all across it. Ryu's gaze narrowed. This was quite shocking. That was because this was something that should only happen when one was entering the World Sea realm. He didn't know what it meant for his spiritual foundation to crack ahead of time. Even so, Ryu continued to watch without doing anything. He felt that this was actually a good thing. There was a very important fact that kept him going. He didn't feel even an ounce of pain right now. Under Ryu's careful gaze, the Infinity Mist burrowed into his spiritual foundation and took shape before a wild number of roots began to spread out in all directions. Then, it slowly came to a stop. There Ryu's spiritual foundation was partially cracked, but still mostly intact. The Infinity Mist had taken shape as something Ryu was quite sure he knew of even though he had never seen it before. A cosmic seed. At the same time, through those cracks, a large amount of energy was spewing out. There was no doubt that this energy was the very same energy that World Sea Realm experts would use freely. On top of this, Ryu felt like he intimately comprehended this Infinity Mist more than maybe anything in his life, maybe more than even his own Tao. At that moment, Ryu understood. His beyond perfect extreme foundation was far too huge. How long would it take him to crack it into a world sea with his own comprehension? It all clicked into place. He could replace his own cosmic seeds with beyond perfect extreme natural treasures. This realization was both shocking and amazing, but it gave Ryu another headache. Where was he supposed to find other materials on the level of Infinity Mist? Chapter 1274. More questions. 1274 More questions. Ryu was, indeed, in a bit of a predicament. Infinity Mist was an extremely unique existence to begin with. In any other situation, he wouldn't even be capable of creating a void bubble tough enough to withstand a material on this level. Infinity Mist was, luckily, a unique item that was able to solidify space as opposed to destroying it, but it was exactly that, unique. Another powerful item on this level would only destroy. In fact, items of this caliber warping space and laws around themselves wasn't uncommon in the slightest, it was expected. Just take the lower extremities of this ocean as an example. Further down, there was a great heat that Ryu couldn't even approach. He shouldn't have even been able to feel the heat through the void bubble he was in, but the fact he could meant that the items below were already bending and twisting space. This was the reason why Ryu wasn't invincible within the void. So long as he was around a sky god who could sense him and was strong enough to warp space, a single attack in his direction would mean death. Although he could use his 9 pillars to make it sturdier, he would never be able to make them sturdy enough to the point that he could defend against a sky god. This was all to say that the current Ryu likely didn't have a chance at ever forming another such chaos seed without either thorough planning or years of effort in increasing his strength. There really wasn't another option. There was always a trade-off to be had with such great talent, though, so Ryu reached a state of peace quite quickly. This was simply how his life had gone up until now. He hadn't really thought about it before, but his spiritual foundation was over 20 times larger than anyone else's. How could it take the same amount of effort to break it free from its solid state and give himself access to its flow of energy? The more difficult it was to accomplish something, the more rewarding the end result was. Plus, Ryu had not just one spiritual foundation, but 2. He would use the White Phoenix spiritual foundation to lay down cosmic seeds of his own comprehension, and he would use the Beyond Perfect Extreme spiritual foundation to gather these amazing treasures. The only real problem he faced, aside from the difficulty, of course, was the issue of where to gather these treasures. He was less worried about how many he would need only because Ryu didn't want to reach just the bare minimum to begin with. If he could reach perfection, then he would do so. It was useless to worry about how many times he would need to do this. There was a certain feedback loop between the size and stature of one's spiritual foundation and the number of cosmic seeds one would need to form to reach the World Sea realm. Of course, the larger and more talented one's spiritual foundation was, the more cosmic seeds one would need, but there was also a range to take into consideration. If one reached the minimum range, it could be possible to force the issue using one's own control of one's cosmic seeds to finish the rest of the breakage, while the so-called perfect breakthrough would be to allow one's cosmic seeds to grow to the point the breakage happened naturally and smoothly. Back in Sacrum, Most would only be able to form one cosmic seed and would simply pour everything they had into it until it reached perfection. For many, this was enough to shatter their spiritual foundation. But Ryu wasn't actually sure of the standard of the true martial world. He hadn't expected to cultivate to the barrier of the cosmic seed realm so quickly in the first place, so his research on the matter was limited. That said, he believed that he had already reached perfection in one cosmic seed just now with the infinity mist, but what was interesting was the fact he still felt that he was in the Tao pedestal realm, as though this breakthrough wasn't enough. Or, it was possible that only the changes to his White Phoenix spiritual foundation would be registered in the first place. Little woman, tell me about cosmic seeds, what do you know about them? As Ryu spoke, he began to leisurely make his way toward the inheritance. Since he had completed everything he needed to complete here, it was time to go back. But, he wouldn't mind breaking into the cosmic seed realm first. The void here couldn't distort his senses, so his comprehension was perfect, even more perfect than most others. As a result of this, the barrier of the infinity mist toward the secrets of the ninth heaven was also useless against him. So, he had no problem cultivating in this place. The favor alchemy sky god, though, took a long time to answer. That was because she was still in shock. She didn't know what was happening outside clearly at first, and that was because she had felt that it was useless to even check. After all, with the influence of the infinity mist around, her spiritual sense was useless. However, when Ryu's breakthrough began, she felt something shift within her, a familiar sort of aura that sent a jolt of electricity down her spine. She hurriedly sent her senses out, only to find that the influence of the infinity mist had practically entirely disappeared. Not only that, but Ryu was just leisurely swallowing up the infinity mist. She didn't even say a word back then. She found that now, for some reason, matters of life and death left her unfazed. It was probably because she had already given up on life, so she felt detached, watching on from the outside as though she was nothing more than a third-party observer. Even now, though, she was still in shock by what she had seen, so when Ryu asked the question, it was only several seconds later that she registered WNAT was even happening. Right, cosmic seed, there. Ryu shook his head. I don't need to know what they are, I need to know what the standards of the cosmic seeds of the true martial world, how many do I need to form, etc. Cosmic seeds were just the physical manifestation of one's maturing inheritances. They weren't one's Tao, but rather its branches, its various roots. Whatever derivatives of one's Tao there were could be added to one's spiritual foundation as cosmic seeds, which would then grow and shatter one's spiritual foundation into a world sea. Following this, they would then begin to build the foundation of your godhood. Ryu, for example, had built his Tao with 8 prongs each for a total of 16. There was wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life and heaven, then there were heaven and chaos aspects of both, forming the total. Of course, these were his 8 trigram diagrams. Ryu already believed that forming these 16 would be the perfect number of cosmic seeds for his White Phoenix spiritual foundation, but in the end he couldn't help but hesitate. That was because 16 was a bit of an odd number. 9 was known as the immature extreme, but the number 8 had its own significance. It was the number of balance. This was why the 8 trigram diagram held so much weight. In fact, the number 8 was the reason why 9 was so special in the first place. It was the act of taking a step beyond it that made 9 an extreme in the first place. To have 2 sets of 8, one for heaven and another for chaos, if Ryu had to coin a term for it, would probably be the beyond perfect balance, a state he felt was just right. The trouble with this, though, was that he didn't know how true this was. This was his own speculation, and he could end up with a spiritual foundation with a shaky foundation. What if it would be better to fuse his 16 planned cosmic seeds into 8? It would be far more difficult, but it would be worth it in the long run. But wasn't his Tao a fusion of the two to begin with? If there was anyone that could do it, it was him. Ah, right, the favor alchemy sky god shook her head, trying to focus. It depends on your spiritual foundation and the grade of your Tao. It's hard to pin down much, honestly. That's because even a perfect cosmic seed might help to enter the world sea realm smoothly, but it might hinder you in the future because it doesn't correspond well enough with the godhood you want to create. Ultimately, it's less useful to look at your spiritual foundation or the quantity of cosmic seeds, and decide instead what's best for the godhood you want to form in the future. The cosmic seed realm is probably the most crucial step you'll take before the half-step sky god realm, but it's also extremely difficult because it's hard to see that far ahead. What I can say is that if you want to succeed in maintaining your founding Tao, you'll need a godhood that can sustain its power. And the only way you can have a godhood that can hold its power is by forming flawless cosmic seeds. These cosmic seeds not only have to be perfect individually, but also perfect as one. This is why the quantity matters less, that's because they'll all form a single world tree in the end. At the very least, your cosmic seeds must attain a deity grade if you want to succeed. Cosmic seeds followed the same grading structure as mortal endowments: air grade, impose grade, rule grade, small realm, dominion, divinity, and finally deity. Even so, the favor alchemy sky god's words, rather than clearing the course before Ryu, left him with more questions. He could only fall into his thoughts. Chapter 1275. Large Advantage. 1275. Large Advantage. On his way to the inheritance, Ryu asked the little woman a few more questions and he realized that his Infinity Mist cosmic seed wasn't as perfect as he thought it had been. In Sakharm, the act of a cosmic seed forming roots to begin with was already the marker of maturity, but it seemed that this wasn't enough. The runes of his Infinity Mist cosmic seed weren't perfect enough and were still somewhat lacking. Even though it had formed roots, it was still at the small realm level, nowhere near the deity level. After finding the tracks of the inheritance once again, Ryu began to absorb the more Infinity Mist in an attempt to perfect it. As he did so, he felt that the vision he had of Infinity Mist in his mind was only growing clearer and clearer with each passing moment. It truly felt like it was becoming one with him. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was truly amazing. Not only could it withstand the impact and assimilate with such high-level treasures, but even beyond that it was capable of taking said treasures and refining them into runes. These runes would then become part of Ryu's psyche and memories as though he was the one who had personally comprehended them all. This cosmic seed was no different than if he had created it personally. Ryu realized now, though, that not only would he need to find such beyond perfect extreme treasures, but he would also need to find them in large enough quantities. Although small realm was enough to reach the maturity level, Ryu wasn't the type to settle for the bare minimum. Truthfully, though, Ryu didn't think that the difficulty would be as high as he had originally believed, at least not in the aspect of finding these locations. Infinity Mist was incredibly dangerous to step into, and even worse to reach in the first place, but was it a secret? Not at all. Most powers would have some documentation of this region, at least on the ninth heaven, that is. In fact, all dangerous regions such as these would be widely available to that masses. No one could step into them and control the territory. After all, it was far too dangerous to do that. Such regions ended up being used as training grounds amongst countless powers. There might be rare occasions where one power held dominion over them, but in the grand scheme, learning about these territories would be easy. The real question was, what would he do after he learned about them? It wasn't like he could have a convenient teleportation to them all, and even if he did, how would that help him? Not everything was as docile as Infinity Mist. If he entered such a region now he would be blasted to death. Or could I? Ryu's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that the Nine-Pillar Flame sect was the only one to take advantage of these dangerous regions to hide themselves. It might very well be possible to find the location of other taboo power ruins and use them as a proxy to enter these locations. As for whether or not he would actually be able to harvest anything in those locations, well, that was a problem for a future date. Ryu slated this matter to the back of his mind as the Infinity Mist cosmic seed trembled. At that moment, a budding flower of the more delicate blue took form. It swayed back and forth, its edges misty and uncertain, but this sort of haze only added to its beauty. It greedily swallowed up the chi coming from the cracks of Ryu's spiritual foundation, growing larger and larger. However, although it was growing larger, Ryu noticed that the cracks weren't becoming any more prominent. This is its limit. True perfection. Ryu had never known that cosmic seeds could bud before the world sea realm, but here it was right before him. He felt that his comprehension of the water element had grown exponentially. In truth, Ryu didn't know much about the base element. After all, his affinity was more so toward ice and not water. Although both had the same root, the way they functioned and the way their laws manifested was greatly different. But right now, Ryu felt that his Infinity Mist cosmic seed directly supplementing his comprehension of the water element, making it far more firm and robust. If not for the fact he didn't want to throw the balance of his 8 trigram diagrams off, his water character would have already broken through several times over. That said, even without breaking through, the rise in strength was noticeable. Interesting. I've been using my Tao to raise my inheritances all the while, but the opposite is possible as well. Ryu was certain. The beyond perfect extreme natural treasures that he found in the future would better suit him if they matched his current affinities. That meant he would have to find the extremes of a region of lightning, of fire, and of wind. If these four weren't enough, he would begin to branch out into other matters. With a step, Ryu vanished and he appeared once again in a familiar region. The lava-like pool was right before him and the 9 pillars that had surrounded it had dimmed. However, seemingly sensing Ryu's appearance, they shone once more and began to drip. Ryu nodded to himself. It seemed that this place entered dormancy when he was away. This was the best method of preserving this spot for future generations. Obviously, they hadn't put all their eggs in Ryu's basket. With a wave of the hand, Ryu marked this region. In the past, he didn't have the skill to do so, but he was confident now. He would be able to teleport this area with just a bit of effort on his part now. Finding the ruin again would be as easy as breathing. After confirming things, Ryu walked toward the exit, but his feet suddenly paused, a frown pinching his brows. Soon, they smoothed out and he shook his head, walking forward and vanishing. Not long after he had vanished, a shadow flickered and an old man appeared seemingly from thin air. His back couldn't seem to hold up the weight of his body any longer, so he was excessively hunched over. The length of his grayed brows and beard were so long that it was clear he hadn't cut them in millennia. They pooled on the ground around him, forming a swirling pile of white hair. He looked toward where Ryu had disappeared with murky eyes that revolved 9 golden pillars. Looking down, he discovered the marks Ryu had left behind. He raised a wrinkled hand with the intention of dispersing them, but then he hesitated. After a moment, he lowered his hand again, looking toward where Ryu had disappeared once again. Truly an anomaly. It seemed that this was the first time this old man had spoken in years. His voice came out in a hollow whisper, almost as though the sound had to crawl and scrape its way out of his throat and just barely ran out of energy when it finally reached his lips. The old man raised his hand again and touched the pillar to his side. He wasn't a fool, he could see it in Ryu's eyes. That brat wasn't thankful or even worshipful. The odds that he would hold the 9-pillar flame sect as anything more than karma to repay in the future was minimal. This wasn't the kind of heir he wanted, but he also couldn't bear to crush a seed that had a chance of growing. Ryu wasn't the first to make it here. As he had thought, the 9-pillar flame sky god had been one. What Ryu was wrong about, though, was the fact the 9-pillar flame sky god hadn't ended up in the wrong place. He had ended up right here as well. The reason his inheritance didn't have anything else was because even after his death he didn't betray the 9-pillar flame sect. But in the end, he had died as well. This was the unfortunate state of the 9-pillar flame sect. In order to be recognized by their inheritances, one had to be bold, arrogant, willing to look up into the heavens and say no. But it was also this personality that made their people overly brazen, causing many of them to die early. Including the 9-pillar flame sky god. The difference, though, was that the 9-pillar flame sky god had a great amount of empathy in his heart and soul while Ryu clearly did not. Maybe this lack of empathy and conscience is exactly what we need. The old man turned and seemed to vanish. He was tired and weary, he already didn't have many years left, but that matter was relative. Given his lifespan, he probably had the time to watch 10 more Ryus come here and die. A sigh resonated through the depths of the ocean. The 9-pillar flame sect had been great enemies with the unbalanced art sect in the past, but somehow both of their legacies had appeared in the hands of the same young man. He had sensed the unbalanced mantra on Ryu immediately and thought about simply killing such a successor, but in the end he had chosen to show compassion. Whether or not that would come to bite him in the future, he didn't know. But after all these years of attempts, he felt that maybe it was simply time for the taboo powers to give up. The martial powers were too strong, too cautious, and even after all of these years, they hadn't grown complacent. They didn't let off even small worlds that might have a chance to threaten them in the future. How could such an enemy, with already such a large advantage, ever possibly be taken down? Chapter 1276. Borrow 1276. Borrow. Ryu felt the world before him warp and he stepped out. He was within the depths of a stretch of lava. The last time he had been here, he had felt nothing but an undying heat, but it seemed that this time, it hardly affected him. Ryu had a feeling that this lava wasn't very hot to begin with, it just happened to be an exact replica of the world his mind had projected when he was within that golden pillar pool. This was probably a failsafe in case someone managed to make it back here without passing the test of the 9-pillar flame sect. That way, one would mistake the world that had just been in their mind with this one. Thinking to this point, Ryu's gaze couldn't help but flicker. To him, this choice of the 9-pillar flame sect was stupid. They were already a dead sect, and their last strand of hope could be destroyed with just a single misstep on their part. The fact that they were allowing those that had failed a path to live seemed to be a form of naivete of the highest order. However, Ryu's gaze didn't seem to reflect derision. In his interaction with the unbalanced art sect, he knew that they were quite cruel. Their original intention had been to split their inheritance into 3 and have those 3 fight it out amongst themselves for the true successor. This is one of the bloodiest and cruelest methods that a sect or clan could use. That was because such battles would never end with just 3. Such geniuses would definitely form their own cohort, their own factions. They would build up their own clans and sects and use them as weapons to both protect themselves and give them a larger network to deal with so that finding their targets would be far easier. In the end, wars would be waged and entire heavens would be laid to waste. One of the cataclysms that ended one of the many eras of sacrum was sparked exactly by this. Many sky gods had their own kinds of inheritance trials, of course with the Phoenix Sky God being amongst the most unique of them all. However, the 9-demon Sky God had one that could probably be said to be as unique. The last time his inheritance appeared, it was split amongst 9 youths. These 9 youths had the task of fusing them all together for the sake of gaining the 9-demon Sky God's full inheritance. By the end of it all, there were 3 that rose to maturity and the war of their 3 clans ended an era of sacrum. It all seemed silly to Ryu now. After all, the 9-demon Sky God probably couldn't match up to even a path extinction realm expert of the true martial world. To end so many trillions of lives for a mere weakling's inheritance just felt gross. But this was the cruel reality, and if Ryu was in the position of the unbalanced art sect, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make a similar choice. He didn't need the weak to try and restore his clan or sect, he needed the cream of the crop. However, the 9-pillar flame sect was different. They showed compassion, mercy. Did Ryu have such thoughts and feelings? The reality was he didn't, at least not toward strangers who had little to nothing to do with him. He found such compassion to be meaningless in the grand scheme and it only allowed others to take advantage of you. The largest currency in the world was the size of one's fist, that was the bottom line. Ryu's fist wasn't big enough to even have space for compassion in his heart. And even the martial powers with the largest fists there were refused to show such compassion for fear of what might happen to their future generations if they allowed others to rise. Ryu stood in silence for a long while before he slowly began to walk out. At that moment, the suppression of the 4th heaven hit him in waves. He could feel these heavy sort of chains restraining his body more clearly than ever. Before, it had only been his default state, but now, with the contrast right before him, it felt mind-numbingly obvious. He couldn't believe that he hadn't seen it before. Finally we made it out. The roar of a young man echoed through the skies. Ryu's expression didn't change much. It seemed that while he was still within the lava pool, the 9-pillar flame sect had decided to trap anyone else who had been within the ruin at the same time. This made sense. It was best to limit the variables as much as possible when you were doing such things. It was clear that the 9-pillar flame sect understood these matters, but that only made it more baffling that they actually provided a path toward escape after failure. Ryu didn't change his pace in the slightest, walking out from his tunnel at the same time as the other 3. When the latter 3 saw him, they were taken aback. They had been so excited to escape with their lives and even gain an inheritance on top of that they had almost forgotten that there was indeed another person. When they saw which direction Ryu had come from, the young man who had roared out sneered. "What a fool. How this person made it past our formation is beyond me. Does he even have 2 brain cells to rub together?" Usually, upon hearing such a thing, Ryu would have already attacked. Ironically, it wasn't because he was easily triggered, but rather because he didn't like flies buzzing around his ears. Why would he waste time sitting here and listening to the insults of others, especially when they were clearly outright fools? However, his mind was elsewhere currently. He was thinking about many things and didn't have the time to spare for this sort of nonsense. Among the 3, it was only their so-called senior sister Jojo whose gaze narrowed when she looked toward Ryu. Despite clearly having the aura of a divine vessel realm expert, this Ryu was far too calm. He was facing off against 3 world sea realm experts, after all. Even if he didn't know they were from a higher heaven, that shouldn't have made a difference. Also, that tunnel. Jojo was a woman whose hair could only be described as a river of purple-red flames. Her eyes carried the same color and she had a valiant air that reminded Ryu a lot of Izmine. However, her features were even fiercer than that of Izmine's, her brows flickered with bundles of flames and she was wearing a heavy armor that made it impossible to see her figure. In fact, this rose gold armor gazed as though it was built for a man and Jojo simply took it for herself. Even her weapon wasn't that of a woman's, a huge great sword with a half a meter width and 2 meter length hung from her back. If not for the clearly gorgeous and delicate features of her face, it would be hard to tell that she was a woman at all. And gorgeous it was. The fieriness of her brows and hair couldn't hide in the slightest. Nothing could change that small pink mouth and delicate nose, nor the tender angles of her face. She looked like a woman that should be painted by a flowing river, but instead she was a heavy cavalryman who shook the earth with her every step. The two young men with her shared a similar set of fiery hair, but it was decidedly less purple than Jojo's and far more red than not. Interestingly enough, their brows also gazed like dancing fires. It seemed that this matter might be related to the cultivation methods that they used. All three had extremely high attainments in fire, and that probably also explained their skill with formations. If they were weaponsmiths, something that Ryu could catch a faint aura of, formations could be considered a part of that discipline depending on the kind of forging they did. It was quite surprising to see a group of individuals with such powerful bodies, who likewise had such high attainments in the soul. Now that Ryu thought about it, these three were actually quite perfect for the 9-pillar flame inheritance, it was just too bad that they didn't have the skill. Well, Ryu gazed toward Jojo. He had felt an odd gaze on him, so instead of leaving like he had intended to, he looked over. Jojo had two overly burly men on either side of her, both of whom were well over 2 meters tall and carrying a bulkiness not normal of men. It was clear to him that while Jojo didn't properly fill out her armor, the two men definitely did. They were an entire head taller than Jojo, although Jojo herself was easily around 6 feet 3. And yet, her aura was clearly the fiercest. Ryu scanned Jojo's face unabashedly, but when he looked down, expecting to see more, he shook his head. Too bad, what was likely a stunning figure was hidden away. Though, it was also possible that she was a hulking mass just like those two junior brothers of hers. Seeing this reaction, Jojo suddenly sensed annoyed. What was it? Did he expect her to be wearing one of those useless skimpy armors most of those female warriors wore? She suddenly wanted to punch this asshole in that handsome face of his. Sensing his senior sister's annoyance, Brutus, the one who had been laughing and then sneering not long after, stepped forward, the enormous sword on his back quivering. He had already been irritated by Ryu's appearance, but his senior sister's own annoyance appeared to trigger him more than anything else. "Let me borrow your head for a bit," he uttered with a surprising amount of calm before suddenly vanishing with a speed not normal for his body size. Chapter 1277. Aura's 1277 Aura's Ryu's gaze didn't change much. In his eyes, Brutus was almost too slow. He had already realized that the latter was going to move long ago. He could seem to see the progress of the most likely event and it hardly left him moved. It was as though the same slowing effect he could have on his cultivation could happen to his thoughts as well. The only unfortunate matter about this was that this slowing effect had no impact on the real world. While he experienced Brutus moving exceptionally slowly, that didn't mean that the latter truly was moving that slow, nor did it magically give him more time to react. At least not in this state. Brutus' fist appeared before Ryu's face, a fiery momentum shifting behind it. The air crackled and popped as it was superheated, a powerful aura enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, motes of silvery lights began to accumulate in the surroundings. Ryu, who had been standing perfectly still, seemed to shift by no more than a single inch, and yet that inch seemed to change everything. Brutus' fist shifted through an afterimage, his body flinging forward. He didn't receive the feedback he expected from his fist and almost tilted over entirely. Just when he managed to catch himself from falling any further forward, Ryu's heel stamped down upon the back of knee, forcing his already off-balance body to the ground. Brutus didn't even have the time to feel the humiliation of the situation before the back of his head was grasped by a strong hand. Ryu's indifferent expression flashed with a fierce light, the sudden pulsing sound of his heart echoing through the surrounding as he drove Brutus' forehead into the sturdy, obsidian-like ground. Bang! The entire cave system shook and quaked. Jojo and her remaining junior brother felt their hearts skip a beat. That sudden explosive power was absolutely shocking, not in the sense of its raw power, but in the sense that it came from the body of a Dao pedestal realm expert in the first place. They couldn't even fathom how such strength could come from someone in such a weak realm. Of course, they had no idea that Ryu already had access to cosmic chi thanks to his Infinity Mist cosmic seed. Although the world viewed him to be in the Dao pedestal realm, it could be said that he already had the strength of a cosmic seed expert. In fact, he wasn't a normal cosmic seed realm expert either. The cosmic chi that came from the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation wasn't something many could fathom, but maybe the most important part wasn't the quality, but rather the quantity. Due to not wanting to risk exposing his chaotic silk meridians, Ryu didn't make use of it directly. Instead, he used it as a catalyst to allow his body to utilize cosmic chi instead of immortal chi. But due to the fact his spiritual foundation was so much larger than that of others, the sheer amount of cosmic chi he had despite only having formed a single cosmic seed was absolutely ridiculous. In addition, his cosmic seed was at the deity grade. A cosmic seed wasn't just about cracking one's spiritual foundation, nor was its only use in the future where it would form the foundation of one's godhood. Even now, just its existence gave Ryu a certain control over their laws and regulations in his surroundings, exactly like an inheritance would. Just by existing, it seemed to give Ryu the power of a god. When he moved, his surroundings listened and fueled him with strength. Also, at the moment, very few at his level would be able to match him in explosive power. Never mind the fact his bone structure gave him the weight of a world behind his attacks, or the fact he had dragon and Qilin blood perfectly balanced within his body, there was still the factor of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect's inheritance to consider. The current Ryu had a body refined to the equivalent of one life. Destruction completed. The 9 life revolutions realms was the equivalent of the World Sea realm. While it seemed that Ryu was far behind them in terms of cultivation, he used the same cosmic chi they did and he had a body equivalent to their chi realm cultivation in realm, albeit a few smaller stages beneath. They had been foolish to assume that he was beneath them in the first place. Brutus coughed up a mouthful of blood, his teeth shattering and clattering all along the ground. The veins of Ryu's hand and forearm bulged, his indifferent gaze narrowing somewhat. In reality, he had smashed Brutus' head downward with every intention of crushing it into a meaty paste. He was a bit annoyed that he had actually failed to do so. Although he hadn't entered his strongest physical state as he hadn't made use of his scaled armor and the like, this was the strongest explosive output he had with his raw power alone. It was truly impressive to have such a thick skull. Brutus seemed to finally realize what had happened to him and his body immediately began to boil. His rage came out in a furious roar as he tried to lift his body. Ryu's gaze narrowed further. There was a large disparity in the weights of their bodies. While they were around the same height, Brutus was much thicker and wider. Ryu's body flickered as he took a step back, dodging out of the way of Brutus' furious lash out. However, to his surprise, Jojo and her remaining junior brother did nothing. It didn't seem that they had any intention of acting. Ryu couldn't tell if this was because this was their culture, or if it was because they were simply that confident in Brutus. That said, despite the failure, Ryu didn't feel threatened in the slightest. Brutus stood to his feet explosively, leaping slightly into the air and landing with a heavy bang. He faced off against Ryu, blood streaming down his face like a waterfall. Ryu could tell at a glance that outside of a thin layer of skin that was broken, the rest of Brutus' face was just fine. Thick skull didn't seem to do this man justice in the slightest. Brutus licked his lips, not minding the sweat and blood that got caught up on his tongue. "You're not bad. Since when did these puny heavens have such a person? Your chi realm cultivation is weak, but your body realm and mental realm cultivation must be quite exceptional." In just a single exchange, Brutus could tell that Ryu's body realm had to at least be in the 9 life revolutions realm, while his mental realm cultivation had to be at least equivalent to soul ascension realm. Whether it was the fact he had broken their formation to enter, or the fact that he had been able to so easily react to his speed, both pointed toward a powerful mental realm. This absolute domain technique around him also spoke volumes. In reality, Ryu was still at the peak of the blood refinement realm. He hadn't technically completed his first life destruction yet. But this conclusion by Brutus was still good enough considering Ryu himself had been confused about which realm he was in. Ryu didn't say anything to Brutus' words. Instead, he took a step forward and vanished, causing Brutus' expression to change once again. Brutus had been certain that this sort of movement technique could only be used defensively. That was why he was cautious about attacking again. He didn't want Ryu to use his strength against him like he had last time. But to his surprise, Ryu actually took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, the aura of a fist god enveloped the surroundings. Brutus felt the aura but didn't even feel the existence of the punch. By the time he registered that Ryu's fist was before his face, he was already frozen in shock. "I'm dead." Suddenly, the aura of a sword god split Ryu's fist god aura right down its center. It was powerful and violent, an aura that seemed to come more from a saber god than it would ever come from a sword god, and yet it was that of a sword nonetheless. The strength of Ryu's attack plummeted just as it landed on Brutus' face. Bang! The burly man was sent flying. He crashed into the wall like a sandbag, his eyes rolling to the back of his head for a moment as he slumped. He suddenly started awake a moment later, a cold sweat pooling along his back as he shuddered. Ryu lowered his fist slowly, looking over toward Jojo. The young woman still stood there, her hair and brows as fiery as ever and her arms crossed over her armored chest. She hadn't moved a single inch, and the sword god aura had already vanished, but with how everything slowed in Ryu's perception, how could he not know it was her? He couldn't help but raise an internal eyebrow. A sword god. His gaze shifted to the massive sword on her back. Although his expression was still the same, he was a hint surprised. A genius of the seventh heaven had such a comprehension. Just when Ryu was going to think to do something else, he suddenly looked into the skies, his brows raising. Up above him, there was nothing more than molten and heated rock, but he could seem to see through it as though it wasn't there at all. In the distance, a snow-white bird flew forward. On its back, a familiar figure stood with her dress fluttering in the wind. Chapter 1278. Nothing to do with him. 1278. Nothing to do with him. Ryu felt at peace for some reason when he saw xianxia approaching from the distance. He had always felt that there was something odd about her aura. He had previously concluded that it must have been related to one of her six-pillar talents, and he felt that he was almost certainly correct now. She had a way of making all those around her feel endlessly comfortable and at ease. She had a gentle demeanor and calm bearing, something that felt far more appropriate for a woman of smaller stature. But despite the fact that she was at least as tall as Jojo, if not a bit taller than that, she carried the grace and charm of a more petite woman without it seeming odd or awkward. While she wasn't usually the type of woman Ryu liked most, and he didn't really think about taking her on as a wife, he still felt that her company was nice, especially since she was a good opponent in domain. Though, Ryu wasn't sure if she'd still be much of a match for him now. During their games he had restrained his Dao as well, but now his Dao was even more powerful and had powerful effects even when he wasn't actively using it, not to mention the existence of the origin flame within him smoothing out his thought processes. It was funny, though, xianxia's gentleness had vanished when she faced him across a board, but he didn't feel put off by it. Who knew, maybe that was why he liked playing with her so much to begin with. Ryu looked down from above and toward the three before him. With a shake of his head, he turned and left the cave, appearing out in the sunny skies for the first time in a long while. He didn't really pay attention to how much time had passed while he was away, but it was probably at least several days if not weeks. It was harder to measure such things between heavens and especially in the presence of infinity mist. xianxia spotted Ryu and smiled. However, before either of them could say anything, Ryu felt a fierce aura to his back. He hadn't stopped paying attention to Jojo in the slightest, he had just felt like he wanted to see xianxia, so he had taken a step out. However, what was surprising was that the current Jojo seemed to be furious. This clearly wasn't because of Ryu, or else she would have shown this anger previously. Even when he turned and ignored her, she didn't seem to react much to it. But now seeing xianxia, she seemed to have lost all of her composure in its entirety as though she had just spotted a mortal enemy. Before xianxia could even descend from the skies, Jojo unsheathed the giant blade from her back, stomping on the ground so hard that it rippled out for hundreds of meters like the waves of the ocean. Jojo's junior brother, who had just stepped out of the cave supporting Brutus, was shocked silent. He had been following Jojo for a long while, and he had been hearing about her in the sect for years, but he had never heard of her drawing her sword. No one had been able to make her take a battle seriously enough to do such a thing. She usually just relied on her fists and her sword god aura. But this time, she actually pulled it out without even exchanging a single blow. At first he thought that she was targeting Ryu, but when he got the full view of the situation, he realized that the target was actually a veiled beauty in the skies. Jojo's roar filled the skies and xianxia seemed to finally notice her. Ryu frowned. Jojo had moved too fast for him to react to stop her. He had originally thought that she would be targeting him, so he wasn't prepared for her target to be elsewhere entirely. Xianxia's smile dimmed somewhat. Sensing her change, her snow-white owl flapped its wings and hit a speed that Ryu had never seen it touch before. It slipped to the side, leaving Jojo chopping at air. However, Jojo shifted her stance at the moment, swinging her sword and using it like the guiding lamppost in her flight. It was clear that Ryu wasn't the only one who could use sword god aura to fly, it was just that Jojo's methods were a bit different than the usual. Rather than placing her sword beneath her feet, she continued to swing it while using the flying momentum to add to her strength. This seemed like an insignificant difference, but the amount of control she was exhibiting was astonishing. At the moment, although she was clearly relying on her sword to fly, she looked no different from a sky god using the laws around them to fly instead. Xianxia's smiling brows seemed to finally dim down entirely, flattening out. This was a face that Ryu only saw when she was focused on her next move in domain, but this time. Xianxia's arm trembled and her fist suddenly punched out. The soft silk of her dress fluttered, but a devastating roar seemed to echo out from that dainty fist. The skin of the back of her hand and forearm glistened like the rainbow and sparkled like crystals, a devastating boom roaring across the skies as she punched against Jojo's blade. Bang! Blade and fist met, a shocking wave of rebound rippling out like the sudden waves of a once calm but now disrupted lake. Ryu's gaze narrowed. If it wasn't for the strength of his eyes, just looking at such a scene would have probably hurt. The strength of these two women was astonishing, and it didn't even look like either one of them had gone all out, they were still probing one another. Even so, Ryu didn't seem to have the intention of interfering. That wasn't because he didn't feel like protecting xianxia, it was rather that this didn't seem like the kind of thing it was appropriate for him to interfere in. These two clearly had a history. Of course, if it seemed like xianxia was going to suffer, he would do something. But it was still unknown if he was in position to save her if she couldn't protect herself, at least not without truly going all out. Ryu thought that he had caught up with 7th Heaven geniuses already, but this felt a bit too exaggerated. These two didn't feel like just 7th Heaven geniuses. Ryu had fought with Starlight before, and back then he had suffered quite a bit even at the hands of a young man who was an entire cultivation realm beneath him. However, the reality of that was that Starlight had relied heavily on his various talents to output that kind of strength. But right now, xianxia and Jojo were using nothing particularly outstanding talent-wise outside of Jojo's sword god aura. Obviously, though, sword god aura wasn't an innate talent. Even if you were born with a sword soul nature, you weren't guaranteed to form sword god aura. All of this just seemed to be their base, casual strength. Of course, there was something else to consider, and that was the fact that Starlight had been very young and he had yet to cultivate the special techniques of his sect fully, nor integrate them seamlessly into his battle style. That might be why he had to more heavily rely on his talents to bridge the gap his skill lacked. Even so, watching the two women clash in the skies like this, Ryu felt that he was seeing a heaven beyond a heaven. Even if they were indeed beyond the standards of the 7th heaven, that didn't change anything. His goal was to surpass all and even subdue the powers of the 9th heaven to make them pay for what they had done. Feeling complacent about catching up with the 7th heaven wasn't something that he would do. Suddenly, the clash of the women above came to a sudden stop. Jojo landed on the ground with a heavy boom and xianxia's beast companion, more aggressively than usual, swooped to the ground, kicking up dust and nearly blowing down trees in the distance. The two stared at one another, one furious and the other cold. Jojo sneered, "Still the same overgrown bimbo, just seeing your face annoys me. What's with that veil? Can't let the world see your ugly mug." Ryu was speechless. Why did it feel like these two were both fiendish foes and friends at the same time? Did he just not understand relationships between women well enough? No, that couldn't be the case, that was because this was more like a relationship between men. If he saw that bastard today, his first instinct would have probably been to beat him to within an inch of his life first, then they could talk after. xianxia seemed unmoved by these words. Her lips only slightly parted as she spoke lightly. "That armor is still just as flattering on you." It seemed like a compliment, but given the context, only a fool would think so. Jojo remembered that look Ryu had given her earlier and suddenly a comment that would have usually rolled off her shoulders became extremely annoying. Say that again. I'll strip you naked and hang you from the highest pole I can find. How uncultured. What would your mother think? What did you say about my mother? Ryu looked back and forth between these two and shook his head. He had been trained by Elena long enough to know not to interfere. This matter had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1279. Remnants 1279 Remnants Ryu looked over toward Brutus and Jojo's second junior brother. He seemed to want to know if he could tell anything from their gazes, but instead he saw them avoiding the confrontation just as much as he was. It seemed that they were actually quite scared of xianxia, because they didn't remotely have this level of fear when they had been interacting with Jojo alone. This was interesting to Ryu because everyone that he had seen interact with xianxia couldn't wait to fawn over her. That meant that whatever these two men had gone through was traumatizing enough to even override the usual gentleness of her usual aura. Ryu's lip couldn't help but curl as though he had just found out something quite amusing. He had an inkling about a deeper side of xianxia. After all, no normal individual could have such an aura while playing domain, but this was even funnier than what he had been imagining. As for whether that changed his opinion of her negatively, not at all. In fact, it was the opposite, if anything. Gentle women weren't his cup of tea to begin with. He just had a particular fondness for xianxia that, of course, didn't cross the line into that sort of relationship. But this was far more interesting to him. xianxia suddenly looked over. Seeing Ryu's smile, her gaze flickered and she seemed to regain her calmness. Jojo, who was very familiar with xianxia, couldn't help but narrow her eyes. This was an oddity that she had never seen before. It definitely wasn't purely because Ryu was a man, and it definitely wasn't because he was a stranger. She had seen xianxia do far worse things in the face of far more established individuals. Suddenly, it clicked. You came here for him? Jojo asked, still somewhat skeptical, but when she saw xianxia's reaction, or lack thereof, her lip curled into a sneer once more. The mighty xianxia fell for a Dao pedestal realm junior. Say it ain't so. Hearing these words, Brutus and his junior brother, Rain, shuddered. The two women had had many arguments in the past. As usual, Jojo would be the harsher and more outwardly abrasive of the two while xianxia would layer her words in hidden meanings and hidden sharp edges. However, no matter how they insulted each other, everything would remain relatively calm until one of them eventually crossed a line. They always managed to cross this line at some point, they simply couldn't help themselves. And whenever one of them was truly enraged, that was when the true battle would begin. Once that started, it might be weeks before they stopped, and usually that would only come when they passed out from exhaustion. Hearing Jojo try to besmirch xianxia's reputation by tying her to this unknown man, they knew that that line had been crossed. They could only brace themselves and prepare for the worst. However, what they were preparing for never came. He's my junior brother, you talk too much. xianxia looked from Ryu back to Jojo. You constantly walk around with those two brutes, have you tied the knot yet? Or are you still keeping things casual? Jojo hadn't expected for her insult to be thrown back at her so forcefully. Usually by this point, xianxia would have already attacked, and with great force at that. She was already prepared, but now she was hearing something that even xianxia hadn't dared to say in the past. What did you just say to me? Jojo's temper flared. The surrounding land was suddenly sliced apart into countless spiraling trenches. They were so deep that the distance couldn't have been measured even in hundreds of meters, and yet they were neat and perfectly ordered. It looked more like someone had carefully carved these patterns out over countless years as opposed to just being a sudden outburst. Even in this state her sword chi is actually still so controlled. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Earlier, when Jojo dispersed his fist god aura, he had already been quite shocked although his expression hadn't shown it. He wasn't very familiar with how to use such auras properly and he was practically the equivalent of a child swinging around a baseball bat that was far too heavy for him. He had simply never seen it used the way Jojo had, and so easily at that. But seeing this, he was beginning to gain some understanding, and his thoughts toward how to use this aura were also increasing by the day, not to mention giving him ideas for expanding it. He always treated aura casually, but now that he thought about it, there was no reason it shouldn't be as carefully manipulated as chi. xianxia ignored Jojo's outburst, another surprise to her, and she actually appeared by Ryu's side. You've been missing for a while, she said, with a light smile. Have you eaten? Ryu's brows raised and he shook his head. Not in a while. xianxia's smile became sweeter as she took Ryu's arm, taking him toward her beast companion. The large white bird looked toward Ryu with a hint of curiosity in its eyes. It wasn't the same look it had given Ryu in the past, but rather a far different one. It felt that Ryu had changed quite a bit, but it still recognized Ryu quite well, leaving it feeling odd. Even so, the large beast still gracefully lowered its head and body, allowing the two of them to step onto it. "Where do you think you're going?" Jojo seemed to recover from xianxia taking a man's arm faster than the other two did. That said, she still couldn't understand what she was seeing currently. Hadn't she just said that he was her junior brother? What was she doing now, exactly? Jojo had plenty of junior brothers, she would never take one of their arms like that. Plus, now that she thought about it, xianxia had never had a sect, and even her clan was quite reclusive, so much so that even Jojo didn't know what her last name was or where they had come from. They were quite a mystery even to the seventh heaven. So since when had xianxia even had a sect to gain herself a junior brother in the first place? "I don't have time to play with you today. You've been slacking on your training too much," xianxia said lightly as they were lifted into the air. "Excuse me." Jojo was more enraged by this than even the implication that she was in bed with her two junior brothers, so much so that rather than asking any more, she directly attacked, her sword god aura enveloped by raging inferno of flames this time as well. xianxia was ready to move, but to her surprise, Ryu extended a finger outward first, his gaze flashing with a subtle light as the aura of a finger god manifested from him, puncturing through Jojo's sword god aura and dispersing it. After losing its foundation, the flames spread out like wildfire, falling from the skies akin to motes of light and laying waste to the land below. Not bad, Ryu thought to himself, nodding casually. He didn't really take this matter very seriously. Jojo had used force and strength to disperse his fist god aura earlier, and he used finesse instead. An eye for an eye, as he saw it. His mood wasn't bad currently, so he didn't even feel like pursuing this matter any further. The snow-white owl vanished into the clouds and flapped its wings once, speeding into the distance. Jojo was left stunned. What the hell had just happened? Was that a finger god aura she had just sensed? Wasn't he a fist god? What was happening? "You've grown stronger," xianxia said with a smile. She was quite surprised that Ryu had such strength as well. After all, Jojo was a rival even to her. That said, Ryu didn't believe that this feat was very impressive. If he couldn't find the weakness of such an attack with a founding Tao as his foundation, he might as well stop cultivating altogether. "A little," he said lightly. "The sect is okay, I presume." Senior Aika heard that the seventh heaven sects and clans had sent people down, so she was too eager to stay on the fourth heaven. She ascended to the fifth heaven and began to gather up the remnants of the sect that remained. The remnants. The Radiant Star sect had many contingency plans. The original goal was to calmly and slowly rise through the heavens again with Senior Wan as the head, but because of Senior Aika's breakthrough, everything was ignored at that point. She is very eager to see this matter through now, she doesn't want to wait. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Remnants. He had ignored such politics in his second life because he preferred to use his fists, but he was well aware that when it came to matters like this, they rarely went as smoothly as you would like. Some people would get their own ideas, others would selfishly throttle progress for the sake of their own goals, those that were too idealistic would be crushed. After so many years apart, was it really so simple for them to come back together as though nothing had happened? Aika's leadership would truly be tested. Although she seemed ruthless, Ryu knew how soft she was inwardly, especially for those she saw as her own. It would be difficult for her to see this through properly. Ryu remained silent. It seemed that only time would tell. Chapter 1280, plural. 1281 plural. Ryu and xianxia flew through the air in silence. There didn't seem to be a need to exchange many words, neither felt a particular need to be chatty. Just the same as always, xianxia took Ryu to a place where the two could eat and watch with a smile on his face as he did so. The only thought in Ryu's mind was why it seemed that xianxia wasn't hiding herself like many others were. But he felt that it was only right. If she was from the seventh heaven, she probably would be outside the net of people that the others would be trying to catch, and by proxy of his relation to her, Ryu also gained this sort of protection. That said, Ryu was still quite curious, and he was only becoming more so, about xianxia's identity. It seemed odd that she would have such a high standing in the seventh heaven, and yet come down to join the Radiant Star sect. And beyond that, wasn't she afraid of implicating her current family? Why was it that she was unmoved by the trouble that might come with being a part of the Radiant Star sect? Ryu was sure that Aika and the others were aware of xianxia's identity, although he hadn't been told. So it was even more confusing that Selhira would openly admit to being his senior sister. She didn't seem to care about hiding anything at all. It had to be remembered that the fall of the Radiant Star sect was as a result of the machinations of many powers of the seventh heaven, not just one, and that number included what was probably the most powerful sect of the seventh heaven as well, the Fading Star sect. Ryu himself was a person who was reckless with making enemies, but he was never eager about implicating those around him. If there was a Tatsuya clan here that he had to protect, he wouldn't tell anyone his last name, that was the truth. Though he didn't know Selhira's last name, the fact that Jojo was very familiar with her spoke volumes on its own. This might be explained away by Selhira's clan having a great relationship with the Radiant Star sect, but if the relationship was so great, why wasn't their support more than a single World Sea Realm expert? And how had they avoided being implicated and thrust down to the lower heavens just like the Radiant Star sect had been? None of this seemed to make much sense at all. Ryu looked into Selhira's radiant eyes. Most would be forced to look away at this point, the purity and gentleness within them was too much. It made one feel as though they were stepping on only a floor of white marble covered in thick layers of mud. It was the feeling of dirtying something that shouldn't be dirtied, blaspheming something that shouldn't be blasphemed. She was like a blank slate that forced those who looked upon her to reflect on their own insecurities, their own weaknesses, their own failures. It was an uncomfortable reality for many, and one that many refused to face. And so, they would look away, unable to continue maintaining their gaze with this beauty. However, Ryu was unmoved by it all. Maybe there did exist some insecurities deep within him that he wasn't willing to face, but the reality was that the current level of Selhira's abilities weren't enough to force him to look at himself. His Tao heart was far too firm to be moved by anyone beneath the sky god realm. He seemed to want to look for answers within her eyes, but he didn't ask anything. He wasn't the type of person to pry into the life of another, and he also didn't like explaining himself very much, so he wouldn't force others to do so. Selhira's smile deepened, her gentle brows seeming to relax to another level. Staring into her eyes truly felt like peering into a lake of crystals, her white hair giving off a gentle fragrance and light that made it seem far more alive than dead. A little stronger, Selhira said lightly, recalling Ryu's evaluation of his own strength. She found it to be quite amusing. If this was a little stronger, then what had everyone else been doing with their lives? Ryu didn't respond immediately and instead took another bite to eat. Meaningless in the grand scheme. Selhira's gaze flickered. She could tell by that single sentence just the kind of standards Ryu held for himself. It didn't seem fake, or to be for show, this was just what he held in the very depths of his bones. I see, Selhira nodded. I should tell you that your wife's clan had gone into seclusion, something that happened just before those of the seventh heaven descended. I'm not sure of the reason why, but you might know more than me. Ryu's gaze narrowed. May had returned for the sake of completing one of her clan's coming-of-age ceremonies, and she had vaguely described to him what it was, but she hadn't gone into much detail likely because she couldn't. Ryu hadn't blamed her for that, these were obviously the secrets of her family, and without him being accepted by them first, her telling him such things would only put his life in danger. Clans took their secrets very seriously, and May knew this well. The samsara wheel of the dream asuras was especially something that should be kept under wraps. The fact that she had even told Ryu any tidbits at all was too much, quite frankly. Understood. Thank you for telling me. Ryu hesitated for a moment and then ended up asking anyway. Have you heard anything about the woman associated with the taboo powers currently? Selhira blinked in slight surprise. Ryu rarely took the initiative to ask her about anything, so the fact that he had made her realize that this was probably important. He was too content to sit in silence and listen to their breathing, so she didn't believe for a moment that he was just trying to make some small talk. I don't know much, but no news is good news, right? Selhira uttered with a smile. Ryu's irises flashed with a peculiar light, but he didn't say anything. Selhira's word choice was too obvious to need to be explained. However, he didn't refute anything she had said. The fact that he had asked in the first place meant that he was willing to take this sort of risk with this person in specific. Did he trust Selhira? Well, there were many things one could fathom from a game of domain that even millions of years of relationships couldn't allow you to comprehend. How one strategized, how one dealt with hardship, how one attacked, one's capacity for violence, for vengeance, for love. It was all laid bare before him in a game of domain. So if he had to answer the question, it could only be yes. Not long later, the two got up and left the restaurant they had entered, and xianxia led Ryu to a teleportation platform. Soon, they had smoothly entered the fifth heaven and made their way to the region of the Radiant Star sect. However, what Ryu hadn't expected was the thick scent of blood in the region. They hadn't even gotten close, but it was so dense that the air was practically painted in red as well, and a stinging sort of heaviness was trying to make his eyes droop. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Just how much slaughtering had taken place while he hadn't been present? It felt like he was bearing witness to a bloody war that had raged on for centuries. What had happened here exactly? Soon, he could see the familiar outline of the sect over the horizon. The sound of clashing weapons echoed in his ears. He looked toward xianxia and her face was deadpan. He had known xianxia for years now, and this was only the second time he had seen such an expression. Her usual had always been a gentle elegance and smile. This expressionless appearance was something that was very clearly not that. Ironically, both of these instances had happened today. The first was against Jojo, and the second was privilege here and now. Ryu looked toward the distance once again. He didn't see even a single known face in that crowd, not one. He continued to scan the battlefield, but that conclusion remained as accurate as it had been the first time he thought it. However, what was clear was that all of these people were excellent, all of them were in the World Sea realm, and all of them were at the pinnacle standards of the prodigies that Ryu had met up until now, maybe only shy of xianxia and Jojo. Just what was going on? They're fighting for the privilege to be Senior Aika's husbands. Ryu didn't believe his ears for a moment. A bunch of World Sea realm experts fighting to be that miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex's husband. Did they have a death wish? He didn't know Aika's cultivation, but just logically speaking, at worst she was a Tao Lord. Without at least strength of that level, how could she dare to do all of this? In fact, if Ryu had to bet on it, he felt that Aika was definitely a Tao sovereign. Was this supposed to be a joke? A grand prank everyone was pulling on him as a return gift? But that blood, that smell, their fury, all of that was very much real. Also, husbands, plural, chapter 1281, annoyed 1281. Annoyed Ryu's expression was a bit weird. His reaction probably wasn't what xianxia might have expected, only because he didn't know the truth behind what was happening now. For all he knew, this was Aika's choice. Truthfully, she did seem like the type. Since she hadn't found a husband until now, picking out several fit with her archetype, at least from what he knew about it. It wasn't exactly unheard of either. Take the martial gods for example. They were an exceptionally powerful clan and their rules on such things were far more lax than many others. Aizmine's own mother had two daughters from two different men, and they both fought over her just the same. And if Ryu was correct about the martial gods, they were in existence amongst the martial powers of the ninth heaven, which meant that this was the standard they upheld for themselves even in those highest of echelons. Of course, there were men like Alina's father who had many wives who didn't have other partners outside of himself, at least not out in the open, and wave, but there would also be those powerful women among them like Aizmine's mother who could act as they please and build their own reverse harems. If even one of the most powerful powers of the true martial world was like this, who was to say that Aika couldn't be? Did the idea leave Ryu uncomfortable? Not really. He hadn't had such thoughts toward Aika, although she was exceptionally beautiful. He had met too many beautiful women in his life. If he fell for every one, there wouldn't be enough minutes in the day or days in the year to account for all of them. Although he wouldn't hold himself back from adding to his harem, he wouldn't go out of his way to do so either, and there would likely come a time where he felt that there was enough. Ryu had never entered the cultivation world with thoughts of having a huge harem. His family life didn't prime him for such a thing. His father only had his mother, his grandfathers only had his grandmothers. If it wasn't for the oddity of his second lifetime and the existence of Ailsa as his life partner, he would have been content to only know one woman all his life. This was to say that this matter didn't leave him very moved, and he never even considered the fact that Aika was his own to have, or that she even owed him such a thing. Beyond that, the disparity in their cultivation also spoke volumes as well. Ryu wasn't one to believe he had to be more powerful than his women. In his mind, he would eventually be the strongest there was, so why care about current strength? In fact, whether it was Elena, Ailsa or Eska, they had all been far more powerful than him when he met them. In fact, even Aizmine had been as well. If it wasn't for his breakthrough during their battle, he would have lost at her hands as well. Even so, there was something to be said about maintaining the usual boundaries of the cultivation realm. Like cultivators usually married like cultivators. The idea of a sky god marrying someone who wasn't even in the world sea realm was asinine. With the cruelty of the world, marrying someone that was beyond yourself was only asking for both parties to suffer. That was simply reality. Of course, Ryu wasn't one to care about such things at all. No one could possibly believe in him more than himself, but it was still something to consider nonetheless. This was all to explain that Ryu didn't immediately feel negative emotions when he learned of this. In fact, he quite understood it. Whether it was because this was what Aika wanted, or if it was for a greater purpose, they both made perfect sense. It had to be remembered that Aika was the only one of both the Fading Star sect and the Radiant Star sect to have been the fading and radiant halves of the former dual Radiant Star sect's bloodline. As such, her womb was maybe the most valuable thing they had remaining. If she wanted multiple husbands to maximize her chances of conceiving a child with the same gifts as herself, it was quite understandable. One's bloodline was about the only thing that could be passed one through birth in the first place. It was important to take advantage of it. However, these thoughts paused when Ryu saw the unhappiness on Selhira's expression. Is there something the matter? Selhira looked at Ryu's expression, and seeing his reaction, for whatever reason, she actually seemed to relax and her deadpan visage smoothed out. Her expression became gentler and her arm, which was wrapped around Ryu's, wound tighter to the point that Ryu could even feel the softness of her chest on his upper arm. Ryu raised an internal eyebrow when he felt this. Although Selhira had been holding onto his arm all the while, he hadn't minded it much. That was because it was quite platonic and benign. It was more akin to an elder sister holding onto her brother's arm. There wasn't much to overthink about it, especially since she still kept a certain distance. Something like allowing him to feel her chest wasn't something that she would do in the past. She seemed very aware and intentional about it, but still continued to answer his question as though nothing at all had happened. I can explain it quite simply to you. Although Senior Aika isn't being forced, it's effectively like this. There are 3 legs of the Radiant Star sect that remained between the 4th to 6th heavens that were called forward. They're led by Old Zhao, Old Zan and Old Shu. According to the original plan, they were supposed to lay low without any outward-facing presence. They would find children from discarded families born with great talent, take them in, and give them the radiant bloodline. Over time, these hidden factions would grow stronger and stronger, and once Old Wan's plan was complete, they could move forward with a strong base. However, Senior Aika's breakthrough has changed everything because they now have a talent capable of holding down the fort on her own. In the past, Senior Aika was already capable of defending the sect on her own, which was why so many survived in the first place, but in order to do so she had given up a great amount of her lifespan and vitality, resulting in many thinking she would never have the chance to break through. This change though was great, because it meant that even if they charged back to the 7th heaven now, they would be able to adequately protect themselves. Ryu's gaze flickered. To think that the breakthrough of just one Aika could give them such confidence. It had to be remembered that the sect had enemies on the 8th heaven had brought them to the 7th heaven in the first place before they split. There was always the chance that such enemies could come back around just in case to make sure that the sect never rose up again. Entering the 7th heaven didn't just mean that they were on the 7th heaven, but it also meant that those of the 8th and 9th heaven would have a much easier time reaching you. This realization made Ryu re-evaluate Aika once more. Now that these matters are settled, though, those old men are thinking about the future already and they felt that Aika should choose a husband. The problem is that there's no one of Aika's generation that's worthy, and there isn't a single one of the younger generations who can even shine her shoes. Asking for this annoyed Aika greatly and she snapped. She rightfully believed that her alone was enough, but the old men began to speak about the future and how although she was enough to hold the fort on the 7th heaven, what about their return to the 8th heaven? Or what about one day finally reaching the 9th heaven as their ancestors had always wanted before they were divided? A single Aika wouldn't be enough for this, they would need at least a half dozen, and how could such a thing be possible if the full dual radiance bloodline never appeared again? Their only hope was for Aika to have children. Senior Aika was infuriated by all of this, but the old men said they would allow her to pick whomever she wanted. They weren't forcing her to marry anyone, not that they could. Reaching her limits, Senior Aika had a fiery burst of rage and said that if she was going to have to pick a husband, she would just be like all those other patriarchs and have more than one, and that's how this all started. Ryu and Selhira looked down toward the carnage in unison. Ryu's gaze flickered. This situation was definitely more complicated than he had originally thought. Chapter 1282, Fall of a Genius. 1282 Fall of a Genius. The approaching Ryu and Xianxia caught the attention of many below. Those that were here hadn't been back for long, but many had already met and seen Xianxia before. As were many, they were easily captured by her gentle aura and calming presence. But no matter what, it was difficult for them to have an outward showing of jealousy to the fact she was hanging from another man's arm when they were quite literally fighting for the right to have another woman as their wife. So, though their strikes became more furious to vent their discomfort, they didn't do or say anything else. Considering they had just met Xianxia not long ago, for all they knew, she was already married to another. Although she still had the air of a virgin, without exceptional senses it was hard to tell at a glance, and even if it was the case that she was betrothed, it wasn't rare for women to wait until after they had entered the sky god realm to consider losing their primordial yin. There was no shortage of techniques that benefited from an intact one. Xianxia's snow-white owl landed on the tall walls of the sect. Upon it, there were many observing the proceedings. And, of course, the likes of Old Juan, Samson and the others were present. This was quite an important event, after all, so how could they not be? The two looked toward Ryu, and though their expressions didn't show much, there was a peculiar change in the depths of their eyes, as though they were seeing something they couldn't quite understand, but also couldn't quite put their finger on what it is they were trying to understand in the first place. Aside from Samson and Old Juan, there were the trio of Old Zhao, Old Zan and Old Shu. All three of them didn't look particularly outstanding, but that was probably what was also so remarkable about them. They dressed in simple robes that looked as though they had been knit in thick wool. They looked more like retired, old mortal men who spent their days in rocking chairs and watching their grandchildren play than the backbone of a once exceptionally powerful Seventh Heaven sect. But again, this was what made them so remarkable. And now that Ryu thought about it, it was also what made the likes of Samson, Ika and Old Juan so remarkable as well. He never felt any sort of discomfort around them, almost as though they had no strength in their bodies at all. Ika had even completed a breakthrough into what should have been at the very least the Tao Lord realm without so much as harming him, and that was while she had her arm around him as she gleefully pretended to be an old lady. Of course, Ika's level of control was even more exaggerated than just this, but the fact that all of them could do the same wasn't a coincidence at all. There was no doubt that these characters weren't just Sky God realm experts, but they were extremely deep into the realm. In order to qualify as the backbone of such a sect, they would definitely have to be at least the omniscient realm. Ryu hadn't noticed before because he was very much used to being unmoved by the auras of powerful figures, he simply didn't allow his body and psyche to bow down. But now that he held a founding Tao in the palm of his hands, it felt that everything was oh so very obvious to him now. If he wanted to understand something, he simply had to reflect on it for a moment and the answers seemed to manifest on their own. His current level of intelligence was unfathomable. These old men had noticed Ryu's arrival long ago, but seeing him calmly observing them without reserve made them more curious. Ika had mentioned two inheriter disciples before, and Xianxia was obviously the first, while this young man should be the second, but they were also a bit confused. They could see through the wall of talent that was hidden well within Xianxia's body, but when they turned to Ryu, it felt like they couldn't see anything at all, and this left them shocked. What shocked Old Juan and Samson was that they too had this feeling. Although they hadn't been able to see right through Ryu before, they could tell certain things and make certain deductions. But now, there was nothing. His air of mystery was on a different level. Seemingly sensing the oddity in the fact that most were paying more attention to Ryu than they were the battle for the fate of their matriarch, Samson couldn't help but laugh and lighten the mood considerably. "What are you still doing up here, little Ryu? Are you going to miss this opportunity?" He didn't seem to realize that Xianxia's arm was around Ryu's, or maybe because he was so used to Xianxia's personality he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, Ika had a habit of taking Ryu's arm too, but no one thought that she was in love with Ryu. Ryu smiled lightly. "If Senior Ika had wanted me, couldn't she have just named me? There's no need to force such a beauty's hand." Samson's smile froze, as did the smiling expressions of the other older men as well. The ambience of the atmosphere wasn't bad despite the circumstances. It could be seen that much of the tension that Ryu had expected to find was here, or maybe these old men were just very good at hiding it. However, this was only something that one very used to bloodshed could say. The scent of blood was so thick that even the air itself seemed to have been dyed red, so it couldn't be that these old men hadn't noticed. Plus, weren't these young men supposed to be the future of their sect as well, so how were they so casual about it all? That said, Ryu didn't care very much about this either. He wasn't the morality police and these young men weren't being forced to participate. This was no different from any other competition of the martial world, the survival of the fittest and the superiority of the largest fist. At the same time, the reaction of these elders had nothing to do with this matter either. There was only one they had for Ryu's response just now: arrogant. In Ryu's opinion, Aika had had the option to choose any husband she wanted. Of all those young men down there, many of whom were around Ryu's age, she couldn't have known any one of them better than she knew him. And yet, she chose to hold this sort of competition. Of course, Ryu held no sort of animosity toward Aika for this. As he had said previously, he had no such feelings toward her, and she was free to do as she pleased. She was a powerful woman who was far closer to the pinnacle of the true martial world than he was. If a group of unbiased individuals were to choose who among the two of them were more likely to fulfill Ryu's goal and aspirations, it would be unanimously decided that she would be the better choice. However, even with all of this being the case, if people thought that he would be a complicit, jumping clown, fighting it out and shedding blood for the sake of winning the heart of a woman he only cared for platonically, they were sorely mistaken. In Ryu's eyes, since he wasn't her first and immediate choice, he wouldn't force it nor would he bail her out for her decisions. Of course, in the mind of others, this was ridiculous. Aika was a Dao lord at worst, why shouldn't a mere Dao pedestal realm expert be forced to prove himself to her? In truth, Samson had only been joking around. In his opinion, although he couldn't see through Ryu properly, his cultivation was still on the weaker side. And though he had defeated Starlight had been an entire cultivation realm beneath him, not to mention crippled by the suppression of the lower heavens. He hadn't truly intended for Ryu to fight and was just making a joke to tease this overly serious young junior of his, as was his usual. But he hadn't expected Ryu to answer with such a casual smile, such frankness. He wasn't putting on a show, he wasn't saying it for the sake of the crowd, he didn't even sound like he was looking down on the young men fighting for their lives down below. He had just casually stated something that he felt to the depths of his heart. This didn't even mention the fact that he had casually called Aika a beauty, as though that was an appropriate method of address for such a powerful expert. At that moment, the Dao hearts of those present fiercely shook. Their expressions changed and many hurriedly fell to the ground, crossing their legs and closing their eyes, forgetting everything around them as they entered a deep state of meditation. Of those that moved, there were even many younger sky gods. The only ones that seemed unaffected were many of the women and the strongest of them who only frowned once before their brows smoothed out. Even so, the way they looked at Ryu had forever changed. This young man that they had just met had a bearing beyond his age, and an arrogance so deep and boundless that its depths couldn't be properly measured. However, at the same time, they came to the same conclusion that Aika had. Such a sharp sword and unbendable blade, should it ever be broken one day, would either cause the world to collapse or result in the fall of a genius. Chapter 1283. Lost 1283. Lost. Selhira looked toward Ryu's side profile, her gaze unreadable. It was hard to tell what she was thinking, but her longtime beast companion couldn't help but twist its neck back, seemingly sensing something odd. In truth, Selhira's thoughts weren't that difficult to read. Most men in Ryu's position, when they heard that Aika was holding a competition for her hand in marriage, would feel an unsettled jealousy and unhappiness. Then, like most others, they would jump into the fray, wanting to prove themselves. This was how men of the cultivation were. Even with women that weren't their own, they often felt an entitled sense of closeness to them, as though their own personal feelings should dictate everything, even when those personal feelings stemmed from nothing more than pride and ego. Ryu was clearly a very prideful person, however the way that pride manifested was more important than anything else. After she saw Ryu's reaction to Aika's competition, she seemed to have fully and entirely relaxed. Did she love Ryu? She couldn't say that, but she wasn't opposed to being courted by him, even though, quite frankly, he didn't seem very interested in doing even that. Even so, she wasn't dissatisfied and was very satisfied with the current state of things. She had already done her own due diligence, and if she had her own requirements, who was to say that Ryu didn't have his own despite the fact he had many wives already? In fact, the very fact he had multiple wives, given what she knew of his temperament, actually made it even more likely that his requirements for more were even higher. At least, This was how Selhira had felt a moment ago. But seeing so many powerful men fall because of a simple short two phrases from Ryu that could hardly be counted as full sentences, she felt her heart unexplainably pound. She knew that this was because she had lowered her defenses toward Ryu, but for him to take advantage of this so soon to make such a sweeping display of masculine and yet reserved power left her eyes glistening. Single quote. How unfair, she thought to herself. But in the end, she smiled and looked away. Ryu didn't react much to the reactions of those around him. He felt similarly unmoved by it all. If anything, he felt that the Tao hearts of these people were far too weak. This was likely because of that grueling half-year he had put himself through, but even so, if these people had been given the same choice, would they dare to stay in contact with those chains for an entire half-year? At that moment, Aika suddenly appeared high in the skies. Ryu looked up and greeted her with a smile. She could tell that there was no resentment or unhappiness in Ryu's eyes. He had just been speaking casually, exactly as his tone had implied. At the same time, though, Aika saw something else. Ryu clearly had no intention of fighting if the goal was to win her heart. However, if she asked him for a favor to fight on her behalf and get her out of the mess her big mouth had put her in, he would probably do so without hesitation. At that point, it wouldn't be about Ryu being led by the nose and tested for the sake of winning a woman's heart. Instead, it would be him repaying the mountains of kindness a senior had given him over several years. In his mind, these were wholly different things. Aika didn't say anything, but the mood seemed to shift again with her presence. Indeed, it seemed that her Tao heart wasn't even as strong as a 20-some-odd-year-old boy's. She was too easily agitated, leading even to situations like this one, but she was too far into life to change. No, too much of her strength was built on her current ways. It would be nice if she had a husband who could take on such burdens for her, but she had never met such a man. Samson was too much of a jokester. Old Juan was too scheming and calculative. Old Zhao, Old Zan and Old Shu had never been very close with her to begin with, and they lacked the talent same and Old Juan had to begin with. As for those outside of her sect, all they had ever done was ignore her. She sighed. At the moment, she just looked tired. Coinciding with Aika's appearance, the battle below came to a stop. In the end, 3 remained, the exact number that Aika had called out previously. Of the nearly 3 dozen that had participated, just this number was left, and their identities weren't very surprising at all. Each one of them was ranked first in their own respective factions. Bruiser. The young man lived up to his name, wearing a pair of dense black gloves with spikes over the place of his knuckles. He looked as though he could be willing to smash even a star to smithereens if one allowed him to. Dried blood caked his temples and streaked down his forehead. Though his hair looked black at first glance, when the sun rays hit it just right, it lit with a hidden red, making the dark bits of flesh that were still stuck in the grooves of his spiked knuckles. He was under Old Zhao's faction and exuded an aura that was both sinister and tainted. Robian. From his back extended a pair of dense black angel-like wings. When they flapped, a fog of blackness invaded the surroundings, making there be no doubt that this was most definitely from a special bone structure. Just from the obvious aura alone, it was at the omniscient grade at the weakest, and that was just its inactive state. Aside from this, his features were quite pale and handsome. They held a sharpness, from his jaw even down to his nose, but his eyes were surprisingly dull, taking away from his sword-like brows. He didn't hold any weapons, but the black metallic features on his wings dripped with an oozing blood. He was under Old Zan. Brianus. He was the tallest of them, and also somehow held the oddest weapon. It was a rod, technically, but it looked far more like a pillar. It was as thick as his already thicker than normal waist, and just to hold it, he had no choice but to wrap his entire arm around it. However, even so, this rod-turned pillar was caked with blood, and of the 3, Brianus had probably killed the most. He was under Old Shu. It seemed that the final 3 who would become Aika's husbands in the future had been selected. However, rather than celebration, the atmosphere was oddly silent, maybe due to the massacre below, or many due to Ryu's words. Aika sighed, and looked down. This wasn't a matter that could be simply retracted. Although many of the geniuses below were only severely injured and not entirely dead, a good number of them had truly lost their lives, over half of the nearly 3 dozen that had participated. And of those that had survived, it was unknown if they would ever be the same again. Even if their bodies managed to escape the fate of being crippled, what about their Tao hearts? Could they withstand such a loss? If Aika just uttered she hadn't meant what she said, what about all of these lives? Could she even continue to command the Radiant Star sect? How would people respect her in the future? She would be seen as a tyrant, and despite what seemed to be her personality, she couldn't bear such a cross. But what could she do other than accept? When her elders of the past had told her that her big mouth would get her into trouble in the future, she thought it would be at the hands of a powerful enemy. The irony that mere World Sea realm experts had such a hold on her right now wasn't lost on her in the slightest, but it only seemed natural. Eventually one's faults would catch up with one. Ryu looked up toward Aika as her pink lips slightly parted. It seemed that she was about to speak, but he could sense the hesitation, then the sudden determination. Her chest expanded and she was ready to bite the bullet when she was suddenly interrupted. That said, it's just a bit unfair if I participate now. They've all just fought a difficult battle. How about I let them rest for a week, then we'll battle. We can do a battle royale of 4. Ryu's uninterested voice echoed. Many who had been affected previously had begun to wake up one after another, and part of the reason Aika had taken so long to speak was to avoid disturbing them. It would be too bad if their future potential was completely shattered because of a few words. Very few expected Ryu's words, but what was even more surprising was that Ryu didn't wait for the answer of everyone else as he turned to leave. Watching his back view, for some reason, Aika felt that she had suddenly lost something. Chapter 1284. Let alone 1284. Let alone. Ryu stood in silence, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The last week had passed with great speed, almost as though it was the blink of an eye. One would have thought that for the likes of Ryu, such time would have passed by exceptionally slowly, especially since this was a day he would be putting his life on the line, but he was just as relaxed now as he had been back then. His hands clasped behind his back and his 2 great sword staffs floated gently without a touch in the same position they had always been in. They reflected a black and white light, appearing to be a different sort of beauty depending on how one gazed upon them, and at which angles one did so. It wasn't the kind of treasure one would ever guess to have been crafted by a youngster like Ryu, even though it was only at the sovereign grade. None of his enemies were there yet despite the fact the sect's walls were lined with people, but Ryu didn't seem to react to this at all. It probably made sense that the others would be dissatisfied. In their eyes, Ryu was only a Dao pedestal realm expert. The fact that their positions were delayed for an entire week was quite unacceptable to them. However, they could only delay this matter for so long. Since Aika had made the final decision, what choice did they have but to comply? Soon, 3 persons came crashing down from above, landing heavily on the ground below. Brianna's pillar dove into the ground, hiding half of its entire length instantly, and yet it was still several heads taller than the young man. Bruiser's steel knuckles shimmered beneath the high sun. As for Robian, he was the only one among them who managed to land gently, the sharpness of his facial characteristics carving through the wind. In this past week, Ryu hadn't asked anything about these 3. Quite frankly, he didn't care enough to know. He didn't even know what their names were. That said, they had learned everything there was to know about him. They knew he came from a small world. They knew that his performance in the incomplete heavenly path was the reason that the sect had managed to enter the 4th heaven. They also knew that he already had several wives, and yet he actually dared to participate in this matter. Although it couldn't be uttered that these 3 had never had females in their lives, they had in fact had many. They hadn't taken any of them as their true women. Marrying so young with their level of talent was quite rare, and it was obvious that Ryu had likely only done so because of the customs of his small world. Even with all of this said, they didn't look down on Ryu for these things. Of course, that wasn't because they were magnanimous or big-hearted, nor was it because they deemed themselves to be good people. It was rather because of Aika and the existence of her influence. If this Ryu was a normal person, why would Aika set out a special event for him in this way? They didn't believe for a moment that Aika had special feelings for Ryu, or else she would have just named him previously instead of making them go through all of this. But what could be said is that she had special enough consideration for his talent to allow this sort of exception. I knew that there was something off about this, Bruiser suddenly said, looking Ryu up and down. You're already in the 9 life revolutions realm, you are indeed at our level. Reading another's cultivation had never been an exact science, and it was even more complicated in the true martial world with the myriad of matters to take into consideration. It took one who was either exceptional in matters of the senses, or was intimately familiar with the method of cultivation their target was using, to see through such matters. Making it to the 9 life revolutions realm, especially before entering the World Sea realm first, was an exceptional feat. There were many disciplines that believed the body to be the foundation of all things. It housed both the soul and the meridians. Without a strong enough body, housing powerful iterations of either was impossible. This was also why those with greater talent tended to likewise had more powerful bodies just by default. Having a stronger body realm than chi realm or mental realm was actually seen to be as quite desirable, it was just that it was very difficult to achieve. While it seemed that the body realm had no requirements for cultivation, this was only true at its lower realms. While it was still acceptable if Ryu had been in the blood refinement realm, the idea that he was already in the 9 life revolutions realm meant that he had completed a life destruction. Doing so required an intimate familiarity with one's body. This was beyond one's flesh and bones, it even required a deep comprehension of one's martial way. This was because in order to keep yourself together while experiencing such pain, one required an exceptional Tao heart. On top of this, to complete a life destruction, one would have to sever connection to their soul and spiritual foundations and the like as well. The only way to re-establish such connections was to have intimate familiarity with them. A World Sea Realm expert would have already formed their cosmic seeds and grown them to maturity. They would have the most optimal understanding of themselves. For Ryu to do this before even stepping into the cosmic seed realm first was absolutely astonishing, and it was a feat that couldn't be looked down upon. Ryu didn't say anything, although he had very clearly heard Bruiser's words. However, Bruiser seemed to have already understood this. After all, he had heard about Ryu's personality from others. This wasn't a man fond of socializing or speaking with strangers. So, after he had spoken, he had already sneered. Even so, the completion of just a single life destruction paired with peak Tao pedestal realm chi realm cultivation isn't nearly enough for even one of us, let alone 3 of us. Chapter 1285. With anyone 1285 with anyone. Bruiser's words seemed to have implied something. It was clear that the 3 had already decided that this was a prize they would be keeping to themselves. The 3 had never thought that they would be sharing a woman in their lifetimes, but the worth of Aika was too great. Let alone the fact they would never gain a more powerful woman in their lifetimes, the benefits to having her on their cultivation speed and resources would be enormous. The problem was that they were keenly aware of the machinations and schemes that occurred within harems. This wasn't something that would be left to just the women. When ambitious people were placed together in a cutthroat environment, things were bound to happen. Who was to say that Aika would never choose to have other husbands? Who was to say that she wouldn't get bored of them after a single night and never call them again? Who was to say that they would even be able to share a night with her at all? After all, it wasn't as though they had the power to force it upon her. Knowing all of this, these 3, although they had formerly been enemies, had decided that the best course of action progressing would be to bind their futures together. No matter what, they would move forward as a united front, taking on the role of Aika's first husbands. If they could focus less on scheming, and more on benefiting the most from their situation, their lives would be much brighter. And now, their first test stood before them. They would show the world this sort of united front and make it implicitly clear where they stood on these matters. "Are you finished talking yet?" Ryu asked. His expression carried an obvious indifference. "I planned on dealing with all 3 of you from the very beginning. I don't have an inclination for sharing my women with anyone." Ryu's words seemed to shake the 3 awake, their gazes flashing with hints of hesitation, shame and rage. At the same time, Ryu's words drifted to the city walls, causing many to frown. Although this was the sentiment of many men here, there was also the matter of knowing their limits. On the city walls, there were many prodigies lower than the World Sea Realm and higher that were present, many of whom would have jumped at such a chance. They might never gain such an remarkable woman in their lives. Wasn't it a matter, of course, to fight for her in this chance? Many looked over toward Aika to see her reaction. Knowing this woman's fiery temper, she might even smite Ryu down where he stood. Saying such things in the presence of everyone, wasn't that just like treating her as though she was just any old woman? How could Aika stand for this? Though some thought it was odd that Aika hadn't shown up at the beginning of the other battle, but had for this one, they were more eager to see what her reaction would be now. And yet, there was no reaction at all. Her expression was simply impossible to read. It was neither cold and indifferent, nor calm and relaxed. It was in an odd in-between state that left many without the words to describe it. Ryu seemed to be the only one that didn't glance toward the city walls, as though Aika's response to his words hadn't mattered to him. With a gesture of his palms, his greatsword staffs flew up and landed gently within them. He flicked his wrists and they spun in his palm, his shoulders and hands rotating with an almost hypnotic flexibility. Then, they suddenly came to a stop. Bang! The earth split into three, the residual wind pressure shattering it. Ryu's body began to glow as a pair of white wings extended from his back and white gold scales began to cover his body. A pair of horns that seemed to want to pierce the skies, standing as black as ink, appeared on his forehead as a phoenix's cry echoed through the skies. The pupils of several individuals constricted into pinholes. Living spiritual foundation. Chi rushed toward Ryu from all directions, a oppressive weight swallowing up the atmosphere. But what was even more shocking was that it most definitely wasn't immortal chi. There was no doubt, that was most definitely cosmic chi. However, before this could shock those present to the point of disbelief, the aura of a sword god flourished, splitting the clouds above and rumbling the earth beneath. Ryu's irises reflected with a hidden golden light, shimmering brighter and brighter. He seemed to have gone all out from the very beginning. His presence was absolutely suffocating. And yet, he wasn't finished. Motes of starlight descended from the skies above, gently wrapping around Ryu and then suddenly dispersing, filling the battlefield like the lines of a game of domain. Everything happened so quickly that the three youths could only stand and watch. They felt a pressure pressing against their bodies. Ryu raised his foot, his body leaning forward slightly. The hairs on their necks stood at attention, their bodies being pulled taut as they felt a keen sense of danger. By the time Ryu's step had landed, his body flickered and vanished, leaving nothing more than an afterimage. Bruiser punched out on instinct. Although Ryu felt overwhelming, he was still within the realms that he could understand and react to. His battle instincts kicked in and he knew that he couldn't allow Ryu to take the initiative, so he reacted as though he had been ready all along. And yet, when he punched out, it felt as though his fist had entered a quagmire. Ryu was right before him, not even half a meter away, and yet for some reason, Bruiser already knew that his fist would never be able to reach Ryu's face. If one looked from the side, it looked as though Bruiser's arm had shrunk to the size of a toddler's, barely able to punch out a single foot, let alone cover half a meter. Ryu's greatsword staff trembled and blood spurted. Bruiser's arm was amputated from his shoulder, spinning wildly in the air as his blood surged like a fountain. The elders shuddered. Spatial Soul Nature. Chapter 1286. Calm and unhurried. 1286. Calm and unhurried. Bruiser could barely see the sharpness of Ryu's gaze behind the curtain of his own blood. He was stunned as a wave of pain racked his body. He didn't even quite understand what had just happened, or at the very least, he was steps slower than everyone else. That was because from his perspective, everything about his attack had gone perfectly, so how had he missed? Even worse than that, how had he lost his arm? The pain quickly became rage. His arms were the most important part of his body, they were what his Tao was built upon, what he had been training his entire life. And yet, just like that, he had suddenly lost one. Regrowing arms wasn't impossible, but without investing a ridiculous amount, he would have to restrain the regrown arm from start to finish. If he wanted the exact same arm he had just lost back, he would require an even higher grade healing pill, one that it was uncertain if he would even be able to afford. Bruiser lashed out with his remaining arm in fury, however in his current state, the very same foolish end would be waiting for him. Luckily, for his sake, Brianus and Robian acted immediately. Their perspective was different, so their understanding of what had just happened was far deeper than Bruiser's. Ryu, who had been about to make a follow-up attack, shifting his stance instead. With a small step to the side, he shifted out of the way of Brianus' massive swinging pillar. His sharp nose was a single millimeter from its coating of chi, but his gaze was calm and unhurried. He took another step and his neck barely slid out of the way of Robian's sharp wings. His great sword staff swung out in an elegant arc, one thrusting forward like a raging spear and hitting Brianus squarely on the chest. The other clipped against Robian's wing, slamming it shut against his body and throwing his balance off. Brianus was sent flying like a ball out of a cannon while Robian crashed and skidded along the ground. Ryu took another step, the ground shrinking as his body appeared above the flying Brianus. This singular step caused Bruiser's own follow-up attack to fail miserably. A curious look flickered in Ryu's gaze as he appeared above Brianus' flying body. He had been 100% certain that he would pierce through his chest. His great sword staffs carried the weight of the world behind them and had a sharp edge. The fact that Brianus had flown out as though he had been hit by a blunt hammer across the chest was intriguing. Brianus, who observed Ryu immediately, slammed his pillar into the ground, causing its full almost 10-meter length to vanish to just 2 or so meters once again. The earth trembled and roared, waves extending out in all directions as he forced himself to come to a strong and sturdy halt. With a quick movement he palmed the side of his pillar and grabbed, shooting his arm into the sky. The pillar, which had just been buried, rocketed up toward Ryu, a suffocating aura of destruction following it. Ryu could sense the vague hint of a Tao hidden beneath this seemingly simple attack. It carried a momentum that held a willingness to pierce the skies, uncaring about the obstructions that lay before it and its goal. Ryu's body pulsed and 9 golden pillars within him glowing with a magnificent light. The space between his white scales began to glow with the same fierce light, making him seem far more resplendent and magnificent. Down. Ryu swung his greatsword staff with a mighty momentum, smashing all the Tao intent hidden within Brianna's pillar and crushing it back into the ground until it vanished below. Just when Brianna was shocked and preparing to retrieve his pillar, Ryu vanished out of the skies above him, appearing right before him with a sweeping attack already half completed. Ryu's senses flashed as he sensed that Robian had already recovered with great speed. If he continued, he would definitely suffer a devastating attack from the back. And yet, Ryu didn't shift his attack this time. Suddenly, Robian felt as though the world around him had twisted. The ground beneath him moved with much lesser speed, and for several split moments it felt as though he wasn't moving at all despite the fact he was rushing forward with his greatest speed. Robian roared, his chi spreading out in all directions and a domain of darkness forming around him. Only then did he barely manage to break free of the effects, but by then, Ryu's sweep had already landed a devastating blow. Bang! Brianna shot out to the side, crashing into the walls of the Radiant Stars sect before he could even stop himself. His bones shook and rattled, his inner organs shifting out of place and threatening to reposition themselves. Ryu's figure flashed and vanished once again, appearing Robian's back and stamping downward. His eyes glowed with a fierce light, the aura of the 9 pillars rising out from him like a tide, willing and able to suppress the ground below and even the skies above. Bang! Robian was drilled into the ground below, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It was clear that his body was much more fragile than Brianna's, but his wings had still protected him from excessive damage. It was simply too much. It didn't even feel like Ryu had far surpassed them in terms of strength. Rather, his movement, technique, his timing, his senses, and most importantly, his spatial soul nature made him a suffocating opponent to deal with. It was a gap in skill, not strength. What was also clear to the older of them was that Ryu's movements carried hints of the power of the laws of the world. Even a single punch carried a great deal of weight. This should have been something possible only for Cosmic Seed Realm experts, but it was all truly baffling. Ryu was definitely still in the Tao pedestal realm, so how was it that he was using cosmic chi and wielding the laws of the world? None of it was adding up properly. Even with their thoughts, though, Ryu didn't stop. With a step he had already appeared behind the rushing and still furious bruiser. The gap in the speed was simply too great, and the gap in their senses was even larger. His eyes glowed with a dark gold light as his mental energy manifested. A complex maze appeared in the skies before concentrating into a single point and beaming into the back of Bruiser's skull. It flashed for but a single moment, but those that had gazed too deeply at the maze felt their minds turning sluggish, a slight headache taking shape at the core of their minds. They had no choice but to close their eyes tightly to finally escape the annoying dull pain. As for Bruiser himself, he fell forward, collapsing. Ryu swept a gaze, landing on the ground with a light step. He was the most understanding of how he had won this battle so easily, but he was also confident that he could do it again. If he were to say how much of his strength he had used just now, ignoring trump cards that he couldn't show, and probably also removing his self-created birthed phenomena from the equation, it wasn't even 50%. Of course, a large portion of that weight was carried by his Tao since he didn't have to actively use it either, but it was less than 50% nonetheless. These 3 hadn't used their full capabilities either. He hadn't sensed any one of them taking out their Taos, and they hadn't used the techniques of the Radiant Star sect either, but that was also because Ryu had simply not given them the chance to. Even so, Ryu wasn't that proud either. These 3 geniuses were born here on the 4th to 6th heavens. They were among the geniuses that the 3 hidden factions had gathered during their time. They had only been gifted the bloodline of the Radiant Star sect after the fact, and even then it was only a small portion. The geniuses of the former Radiant Star sect had all long since entered the Sky God realm, and they were among the many on the sect walls now. If anyone thought for a moment, it was clear and obvious that Aika had only picked out these few to fight because she wanted to stall for as much time as possible. If she really cared about extending her bloodline, she would have chosen among those men. But that didn't have anything to do with Ryu now. He had done his job and even stretched his legs a bit. He spun his great sword staffs and then tossed them to his back. With a step, he appeared on the walls before Aika with a smile and a nod. To be quite frank, Aika thought too much previously. To Ryu, a life and death matter was simply another challenge on his path. Even if it had occurred because of her, he wouldn't hold a grudge. The sense of loss she had felt didn't come from his dissatisfaction, it rather came because Ryu had never had any intention of using this matter as a springboard to truly become her husband. There was a very important reason for that as well. Marrying Aika for the sake of the Radiant Star sect was akin to promising his future child to them. That meant marrying into the sect. He was Ryu Tatsuya, his women had to carry the name Tatsuya. He had no thought for Aika until he was strong enough to make that happen, and even if that day did come, he would necessarily be interested in her in the first place. Seeing Ryu's calm smile, for some reason, Aika finally felt an odd sort of peace. She really couldn't remember. When was the last time a man had fought for her? Chapter 1287. Fallen 1287. Fallen Ryu didn't say much of anything as he looked toward Aika, he only smiled lightly, a smile that was quite breathtaking. If it wasn't for the fact that Ryu was far too junior to her, knocking off several points from him, Aika might even admit this to herself. But it was too difficult to look at someone so much weaker than her as a viable partner. Even so, Ryu's bearing was no less magnificent than a man that should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. And his large, looming presence, which was even currently casting a shadow over her petite frame, was somehow quite comforting even though she was well aware that she wouldn't even have to lift a finger to deal with him. Aika found herself at a loss for words, unable to find the words that she should be speaking at the moment. It was quite suffocating. You've improved quite a great deal. Not much, Ryu shook his head. Aika grit her teeth. This Ryu was too good at dealing with awkward situations. What did he even come and stand before her for if he didn't plan on carrying on a conversation properly? He just seemed to be observing her as though he would be able to read her mind if he looked close enough. Suddenly, Ryu titled his head up and looked toward everyone else. I think that's enough talk of marriage, right? If even those of Aika's generation do not dare to mention marrying her, when would it be the turn of us juniors? It's a bit ridiculous, don't you think? If Ryu had spoken these words before his battle, it would have sounded quite ridiculous, almost as though he knew he was too weak to intervene and as such wanted to find a different method of avoiding watching Aika marry off to another man or men. But now that he had won such a right and he was clearly straightforwardly giving it up, it held far more weight. Even so, the elders couldn't help but frown. They had gone through so much trouble to get this chance, even managing to get Aika to paint herself into a corner with her words, so how the hell had they managed to land on the one man who would actually give up such an opportunity? Old Zhao stepped forward. I will give you the due respect as Sister Aika's future husband, but you should also remember your place is exactly what you've claimed to be, a junior. This matter is related to the future prosperity of the sect, it cannot be taken so lightly. When Ryu heard this, he looked up into the skies, his hands clasped behind his back. He really had wanted to avoid politics, but here he was, dealing with it again. This old Zhao truly knew when to advance and retreat. If he had treated Ryu dismissively, it would have made this competition for husband seem like nothing more than a joke. After all, how could someone purported to be the husband of Aika of all people be disrespected by the rest of the sect? That was akin to claiming that all of this was meaningless. But at the same time, he managed to use the tag of future, in Ryu's own words to spin this matter in a light that was favorable to himself. Maybe no one believed that Ryu could win a war of words with these old fogies. Aika had never been good at such things, which was why she had landed herself in such a situation to begin with. Indeed, so can Senior explain to me how the prosperity of the sect will be helped by our most powerful expert degrading herself to the level of marrying World Sea Realm experts? With the way Ryu was looking, no one expected him to suddenly answer. It truly looked like he had given up, but the moment he spoke, it felt as though daggers had been drawn. In fact, with such words being spoken, even Aika didn't escape entirely unscathed as it had been she who had picked out such a method to begin with. Old Zhao's expression couldn't help but freeze. Old Wan, who was standing by the side and watching silently, couldn't help but have a flicker in his gaze, but he still didn't say anything. This Ryu had beaten him in a game of domain, something maybe no one else would believe even if he personally admitted it. If these old fogies thought it would be easy to outmaneuver him, they would be sorely mistaken. The face of a sect is one of its most important assets. Its disciples are another extremely important asset. With this choice of yours, you're putting both in extreme danger. What supreme genius would want to choose a sect with no face? How will future generations hold their heads high with such history weighing them down? And have you even thought about the danger this would put them in? What if I wasn't here and the three of them had succeeded? What do you think your enemies would do with 3 World Sea Realm experts who were suddenly so closely tied to Senior Ica? Even further than that, what if Senior Ica actually bore their children? How much incentive would there be for the powerful to target their fathers for the sake of forcing the hand of the Radiant Star sect? This wouldn't happen. There's a great taboo against, Ryu laughed. Don't speak to me of taboos in this world. I've met more shameless powers in just my few years of being here than I've met in my entire lifetime. In fact, the most shameless individuals of even my world happen to come from here as well. And even if this wasn't the case, do you think they'd still have the protection of their status as juniors after they married Senior Ica? The moment they did, they would become part of her generation and thus be free game. Even if this wasn't truly the case, this is an argument that any one of those sects or clans could make, because it's simply that ridiculous for there to be such a gap between husband and wife. If you all really took this path, there would be nothing more than a future of humiliation and embarrassment up ahead. Are you all really so eager to rely on the strength of a woman that you're willing to lower your heads to this extent? Where is your pride? Where is your backbone? Shouldn't you all be working hard to protect Senior Ica to your backs? Or is that you want her to spend her entire life lifting you all up? Has she not already sacrificed more than enough? If not for a lucky breakthrough, she would be at death's door today. If not for her sacrifice, most of you would not even be alive. You don't get to retroactively take all of that away just because things ended well, at the time she truly had the resolution to die. Ryu's gaze shifted toward Old Juan and Samson for a moment before he shifted away. In truth, he was truly disappointed in these two. They should have been Ica's best friends, and they were even the most powerful of those present aside from her, but they had allowed this to happen anyway. Of course, this trouble was also part of the reason that Radiant Star sect was a deserving sect of being a part of. Might didn't rule absolutely. Which other sect could the likes of Ryu speak so candidly with the most powerful of them without being blasted into pieces before he spoke a second sentence? This was no longer sacrum where he had the backing of the mighty Tatsuya clan. This was the true martial world and he had no one but himself to rely on. If you really care about the future of the sect, you'll improve your strength and reach the point where you're worthy of sharing some of her burden. Until that day, you all can forget about marrying her. The status of future husband is currently occupied by me. Anyone of my cultivation realm, whether that be mental realm, body realm or chi realm, is free to challenge me. If you can defeat me, you'll have the right to refute my words. But until there's a junior better than I am that dares to do what I don't, I would advise you to give up on it. Ryu's gaze swept past the other juniors of the Radiant Star sect. He noticed the glowing gazes of several young women, but he was all too good at ignoring such things. He was more interested in the reaction of the men as they were the few he was challenging. His words had come like an avalanche, so much so that old Zhao and the others couldn't even properly react. As expected, though, many of the young men had quite passionate gazes. They had already taken note of Ryu earlier when his mere words targeted their Dao hearts so fiercely, but now that they had stabilized themselves, they felt as though they had been triggered to the greatest extent. Ryu was challenging their very foundation. Suddenly, a laughter echoed through the skies. It was in creepy laughter and it was difficult to tell exactly where it had come from until a pair of figures suddenly appeared in the skies. Ryu's head turned and his eyes narrowed. He didn't remember one of them, but the second one he remembered all too well. This was none other than Starlight. I hadn't expected for the Radiant Star sect to have declined so far. Chapter 1288. Off 1288 off. Ryu didn't say a word as he observed the two in the skies. Just the fact they were here could only mean one of two things: either they weren't aware of just how strong Ica was, or they were aware and simply didn't care. If it was the latter, it would mean that the man beside Starlight right this moment was no joke. Whether it was the expression of Ica, or Samson and the others, they all turned malevolent in an instant. It looked as though they had just seen an enemy of a lifetime. The man up above had eyes that were an impossible radiant blue, but his skin tone was just the same as Starlight's, dark as night and without a hint of the slightest imperfection. The contrast made the both of them look otherworldly, and almost suffocatingly handsome. It felt like one was gazing upon a work of art as opposed to two humans instead. But it was maybe exactly as a result of this that gazing upon their smiles was so infuriating. It felt as though they were looking down on them with condescension, fully aware of just how amazing they looked, and seeing the rest of the world as far beneath them. Ryu had already deduced that these instances of extremely dark skin and eyes as bright as a supernova must be markers of the fading bloodline, the other half of the formerly dual radiance bloodline that only Aika had been born with in the last several generations. Ass, you have a lot of nerve appearing before me. Aika's gaze became akin to two blazing torches. However, in Ryu's opinion, there was something very much off about her reaction. The Aika he knew wouldn't have uttered something like that. She would have hurled insults, fully prepared to crush her enemy. More than likely, she would have already been prepared to act or in the process of doing so. While saying something like, "You have a lot of nerve," seemed to be taking a strong stance, but very clearly by the fact Aika seemed to have no intention of attacking, there was a problem here. And if even Aika wasn't eager to attack, then what about everyone else? Don't speak to me like that, Aika. It'll break my heart. If I didn't appear before you now, wouldn't your supposed allies be throwing you into the fiery pits of hell? How could they ask an esteemed beauty like yourself to marry the dregs of society? Is that supposed to be a joke? The moment I heard about such a thing, I rushed over at my greatest speed. Although Asa's words sounded insincere, Ryu didn't miss the flicker of rage in the depths of his eyes. It wasn't the kind of rage one had when a family member or a loved one had been wronged, rather it was the kind of rage a child would have when their favorite toy was snatched by another. It was so superficial and shallow that it was too difficult for even someone with such a thick face to hide. Aika stared into the skies, her gaze smoldering. One might say that it was unimaginable for a mere gaze to kill another, but the space between Aika and As who was above truly began to distort beneath her fury, the space around both Starlight and As beginning to shake and quake uncontrollably. Aya, is there a need to be like this? I've truly come with good intentions. The heavens would shed real tears if I allowed this to happen. Luckily, though, it seemed that you have one decent disciple who knows and understands his place, or else I might have had to start a massacre. As spoke with a light smile on his face, one that looked every bit the part of warm and inviting, and yet his words were stone cold, enough to make the blood curdle and the spine tingle. Many felt suffocated to the point of being unable to even think straight. As's words alone seemed to double the gravity in the surroundings, making their hearts have to work harder just to properly pump. Ryu's gaze flickered as he gazed in the surroundings. He could tell something immediately, and he even grasped As's Tao. But it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. He had actually caused so many changes with just a few words, just a slight shift in his mood. This was truly a shocking affair. Aika's Tao had always fascinated him, but this was already the second Tao affiliated with this dual radiance sect that had intrigued him. He wasn't sure, though, if this was because this was how all the Taos at the standard of geniuses of the seventh and above heavens were, or if it was just associated to the specialness of this sect in particular. Ryu's gaze regained his focus as he registered As's insult, but his expression didn't change very much. It was hard to tell if he had heard anything at all, his heart surprisingly calm. He wasn't known for having the best temper, and even that was an understatement. But right now he found it quite easy to maintain his composure. Ryu felt that this might very well be associated to the fusion of his bloodlines. With his fire dragon bloodline able to rampage about on its own, its ability to push and pull at his mood was greatly mellowed out by the more docile and stoic phoenix bloodlines. Even with this being the case, though, Ryu took note of As's face and aura. He wasn't someone who let things go. The things he did were for himself, they weren't for others to comment on in an attempt to twist them into a humiliating matter. Aika's expression only became colder when she heard these words from As, but before she could continue, As spoke again. This is a nice transition into the main topic of today, though. I've come to give the Radiant Star sect one more chance. Obediently marry me, Aika, and we can bring the sect back to its former glory. We will rebuild the dual radiance sect of our ancestors and stand tall on the eighth heaven once more. Of course, you can choose to reject. But not only will I ensure that every last one of your disciples is slaughtered to the last, you can forget about stepping foot onto the seventh heaven. As's smile was just the same, without the slightest fluctuation to his charm. Chapter 1289. Echo 1289 Echo. Much like with the incomplete heavenly path, a sect had to send in disciples to gather a certain amount of fate and faith for the sect in question to be able to transcend to the next level. Ryu had been able to do it and reach an adequate standard on the incomplete heavenly path, but the complete heavenly path was a completely different animal. Without several disciples performing excellently, it would be simply impossible to reach this appropriate standard. The last power that had managed to reach this standard was the former Frost clan, but it had already been countless generations since then, and before they could even readily accept the rewards that came with their success, they were eradicated almost down to their last man. This was a blight on the history of the sixth heaven and a reminder that transcending to the seventh heaven wasn't something that everyone could aspire to. In fact, even the geniuses who managed to bring themselves to the seventh heaven would choose to turn back in the end, returning to their lives of leisure. Of course, this was tacitly allowed by the seventh heaven. If the seventh heaven became too much of a myth in the eyes of the people of the lower heavens, after enough time passed, they might begin to believe that the gap was closer than they thought, and soon there might be many who thought themselves great enough to challenge their bottom line. However, by allowing the powers of others of the middle heavens to send their geniuses in, and allowing the beset to receive the resources and guidance of a seventh heaven power for a small time, they would be able to return later with tales of just how inferior they were. This aside, the difficulty of even getting such an honor was extremely difficult, and it would change depending on the kind of competition one would face. This was because the heavenly path, or more accurately, the complete heavenly path, would never allow more than one clan or sect through at a time. This meant that the difficulty was relative to the number of powerhouses partaking in the event, and since so many had come down from the seventh heaven, the difficulty was similar to a sect attempting to rise to the eighth instead of the seventh. The gap was enormous. Because of all of these reasons, the idea of a single person gathering enough faith to allow it, especially in the face of such competition, was absolutely ridiculous. And if they were purposely targeted by a seventh heaven power at the same time, that difficulty would only skyrocket. Asa's threats were most definitely not empty, but it only made Aika feel all the more disgusted. You know that I've always loved you, Aika. Plus, how could there be a better couple than the two of us? We were made for each other. Aika finally couldn't hold back her sneer. Love, if he had so much love, why was he only proposing marriage now that she had regained her youth? The fading star sect could have come to chase after them long ago, but because they believed Aika was at the end of their rope, they felt that it was unnecessary to extend the time, effort and resources it would take in order to do so. But now that she was young and beautiful again, there were these talks of love. She could gag. None of this even mentioned the fact that the hatred she held for As couldn't be any more bone deep. Her fury was to the point that she felt as though she was being suffocated, and yet she still didn't do anything. Ryu looked down from the skies and toward Aika. This As truly had a lot of nerve. He had just said that if anyone wanted to marry Aika, they would have to go through him. He might just be a stand-in for husband, but saying such things right in front of him. Wasn't this As trying to make him out to be a cuckold? Others might feel that it was only right. If you had a woman that a more powerful man fancied, you should offer her up with two hands, palms facing the sky. But since when had Ryu ever done things this way? As though no one else was there, he took a step forward. Aika didn't even notice what was happening until her view of the sky was suddenly obstructed. She had always been a very petite woman. Unlike Selhira, who was easily 6'3" on a bad day, Aika was maybe 5'2" or 5'3" or just under 160 centimeters tall. The top of her head didn't even come up to Ryu's collarbone. With him standing right in front of her, it was difficult to see past him and continue looking into the skies. She blinked. With the target of her rage suddenly vanishing, her gaze refocused onto Ryu. She felt that Ryu was far too reckless. Just now, her line of sight was incredibly volatile. If she didn't have more control over her chi, just stepping before her would have blasted Ryu to pieces, and yet he was actually still so reckless. She didn't believe for a second that he couldn't sense the danger. Even now, Ryu's body reacted, although she reacted quickly. That said, to her surprise, it felt like her gaze had fallen into the endless depths of an ocean, vanishing without a trace. There's no need to talk to someone who didn't even dare to come in person to offer a proposal, right? Ryu's voice, amidst the silence, was exceptionally piercing. At first, he thought that the two in the sky had appeared personally, even his eyes and senses couldn't see through it immediately. But after several minutes of observation, he began to pick out more and more oddities, almost as though he had just woken up from a dream and was only now realizing that it had, in fact, been a dream. He realized now that the reason Aika didn't attack wasn't because she didn't dare to, it was rather because there was no point. Those two above were nothing more than mirages. Ryu took out a handkerchief and under the stunned gazes of those present, he gently wiped the sweat from Aika's forehead. She had been so agitated that her body had begun to overheat. The subtle cool touch made her almost release a sigh of pleasure, the timing and the amount being just right. Ryu looked back toward the skies after a moment, finding two faces without the slightest expression on them. For the first time, Asa's smile had entirely vanished. Still not scramming yet? Ryu asked. A vein on Asa's forehead suddenly appeared like a roaring flood dragon before it slowly vanished. His control over his temper seemed somehow both excellent and frightening at the same time, but all the same. Ryu was unmoved by it. His gaze shifted from Ryu to Aika. So is this your decision? When you hold the corpses of your apprentices in your arms, remember this moment well. Aika's brow twitched, her temper threatening to flare out of control again, however Ryu spoke before she could. You speak boldly for someone without the apprentices to back up your words. Is the defeated one by your side supposed to be your backing? Ryu asked lightly. Starlight's gaze suddenly sharpened before he sneered. This is the first time I've seen someone take so much pride in defeating someone an entire cultivation realm below them. Ryu took a step forward, his feet landing on the very edge of the sect's walls. His eyes began to glow furiously as two rotating 8-trigram diagrams appeared in both. The skies rumbled and the earth trembled, but as though they had both sensed something that frightened them, they retreated like the tide, not daring to show themselves. The aura of a founding Tao covered the surroundings, grabbing the hearts of those in the environment and refusing to let go. Whether it was Starlight or As, both of their eyes widened to the point their hearts stopped beating entirely. Would you like to try for round 2? Ryu's voice boomed, its echo spreading everywhere. It was as though the fifth heaven had lost all capability of resisting, its laws bending out of the way to allow his voice to spread further. Chapter 1290. I don't. 1290 I don't. There was a deathly sort of silence. Many of those who seemed to have wanted to compete with Ryu in the future once his cultivation caught up found themselves going entirely pale. They had never sensed a founding Tao in their lives, many of them didn't even have a full understanding of what it meant to have one, until this moment. The gap was so large, so profound. They couldn't even properly sense what level Ryu was standing at. They could only feel that he was impossibly far beyond them, and that was despite the fact that most of them were sky gods who had already matured their Taos past the infancy stage and had built their godhoods. Whether it was the people of the Radiant Star sect, or the duo in the skies, both groups had entirely forgotten how to breathe. It felt like they were witnessing an existence that stood beyond them. Ryu had thought a lot about hiding himself. He felt like that was all he had been doing since he entered the true martial world, which was greatly ironic considering how he had looked down upon that little arrogant Fey woman. Was it reckless to do this? Most definitely. Was it smart? Probably not. But did it make him feel good? Without the slightest shade of doubt. His blood ran smoother, his mind felt lighter, his body more fluid. It was as though invisibly chains that threatened to suffocate him had loosened considerably. He was Ryu Tatsuya, a man who had always held his head high. He had once told the patriarch of the Ember clan that if his talent had been as poor as his own, he would have already been hung dry to be picked clean by the summer birds. So how could he, with his current level of strength, possibly continue to suppress himself? He was the first to have formed a founding Tao in countless generations as far as he was aware, and he wouldn't let others ride on his head when he could suppress them with a palm. At the moment, Aika's feelings didn't matter in the slightest to him. Since the name of Ryu Tatsuya had been attached to her, he wouldn't allow himself to be slandered through her. Ryu opened his palm and his greatsword staff flew into his hands with a resounding slap that echoed through the skies. A harrowing sword howl pierced forward, echoing through the firmament and causing the ground below to tremble. Under the splendor of his Tao, his sword god aura seemed to tower, unmatched and unrestrained. Space rumbled and lightning sparked. The vague image of a manifestation taking shape to his back but not taking even a single step outward. It seemed to hide in the void, looking down on those around with a gaze that was piercingly arrogant, and yet somehow, its eyes were still closed, almost as though it couldn't be bothered to look at those around it. Ryu's self-created birthed phenomena resonated with his Tao even in its partially hidden state. The arcs of lightning in the skies above continued to rumble and tremble. Sparks flew and bolts as thick as a robust man's waist surged down from the skies, blasting thick rocks to ash and burning down ancient forests. Starlight's gaze never left Ryu, or more accurately, it couldn't. He was finding it difficult even to move a single inch, Ryu's presence bearing down on him. Ryu's question continued to echo in his mind, but he couldn't seem to find the courage to say yes. His cultivation had been fast, so fast, in fact, that he had already caught up to Ryu. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Ryu had spent at least a year in a coma and another more than half year doing nothing more than tempering his Tao heart. With Starlight's talent, even though he had come out blazing with his embryonic chi, catching up was a given. Due to this, he had been completely confident that he could crush Ryu now, it wouldn't even be much of a competition. He was unmoved when he saw Ryu's new abilities, unmoved when he saw him defeat 3 World Sea Realm experts, unmoved when he felt the strength of his body. But now, Starlight suddenly realized that he stood at a crossroads. On one side, there was the option to cower. If he took this route, he would never be able to raise his head up again. He could already feel his Tao heart crumbling just at the thought that this might actually be a viable option, a constricting feeling taking hold of his chest. On the other side, there was the option to fight, to battle with maybe the only junior with a founding Tao in the whole of the true martial world, likely in all of existence. The gap between Ryu's comprehension and his own was impossibly enormous, and he could very well lose miserably, maybe even to the point of losing his life. However, at that moment, Starlight suddenly opened his mouth and roared. It wasn't a valiant roar, it wasn't a roar of determination or glory, it was rather a savage, uncontrolled sort of roar, one that came from the deepest parts of his soul, the roar of a man forcing himself to face his fears. Starlight took a step forward, the stars in the sky suddenly manifesting as a familiar sword appeared in his hand. His was red, his expression distorted as veins popped across his body. A flood of star chi descended from the skies, his own ancient Tao manifesting down in waves, but clearly muted and controlled before Ryu's presence. I don't fear you. These words seemed to take all of Starlight's strength, but a moment after, his gaze glowed with a blinding light, his Tao taking another step forward and entering the second cosmic grade. At this moment, his Tao had actually taken 2 steps farther than his current training level. Chapter 1291. To kill 1291. To kill. The echo of Starlight's roar shocked many, but Ryu's lips only curled into a sneer. Staring at Starlight, who had blood running down the corners of his mouth, he seemed to finally understand the kind of weight a founding Tao held. Just to gather the courage to speak those words, it felt to Starlight as though he was battling against the heavens themselves. He had truly injured himself. But now that he had leapt over that hurdle, it would be much easier to do so in the future, and his overall strength had actually taken another enormous leap. His Tao had reached the extremities of immaturity and was only a step away from maturity. When that day came, he would step into the Sky God realm. It was truly impressive. As for Ryu himself, he was still uncertain of the stage of maturity his Tao was at. He didn't even know what level of founding Tao he had. Founding Taos, just like other Taos, had weaker and stronger ones among them. But he couldn't even tell what stage of development he was at. It was truly baffling. However, he didn't feel very anxious about this. As time progressed, he would eventually tease apart its mysteries. But for now, he didn't mind knocking down a 7th heavens genius down a peg. Just when Ryu was truly about to attack, whether it was just a projection or not, his gaze narrowed as he looked off into the distance. At the same time he acted, so too did the sky gods that were present, every one of them looking in the same direction. The only one that didn't was As, whose gaze seemed to flash with a light before he changed his mind, realizing that it wouldn't be possible. As's hand fell on Starlight's shoulder and he tapped just once. While Starlight was in his peak state, the two suddenly vanished. Boom! The skies roared and a wave of pressure came from the distance. Ika and the others acted quickly, forming up barriers that protected the weaker from the suddenly rush of heat and debris. The sound alone was enough to burst eardrums, truly making those who heard it feel as though the heavens themselves were billowing in rage. Ryu's brow furrowed. Just what could have happened? Now that he thought about it, that direction, he hadn't thought much initially, but that was mostly because he wasn't very familiar with the layouts of the middle heavens. That said, in true Ika fashion, she had planted the sect right in the middle of everything, meaning they were surrounded by only the most powerful of clans and sects, and among those, was the Dream Mountain range of the Dream Asura clan. That direction was definitely the place the Dream Asura race called home. Ryu's gaze turned frighteningly cold. He had heard that the dream Asuras had entered seclusion. He didn't know the reason that this was happening and could only guess, but hearing such commotion coming from that direction, his expression couldn't help but darken. The dream Asuras wouldn't seclude themselves from the world without reason, and this was especially since such an important event was approaching with great speed. They were actually willing to forego the opening of the complete heavenly path all for the sake of protecting themselves. This could only mean that something absolutely astonishing had happened. Without a word, Ryu's body suddenly flickered and vanished. He didn't seem to care about staying put and relishing in the adoration of the people of the Radiant Star sect. All he cared about was the current state of his wife. His speed was so great that it caught the sky gods off guard. Just his straight-line speed alone without accounting for anything else dwarfed any World Sea Realm experts they knew, but the moment he vanished into the void, their hearts quaked. When they measured him against themselves, they suddenly weren't very certain at all. Could they even catch up? Selhira, who was about to offer Ryu a ride, held back when she saw this. Even her beast companion didn't have this kind of speed, asking to help him would only slow him down. Instead she looked toward Aika. Senior Aika. She didn't say anything else, but Aika seemed to understand and suddenly disappeared as well. She had a better guess than Ryu about what was going on over there, and if she was correct, she definitely had to be present. Samson watched Ryu and Aika leave, still in a somewhat stunned state, but after a moment, he sighed. That brat, he really doesn't see us as family at all. Ryu didn't even look toward them for support when he thought that something might be wrong, he simply directly left. This wasn't an expectation of their help, but rather an expectation of being alone. This Ryu truly didn't rely on anyone. He disappeared for months at a time, he never asked for their resources. If it wasn't for Aika basically telling him that he was an inheritor disciple without the chance to refute, he might not have even been that. His actions left them speechless most of the time. That was because the one thing they didn't lack was resources. They had a great deal of them even, but he didn't seem to care about it at all. It was even to the point that he had rejected Aika's offer of gaining their bloodline. This might not seem like a big deal since so many others had gained it, but this was only a small portion. Aika was willing to invest enough to give Ryu the full bloodline, but he had still rejected it. And now he had suddenly come out with a founding Dao, a Dao that was beyond anything they could even fathom, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Old Juan didn't say anything as Samson lamented, simply watching the direction from which Ryu had disappeared silently. Ryu's quivering spectral wings flapped once, sending him forward hundreds of kilometers at a time. He crossed the distance between the Radiant Star sect and Dream Asura Mountains so quickly that not even a minute passed before he exited the void, appearing in reality. What he saw left him infuriated. Strung up outside, Dream Asuras who had been late to return were strung up like skinned meat, their life and death unknown as their blood continued to drip. High in the skies, 3 sky gods stood, while on their ground, several young geniuses continued to bombard Dream Asuras who had yet to be strung up while the sky gods above them bombarded against the defense of the mountain range. Who the hell is this? One of the juveniles suddenly noticed Ryu. Who cares, there would be bound to be spectators, let them watch. Since when did trash of the 5th heaven have the right to go against our orders? So long as it's a member of the Dream Asura race, string them up and let them bleed out. I want to see how long the rest of them can hold on for. Ryu's expression became deathly calm, his stare shifting from the juveniles to the skies above. Standing in the air in the 5th heaven, these people were in the transcended sky god realm at worst. He suddenly really wanted to kill. Chapter 1292. Law 1292. Law. The disregard was nothing short of blatant. Ryu wasn't the type of person who cared for the crimes committed by others, he didn't have a bleeding heart and he was usually unmoved by such things. But it was a different matter entirely when such things were related to him. Mei was his woman, he couldn't say that he cared about her entire extended family, but disrespect toward her family was disrespect toward her. And disrespect toward his wife was a slap to his face. He was immediately enraged, but it was a smoldering fury that bubbled beneath the surface. His gaze toward the sky gods in the sky became sharper and sharper, growing to the point that even they seemed to notice his presence, frowning as they turned back toward him. Ryu struggled with seeing through the training realms of sky gods. In the past, he hadn't cared enough to figure it out because it didn't really matter. Whether fragmented or a Tao god, both could kill him with a single finger. Did it matter greatly, then, what their exact cultivation levels were? But at this moment, he really wanted to know. He stared and stared, his eyes glowing with a brighter and brighter light as twin hidden wheels rotated in the opposite direction within his irises. The frowns of the sky gods became deeper, for some reason feeling deeply unsettled by Ryu's gaze. Feeling annoyed, one of them raised a hand, ready to crush Ryu with a single palm. But it was at that moment a blinding light charged out from Ryu's eyes and it all suddenly clicked into place, solidifying. It felt as though his eyes had taken another step forward, a trembling shackle finally shattering under his effort. His pupils constricted and an odd energy suddenly shot through the body of the sky god. Ryu's brows jumped. They're only in the fragmented sky god realm. Then why can they fly? From Ryu's understanding, this didn't make any sense. Regardless of talent, one's ability to fly in the skies was dictated entirely by their training realm. It should have been that only transcended sky gods and above could fly on the fifth heaven. No. The only exception should have been sword gods who could use their swords as flying artifacts in place of their control over the laws. Ryu's gaze shifted and his gaze landed on the robes the three were wearing, and suddenly it all clicked into place. Those robes, they radiated a hardly perceptible aura, one that was eerily similar to the principles that Ryu had begun to feel after he formed his first cosmic seed. The so-called laws were essentially the fabric of fundamental runes that formed the world around them. It was usually tidbits of these laws that one comprehended in order to form their Tao or comprehend their inheritances. It was also as a result of these laws that birthed phenomena could form. Normally, controlling these laws directly was impossible. What one could do was use them as a reference and then create their own, though most often, these replications were only cheap imitations of the real thing because, as Ryu had deduced, said imitations would always be distorted thanks to the effects of time and space. It was also this type of replication that the visualizations of Sacrum were built upon. However, what was magical about training was that as one progressed, the laws would begin to react to one's power, subtly boosting it, and eventually adding a great deal to one's strength. This would begin to occur when one formed their first cosmic seed, and the effects would only increase the stronger one became. And, of course, since these would be the laws themselves reacting and not replications, distortions were irrelevant at the point of contact. That said, the amount of laws one could influence would be decided, at least at Ryu's current level, but the purity of his cosmic seeds. The less distortion in his cosmic seeds, the more the laws would react to his casual movements. The reason why all of this was important was because Ryu could tell that the robes these disciples wore carried the ability to gather strength from the laws. When one's influence over the laws reached a certain point, it was possible to break free of their restrictions and lift oneself into the air, flying freely, being a sky god. This also went to show just how large the gap between sky gods were as well, because even those with far greater talent couldn't break these rules. Even if you were from the ninth heaven, you wouldn't be able to fly on the fifth heaven unless you were a transcended sky god. This was the absolute rule of the world, but it seemed that it was possible, in this case, for a spiritual seamstress to circumvent these rules. These robes they wore could stimulate the laws, activating more than their base training would allow, and as a result, allowing them to fly in the air. However, the abilities of this robe were limited to this. Otherwise, it would be like granting a fragmented sky god the skill of a transcended sky god. In that case, there would truly be no hope for the lower heavens to ever compete. When Ryu saw through this, his gaze sharpened as he suddenly took a step forward, vanishing into the void. Bang! The sky god in the skies was taken off guard. A Tao pedestal realm brat had dodged his strike. Ryu suddenly appeared before one of the youths who had just spoken, punching out. His aura flourished, a gray fog manifesting around his fist as the aura of a fist god roared. The youth was taken off guard but he reacted quickly, punching out with a fist of his own. Bang! The youth slid back several meters, his arm trembling. At the same time, Ryu was forced to take 2 steps back. Fuck! The youth roared, the pain swelling up in his fist. He looked up toward Ryu, his murderous intent pulsing. Chapter 1293. Deserved 1293 Deserved Ryu stretched out a palm and his greatsword staff slammed into his hand. Like a raging tide, his strength soared. He didn't look like a person who had just stepped out of one battlefield to enter another. Who are you? The youth growled. Although he had been caught off guard, no junior of the fifth heaven should have been able to push him back like that, especially not only 2 cultivation realms beneath him. The gaze of the youth flickered and he calmed. When he began thinking more rationally, he realized that while Ryu's chi realm cultivation was 2 realms beneath him, His body realm cultivation was likewise in the world sea realm. This eased the tension in his heart. But even so, the fact that he was from the seventh heaven and Ryu was only from the fifth still left him simmering. The sky god in the sky who had just missed his strike wanted to attack again, but he hesitated. In the end, he retracted his palm. It was much better if someone at Ryu's level took him out. It was far beneath his status to actually attack twice. They had come here to establish their dominance, and how could they do that if he was the one to attack? Things would be fine if he had just crushed Ryu out of annoyance, but since Ryu was a young genius, it would be better if things ended this way. Plus, according to the demands they levied a few weeks ago, all those of Ryu's caliber should have been sent to the sixth heaven under their control, but he was actually here instead. So, clearly, Ryu was yet another who had ignored their orders. In this case, he deserved to witness first just how inferior he was, and only then would he be strung up and dealt with properly. As for him, he still had to focus on crushing the defenses of this dream mountain. The one who's going to kill you, Ryu said lightly. The young man was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh in rage. You, kill me? Do you have any idea who I am? Even trash of the seventh heaven don't dare to speak to me like this, let alone trash of the fifth heaven. You overestimate yourself. The young took a step forward, flipping his palm over to reveal a trembling crimson saber. The howl of sharp chi spread across the surroundings, digging into the ground and shredding apart the bits and pieces of nature that still remained. He, Vanek, couldn't remember the last time someone had dared to talk to him like this. He disdained the lower heavens with such fervor that if not for the commands of his elders, he would have never stepped foot in this place. He clearly had no idea the kind of chance his elders were trying to provide for him, or else if he did, no amount of begging would have been enough to describe how fervently he would want to descend to this so-called backwater location. However, at the moment, he didn't care about any of this. He was only eager to rip Ryu to pieces. Learn well, I am Vanek, inner disciple of the Raging Saber sect. In your next life, learn well who you can and who you can't provoke, maybe you'll live longer. Vanek's aura flourished as his comrade youths took a step back, their expressions as though they were watching a nice play. Ryu, however, didn't seem to be paying attention at all. He looked toward the Dream Asura race members pinned to stakes, bleeding out miserably. His expression was calm, but his fury continued to bubble. Just the idea of how Mei would react to this was enough to set him off. How dare anyone cause his wife to frown? Even he couldn't bear to do so. Who did these people think they were? You'll suffer the same fate as them, Ryu said slowly and calmly. Suddenly, he vanished again. This time, Vanek was ready. His saber moved like water, curving through the bounds of reality and leaving afterimages in its wake. It was a great skill that seemed to swallow up any angles that Ryu could use to attack. And yet, starlight suddenly began to fall from the skies like shooting stars. It was a gorgeous sight, so gorgeous that Vanek almost didn't register the power strike that suddenly ravaged his torso. Bang! Ryu appeared, his greatsword staff thrust out in a perfect line. Vanek's body curled, crashing into the barriers that protected the Dream Mountain range, only to be blasted away once again when the reverberations of his senior's attack hit him as well. He flopped to the ground like a dead dog. Ryu's timing had been perfect. His singular assault wasn't enough to deal with Vanek, but how could he continue to fight after taking the echoes of a sky god's attack head-on? He didn't even stand a chance. The only reason he was still alive was because Ryu wanted him alive. The expressions of the sky gods above changed, but Ryu had already appeared before Vanek, pulling him up by his hair, his gaze malevolent. Is my wife's clan something the likes of you can touch? Who do you think you are? The icy abyss of Ryu's voice almost forced Vanek's heart to stop beating. The latter's mind was in too much disorder to understand how he had lost. All he could feel was an infinite amount of pain, and he felt that Ryu was responsible for it all, causing his heart to shudder with helplessness and fear. Ryu's hand dropped as he began to drag Vanek by his hair toward the first stake. It was only then the sky gods seemed to acknowledge what was going on, their expressions changing. Stop! Their voices boomed, just the sound causing Ryu's ears to begin to bleed, but he didn't seem to acknowledge what was happening in the slightest as he continued to walk. The sky god who had originally attacked Ryu raised his palm again, prepared to attack with greater strength this time, but before he could, the mountain range suddenly began to rumble. Chapter 1294, Fine 1294. Fine. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He had entirely ignored the words of the sky god that had spoken, but the moment he heard such rumbling, his head turned back immediately. That was because he could sense the formations of Dream Mountain being undone one after another. However, this opening was unique in that it wasn't a complete dismantling. Rather, it was as though a winding path was being formed through it all, enough for just a single person to squeeze through at a time, maybe two, but only if their shoulders were practically glued together. Slowly, a mighty aura strolled through the open path. Although Ryu could feel them through other means, his eyes couldn't find them at all. No matter how hard he looked, his gaze would always be distorted. It was different from the distortion of space and time and definitely affected even his soul itself. Soon, however, the aura manifested, walking out from the final barrier and appearing. The first thing Ryu saw were the wings. They were simply far too large, stretching out an entire kilometer in two directions. One couldn't even see the normal-sized man at the center of it all. Quite frankly, Ryu had no idea how such a large pair of wings had made it through such a narrow passage to begin with, unless this man had only activated his Asura form right this moment. His eyes were entirely red. There were no white, no pupils, no irises, no distinguishing characters in the slightest. It was like he had removed his normal eyes, replacing them with two flesh balls of red instead. It felt like one was looking at a true demon, even orbs of flames casually forming and dispersing around him from time to time. His gaze shifted as he looked through the scene and suddenly landed on Ryu. At that moment, Ryu felt as though his body had been plunged into an icy hell. His blood had been swapped with icy water and his heart became encased in a box of steel. Every beat echoed hollowly. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He had met quite a number of powerful experts in his time, but this was definitely the most powerful individual to have chosen to bear their aura before him like this. Aika had never done so, and As had been nothing more than a projection. The sky gods of Sacrum were far easier to ignore, not to mention far weaker. But this existence right here both had the power and the will to pressure him. Despite how his body was feeling, though, the expression on Ryu's face never changed, nor did he release the disciple of the Crimson Saber sect that was in his hands. He looked up without a word, his expression cold and deadpan. The man of the Dream Asura race scanned Ryu up and down without a word before he suddenly reached out a hand. A mighty suction force came forward, lifting Ryu off of his feet instantly. But before he could begin making his way forward uncontrollably, another powerful force severed the tie. The Dream Asura man frowned, looking off into the distance. Without a sound, Aika stepped out from the void. She had been here for a long while, and could have even made it before Ryu if she had had the will. But what point would there have been in that? She was here to protect Ryu, so she had simply followed behind him. She frowned as she looked at the man. She didn't seem very happy, but she also didn't seem murderous. She hadn't felt any ill intention from the man, though she had stopped him anyway. Ryu was obviously someone important to the sect, so she couldn't just allow others to toy with his life like they wanted. In addition, she had to let them know that he had backing. Originally, she had been curious about how Ryu would handle the situation, so she wasn't planning to act. She also didn't need to use very much effort to ensure that a fragmented sky god would never be able to kill Ryu in her presence. However, although she didn't feel threatened personally by this man, his power was already at the stage that if she was too reckless, Ryu would be the one to suffer for it. So rather than letting things get too out of hand, she decided to act ahead of time this time around. The three fragmented sky gods had long been immobilized in place by the red-eyed man. They couldn't even move a single inch. And now that they were frozen between the two, the situation felt even worse for them. Obviously, they hadn't come here with the intention of overpowering everyone they came across. Rather, they had felt that there was no way mere fifth heaven powers would dare to raise even a single finger against them. But now, they had been insulted by a Dao pedestal realm expert, and were also suddenly in the line of sight of two powerhouses, easily 4 sky god realms beyond them. Obviously, they chose to remain silent while they immediately called for help. "It's fine," Ryu suddenly said. He looked up and smiled at Aika lightly. "Thank you for coming. I'll be back." He took a step forward and appeared to the side of the red-eyed man. Standing in the heavens on his greatsword staff, he didn't look like he had an ounce of fear in him. The Dream Asura man didn't say anything and simply looked at Aika one more time. His wings seemed to shroud the heavens as he vanished into the route that he had created. Ryu followed after, urging his greatsword staff forward. Aika didn't hold Ryu back since he had already said so much. He wasn't sure what this dream Asura race wanted to accomplish. Although they had dealt with this situation, this was only the beginning. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to call this situation dealt with at all. Instead, they had just delayed what seemed to be the inevitable. Chapter 1295. First step 1295. First step. There didn't even seem to be a viable solution to it the more Ika thought about it. In the end, she simply shook her head, scanning the youths that remained behind, none of which seemed to dare to move. Without a word, she vanished. It was impossible to control what would happen in the mountain range now. She could only hope that Ryu would be able to protect himself. Something had definitely happened within the dream Asura, and she had a feeling that it was related to that little girl, or else they wouldn't have taken Ryu in like that. It would be up to Ryu to survive now. Within the pathway, Ryu felt his vision distorting and his mind twisting. It was difficult to see even right before his eyes, even though when he had just been outside everything had seemed so free and clear. Even so, he continued to walk forward slowly. That path seemed designed to try and make him feel suffocated, as though he would never make it out, as though all the walls of the world were crashing down around him. And yet, this was meant to be an opening. He could only imagine how the full brunt of the formation would feel. But just the same, he was unmoved. The suffocating feeling that those chains had placed on him were on a completely different level. It didn't just make you feel small, it made you feel as though your life wasn't even worth living. After experiencing that, it was difficult for him to even care about other types of pressure. Beyond that, he had also been forced to face the judgment of the Valkyries of the martial gods. Although this was much lesser than that of the chains, when comparing these two things, he was simply on a level of his own when it came to Dao heart, at least against those of his generation. Lost in his thoughts, Ryu suddenly took a step and felt the world twist around him. He stood at the bottom of a staircase that seemed to extend up and into the skies. The man he had assumed had been right before him earlier was nowhere to be seen. All the way above, squinting his eyes, Ryu could barely see that there were figures at the top of the stairs. His gaze shifted away as he blinked. Even with his current eyes, seeing such a far distance, even without any clear obstruction, was difficult. This was no longer the void he was peering into. Ryu looked around again and he found the space in this place was incomparably sturdy. It was probably designed so that one couldn't just break through the void to circumvent the stairs, they wanted you to take every step deliberately. The problem, though, was that this was completely useless against Ryu. Even this kind of sturdy space couldn't stop him from breaking the void any longer. Using space to stop him was a waste of time. The only way to stop his current self from breaking through the void was by using a large amount of chi, and powerful chi at that. Using space to count him was like trying to drown a fish. Formations and skill were worthless against him, only absolute power was useful. Even so, despite knowing the formation was worthless in stopping him, Ryu didn't seem to have any intention of taking that option. He stared at the steps for a moment before he raised his foot. On the stairs, peak, a familiar beauty was entirely enraged. Those that had known Mei all her life couldn't help but be baffled, and those that had only come to know her in the past few months were even more so. I told you to go and save him. When did I say to test him? When did I say to intimidate him? When did I say to make him walk up the samsara steps? At this point, even the red-eyed dream Asura man was speechless. He was the very one who had gone to get Ryu, and it could be said that given his status, he would probably be the last person who would be tasked with such a matter. This man was none other than Patriarch Rogrel, the current head of the Dream Asura race and Mei's father. He could be uttered to be the most powerful individual in the Dream Asura race other than a few elders and secluded ancestors. He had never in his life imagined that his daughter would actually come to scold him one day, let alone to scold him for the sake of a man. Mei had never been such a type to begin with, although she sometimes lost control of herself when her soul fire and talent began to act up. She had been exceptionally restrained ever since she came back from the samsara wheel. In addition, this was very different from her usual outbursts as well. Usually, she would want to harm those she loved as a sort of sadistic fantasy, but clearly right now she was trying to protect Ryu from harm, not harm him more. And now, without regard for his face as her father or even as the clan patriarch, she was scolding him so boldly. Couldn't a father test his son-in-law? Did he not even have this sort of right anymore? Off to the side, Antha was holding her belly in laughter. Her own father and mother tried to stop her, but their attempts only managed to stop her from rolling on the ground. Every time she looked up to find Rogrel, to find his stoic face looking straight ahead as though he was unable to hear his daughter's severe words, she began to wheeze again. This was the funniest thing she had ever experienced in her life. Down below, Ryu was unable to hear a thing, and many thought that he couldn't see them either. However, even if he could hear them, it was unlikely for him to care enough to say much. Instead, he was inquisitive about what this first step would feel like. Chapter 1296. Frozen 1296. Frozen Ryu's foot descended and made contact with the first step. Let alone him, there were a large number of dream asuras up above that were heavily invested in what would happen. In the beginning, they had been quite indifferent. With the usual culture of the dream asura race, although it was a bit surprising, it wasn't unacceptable for Mei to have already laid in bed with a man. However, the more they saw her berate her own father, a man she was usually greatly respectful toward, the more curiosity they had toward this Ryu. At the same time, there were those who were more invested in his failure as well, eager to see him struggle. Even those who were aware of the samsara steps would have issues when facing them, let alone Ryu, who was completely in the dark about what was happening at the moment. He might very well assume these steps to be normal and suffer greatly as a result. They had all seen the patriarch enter, and he had clearly not explained anything to Ryu beforehand. The Dream Asura clan was split into 4 factions. The current ruling faction, or Mei's father's faction, had been in power for a long while. The other 3 factions, led by other branch heads, weren't weak by any stretch of the imagination, though. It was more accurate to say that the talents of Mei's faction simply went a longer way in securing the position of leadership. The Soul Fire was an exceptionally rare ability and not everyone would be born with it. In fact, there were only Mei and Antha in this generation. However, aside from the Soul Fire, the general fire affinity unique to Mei's branch gave them access to unique strengths of the Dream Asura race. These 4 factions were divided by their usual talents. Mei's faction was known as the Soul Fire faction, then there was the Soul Wind faction, the Soul Earth faction, and finally the Soul Body faction. The first, obviously, specializing in wind, the second in earth, and the last in body realm cultivation. Of course, there was some crossover between these talents. There would often be intermarrying, so it wasn't too surprising for talents to shift between one faction and the next. As a result, it was probably less accurate to say that these factions were ruled by families, and more accurate to say that they were ruled by whomever happened to have the strongest affinity in said generation. For the Soul Fire faction, it was Mei's father, Rogrel. For the Soul Wind faction it was Balrik, a man with wings that spanned 10 times longer than even the kilometer wings that Ryu had spotted from his father-in-law. He had hawk-like eyes and incredible pale skin that almost looked to be a sickly green. The Soul Earth faction was managed by a man with the face shaped like a solid cube. There were nothing but sharp edges on his face, even his hair was nowhere to be seen as he had a cleanly shaven face and a shining bald head. This man was known as Thames. Finally, the Soul Body faction was actually ruled by Antha's father and Rogrel's blood brother, Irehorn. He was a man with a mischievous glint in his eyes, much like his daughter. And what was especially off-putting about this was the fact he looked exactly like the always stoic Rogrel with the exception of the latter's blood-red eyes. Currently, all 4 factions were present, along with even their juniors. Originally, they had been here to check on the situation in the mountain range. After all, they could all sense the commotion on the outside and they wanted to see if they would have to change their plans or not. What they hadn't expected was for Ryu to suddenly appear and for Mei to insist on her father going out to get him. This changed the situation from an extremely serious one, to one of testing a potential son-in-law. Regardless of Mei's words, it seemed that many hadn't simply accepted Ryu with wide-open arms, and that was because too many of these factions had been eyeing Mei. There were even young geniuses present who, despite their desires, hadn't lost their virginities yet because they were saving it for Mei in specific. It had to be remembered that the Dream Asura race was quite special, and that was doubly so for Soul Fire faction women. One had to reach an exceptionally high standard in order to have more than one wife, because if you took more than on primordial yin and couldn't handle it, your only path forward would be death. Then you would not only waste your women's most precious thing, but you would also lose the Dream Asura race genius. Due to this, and to avoid any complications, many of the young men that were chasing after Mei were still virgins to this day. This was already extremely difficult for normal young men, let alone young men of the Dream Asura who had far higher sexual desires than young men of other races. There were even some that went so far as to take artificial castration pills so as not to fall victim to temptation early. And then, all of a sudden, Antha came back having claimed to already have a husband. How were they supposed to take this lying down, exactly? Behind Balrik of the Soul Wind faction, an extremely handsome young man stood in silence, his hands clasped behind his back. He had a pale and almost green complexion like his father, but that faint, alien-like glow only added to his charm. However, this charm was somewhat ruined by his sunken eyes and unpleasant mood. This was Kaijor, the current highest potential Soul Wind faction youth. The sorrow of his gaze was intense as Ryu's foot landed on the step. He watched in silence, no other emotions present on his face aside from this all-pervading gloominess. And then, Ryu froze. Chapter 1297. More pressure. 1297. More pressure. The eyes of a young man behind Irehorn of the Soul Body faction, a young man who went by Hurth, lit up when he saw this. For those familiar with the Samsara steps, they would only freeze on the first step for a split moment. The most powerful among them would break through it so fast that it would seem as though they hadn't paused at all. But the fact they could see such a pregnant pause by Ryu meant that he was stuck. Hurth was actually Antha's brother and, obviously, Mei's first cousin. But he didn't seem to care about his status in the slightest. Every time he looked toward Mei's back, he couldn't help but lick his lips. He had the same carefree gaze as his father, the only difference was that he seemed to apply it to women as well. Hurth was probably the only one among the young men who were silently brooding here that hadn't protected his virginity for this moment. He found it all to be foolish. Wouldn't it be fine if he just didn't try to absorb his partner's primordial yin? Those fools were just being far too cautious. At least that was what he thought until this one vixen practically sucked his soul from his cock. He had been so enraptured that his instincts took hold. Not only did he release into her as deeply as he could, he even snatched up her primordial yin like a fish out of water. It was truly an embarrassing moment, but he didn't let that deter him. As far as he was concerned, he was still talented enough to take up 2 primordial yins and support them both. So long as he didn't take on a third, he should be fine. In fact, the woman in question was currently hanging from his arm, but he didn't hide his greedy gaze at all. This woman, Beth of the Soul Wind faction, didn't seem to mind in the slightest. She pressed her breasts up against Hurth's arm and continued to watch, her entertainment growing the longer Ryu remained paused. As far as she was concerned, a failure on Ryu's part was akin to a slap on Mei's face. Of course, she didn't dislike Mei because her man was interested in her. Rather, she disliked Mei for the exact opposite reason, she actually kept rejecting Hurth. As far as Beth was concerned, since Hurth was good enough for her, he should be more than good enough for anyone else. It was safe to say that no small number were taking pleasure in Ryu's misfortune, while Ryu himself was quite oblivious to it all. When he took the first step, an odd sort of feeling welled up inside of him. He didn't need anyone to tell him that there was something special about these stairs because he could see it personally. However, the feeling he had been expecting wasn't the one he received. There was no strain of chi, there wasn't some gravitational pull, it was rather a sudden, pervasive, chaining of his mind. The longer Ryu stood in place, the more he began to understand. These stairs were a treasure of samsara. But the problem he was facing was that while most other people only had one life, he had experienced 2. As a result of that, the test of samsara was taking both of these lives into account and the challenge before him was twofold that of anyone else. No, it isn't 2 times, it's 3. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he had gone through 3 lives, no, more than that. His Phoenix bloodline talent had mutated, fusing 9 rebirths into 1. This was akin to him facing 10 samsara steps at once, maybe even more than that. It was all becoming so muddled and difficult to parse through, but he understood the general gist of it. The samsara steps were supposed to test your Tao heart, but the method by which it did so placed Ryu at a ridiculous disadvantage. Even stepping upon just the first step made him feel as though his mind was being ripped apart. Up above, Rogrel couldn't help but frown. On the outside, Ryu had managed to meet his gaze without issue, and he had even attacked directly for the sake of the dream Asuras, so his opinion of the youth wasn't bad. But seeing him now, Rogrel was beginning to believe that maybe Ryu was simply too naive. Maybe he had thought that since Aika was present, he would definitely be safe, so he hadn't felt any sort of fear. Clearly, this was ignorance because even with how powerful Aika was, needing his gaze while he had ill intentions was akin to signing yourself off to death. The longer Ryu spent stuck on the first step, the greater his dissatisfaction grew. Ryu was being pulled in all sorts of directions. Every time he overcame one, another would pop up, and then another. Even he was beginning to grow a bit frustrated. If he had known that this would happen, he would have simply rushed through with his spacetime soul nature. Suddenly, a strain crashed down around Ryu's Tao heart. Having finally made it through his Magus lock, the pressure of the samsara steps threatened to shatter everything he had built up until this moment. Sweat beating down his forehead and he grit his teeth. A violent sort of aura began to exude from him as he grew more and more annoyed. He had never thought that having experienced so many lives would come back to bite him in this way. These steps were designed such that even omniscient sky gods could walk them. The strain was scaled differently depending on the cultivation of a person, so it was always possible to train themselves. So long as they weren't Tao lords, it was still possible to train themselves on these steps. But this only sealed Ryu's downfall all the more. If Ryu had been in the omniscient sky god realm, then the stairs wouldn't have been able to support the kind of strain it would need to match up to all the lives he had lived. But because he was only in the Tao pedestal realm, scaling the pressure to match him was all too easy. He was only in the Tao pedestal realm, and yet he was currently facing more strain than even a false sky god would on these steps. P.S. Chapters usually get updated about 5 hours from now, so I don't understand why some were still asking about when they will be updated, and while the chapters have been updated now, please remember that from now on chapters will be uploaded on the usual time, which is 5 hours from now. Chapter 1298. Arrogance. 1298. Arrogance. Ryu felt like the world was collapsing around him, his expression finally twisting somewhat. His lips pulled themselves into a thin line and his jaw began to pop with veins. It truly felt like every aspect of his body was being stretched to the thinnest possible degree. A string of doubt entered his heart. Retreating now was impossible because that would mean shattering his Tao heart. Although this staircase allowed for failure, that was under the assumption that the pressure was within the limits of what the trial taker could manage. In addition, there would always be some backlash when one failed, causing cracks in one's foundation. It was only a matter of whether the benefits you had gained outweighed what was snatched back upon your failure. The worst part was that Ryu had a completely unbending Tao. It didn't allow for failure and it didn't allow for retreat. Even worse than the usual, the backlash for his failure would destroy him. This was the problem with being so uncompromising. As a result, the negatives he would experience would be easily tens of times that of anyone else in this position regardless. However, moving forward also felt entirely impossible. This was just the first step, and there were thousands ahead. If the first step felt like this, what about the second? The 100th, the 1000th, he couldn't go forward and he couldn't retreat. It felt like he was entirely stuck, destined to suffer for the rest of his days. The string of doubt in his heart only seemed to grow. Had he needed to take a step onto these stairs? He had already assumed it was a test. Didn't he hate to be tested? But the reason he had moved forward anyway was because he was curious, because he was arrogant about his abilities, because he felt that it wouldn't be a big deal for him one way or another. His arrogance had always been such a huge problem, and this was hardly the first time it had landed him in such a situation. The first time was when he insisted on breaking through into the spiritual severing realm with hardly any preparation. Cultivation had been so easy for him up until that point that he took it for granted. He broke through directly, out in the open, not even in a secluded location, and he had suffered greatly for it, his actions resulting in the death of his grandfather who had gone all out just to save him. No, was that really the first time? Even before that, when he was just a blind little boy in the Tor Kingdom, how many times had his arrogance made his life harder than it needed to be? He had been slapped by his father, he had been publicly whipped, he had even been forced to watch a Granny Miriam die because of him. Would he have been slapped on the day of his awakening if he simply accepted his loss silently? Would he have been whipped by his so-called maternal grandfather if he had simply agreed to marry Yana? Would he have been forced to watch Granny Miriam die on his behalf if he hadn't been so resolute in standing against his treatment? If he had just accepted it, if he had just resigned to his fate, if he had just accepted his defeat? Would Granny Miriam have died? This matter seemed to become like walls closing down around him, suffocating him to a greater and greater extent. It seemed to sink in at that moment. It couldn't have been clearer. His cultivation journey, wouldn't it end here? Going backward meant the destruction of his Tao heart. Moving forward was impossible, and even if he could take a second step, unless he could make it to the end, the conclusion would be just the same. In fact, the backlash would only be worse. Scenes of his first life sped by his eyes, and he realized that even the matters of the Tor kingdom weren't the first time. After he failed his awakening at 7 years old, if he hadn't been so resolute in making a name for himself and had simply accepted his fate, would his family have had to put so much emphasis into finding methods of keeping him alive? If his grandfathers hadn't taken so much time out of their cultivation to find the countless rare herbs they had to extend the life of a mortal, would they have been more powerful than he knew them to be? Would they have grown powerful enough to resist the martial gods? Why had he killed himself? Wasn't he far too arrogant then as well? He really thought that so long as he could gain the strength to cultivate, he would be able to fix everything. But hadn't his wife still spent millions of years in pain in a lonely abyss? Hadn't his grandparents died one after another? Hadn't his father vanished in an attempt to save him, leaving his mother to withstand the coming burden all on her own? Had his strength fixed anything? Did he even have strength right now? What was this insignificant amount of strength worth? And now, despite having sacrificed so much, he was about to lose it all. He had told his wives that he was a selfish bastard. Even if there was no threat, he would still want to reach the top, to sit atop the world and look down on it. And for what purpose, exactly? So that he could say he could. So that he could have the adoration of people who he didn't even know. To leave behind a legacy for future generations he would never meet to fawn over. What was any of it worth? What was his hubris worth? What were his goals worth? Weren't they just there to safety a baseless vanity within his soul? A sinful sort of greed that existed in the depths of his heart. The more Ryu thought, the more savage and violent the veins across his body and face became. It looked as though roaring dragons were raging beneath his pale skin, unwilling to give up until they had broken through. For maybe the millionth time, Ryu thought about Surreal in her words. She had a great deal of hubris in her bones, he had personally seen it, but she was willing to place it down for the sake of her family, willing to lower her head, to suffer grievance, to feel a constant pang in her heart again and again, all so that she could grow powerful enough to one day avenge them and rebuild her clan. A saying he had thought of even more times than that came to Ryu once again. What mattered wasn't that you knew something, but it was more important how you came to know it. What was important wasn't how you had come to be a certain type of person, but what mattered more was how that had come had built a certain comprehension, but rather how you had come to grasp it. This was what Yana had experienced. Her revelations from her past life were still within her, but because of her black rose, it didn't hinder her and rather helped her. If it had been anyone else, remembering once again would have been thousands of times more difficult. As for why it was important now, it was because Ryu sensed that maybe this philosophy applied to personalities as well. If you never experienced fear, then how could anything you do be counted as bravery? If you were usually an easygoing person and one day you snapped because of ill treatment, could you still be called a hothead? By the same token, if Surreal's hubris was so bone deep, could her actions be called cowardly? Or was it more accurate to call her resilient? If a leader was forced to sacrifice someone, but he was well known as a caring and kind person, versus a cruel and selfish person, wouldn't the optics be different? Actions didn't come with absolute conclusions. They would change depending on the context. Was it really right for him to look down on Surreal so much? At least currently, her journey was still continuing, and yet here he was, about to witness the end of his own. The pressure had squeezed down to the point Ryu's vision was beginning to swim. His bent knee trembled and threatened to collapse, a strong rush of pressure beginning an attempt to push him down from the stairs. The seed of uncertainty within his heart grew larger and larger, making him feel every pump of his heart as though it was an increasing weight that was pressuring him. Dao hearts had always been relative. Ryu's own was exceptionally powerful, but when compared to that of a false sky god, or rather, closer to a true sky god, the gap was still enormous. Just the act of having a fully formed godhood by proxy created a way of the soul that was far beyond that of land-bound cultivators. And now, Ryu was suffering as a result. The only thing that kept his standing was the very same hubris that was weakening by the second. Chapter 1299, What Could? 1299 What Could? Rogrel's frown only deepened. He began to feel that something was wrong. It was one thing to pause on the first step for so long, but it was another thing entirely to have been stuck for so long, and to have such outward and visible pain. He could even see the blood leaking from between Ryu's lips. Things weren't adding up. If his Dao heart was truly this weak, Then after experiencing this level of pain, he should have already given up long ago. But if his Tao heart was strong, he shouldn't be struggling this much in the first place. Nothing seemed to be making any sense. However, he was the only one thinking this deeply about the matter. Everyone else felt that Ryu was simply too pathetic, aside from maybe the other elders who felt that the situation was odd as well. As for Mei, she wasn't thinking about this matter at all because the more she saw Ryu suffer, the more furious she became. If it wasn't because she knew that disrupting someone on the samsara step would cause a flaw in their Tao heart, she would have already flown down personally. At this point, Ryu was entirely on his own. Her cousin suddenly chuckled. What trash! Mei, in her fury, snapped her head in his direction, her furious crimson irises looking as though they had been lit on fire. What did you say? Say it again. Huriths was taken back for a moment before his gaze softened. He seemed to look toward Mei with care and affection in his eyes as his tone softened. I'm only stating the truth, Mei. Even children can make it past the first few steps. In fact, of the exactly 10,000 steps, even a child who has passed through awakening yet can take at least 10 steps. In fact, I myself made it to the 16th step at the age of 5 years old. For a grown man to not even be able to make it to the second step is pathetic. Mei's gaze blazed. There's clearly something wrong going on. Isn't it precisely because it's so ridiculous that you should use your head and try to think of another explanation? You think that someone without a strong Tao heart can turn down the inheritance of a Tao lord even when it was handed to him on a silver platter? Hurith's expression turned weird. This wasn't the first time Mei had told this story, but who would believe that nonsense? Although no one told her to her face given her status and the possibility of her lashing out, even her own father didn't believe her, let alone everyone else. Turning down the inheritance of a Tao lord, even Rogrel wouldn't be able to do so, let alone the rest of them. It sounded more like a joke than anything else, and the worst part was that it all relied on Ryu's words as well. It wasn't as though they could take a look into his mind and check unless they were also willing to kill him. In their minds, Ryu just wanted to protect himself. The less people knew that he had such an inheritance, the less danger he would be in. But in their opinions, he should have thought up a better lie. Even if this Tao lord had murdered their fathers to the last man, woman and child, they would still accept the inheritance if for nothing other than using it as a catalyst to try and get revenge. It could be said that there was quite literally no reason to ever reject such a thing. Only Mei, who was apparently blinded by love, could possibly believe such a thing. In truth, even Antha who had been there was skeptical, let alone everyone else. Of course, Antha was also hesitant to say that Ryu was definitely lying, because she had seen the physical action of Ryu shattering the inheritance as well. Seeing Hurith's gaze, Mei's temper flared and she struck out with a palm without thinking. But before it could land, her father snorted. Her chi was swallowed up by an invisible force, vanishing into thin air as though a god had blown it away. I've been very tolerant of your outbursts, little Mei, but don't think that I'm so easygoing. This is the sacred land of our ancestors, it isn't a place for you to be so disrespectful, let alone attack. You are the future of our dream Asura race, act like it. Rogrel's voice boomed and seemed to echo through his daughter's body. In truth, though he felt that something might be wrong, no matter how he thought about it or flipped the situation in his mind, he couldn't find an answer. This left him greatly disappointed. He had thought that his daughter had better judgment than this. Even if she had chosen this man to be her first, that was fine, but to be so obsessed with him at the same time was absolutely ridiculous. That was unacceptable. She didn't even consider other men now, and this couldn't be allowed to continue. In his opinion, no matter what went wrong, it was best if Ryu's Tao heart shattered now and everything came to a conclusion like this. Such a strong backlash of the Tao heart wouldn't just sever his path of cultivation, but might even end his life. So long as this happened, everything would be fine. To Rogrel's surprise, though, despite the fact he had put his foot down, thinking this matter to be over, his daughter was only stunned for a moment before she suddenly began to tremble with rage and rage. She shook so violently that her golden soul fire threatened to spill over, causing many to retreat so that they could avoid the region. The less strong among them might die when contacting these flames for even a single time. Ryu has my primordial yin, so you'd better give up any thoughts of watching him die. I don't care even if these stupid steps really think that his Tao heart is so weak. In the heavenly path, it was he who protected your daughter and your niece. He treats me extremely well, and he's also the reason I was able to enter the cosmic seed realm so quickly. Don't use your small minds to look down on him. Mei seemed to be about a step away from truly losing it. Her temper had become more even-keeled after stepping out of the samsara wheel, and she hadn't even had a flare-up of her soul fire in a very long time, but this matter seemed to have triggered it once again. No one could understand how these strong feelings had managed to survive through the experiences of the samsara wheel, but what they didn't know was that it was precisely because of the samsara wheel that they had become so powerful. Using the samsara wheel experiences and matching them with what she knew from this life, then comparing and contrasting them, she realized that there were truly no other men like Ryu. She had been young when she lost her virginity to Ryu, and truthfully it was more of an impulsive moment than anything else. It was easy for doubt to creep up as a result. If the her before she entered the samsara wheel had seen this scene with Ryu, and then heard her father's words, and the ridicule of others, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't waver. But thanks to the samsara wheel, she had the experience of a woman who had lived thousands upon thousands of years. She was far more strong-minded than she had been in the past, and she was far more certain of her choices. Now, even her paternal figure couldn't cause her mind to waver. However, the news that Mei had already lost her primordial yin was akin to a boulder falling into the calm waters of a lake. A raging wave shot into the skies, and everyone's expressions changed one after another. Even Harith, whose stare had been gentle toward Mei just a moment ago, turned twisted and gloomy in an instant. In the Dream Asura race, virginity wasn't taken very seriously, which was why no one had cared much about this. In its place, however, primordial yin had taken precedent. The current Mei was akin to a woman who had lost her virginity out of wedlock in the most conservative of cultures. And yet she had so boldly proclaimed it as though to draw a line in the sand. Rogrel's stare flashed for an instant before his expression too became gloomy. He slowly shifted his gaze from his furious daughter, unwilling to continue looking at her at the moment. Instead, he looked down toward where Ryu was, a thick, bloody smell beginning to permeate in the air. He held killing intent in his heart, and it was no small piece of it. Ryu felt a shudder in his mind. At that moment, at the center of his spiritual sea, one of his primordial yins began to rampage about, becoming a blazing golden blaze that seemed to want to swallow up everything in its path. Seemingly reacting to Mei's fury, it turned toward Ryu's other primordial yins, looking to swallow them up whole. Ryu's daze was awakened by this sharp anguish in his head. It felt as though someone was drilling through his skull and into his brain. It was only his powerful Tao heart that had kept Mei's strong primordial yin in line in the first place, not to mention his powerful soul. But with his Magus lock compromised, and now his Tao heart cracking, what could possibly keep it in line now? Chapter 1300. Deafening 1300. Deafening. Ryu unleashed a roar. His mind felt like it was being shredded to pieces, a large surge of energy building up like a ticking time bomb within his spiritual sea. Mei's primordial yin was on its own rampage. Unable to get at Ryu's other primordial yins immediately, it shifted its attention to his actual spiritual sea, soaking up the excess spiritual chi in the region as though a greedy beast that couldn't be satiated. Ryu could even feel that he was quickly losing focus chi, something that he was only vaguely aware of, and yet extremely shocked about nonetheless. He had never heard of something that could eat up focus chi on its own. Focus chi was an intangible thing, as far as Ryu understood. He didn't have a spot in his body where it was stored, and its amount seemed to be inextricably linked to the spiritual chi in this body. While it was impossible for him to train it directly, at least not without copious amounts of time, so long as he strengthened his soul, he still had a chance. But right now, Mei's primordial yin was targeting even it, making his will to fight back, which had been diminishing to begin with, sink into further and further depravity. Now that Ryu thought about it, how did the prayer mat work? If it was impossible to target focus chi directly, how was it that it seemed the prayer mat could extend his focus chi into infinity? If not for his eyes still being sealed, he would never have to worry about his focus chi draining again. But now, the answer to that matter didn't seem to make a difference in the slightest. This new additional stressor to his body was just an insult atop of injury. He already couldn't handle the pressure of the stairs alone, let alone an additional matter after his life on top of all that. He just felt tired. The Tao heart was another odd quirk of nature. Much like focus chi, it didn't seem to have a physical form, and yet it was extraordinarily important. It was the core of one's being, the only thing that absolutely everyone had. Whether you had formed a Tao or not, a Tao heart existed. It was just that once a Tao had been formed, it became its core, tying its existence to that of one's cultivation and making it inextricably linked to one's future progress. However, much like focus chi, there didn't seem to be levels or a way to properly gauge. Ryu felt that his Tao heart was powerful, but he didn't have a metric to measure it up against. And, seeing its performance now in the face of the pressure of a mere lower-level sky god, he felt that it was laughable that he had thought it to be powerful in the first place. But at the same time, he vaguely found it odd. He had never felt pressure by those more powerful than him, he had always been able to ignore them entirely. But if his Tao heart was so weak in the face of them, how was that even possible? It seemed to suggest that there was something about Tao hearts that he was missing, something that went beyond just the standard definition most held for it. If not, things wouldn't add up properly. Unfortunately, Ryu couldn't even think clearly right now as his focus chi rapidly drained. All he could think about was the fact that this was still the first step of thousands more. He couldn't even survive this one, even if by some miracle he managed to take a second, what would change? Just the challenge ahead made him feel as though it was best to just let go. But something in him refused to. He knew what it was, even in his current state. It wasn't pride, it wasn't arrogance, it was just habit. Ryu didn't know why he knew the answer so clearly. He couldn't think of anything else properly at the moment, but for some reason this thought in particular was so clear and fresh, as though someone was whispering into his ear. But what did it mean? Habit. Ryu wasn't able to let go and release like others would simply because he wasn't used to doing so. His muscle memory seemed to be working on its own, but this time it was as though the muscle was his will itself, something that made even less sense to him. It slowly sunk in for Ryu. He had already given up, but his instincts were keeping him tethered to this step, as though it wouldn't allow him to give in until he had given it everything he had. It was truly fascinating. Will could be built like this as well. But when he pondered about it, it made sense. Whenever one stopped once, it was all too easy to stop again, and then again. A runner who was just starting off on their first mile might be greatly motivated in the start, only to begin to break down after the first lap. At that point, some might continue to push themselves, while others might slow to a walk, catching their breath before continuing again. One might think that the one that took a small break before starting up again was the less likely of the two to stop again, but the brain was a peculiar thing. It wasn't in your brain's best interest for you to propel your body. It wanted you to relax, to keep yourself out of danger, to pass on your genes silently and then die a peaceful death. So if you halted once, you would be likely to stop again, and then again. The words again resounded in Ryu's mind. He felt as though the word habit was the only thing that he could focus on. He had built a certain habit, a habit of pressing forward. If he inverted that habit now, if he took a single step back, he would find himself crushed by a new habit. A habit all too willing to give up. Ryu's voice resounded in a roar. He gathered up all the power he had left and took a second step. Crack. The echo was deafening. The moment his second step landed, he was blown backward, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 1301. Indefinite 1301 Indefinite. The darkness felt indefinite. Ryu's consciousness was blurry and he couldn't seem to see anything but a fuzzy light at the end of a tunnel that must have been countless kilometers deep. His steps felt as slow as a mortal's, and no matter how hard he ran, he felt like he was moving through water. He couldn't sense his chi, his spiritual foundations, he couldn't even sense his spiritual sea, the one among them that should have been the absolute easiest to do so. It was a helpless feeling, almost like a child floating within their mother's womb, but this feeling held no sort of comfort. There wasn't the calming whisper of a mother's voice, nor was there the warmth of a mother's nurturing. There was nothing but an endless void, a depth of coldness that was almost unfathomable to the masses. Ryu stood in the depths of this void in silence, unmoving and without a word. Despite the pain that he could vaguely feel coming from his body, he felt disassociated from it at the same time. It was an odd experience, an out-of-body one, as though he was no longer within himself. He had never separated his soul from his spiritual sea before, but he imagined that it would feel similar if he ever did it. Ryu didn't move, he didn't say anything, he didn't even think. He knew what had happened. He had tried to force himself to take the second step and his body was entirely unable to handle it. Not only was he heavily injured physically and even psychologically, what was most important was that his Tao heart had shattered. He wasn't sure if he had been consumed by Mei's primordial yin just yet, but he wouldn't be too surprised if that was the case. His magus lock had been shattered ahead of time by the pressure of the stairs, so there wasn't anything to stop it to begin with, not that it would have made much of a difference. Even if his magus lock had been present, without the anchor of his Tao heart, it would have only been a matter of time before her primordial yin made it through and continued its rampage. The more primordial yins you had, the more dangerous it was to have the primordial yin of a dream Asura race woman, and that was especially so if it was a princess of the race like May. If he counted the number he had, not including May, there was Ismine, Eska, Elena, Ailsa and Yana. That was already 5. Even the likes of May's father would be extremely cautious with taking one a second, but Ryu actually had 5 others. It could be said that he was seeking death, quite normal for his usual arrogant self. But that said, at the time, he hadn't been aware. So at least in this case, he was innocent, not that it made much of a difference. Knowing himself, even if he had been aware ahead of time, he would have still done it. That was the kind of person he was. Ryu didn't have much of a reaction to this scolding of himself, almost as though it didn't very much matter. Like any other third-party observer, he was simply making a judgment of what he had seen to be true, almost like he wasn't even talking about himself. Is this what death feels like? Ryu wondered. He couldn't really do anything. But in the end, he shook his head. If he was dead, why would he be feeling this much pain? Unless, that is, he was sent right to hell. For some reason, he found this thought to be quite amusing. Given his life, he probably would be sent to hell. He didn't very much care for people outside of his own family and women. He killed without blinking. He didn't have much sympathy in his bones. He had never done a good deed in his existence just for the sake of doing a good deal. He was as selfish as they came. Of the 7 sins, he was probably guilty of them all except for maybe envy and sloth. But even then, in his first life, all he felt was envy. Envy toward those who had power while he didn't. Envy toward those who could embrace their women without worry of them dying a far earlier death than her. Envy that others could chase their dreams while he could not. Was that why he had fought with that arrogant bastard as a child? Even if he didn't fit the mold for so many sins, just his pride sin alone was enough to damn him to an eternal hellscape. However, Ryu only laughed. He laughed quite heartily. He found that he didn't care much. As for why, it was quite simple to him. If he had a choice to do it again, he wouldn't change a single thing. It was an interesting conclusion. Logically, one should feel regret. However, Ryu felt that without the pressure of the stairs trying to force him to admit his wrongs, he couldn't be bothered to. Was his arrogance wrong? Did they lead to worse outcomes than they might otherwise? Maybe, but so what? It was an inherently selfish answer, one that cared for no one else but himself, and what he felt was the most fulfilling. But it was his truest answer. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed. He felt that that answer was what he was looking for all along. However, he had been being pulled between too many lives, many of which he hadn't even been conscious of, considering those 999 years he had spent in rebirth were nothing more than a blur. The purpose of the samsara steps was to force you to face your existence and refine your Tao heart by resolving the questionable things you had done one by one. It was crude in its methods, definitely far cruder than the samsara wheel, and it was. Precisely because of this, Ryu hadn't been able to think clearly. The samsara steps had taken those 999 years to have been part of his real life, almost half of it, in face, extracting out what were nothing more than jumbled messes of unrecognizable, irregular dreams, and forcing him to face them and answer for them. That was all nonsense. How was he supposed to account for the reason why he had bitten off the head of a living fish while unicycling in a vat of black oil? And that was just one of the many ridiculous dreams he had had during that period. It could be uttered that the steps had been truly biased to him, but that was just how existence was. How amusing, he hadn't ruined his path of cultivation by offending one of the many big shots he had come across, but actually had done so while walking up a flight of stupid steps. Maybe that was the irony of life. One could ruin themselves or die in any number of ways. The fact that he had experienced such a thing seemed to only make his original way of existence make all the more sense. Who cared what the world around you did? You might be the best person in the world and still get murdered on a Tuesday night at the whims of a serial killer you had never met in your life. For some reason, despite facing the end of his cultivation journey, Ryu felt at peace. Chapter 1302, finished. 1302 finished. Suddenly, the foggy light up ahead cleared up and Ryu felt his eyes slowly opening. The wave of pain and discomfort only seemed to become stronger and stronger, as though he was finally reconnecting with his body again, causing the signals of the nerves to become firmer and more forceful. Even so, Ryu didn't so much as frown as he finally caught sight of what was ahead of him. Up above, there was a tall ceiling that must have been at least 10 meters or so. All around him, there was a plush, soft bed that made him feel as though he was floating on air. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't enjoy this very much considering the state of his body. He ignored the pain and looked at his body. He was practically bandaged from head to toe. The only parts of his body that were spared were the pieces above his neck, parts of his arms, his lower abdomen and his crotch below that. What was a bit amusing to him was the fact that other than these bandages, he wasn't wearing anything else. Whoever had bandaged him had definitely gotten a good show. Ryu slowly pushed himself up. The plush bed worked against him, making the effort he needed to succeed exceptional. However, he didn't waver, and though it took several seconds, he managed to sit up, swinging his feet to the side of the bed. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened and a young woman waddling forward with a bucket of water and clothes hanging all around her shoulders and neck came in. When she saw that Ryu was actually sitting up, her eyes widened and she dropped the bucket, her gaze turning red. Mei rushed forward, but just as she was about to jump into Ryu's arms, she remembered that he wasn't in the best step and held her back. But just as she was in a daze, Ryu pulled her onto his lap, a light smile on his face. Mei couldn't help but burst into a flood of tears. She had more than enough strength now to break free from Ryu's grasp since he hadn't used much strength at all, but she was scared of hurting him more. But at the same time, she couldn't imagine the kind of pain he was in pulling her onto his lap like this. "What are you sobbing for? Am I not fine?" Hearing such words, Mei's tears only came in a stronger and stronger stream. How could he be fine? But this was how he had been since the very beginning. At first, it was only little things, like shielding her from the wind when he didn't have to, or making her food, but it was clear that this was simply the way he was. As far as Ryu was concerned, he could be cruel enough to the rest of the world, but he was the exact opposite to his women. He would suffer long before they did. Since Mei was crying, how could he not comfort her? Seeing that Mei couldn't stop crying, Ryu sighed. This woman, she wasn't like this the last time he had met her. Was this the so-called absence makes the love grow fonder? But wasn't this a bit exaggerated? Of course, he had already decided to take Mei as a true wife. The things that she had done for him in the incomplete heavenly path showed that she treated him with the sincerity of a true woman, so how could he not reciprocate properly? However, he wasn't a blind fool. They had known each other for too short of a time and there was still too little he understood about her. There was also too much she didn't know about him. She wasn't like Elena or Yana who had spent hundreds of years by his side, nor was she like Ailsa who knew his everything as his life partner. He wouldn't blame her if her feelings weren't as deep as the other three. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. It took quite a while for Mei to calm down. In truth, she wasn't this distressed about Ryu's injuries. Injuries were just a normal part of the cultivation path and the fact that Ryu had suffered such terrible ones, while could make her upset, wasn't enough for her to react like this. It was rather because she was certain that Ryu's Tao heart had been shattered, the foundation of his Tao was likely unstable now, and his future path of cultivation was cut off, and she felt that it was all her fault. In her short time with Ryu, she might not have known much about his past, but she knew everything there was to understand about his personality and demeanor. He was prideful, he would rather die than lower his head, and he had more ambition than even her own father did. Others might not believe that Ryu had turned down the Tao Lord, but how could she not? Ryu had told her about his chaotic silk meridians, he had shown her his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he had even shown her his embryonic chi. Those were secrets she wouldn't even blame Ryu for never telling her in the first place, but he had so candidly and honestly. Such a man, how could she lie to her about such a thing? If only she hadn't tried to save him, if only she hadn't asked her father to bring him to protect him, if only she had told him about the danger of the samsara steps ahead of time. She didn't believe for a moment that Ryu's Tao heart was so weak, she was absolutely certain that something else had happened. She didn't know what it was, but this didn't change her belief in the slightest. How could the Ryu she know be frail of heart? Ryu smiled, lightly wiping the weeping from Mei's cheeks with a thumb. Are you finished crying, now? How about we talk? How've you been? What did you encounter while I was away? Chapter 1303, Why Don't I? 1303 Why Don't I? Mei threatened to burst into tears again hearing Ryu's caring voice, but she managed to force it down. He had already spent so long comforting her, she didn't want him to have to do that again. So, she slowly explained, even though she knew that he was only trying to distract her. She went through her experiences in the samsara wheel, recounting the countless lives she had experienced, before she finally described how her talent and cultivation had changed in the end. Quote, "I'm certain that it's because of your help. I didn't have any confidence in performing so well in the past, but now I'm not even 20 years old, but I'm already on the verge of entering the sky god realm. I never thought that I would be that face. Maybe only geniuses on the 8th heaven would be as faster than me." Her story had been long enough that she had been distracted to the point of smiling again. But when she mentioned her cultivation speed and remembered that Ryu could likely never cultivate again, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. However, before she could cry again, she felt a sharp pinch on her bottom that made her yelp a bit. "Don't worry about that sort of nonsense. Is a mere Tao heart shattering capable of stopping my steps? You look down on your man too much." Mei shuddered as she looked into Ryu's eyes. Now that she thought about it, normally when a Tao heart shattered, a person's eyes would be vacant. Even moving around would be difficult for them, let alone smiling and joking around. At first, she thought that Ryu was just putting up a facade for her, but such a thing also required some mental fortitude. It wasn't easy to act like you were happy when you were in despair. This made Mei a bit confused. It felt like everything she had known about Tao hearts wasn't quite adding up in the moment. She looked into Ryu's eyes and suddenly felt that he was far too attractive in the moment. After spending so long comforting her, allowing her to sit on his lap despite the state of his body, she felt an overflowing love coming from within her chest. If it wasn't for his injuries, she might very well press him down right this moment. Ryu, of course, had come to understand Mei's sudden infatuation now. She had experienced countless lives while never quite experiencing something like him. It made her realize that the Ryu she had come to know wasn't something that could be easily found again. This wasn't something that would normally make Ryu feel proud. He was someone that didn't even blink after he had formed a founding Tao, almost as though he was naturally someone who should be able to form such a thing. He hadn't even smiled or chuckled, he simply continued about his way to the inheritance he was on his way toward. But for some reason, at the moment, he felt a emerging pride within his chest, as though this was the happiest news he had heard in his entire life. It was quite a foreign feeling to him, and it was the feeling that made him realize that while the shattering of his Tao heart wasn't as aggressive as he had thought it would be, that didn't mean that there weren't any adverse effects at all. That said, he wasn't sure if these effects were actually a bad thing. He had a lot of thoughts floating in his mind right now about what Tao hearts truly represented and what their purpose was, but he didn't immediately conclude anything. He wanted to silently bask in this feeling for a bit longer. Because he felt an unprecedented serene at the moment, a calm he hadn't felt ever since he failed his awakening that day so long ago. And he wanted to understand where this peace was coming from. Would it vanish if he reformed his Tao heart? Was it even possible to reform his Tao heart in the first place? What foolish words. The voice came from nowhere, or more accurately, it came suddenly. After Mei had entered her room with the water buckets to clean off of Ryu, something that she had done twice a day since the moment he lost consciousness, she hadn't closed her door. The two had seemed lost in their own world and seemingly hadn't noticed the presence of another individual. However, though Mei started, Ryu turned an indifferent gaze toward the door. After the rampage of Mei's primordial yin, his spiritual sea had taken quite the hit. For others, their soul cultivation path would practically be crippled at this point, but Ryu's perfect black body was designed to grow and morph. What he had lost could simply be replaced by recultivating again. Even with this weakened soul, though, there were very few that could hide from his void spiritual sense, and even fewer that could sense it. He had kept tabs on his surroundings the entire time. He was too acquainted with the intrigues of powerful families. After his failure, this was no longer the clan of his in-laws, he might as well be in enemy territory. As such, he was always vigilant. He could have healed himself long ago, in fact, he had embryonic chi, after all. Of course, it would be harder than normal, or else he would have woken up in a perfect state already as his chi circulated on its own in his sleep. But it was still very much possible with a more aggressive stance. The reason he hadn't was to keep up pretendings, and he liked these sort of recollections of failure. It reminded him that he still had a very tall mountain to climb. At that moment, a woman that Ryu had never met before entered the room. When she saw that the bandaged Ryu had Mei on her lap, her gaze couldn't help but narrow. Ryu's crotch was only partially obstructed by Mei's thighs, so it wasn't even very difficult for the woman to get a full view of it from her vantage point. However, Ryu only calmly looked at her, seemingly having no intention of hiding himself. The woman gazed at Ryu's crotch without the slightest hint of embarrassment herself, sizing it up with an inscrutable expression before she suddenly shook her head. Is that thing the reason my niece can't seem to think straight anymore? Why don't I cut it off? Chapter 1304. Unacceptable. 1304. Unacceptable. Mei's temper seemed to want to flare up again, but a firm hand continued to grip her hips. Ryu continued to look at Mei's aunt without much of an expression. He didn't seem to care about her words in the slightest. Ryu only really had two modes. The first was his ruthless. Whenever he heard disrespect, he couldn't be bothered to go back and forth, he would simply attack directly. Most of the time, he didn't have to deal with the chatter of others because they would honestly be dead before they could say much. The second mode was one that he had sharpened in his first life, and that was dressing down his enemies with his words. The more powerful he became, the less he seemed to use this ability, and he honestly didn't care for it very much. That was because it reminded him of weakness. Why would you waste words on a person you could directly deal with? However, for some reason, at the moment, he didn't feel that it was much of a burden. He simply felt that it was part of who he was, and he felt that same sort of odd peace about it. So, the side of his lip curled and he looked Mei's aunt up and down. You seem to be far more interested in it than she is. Aren't you a married woman? Shouldn't you have a little more shame than to stare at your own niece's man naked? Mei's aunt was stunned, but let alone her, even Mei was stunned. The Ryu she knew didn't have such a side to him, but her gaze couldn't help but glow as she looked toward him. She felt a hint of happiness in her heart, not because Ryu was degrading her aunt, but rather because she was learning a new side of him. This sort of simple happiness wasn't something she had ever experienced before. As for her aunt, she had never expected that Ryu would dare to say such words. Even though she was Mei's aunt, she was also a sky god. The way of the cultivation world was exceptionally strict, the division between those with strength and those without was quite clear. What did you just say to me? These words didn't actually come out with an enraged tint. Instead, they were clearly laced with a stunned air to them. It was like she was trying to figure out whether this was a dream or not before she decided whether or not to get angry. Ryu didn't answer this question, continuing to look her in the eye. After a moment, Mei's aunt scoffed and then began to laugh in rage. She seemed to have finally realized that this wasn't a dream at all. You're quite audacious as a man, using my niece as a shield. Sorry, did you expect me to assault you in a fury or something to that effect? I personally think a man who's capable of using a woman as a shield also has some capability, don't you think? If you're looking for what you can't seem to take your eyes off of, I can show you what it feels like to want to protect a man too. Mei's aunt was in a daze. Why did everything she say and do seem to turn back around on her? She had never met a man to so boldly say that he wanted to be protected by a woman either. But at the same time, she could tell that Ryu wasn't truly making use of Mei either. Someone with that much fear wouldn't be able to speak with her so calmly in the first place. Now that she thought about it, how was this person even speaking to her at all, and how did his eyes have such life in them? She had seen many whose Dao hearts had been shattered before. Their dream Asura family was quite unique in this, as they had many powerful methods of testing themselves for this matter. As such, there were obviously many who had overestimated themselves and ended up in the same situation as Ryu. But Mei's aunt, Kelsine, shook her head. She felt that arguing with someone so shameless would only make her enraged to the extreme. In truth, the reason she was so casual was because she was practically the only person on Mei's side to begin with. Mei's father, Rogrel, was absolutely infuriated, and by extension, her mother had to stand on his side, or else their clan's patriarch would be humiliated not just once, but twice. This wasn't something she was willing to allow, so even if Rogrel's wife was on her daughter's side, she didn't have an outward showing of it and hadn't even come to visit Mei in these few days. The politics of such a family were quite deep and complex, so it was only natural that many interactions weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. Mei, there is an important family meeting now, which is why I've come for you. Ah, Mei had completely forgotten. Their family was still in an awkward state right this moment, and they were preparing for the final phase of their retreat, so it was about time for them to leave. It had to be remembered that the reason they were doing all of this was because Mei's Dao had entered the ancient grade. This was something that circumvented the rules of the higher heavens, and the purpose for the seventh heaven descending so early was precisely so that they could find the individuals who had broken this rule so many times. This also explained why so many were infuriated. The family was bearing a great burden for Mei at this moment, even having to relocate, and yet her actions were quite excessively selfish in their eyes. It was fine if she had a boy toy, but she had actually lost her primordial yin to a cripple. This was entirely unacceptable. Chapter 1305, Where? 1305 Where? Mei looked toward Ryu, but before she could even give him an apologetic look, Ryu slowly stood to his foot, placing her down by his side. Ryu. Mei's gaze flickered. Ryu smiled. You expected me to allow you to go alone. Help me get ready. Mei blinked, her eyes beginning to moisten. Indeed, she had had every intention of leaving Ryu behind. That was because she wanted to face off against the pressure alone and didn't want to force him to listen to the kind of disparaging remarks he would definitely hear. But Ryu had clearly never had such intentions. His words toward Kelsine were only said to infuriate her. Ryu's policies toward his women were quite simple. His wives were allowed to be as willful as they wanted, even toward himself. However, no one else was allowed to do the same, even himself. No one was allowed to make them suffer. No one was allowed to make them suffer injustice. No one was allowed to paint them into a corner. Or else they would have to face his wrath. Okay, Mei said softly, lowering her head. Her gaze bloomed with a hint of happiness shrouded by worry. At that moment, she looked no different from a dainty newlywed, prepared to help her husband bathe and dress. Kelsine's gaze narrowed, her own eyes flickering with an unreadable light. It was clear that she hadn't expected that Ryu would do this either. It was completely contradictory to his earlier words. Seeing her niece's eyes overflowing with love, she shook her head and took a step out. Mei took her time and helped Ryu to bathe and wash himself. After sending a servant to complete the task, she found some high-class spiritual seamstress completed robes for Ryu, helping him to add the layers to the cultural standards of the Dream Asura race. Her heart couldn't help but flutter when she saw him fully dressed. One would have never thought that underneath all of this, he was entirely covered in bandages. His aura, to Mei, felt even more imposing than her own father's, but he had a handsome charm and soft edges that her father couldn't hope to match up to. Maybe even in her dreams, the husband that she had always thought of having wasn't even this perfect. She finished arranging Ryu's collar and smoothed out the layers of his robe, rubbing her hands down his robust chest one too many times. Ryu chuckled. Come, we've wasted enough time. Mei said with a blush, realizing that she had probably been seen through. The hall of the Dream Asura race was rarely used. They were essentially a race of demons, wasting time in a hall, speaking of politics, and arguing with words left them more uncomfortable than fulfilled. It couldn't be remembered the last time they had all been gathered like this before this incident. But in just these last few months, they had already lost count of the number of times they had been called to this place. It was truly a case of night and day. However, what made all of this worse was that Rogrel had yet to begin the proceedings, seated on a throne in silence as a dark atmosphere continued to brew. The hall could truly feel every inch of Rogrel's fury. It was shaped like a coliseum, but the difference was that instead of the royalty being on the top row, looking down from above, they were instead the only ones located on the bottom floor. The moment anyone walked through the grand doors of the hall, they were immediately greeted by 8 thrones. Of these 8 thrones, 4 were dainty and quite feminine, bedazzled with tasteful jewels, and had 4 extreme beauties perched upon them. Each of them was seductive and wore clothing that tightly wrapped around themselves. 2 of these beauties had skin that was akin to dripping milk chocolate, while the latter 2 had skin like condensed milk dew, but all 4 had enticing figures and deep ravines prominent upon their chest. And yet, very few dared to look at them for too long. 3 of the remaining 4 thrones were more forward and had a simpler, but much larger and robust build. In these seats were the 3 leaders of the Soul Earth, Soul Wind and Soul Body factions. Finally, there was a throne with a back double the size of that of the others. Upon this, none other than Rogrel of the Soul Fire faction and current leader and patriarch of the Dream Asuras. Over an hour ago, Kelsine had come in and took her place on one of the 4 feminine thrones, perched behind her husband and leader of the Soul Body faction. She had told them all that Mei would be here after quite some time, but no one had expected for it to take so long. Just as Rogrel seemed to be about to release a pressure high enough that many would start to faint, the large doors, standing at over 100 meters, slowly opened. But what shocked them all was that it wasn't just one person, but rather, two. Ryu held Mei's hand and entered the hall, an indifferent kind of sharpness on his features. He didn't seem moved by the atmosphere in the slightest. Mei, who had instantly felt a shudder, was shielded a moment later, her tense body relaxing. Looking toward Ryu's side profile, she felt a sense of safety she hadn't felt in a very long time. Ryu neither increased his pace, nor slowed it down. It gazed as though he was walking leisurely through a park rather than facing the aura of an omniscient sky god. Suddenly, he came to a stop, remembering a memory from the past that made him chuckle. He suddenly recalled the time he accidentally got engaged because he had sat in the wrong spot. Instead of risking that again, he gazed toward Mei with a smile. "Wife, where do we sit?" Ryu's deep voice was filled with a hint of amusement that was entirely inappropriate. He didn't seem to take this situation seriously in the slightest. Chapter 1306. Describe 1306. Describe Ryu's voice didn't seem to fit the occasion at all. He quite frankly seemed to be far too relaxed, far too happy, for the given situation. Was he not aware that the atmosphere was so tense specifically because of him? Rogurl's gaze couldn't help but narrow. He had thought of the same problem that Mei and his sister-in-law had instantly. How was Ryu even out of bed right now? Let alone laughing and smiling. It didn't make much sense to him at all. They had all witnessed enough shattered Tao hearts to know that this wasn't normal in the slightest, but they were all likewise certain that Ryu's Tao heart had, indeed, been shattered. Not only was it impossible for him to have been blown off the samsara steps without this occurring, but the phenomena that occurred after he lost consciousness was also undeniable. Recalling that moment, Rogurl's brow inwardly furrowed. The Tao heart, should one never cultivate a day in their life, would be quite malleable and overall not very important. When one began to cultivate, the purpose of the Tao heart shifted and it became the foundation upon which your strength was built upon, and most importantly, that you Tao hinged upon. The Tao heart was the manifestation of the will, and it was upon this will that something as heaven-defying as cultivation was built. One could imagine what would happen to a large building that suddenly lost its foundation. The more powerful an existence was, the more that was built upon their foundation, the more devastating the backlash. When the pressure of the samsara steps were added upon this, the end result should have been obvious. So what was this? Ah, right, Mei snapped out of her dazed thoughts and pointed toward a certain location. But her expression darkened when she saw that there was only one seat. In the seat that was by her side, there was Antha's elder brother, and to his side, was Antha's elder sister, a young woman that Ryu had already met before, Thera. The problem with this was that Hearth didn't have the same position as Mei and Thera at all. Thera was already a sky god, and of course deserved such a spot. Mei had had the best performance the family had seen in the samsara wheel in several generations and was the first in the history of their family to form an ancient Tao. Due to this, the status of Mei and Thera were currently about equal, but Hearth, who had yet to become a sky god, and didn't have such prestige in the clan, had no right to sit in such a place. This seemed to be a bigger matter than it appeared. For Hearth to sit here, it had to be tacitly allowed by the elders of her family. In addition, it was like a signal that they would actually rather her have such interactions with her first cousin as opposed to Ryu. She didn't believe that those here had expected Ryu to appear, whether they believed him to be bedridden or didn't dare to show his face, they had no reason to believe that he would come. It was her fault for neglecting the fact that a seat wouldn't have been prepared for Ryu in advance, but she had been in such a daze that she forgot to think about such minor details. However, when she saw Hearth, she still felt infuriated. That was because this matter was no longer about just a small mistake on her part. But before Mei could lash out, she felt herself being pulled in that direction. She was stunned for a moment, but her lips closed as she swallowed the words she was about to say. She didn't know why, but she felt as though Ryu would have a way to handle the situation. Hearth sneered when he saw such a scene. Knowing that Ryu had bedded his woman was one matter, but seeing them holding hands before him was another entirely. He really wanted to see what this cripple would do. All he would need was a tiny excuse to simply kill him where he stood. But very soon, Hearth's smile froze. Ryu didn't even look at him, taking a seat beside him and pulling Mei onto his lap without a care in the world. Even Mei was dazed, let alone everyone else. Soon, though, she felt that she was most comfortable like this. She could easily sink into Ryu's chest and use his heart like a soothing rhythm to calm the beating of her own. A quietness fell once again, no one knew what to say. Ryu sat so naturally and looked unbothered. Somehow, it felt like the central thrones had shifted and the halo that had once been above them was now above the casually smiling Mei. Regardless of how lascivious the Dream Asura race was, there were still certain moments where they wouldn't be so intimate in the face of the public, and this was definitely one of them. But it was quite clear that Ryu simply didn't give a damn. They didn't like his relationship with Mei. Alright, then he would simply show them there was no changing it with a single action. He really wanted to see what they would do about it. He leaned back in his chair, resting an elbow on one armrest. With an absolute beauty in his lap, he looked like the most comfortable person in the hall, while those who were going out of their way to push him to the edge were suffering beneath their own efforts. Rogrel had long since closed his eyes as though he couldn't be bothered by what would happen. When he opened them, a deeper quietness appeared to have descended. He gave Ryu a deep look, but the latter's smile didn't fade in the slightest, looking his father-in-law in the eyes with an incomparable sense of relaxation. Rogrel looked away a moment later and his lips parted. This meeting determination begin now. Very soon, our clan will be returning to our roots within the Nether Realm, but there is still a great amount of preparation left to be done. Elder Rayward has returned with news of our negotiations and determination. Now describe the terms. Chapter 1307. Requirements 1307 Requirements. An elder across from Ryu and seated on the same level as Thera and the others stood to his full height. Although he was quite willowy, his height was tall and his posture was surprisingly firm. His face, though, was covered in odd dark spots that didn't quite seem natural. Ryu, though, who had been in Sacrum's nether realm before, recognized these spots. They exuded a hint of nether chi and was most definitely a sign of poisoning. Though, it didn't seem that this elder's life was in danger, which was interesting. In truth, he had also been a hint surprised that the Dream Asura race wanted to return to the nether realm, though his face didn't show it. And that was because they had spent so long away from it that there was simply no way their bodies were still perfectly adjusted to the environment. Just looking at this elder, it was quite clear that he was very much correct. It took quite a deal of effort to deal with nether chi if you weren't acclimated to it, but the current Dream Asura race didn't have much of a choice. It was either they succeed in this endeavor, or they give up their lives to the higher heavens of the true martial world. To them, it was clearly better to give up their homes and protect a genius with an ancient Tao than it was to give up Mei. Ryu's gaze flickered. Indeed, although he didn't have much patience for it, the rage of the Dream Asura race toward him wasn't entirely unwarranted. Of course, he still didn't care very much about it. He wasn't a person who was very sympathetic to begin with, even if his enemies were in the right, let alone the fact they were very much wrong about him being a cripple. As descendants of the Dream Wraiths, we are given a great deal of face in the Nether Realm. Our return has been accepted, but there are many stipulations. The first is that we can only settle on the 4th Nether Plane at the highest. There were some murmurings, but this wasn't unacceptable. The true Nether Realm had 9 planes just like the true martial world. Being able to settle on the 4th wasn't too bad, and it could be considered that they had indeed been given quite a bit of face. They were only on the 5th heaven of the true martial world to begin with, and they were used to treating the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens as basically one entity. The gap between them wasn't very large. The second is that we may only bring 10 million descendants. While many were still calmly accepting the first proposal, this made all of their expressions change drastically. 10 million sounded like a large number, but for a clan of their size, this was impossibly small. Just take the officials in this room as an example. There were already almost 100,000 of them present here. If each of them only had 100 family members, that was already the 10 million quota met. Of course, things weren't that simple and many present were actually family with one another, but they were still only the highest echelons of society. Their main clans, their branch clans, their subordinates, their children, their children's children. Cultivators of their level had lived for a very long time. Many even had great-great-great-grandchildren with grandchildren of their own. Their individual family members were easily well over 100 each, and that didn't even count the fact that there were many without the status necessary to be here who had extended families of their own. They might not care about these people normally, but they were still the lifeblood of the clan. They were the ones that helped the substructures of the clan to stay afloat. They were the ones that manned their shops, farmed their food, mined their chi stones, managed their resources. They allowed the upper class to remain the upper class. If they were suddenly cut away, then there would have to be a new lower class and many of them would have to foot the bill. Their clan numbered in the billions. Just the number of sky gods they had alone was counted in the millions and was probably over 10 million. How could they decide which sky gods got to go, and which of the fresh blood would be allowed to live? This requirement was simply too heavy, but Elder Rayward wasn't even remotely finished. The third requirement is that we must pick out several sky god women with remaining potential to marry into the surrounding clans to establish ties. The murmurings only grew louder and louder. The logic of this was quite clear. It wasn't only a check and balance that protected them from the Dream Asura clan, but it also helped the Dream Asura race integrate with their world easier. After generations, just how many experts would have fallen in love with one another and married? Intermarrying was a common practice, and there were many Dream Asuras who weren't perfectly pure blood as a result of this. But even so, the idea of being forced to do this left a sour taste in their mouths, especially since the requirement was for the most astounding women among them. The fourth requirement is that our geniuses beneath the Sky God realm will be sent to exchange pointers with their own for a year before returning. If the murmurings were just that earlier, the ruckus was only growing now. Many older men and women had even been unable to control themselves, slamming a hand down on their armrests. This was simply an open scheme. Only sending 10 million, marrying off their best daughters, sending their children to exchange pointers for an entire year. They just wanted to swallow up their Dream Asura race and absorb their bloodline to increase their strength. By the end of it all, what would be left of the Dream Asura race but a dispersed number of offspring with just a trace of their original bloodline? Wasn't this too sinister? The fifth requirement is that we must allow the adjacent clans and sects to send in one descendant into our samsara wheel every year. The meeting chamber exploded, the furious shouts of innumerable elders descending like a torrent. Chapter 1308. Vanished. 1308 vanished. The uproar wasn't small in the slightest. It felt like every time that Elder Rayward opened his mouth to give them another requirement, it would only get worse. Elder Rayward hadn't been chosen randomly. For such an important matter, how could they send someone who they couldn't trust and who didn't have the cash necessary to negotiate? While Elder Rayward wasn't necessarily a great talent of any one of the four factions, he existed in a lane of his own and was an exceptionally powerful soul expert. Due to this, his senses were very keen and he was able to read people quite easily. In addition to this, his mind was sharp and his speed of thought was exceptional. It could be said that there wasn't a single person present who would have been in a better position than him too, whether it came to a matter of skill, or that of raw power. However, this only made things worse. The fact that Elder Rayward had gone but this was the best he could get out of the situation left their hearts cold. What else could they do if not complain? The terrible part, though, was that Elder Rayward didn't seem to be finished. The sixth requirement is that the samsara steps must be opened to the public and placed in one of their alliance cities. Like this, all those with the mind can partake to strengthen and sharpen their Tao hearts. The fury of the experts in the surroundings boiled over. This wasn't even sharing now, it was a forceful seizure of their core treasures. It was akin to crippling the future of their Dream Asura race and giving the benefits of others to them. None of those present were surprised about the nether world being familiar with their treasures. That was because the Dream Asura race was obviously from the true nether world to begin in. A very long time ago, they had been forced to leave, making a new path for them in this world. But now, they were being forced to return. In the past, it was precisely because of the samsara wheel and the samsara steps that they had been forced to come here, and now it seemed that those they had escaped hadn't forgotten about this matter in the slightest. The feelings of humiliation and rage that the Dream Asura race were experiencing weren't small. It felt to them like they were being slapped in the face, but all they could do was accept it. Without the ability to retaliate, they could only grit their teeth. It seemed that the only two options before them was to either accept this sort of humiliation, or to wait here indefinitely for their deaths. This was truly unacceptable. Whether they left or stayed, wouldn't they be finished either way? The end of the Dream Asura race felt nigh and all they could do was watch. Suddenly, they felt a great deal of resentment. This was all because of May. It was because she had formed an ancient Tao that the higher heavens were alerted. It was because of her that they were forced into hiding. It was because of her that the now had to have their hands out in a begging posture toward the very people they had escaped from so long ago. And now, despite all they were willing to sacrifice for her, she also seemed to be among the number slapping their faces, even bringing such a man to their proceedings. The number of potent auras descending through the surroundings only seemed to be increasing, all of them aimed toward a single seat. Let alone May, Even her cousin Anthera felt as though they were being suffocated, and they weren't even the target of the pressure. It only became worse and worse, and Elder Rayward went on to list 4 more conditions, each more unacceptable than the last. It was as though they could feel themselves being slapped again and again. Feeling the animosity of everyone, May's shoulders trembled. She was usually a cold-faced and unmoved individual, but in the face of so many absolute experts, she too felt like she was drowning. It was too much, and this pressure didn't seem to take into account her status in the slightest. Maybe it was the fact they could all tell that Rogrel was truly infuriated as well, or else they wouldn't dare to do such a thing so openly. However, what they didn't expect was for a chuckle to come out of nowhere, disrupting their senses. They felt so stunned by the out-of-place laughter that they didn't know how to react for a moment. "Don't you all find yourselves to be a bit too pathetic?" Ryu said lightly. Many didn't believe that they had heard correctly. They even looked to their sides, checking with those around them to ensure that they really had heard what they had heard. But all they saw were the bewildered gazes of those around them. He dared to speak like this in this sort of setting. At that moment, it wasn't they who were enraged, but it was Rogrel's temper that suddenly exploded out of control once again. He had been silent all the while, allowing those around to do as they pleased, but this Ryu seemed to think that just because he hadn't said anything, everything would work out in his favor. Silence. This was the only word he said, his voice rumbling. Not a single person dared to speak. When Rogrel voiced his commands, even his own brother didn't dare to refute, even his own wife didn't even consider it, let alone everyone else. However, who could have expected that not even a brief moment would pass before Ryu spoke again? "I speak where I please and as I please." Even Rogrel, who thought this matter was over, felt astonished. But even this was only for a brief instant before his aura flared, a pillar of pressure descending. May wasn't spared in the slightest. The moment she felt it, her look paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Ryu's smiling look completely vanished. Chapter 1309. What use is it? 1309 What use is it? This was already the product of Rogrel holding back. He seemed to remember that. His daughter was on Ryu's lap at the last moment, and pulled back a measure. If not for this, the pressure of his aura alone might have shattered Ryu's body to pieces. However, Ryu himself didn't seem to be aware of this. He sat up from his leaning position. Ignoring everyone around him, he looked down toward May. She was pale-faced, blood dripping from her lip. She looked as though she might pass out at any moment. Ryu's frown deepened, the chilliness in his expression spreading out. At that moment, if it wasn't obvious before, Ryu's own aura seemed to be just as suffocating. Even when he was ignoring the entire world around him, his fury was deep enough to set the clouds themselves ablaze. Ryu placed a hand on May's abdomen. After a moment, he placed a finger in her mouth and dripped a hint of embryonic chi into her mouth. Very quickly, a rush of light spread throughout her body and a milky whiteness flashed before vanishing. Before the eyes of everyone present, May's pale expression became rosy once again and she seemed to finally be able to breathe again. It was only at that moment that Ryu seemed to remember where he was, but when he turned his gaze toward Rogrel, it was as though space itself was collapsing. Their gazes seemed to be corporeal, clashing and causing fissures in space to form. "The last person who did this to her, I swore to kill." The icy chill in the room was palpable. The temperature plummeted. Rogrel was already feeling a hint of regret. He had lashed out without thinking, and it had ended up in this sort of situation. But hearing Ryu's words, he was so infuriated that he laughed. It was a laugh that rumbled like thunder, causing the hall to shake and quake. However, before this laugh, the iciness in Ryu's gaze only seemed to grow deeper and deeper. Before he could speak again, though, he felt May's hand grab onto him. May didn't seem to want to see this matter go any further. Ryu, who had been about to stand, slowly leaned back into his chair once again, but the smile didn't return. "I won't kill you, but one day you'll have to suffer a fist of mine." Rogrel's laughter hadn't even come to a stop yet, but Ryu's voice cut through it just as easily. He didn't seem moved by this patriarch's anger in the slightest. In fact, his own brewing rage made those around feel as though two tigers were facing off in the jungle. Even Hearth felt as though he was drenched in sweat. No one could remember the last time anyone had spoken to Rogrel like this, because there simply wasn't an example of it happening in the past. The last echoes of Rogrel's laughter continued to boom. He looked down toward Ryu. The fleshly crimson eyes of his seemed to be an even deeper shade of red at the moment. When he looked toward Ryu, All those even in the general vicinity felt like they had been forcefully shrunk an entire foot. You really think that I don't dare to kill you? You can dare to do whatever you want, what does that have to do with me? It'll be you who has to deal with the consequences in the end, Ryu uttered coldly. You think that woman cares about a cripple like you? The fact you think I have to rely on others just shows me why it is your dream Asura race is so pathetic. When I speak with my own ability, relying on others is for the weak. You went to the true nether world, hat in hand, eyes to the ground, knees ready to bend, and you didn't expect this sort of result. And now, under your leadership, you do nothing as your daughter is castigated by your supposed subordinates. Why? Because they feel frustrated that they're too weak and cowardly to fight for a space for themselves. The moment you chose to negotiate, you had already lost. You have no backbone, you have too many concerns, you are weak. Ryu's words boomed, their echo no less thunderous. It was as though his voice traveled through the void, quaking the surrounding voidal nodes and making it echo with more force. Rogral felt suffocated. He wanted to lash out again, but how could he make the same mistake twice? He felt as though a twin pair of fire-laden hands were wrapping around his throat. He had never felt so stifled in his life. Usually, he would have just attacked to kill, but how could he? No matter what he said, the imprint of that woman's strength was still in his mind. And even if she didn't care about a cripple like Ryu, the fact that he had been crippled in their territory was still something he wasn't quite sure how to deal with. This didn't even mention the pressure coming from his own daughter. Who knew that Ryu actually wasn't finished yet, though? You could have simply gone and staked your land. You think that every strength on the plane you chose would gang up against you? Did they not have enemies of their own? Did they not have people who would much rather them be destroyed? Did they not have concerns of their own? But now you've not only taken a stance of weakness, but you've announced your arrival at the same time so they'll be perfectly ready. If you aren't weak-willed, then you're too stupid to lead anyone. What alternatives do you have remaining here? To die at the hands of the higher heavens? Or to leave 99% of your clan behind and send off 10 million to suicide themselves? Both of these options mean death because of nothing more than cowardice. How ridiculous can you be, exactly? But I'm not sure what I'd expect from a father willing to allow his own daughter to take on such a burden. What worth does your strength have if it can't be used now? Chapter 1310. Palm 1310. Palm Ryu took a seat and then fell into Mei's bed. He placed his hands behind his head, closing his eyes in peak comfort. However, Mei herself couldn't seem to do the same. In fact, she paced around her bed, her expression flickering between several states constantly. She could still remember that look on her father's face. She had truly never seen him so enraged before, and yet Ryu was treating it like it was no big deal at all. Even now, he didn't seem to be very afraid of her father suddenly lashing out in a moment of rage and crushing him. That said, at the same time, she couldn't help but smile from time to time, feeling that Ryu had indeed protected her honor very well. She had entered that space expecting to have to deal with an avalanche of comments that she would have no choice but to swallow, but even if these people looked down on her and Ryu, they hadn't even gotten the chance to say anything. In fact, somehow, in the end, it was actually Ryu who ended up looking down on them. When they forgot to be scared beneath Ryu and Rogral's auras, they became embarrassed and furious rather quickly. Somehow the situation of them looking down on Ryu never came because they were too busy being lambasted instead. And now, the culprit was lying back without a single concern in the world. Mei looked toward Ryu and her lip was unable to help but twitch when she saw the light smile on his face. He looked as though he had already drifted off into a peaceful dream and didn't have the time to care for the things around him. She was left alone to carry the burden of worry all on her own, but this time there wasn't much that Ryu could even do to help her. What could he do about her own inner thoughts? It was either she believed in him or she didn't, there wasn't really another path to take. Mei sighed. In the end, she finally took a small seat at the edge of her bed, smiling bitterly. She didn't believe that Ryu didn't understand the kind of situation he was in currently. Cultivators acted no differently from mortals when their backs were against the wall, and that was precisely the situation they were in right now. They felt suffocated. On one side, there was the threat of the higher heavens, on the other there was the ultimatum of the true nether world. It seemed that no matter what path they took, only death awaited them, and more importantly, desperation. Desperate people didn't think logically, they had less concerns, and they were less worried about consequences. Ryu had furious so many people, there were bound to be a few who lashed out when they no longer cared about the outcome. It only made matters worse that they felt that all of this was Mei's fault to begin with. In addition, they felt that Ryu's existence was a slap to their faces. They were making all of these sacrifices for Mei, while she herself was willingly ruining her future. How could they not be enraged? If they knew that the person they hated so much was just casually taking a nap without a concern in the world, they just might implode. In a distant location upon the sixth heaven, a familiar figure sat in silence. This figure was none other than As, the very man who had wanted to take Aika as his wife but was rebuffed in the end. Sitting respectfully to his side was Starlight. In reality, As and Starlight were both family and master and disciple. As could be considered to be Starlight's great uncle, and the two of them were the two most talented of their family line in the last 3 generations. Of course, this didn't give them free rein. The Fading Star sect had many lineages within them and they were just one of many, but they could still be considered to be among the most powerful family lines, at the very least within the top 3. Master, why haven't we informed the others about this? Of course, what Starlight was referring to was Ryu's Tao. This wasn't just a small matter. In fact, it could be considered to be huge. The 7th heaven only had a handful of individuals with ancient Taos to begin with. While there was a limit, it could be said that this limit was already worthless at their level. That was because forming a hegemonic Tao was already nigh impossible. The number who could even form ancient Taos was far too few. So while the limiter was still useful for hegemonic Taos, it was pretty much just decoration for ancient Taos. Starlight himself had an ancient Tao, but it was only a lower ancient Tao. He had almost no hope in maintaining this once he broke into the Sky God realm. There were many like him who had formed ancient Taos in the sub-Sky God realms before accepting their fate and taking on hegemonic Taos later on. In fact, this was considered to be quite normal. In Starlight's mind, extrapolating this logic, Ryu having a founding Tao no meant that he was almost guaranteed to have an ancient Tao as a Sky God. Of course, he had never heard of anyone forming a founding Tao to begin with. Those very few who had managed to maintain ancient Taos on the 7th heaven had formed middle or higher ancient Taos first, then they were knocked down a peg or two upon crossing over. In reality, Starlight had never even heard of a peak ancient Tao before, at least not on the 7th heaven, and he could only think of one person who had formed a higher one. To him, the fact Ryu had formed a founding Tao was a groundbreaking matter. Wouldn't that mean he'd have a peak ancient Tao as a Sky God? He would be practically untouchable on the 7th and 8th heavens. He felt like this was a top priority matter. They couldn't allow the Radiant Star sect to birth such a genius, it was unacceptable. And yet, his master seemed so indifferent about it all. As thought to confirm this, As slowly shook his head. You're overly worried and aren't thinking clearly. Although you managed to break free of his coercion, and I commend you for that, you still had the residue of his shadow on your heart. You will need to get rid of that if you want to accomplish more in the future rather than retreating, do you understand? Yes, but, As shook his head again. He seemed far more calm now than he had been in front of Aika, almost as though those matters had been nothing more than a facade. How much more difficult is it to form a godhood with a hegemonic Tao as opposed to a dominion Tao? Starlight froze, almost instantly understanding what his master was trying to get at. How about an ancient Tao, then? As asked calmly. Can't he just accept a weaker foundation? If he willingly gives up his founding Tao during his breakthrough, he's pretty much guaranteed to form a peak ancient Tao. You've made simpler the matter. You cannot just choose to lower the quality of your Tao, it's a natural process that occurs. For every cultivator you hear of successfully breaking through with a weaker Tao, there are another 5 just like them who never managed to break through at all because the difficulty is just that great. Taking another step back and assuming that he does succeed in breaking through, is the journey over, then? You would still need to improve your Tao from fragmented to false, and then from false to true, and then true to perfect. Each one of these steps is even more daunting than the last. There are many geniuses with ancient Taos that never succeed in making it to the Tao Lord realm. The reason why you have the view of giving up on your Tao and lowering it to succeed is because this is a view that's been purposely promoted by your seniors for your own good. If you can't smoothly break through with a Tao at your level with ease, then it's better that you lower it now or you risk never succeeding in the future. The gap between Sky God realms is too enormous. Who cares if you have an ancient Tao at the fragmented realm? A false Sky God with a sovereign Tao can still crush you with a single finger. What's most important in this world is your cultivation realm. Yes, but Isn't your cultivation realm limited by your Tao? Ass chuckled. What's the limit for an ancient Tao? Quote. Theoretically, Tao sovereign. It's also possible to become a Tao god. How many Tao sovereigns does the seventh heaven have? What about the eighth? How many Tao gods are in the whole of the true martial world? You need to focus first on becoming a Tao lord, only that way can you roam without fear even on the ninth heaven. Unless you can do that, what worth is there in having mere potential to reach a stage almost no one can reach in the first place? Cultivation isn't about emotion, it's a science, it's a balance of probabilities. Overestimating yourself will only limit your future potential. So, he's not worth worrying about. Likely not. That child is a brittle lightning rod, ramrod straight, taking on too much, unwilling to take a step back. If I'm honest, the fact that he's formed a founding Tao gives him the right to be arrogant, but it also seals his fate. That said, this isn't the reason I haven't told others about this just yet. Ika seems to care about that boy quite a lot, and I know her well. The more we know about him, and the less others do, the more opportunity there'll be in the future to place her in the palm of our hands. Chapter 13:11. Why wasn't he? 13:11. Why wasn't he? Ryu's mind drifted. The back of his eyelids had never been more interesting to him as compared to this moment. He felt relaxed and his thoughts felt more flexible now than they had in a very long time. It was as though he was a child again, and his imagination ran wild. The shattering of his Tao heart wasn't something Ryu had wanted, but he hadn't thought that things would end up like this. What was interesting was that rather than severing his path, it felt as though his Tao heart had only been another chain looped around his body, weighing him down. It was an odd feeling because Ryu was certain that his path of cultivation was severed, at least right now. He could sense chi, but he couldn't gather it, nor could he control it. His living spiritual foundation didn't respond to him any longer, and he couldn't sense his chaotic silk meridians nor his realm heart any longer. It was a truly out-of-body experience, if his body was all of the most crucial pillars of cultivation. The only thing that seemed to listen to him at all was his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation and by extension the embryonic chi he had used to heal Mei. But he didn't quite understand that either. He wondered what it was about it that allowed such a thing, or was it because he had connected it in such an unorthodox way? Or maybe it was because it had its own thoughts and had chosen him of its own accord. Of those answers, Ryu felt that the last one was probably the most likely. His spiritual foundation was definitely special, but he didn't believe that it was so special that it could ignore something as profound as the shattering of his Tao heart. It was more likely that the simplest truth was the correct one. His White Phoenix spiritual foundation wasn't his to begin with, it had been passed on by another. It could be said that in order to succeed in gaining its favor, it was precisely his Tao heart that had been tested. That was the purpose for all the pain and horror he had experienced in the Tor Kingdom. But now that his Tao heart had vanished, the linchpin that had kept this living spiritual foundation attached to himself had vanished. By the same token, his original spiritual foundation didn't have such high requirements for him. It had chosen him from birth, so it didn't need a linchpin, or rather, the linchpin was his existence itself. It was no wonder, then, that the living spiritual foundation wasn't responding to him. And due to the fact it was that one in control of his main meridians, it had taken his chaotic silk meridians along with it. Ryu couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. He was pissed, and he managed to maintain his calm and relaxed bearing nonetheless. There was actually something in his body, occupying his space, that was so easily able to rip its support away from him. If it wasn't for the fact he had yet to recover from the backlash to his spiritual sea, he would have already summoned the chains to surround and lock it down. It sure had a lot of nerve. It was unfortunate that Ryu had already entered the Tao pedestal realm. If he had still been in the Path Extinction realm, the White Phoenix spiritual foundation wouldn't be able to take his meridians hostage like this. The Tao pedestal realm, though, increased the connection between his spiritual foundation and meridians a great, severalfold stronger than the spiritual severing realm did. In addition, it expanded the spiritual foundation, increasing its individual strength. It almost sounded amusing. It was as though Ryu had given his abductor the strength they needed to trap him and sell him for ransom. Even with all of this being the case he still felt the utmost calm. He preferred to know this now instead of in the future, and he wasn't very much surprised about it. This was the same spiritual foundation that almost killed him for merely communicating with his original spiritual foundation. He could still remember the pain of that backlash. If it wasn't for his firm Tao heart, that pain alone would have been enough to force him to crumble. Ryu set this matter aside. Much like he had dealt with his bloodlines, he would find a method to deal with this White Phoenix spiritual foundation as well. It had to understand that it was no longer the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. It could either accept this fact, or he would disregard it and find another spiritual foundation to replace it. What was more important to him right now were these new thoughts and comprehensions coming with the Tao heart. It seemed that there were two factors to consider when it came to Tao heart. The first was relative strength and the second was objective strength. Relative strength referred to the strength of your Tao heart in comparison to those of your level. So long as you had a strong Tao heart for your level, all things were possible. Talent could be considered the motor while a Tao heart was the path you could follow using uttered engine. Was your Tao heart weak? Then the road would be narrow, filled with twists, turns and treacherous roads. Was your Tao heart strong? Then your lanes would be wide, dry and straight, the distance to infinity being clearly seen. Then there was objective strength. This was how your Tao heart compared overall. This was where the difference in cultivation time and cultivation level came into account. Ryu felt that he had exceptional relative strength, but his objective strength could only be weak due to his weak cultivation level. But what Ryu had found out just now was that all of this was barely more than a facade. Tao heart was supposed to be your will, but Ryu didn't feel as though his will was weaker than anyone else's. And if Tao heart was entirely about will, then why would cultivation level make such a big difference? That pathetic man who called himself Mei's father triggered Ryu's disdain whenever he thought of him. That man supposedly had a strong Tao heart. What bullshit. Ryu felt the answer lay in two matters. The first was the samsara steps and the second was the Tao heart itself. The samsara steps didn't have a perfect method of testing the Tao heart, and it wasn't very accurate either. It might be seen as a great treasure, but in truth it was a crude construct. This could be seen by the fact it couldn't even properly differentiate between Ryu's lives and which were worth testing him on and which weren't. The second was that the Tao heart wasn't entirely just about will either. It was akin to a muscle, similar to how a bicep allowed you to curl your arm, the Tao heat allowed you to cultivate. It was the hidden sixth sense that gave one the natural ability to cultivate. This was an odd conclusion to come to, especially since it was actually the spiritual foundation that allowed this. If the Tao heart was the center of this matter, then why was it that one had to awaken to be allowed the chance to cultivate to begin with? If Ryu was correct, it was actually precisely the Tao heart that the spiritual foundation observed when choosing a cultivator to follow for the length of their life. Despite feeling that this was correct, this still didn't quite feel like an answer. It seemed like excessive steps, for little reason or return. But then something else clicked for Ryu. As for what it was, it might surprise many. That was because what he had thought about was the ban of mental realm masters in Sacrum. During that period, no one under the jurisdiction of the Tatsuya clan had actively cultivated the soul, and what had that resulted in? Well, the results spoke for themselves. The Tatsuya family ended up lacking any experts in the field of sensory matters, and as a result of that, they were unable to catch the trap of the martial gods before it was too late and they were destroyed. But this was the matter that Ryu was referring to. Despite not putting any focused effort into soul cultivation, their souls still increased steadily with their chi realm cultivation. Although it was still much weaker than a soul that was actively cultivated, why was it that this was possible? At the very least, the reverse wasn't possible. Ryu couldn't just cultivate his soul and allow his body to naturally grow stronger over time. But that didn't seem to make sense. Why was one possible but the other wasn't? Ryu felt that he had an answer. It was the Tao heart. The Tao heart formed the foundation of all things. As one cultivated, it had to grow stronger in order to support one's increasing strength and eventually one's godhood. But why was it that this influenced the soul and allowed it to grow stronger? If Ryu was correct, the Tao heart didn't influence the soul at all, it was the soul. Rather, it was the true soul, it had always been. Unfortunately, this opened up more questions than answers. If the Tao heart was the true soul, then what did his mental realm cultivate? What was the little body floating in above his spiritual sea? What about his perfect black-body soul? But even more importantly than all of that, if it was the true soul, since it had shattered, why wasn't he dead? Chapter 13:12. A fascinating thought. 13:12. A fascinating thought. It was a truly fascinating thought. The reality was that most wouldn't even dare to have the line of thinking that Ryu did. That was because although he seemed to be calm at the moment, if he was truly correct, the weight of this discovery was akin to shocking enlightenment that might fundamentally change the foundation of cultivation itself. The idea that mental realm cultivation wasn't being executed properly and that one of the 6 pillars of cultivation had been misunderstood all this time wasn't a small matter in the slightest. Who would dare to look in the face of countless trillions of years of discovery and essentially spit in the face of it? But even though this matter seemed unacceptable, there was one matter that seemed to seal the idea for good in Ryu's mind, and that was the matter of his own willpower. Back when he first met Ailsa, she had had something very interesting to say. She had been baffled by the fact he could have such weak willpower despite the fact his mental realm cultivation talent was so poor. To her, this seemed to suggest that there was something wrong with his soul and that it had definitely been tampered with, much like his spiritual foundation had been. There were 2 curious things about this. The first was that Ailsa seemed to be subconsciously aware that the mental realm was related to willpower, but hadn't taken a step further to accept the reverse, that being that the willpower was the soul itself, and by extension, the Tao heart. The reason this was interesting to Ryu was because these were the sorts of secrets that were the easiest to keep, secrets that everyone seemed to be subconsciously aware of, and some might even find to be curious, but because no one else was questioning it, it didn't seem to make sense to investigate any further. The easiest secret to keep was an open secret, one that felt like a conspiracy theory on its face and everyone scoffed at. Though, Ryu didn't believe that this had been done on purpose. It was more like a case of continuous confirmation bias over countless generations. The second that he found interesting about this matter was the fact that his willpower had, indeed, remained intact despite the fact his soul cultivation talent had been so poor back then. Ryu hadn't pondered much about it, precisely because he hadn't been aware that his perfect black body had been taken away from him in the first place until he suddenly ran into it in the death ruin. How could he draw this conclusion without being aware that something had been taken away from him in the first place? But what Ryu realized he should have been thinking about was why. What was the link between his willpower and why had Ailsa assumed that he should have had exceptional spirit talent given his willpower? Just like Ryu was wondering why it was that he was alive right this moment, it should also be just as important to consider how it was that he was alive despite the fact his perfect blackbody soul had been stripped from him. That was when Ryu pondered of an interesting legend that he had read. In fact, he had read this legend when he was piecing together the lives and folk tales related to the Phoenix Sky God and what one might have to do to gain this elusive figure's spiritual foundation. The story itself wasn't very important, but its skeleton was. It was about a man who had lived many lives, and in each one of these lives, he had a separate one of his soul's take on a prominent role. This was quite the work of fiction. After all, it was built in a world where everyone had not just one but numerous souls. Or, most specifically, 3 souls. They were called the heavenly ethereal soul, the earthly ethereal soul, and the life destiny ethereal soul. These souls came together to form the being of an individual and would separate in death. This actually wasn't the only book that Ryu had read such an idea in. He had mostly ignored them because they seemed to be works of fiction and it wasn't that uncommon for authors to steal tropes from one another. The first book had the information he wanted, so he didn't pay much attention to the others. But now he remembered that there were many names for these souls. They were also the governing ethereal soul, the awakening ethereal soul and the alive ethereal soul. And most intriguing to Ryu, they were also called the original spirit, the yang spirit and the yin spirit. Of course, these were just the core souls. A step beyond that there were still the so-called 7 corporeal souls. Ryu began to piece together the various information about these souls and eventually came to a concise conclusion. The 7 corporeal souls were tied to the body. Their existence maintained health and helped a body to continue living. The yin spirit provided life chi to these 7 corporeal souls and gave a living being the will to continue to live. The yang spirit was responsible for consciousness. It made one aware of their life and provided a self-identity of sorts. Finally, there was the original spirit. This was where free will and intelligence originated. It was what gave a person the uniqueness of their personality and maybe even a drive to be more. Ryu was immersed in his thoughts. Maybe all this time, the only spirit that he had known of was the yin spirit. This was the soul that if it was shattered, life would cease to be. This was always what he had pondered the soul to be. As for the other souls, they were just loosely strewn, incomplete concepts within his mind. But, was any of this reality? And if it was true, which of these souls was his perfect blackbody? Ryu entered a deeper and deeper state of focus, suddenly forgetting everything around him. Chapter 1313. Finally 1313. Finally, even after several moments, Ryu found nothing out of the ordinary. However, his mood didn't change. If finding something out of order was so simple and easy, considering how much effort most had to put into understanding their bodies in order to succeed in cultivation, how could someone have not found it before? Of course, Ryu had no idea if he was the first to think of this matter or not. It was very much possible that someone had figured it out and he simply wasn't aware of it at all, or it was very much possible that they had already tried and simply found nothing. That said, Ryu felt that he was in a very unique position. For one, he had experience with losing parts of his soul, evolving it and then regaining his own soul back. But what was even more important than that was something that should have been a bad thing but had suddenly become a net benefit instead. His Tao heart had shattered. This might sound like an odd benefit, but if he was correct in the fact that his Tao heart was just one of his many souls, then the fact that it had been compromised would make it easier to pick out faults. Most others that had suffered such a fate wouldn't even have the mind to care about cultivation, let alone pay attention to their bodies to spot peculiarities. This also left Ryu with another interesting thought. He wondered if he was able to weather the shattering of his Tao heart so well, less because of his actual willpower, and more so because he was already used to walking through life with his soul compromised. After all, it was clear that the shattering of one of these souls, so long as it wasn't the yin spirit, allowed one to keep their lives. So wasn't it possible that during all those years he spent without his perfect black body, and even the experience he had of his soul shattering while he accepted it once again, had primed him to be capable of dealing with such a tragedy? Maybe over all these years, his souls had learned how to compensate for one another. This made sense. After all, if his perfect black body was stolen from him, it had to happen before he was even born. In that state, he should have still had access to embryonic chi, and in that case, it might have been possible for his body to adapt and learn to live without portions of himself. The more Ryu thought about it, the more sense it seemed to make. Time ticked by and Ryu forgot about everything around him. All he cared about was this pursuit. Inwardly, he knew that this might be a foolish endeavor. He was actually using a work of fiction like it was truth. He very well might be setting himself up for disappointment. The more time passed, the more he realized how useless the endeavor seemed to be. However, Ryu wasn't so willing to give things up like this. He didn't know what benefits he might gain for doing this, but at the moment, this mattered a little bit less to him. What he cared the most about was reaching the top of the cultivation world, and he felt that grasping no one else, or maybe only a small handful of individuals had, was incredibly important to that end. Still nothing, Ryu mused to himself. Even until now, he couldn't find the location of his shattered Tao heart. It had felt like it was both everywhere and nowhere at the same time, as though it encompassed every inch of his body, and yet was its own distinct identity. Could it be? Ryu's gaze flashed, his senses focusing on his spiritual foundation. Not the White Phoenix spiritual foundation, but rather his true spiritual foundation, the very one that he had had by his side all this time, the very one that had picked him out from birth. It was said, in those legends, that after one died, the 7 corporeal souls dissolved with the body, vanishing with it. However, the remaining 3 souls dispersed. There were many tales about what might occur with the others, so many that there was absolutely no consensus at all. The only thing that these folk tales seemed to agree on was the fact that the original spirit would be the one that entered reincarnation to be wiped of its memories and reborn. As for the other 2, there was absolutely no decided upon conclusion at all. At that moment, Ryu had an absolutely wild thought. What if his soul wasn't located in his spiritual see at all, and was instead right here? He looked down at his cracked spiritual foundation. These cracks had occurred after the Infinity Mist cosmic seed was planted, so he hadn't originally mused much about it. Why would he be thrown off by cracks when that was precisely what state his spiritual foundation should be in at the moment? But now that he looked again, he finally noticed it. These cracks, they were more numerous than the last time he checked. In addition, rather than giving up a large amount of rich cosmic chi, many of these fissures were instead giving off a deathly sort of chi that was swallowing up much of the cosmic chi his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was producing. Ryu descended and touched down on his spiritual foundation, feeling a shudder in his heart. He could almost hear it wailing. It wasn't a real, physical sound, but he was being washed by its sadness. The hopelessness hit him in waves, and all those emotions that he hadn't been able to sense previously flooded him as though he was facing a tsunami. Ryu realized now, it was actually a confounding of several events. It wasn't just that he was used to having portions of his soul snatched from him, it was also that this section of his soul wasn't connected to him via normal means, and most important, he finally realized what those weird alterations in his realm heart were. Chapter 13-14. Frankly 13-14 Frankly it was far more complex than Ryu could have imagined. It was no wonder that he hadn't understood what had happened previously, but now that he was piecing things together, it was slowly beginning to make more and more sense. The changes in the realm heart began from the moment his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had appeared. What was key here, though, was that the appearance of the realm heart, or more accurately, the method by which it was connected with Ryu was very similar to his spiritual foundation. The realm heart, too, was an existence within the abyssal plane. It, too, was an immature sort of construct that had to be slowly evolved and molded into the future. And most importantly, when Ryu had been a cripple in his second life, it was the realm heart that had replaced the function of his spiritual foundation and allowed him to continue cultivating as though nothing at all had happened. Now, Ryu had just found out that his spiritual foundation housed his Tao heart. Even if it wasn't precisely his realm heart, it most definitely housed it. Somewhere deep within this vast construct, his Tao heart was found. So, the question was, what would happen if an immature realm heart, so very similar to the function of a spiritual foundation, was attracted over by someone before it could evolve and gain a mind of its own? The realm heart was akin to a baby in the womb, unmolded and undecided. But back then, it had been rushed into Ryu's body, fusing with him and becoming one with him. By now, the two were already an inseparable existence. If Ryu was correct, when he reconnected with his original spiritual foundation, his body had suddenly gone from having 3 souls to 4. Better yet, the purpose that the third and fourth soul played were very much the same, causing them to overlap. What was even more extreme about this matter was the fact that it was the realm heart that had allowed Ryu to accept a second spiritual foundation in the first place. That meant that not only did they fulfill the same functional role, they practically took up the same location in his body, bringing them closer on both a metaphysical and purely physical level. When Ryu had reclaimed his original spiritual foundation, it was like forcing the slowly maturing realm heart to accept everything about him, fusing them into one existence, both together and somehow separate. If he took this a step further, Ryu believed that what changes had been triggered in the realm heart were heavily related to his spiritual foundation. In fact, it was very likely that his realm heart had gained the characteristics of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. It had to be remembered that all realm hearts had their own inherent talents before they matured into worlds. In fact, this innate talent would decide the kind of people that would be born to them in the future and the kind of protectors they would nurture. For example, Sacrum's Shrine Mountain had, of course, been a realm heart in its infancy, and unlike Ryu's realm heart, it hadn't been found and procured ahead of time. It, thus, formed the talent that Ryu had formed, the Shrine Mountain's natural enlightenment. When Ryu activated this realm heart, he could suppress any and everything around him. In fact, now that he had the 9-pillar flame sect's inheritance, this natural enlightenment was even more powerful because it was as though it had finally gained a conduit to act. The talent of this realm heart was still unknown to Ryu. He hadn't spent nearly enough time observing and meditating on it, and it was difficult for this sort of enlightenment to come naturally to him because it was far too vague. But now, even before he could grasp what it was, this talent had been mutated into something entirely different. Now Ryu fully understood this odd feeling in his chest. It was actually twofold. The first was that the realm heart that more than likely had a natural enlightenment that he wasn't intimately familiar with, or might not have the necessary talents or affinities to make perfect use of, had suddenly taken on a form that he was greatly familiar with. After all, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was created to be perfectly suited to Ryu in the first place. It was as much him as anything could be. The second was that due to this, he could feel an intimacy from the realm heart that he hadn't felt in the past. It truly felt like his own. Ryu stood in silence. For some reason, all of this felt too convenient. It felt like every step of the way here, someone had been pulling him along on a leash. His gaze shifted from his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to his white phoenix spiritual foundation. The only answer seemed to be this mysterious phoenix sky god, and existence he couldn't understand even in the slightest. This person was so enigmatic even in Sacrum, and now that Ryu was in the true martial world, he hadn't heard a single word about this mysterious existence. It seemed odd to expect such a thing, but the reality was that the more he learned about this person, the more he felt that it was impossible that they hadn't come to the true martial world before. Not only had they come, but they most definitely should have put a powerful impression here. Ryu didn't like this sort of feeling in the slightest. His gaze turned cold, but he still returned to his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Now that he understood the peculiarities, the question that remained was how would he fix his Tao heart? Quite frankly, Ryu wasn't entirely sure how to do this. And at the same time, he was a bit worried about doing it properly. Being unable to train was unacceptable, and an injured spiritual foundation wasn't something that he could accept either. Chapter 13:15, Proceed. 13:15 Proceed. Logically, one would think that the only way to heal a Tao heart was to grab a hold of their mind once again, self-healing and reaffirming one's identity. But this was clearly nonsense. Ryu felt better than he had in a long time, and yet his Tao heart was still shattered and his spiritual foundation was still leaking this deathly sort of energy that he couldn't allow to continue for fear of what might happen to his cosmic seed. This was another peculiar matter that was worth exploring, though. Why did he feel so much better? Of course, there was the fact that his realm heart wasn't allowing him to feel the despair that should come with this matter, and the fact that he was apparently very much used to not having all of his souls working properly in a tandem as they should. But he felt that this wasn't all. Now that Ryu knew that his Tao heart, one of his souls, was actually within his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he couldn't help but think. What would hundreds of years of being chained up have done to it? In one way or another, one of his souls had been in contact with those chains for such a long time. What kind of effect would that have had on him? Who knew if it was related to how jaded he had become or not? It was hard to tell, though. He had been in contact with those chains before, but he had still taken a very long time to get adapted to them. If he really had such a deep familiarity with them, it wouldn't have taken nearly as much effort. There was probably only one of two explanations for that. Either the effect was minimal because it wasn't actually connected to him at the time and it couldn't be considered his soul at the time, or the second option, and the one Ryu felt was more likely, was the fact that the spiritual foundation itself probably wasn't the Tao heart, and instead the soul was hidden somewhere within it. If this second option was true, then there was likely a separation between the chains and the soul, not allowing the former to affect the latter to a great extent. But then the question was, why did he feel so much better? Ryu had a few theories, and he felt that it might very well be the case that they were all confounding factors, layering atop of one another. The first and simplest was that the fusion of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation with him hadn't gone as smoothly as he thought. The realm heart helped to balance him, but the effect of this new soul, influenced by those chains, wasn't as good for him as it seemed. Because he was strong-headed to begin with, he hadn't noticed much. But it was also easy to miss this matter because he had been in such a bad state right afterward, even falling into a coma for such a long period. And, when he came out, the first thing he had done was get used to the dreary nature of those chains, making him notice the impact of his new Tao heart even less. The second was far more complex and likely related to his childlike self. When he failed his awakening the first time in his first life, he had fallen into a pit of despair. He remembered his original personality well due to the origin flame, so despite the time that had passed, he understood his changes more intimately than anyone else. He had been far less cold, far more gleeful toward the world, he had always felt light on his feet and he had a blinding smile that dazzled everyone he met. And then everything changed after that moment. He entered the Tatsuya clan library for years, and when he exited, he was an entirely different person, far more knowledgeable, but also far more distant and indifferent to the world. This reforged personality was something that he had carried with him continuously, and in Ryu's understanding, that was a fundamental change to his original spirit, maybe the most important of the three souls, at least in terms of his personhood. Then, when he gained a spiritual foundation and began to cultivate, his original spirit likely took over the functions of his Tao heart since he hadn't had one. These changes were then solidified when he fused with the realm heart, and then solidified once again when he regained his original spiritual foundation. Like this, his foundation was built and then rebuilt upon this sort of cynicism, and much of his original personality was being greatly suppressed. Ironically, the stronger his cultivation became, the more obvious this became. That coldness became the base of all he was, and though he had learned to smile once again, it still wasn't something that came naturally to him. It had taken a great deal of effort on Ailsa's part to even get him to this state, but even then, it was akin to pulling him against the tide of his new nature. But now that his Tao heart had suddenly shattered, all of those restraints had suddenly turned into a puff of air. His true self reached its central alignment once again, and he felt an internal peace that came from his soul's no longer pulling him in two separate directions. Of course, the influence of those years were still within him, they were his experiences nonetheless. When these things were put into perspective, it was no wonder he felt so relaxed. His Tao heart was no longer a burden pushing him in a direction he didn't want to go in, and his original spirit regained the flexibility it had once had to grow with him. Now the question was, how would he fix this? Well, now that the Tao heart was as vague a concept as it was to him in the past, the answer was no longer metaphysical and he could take real, solid steps toward resolving this matter. As for the answer he had come up with, it was something that he had overlooked for a long time. The Refinement Sutra, most accurately, the refinement of his soul which he had ignored due to having the training method of a Tao sovereign to use instead. But now, it seemed he wouldn't have much of a choice. How would he proceed, though? How could he set up a structure in his current state, let alone one so important? Even his Tao itself wasn't responding to him right now, so how could he even trust himself to build something so life-altering? Chapter 13:16, Qi. 13:16 Qi. Ryu stood in silence for a very long while, his mind trying to figure out where to take his next step. He was quite confident in himself, but even he knew that it was very much possible for him to make mistakes. He wouldn't be foolish enough to believe himself infallible. If he had his founding Tao currently, it would have been a small matter to do this. In fact, if it wasn't because of the situations he had been thrust into recently, he might have already chosen to do it long ago. But now, it was difficult. The only potential way forward seemed to be to form a stopgap measure, re-establish his Tao heart, and then make changes later. But this issue with that was that he had no idea if that would even be possible. For example, if he tried to change the path of his Qi realm refinement now, it wouldn't be a simple matter. It would require a purge and an entire overhaul. The only reason it had been relatively easier to change his foundation the first time was because the gap between sacrum and the true martial world was absolutely enormous. The idea of reworking the former in place of the latter was too easy. But, if he had to do it now, he would either need to create a new system with a gap that was just as significant, or he would need to undo his previous work first before he could lay down a new foundation. Although it was said in so many words, this was essentially like crippling himself. When you were talking about the body and the Qi, it was still relatively easier to do this, but now Ryu was working with the soul. Any method that he chose had to take into account all 10 of his souls, fusing them into an entirely new method, a method that was invulnerable by other soul methods. However, in doing so, it would be extremely difficult. This went almost without saying. In the end, I still don't understand enough about these matters. Without my Tao to peer through these secrets, it would take far too long for me to slowly understand it, probably at least centuries. Maybe. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention back to his spiritual sea. He gazed upon the damaged embryo of his soul. This embryo no longer looked like a child. It looked like a toddler, slowly inching toward its teen years. This was the creation formed after Ryu entered the soul birth realm, and it has been here ever since. A flash of inspiration hit Ryu. His perfect blackbody soul was in existence with an endless amount of flexibility. Theoretically, so long as his body could accommodate it, its strength could increase into infinity. Although this meant that it was quite weak in comparison to similarly ranked souls in the beginning, over time, it very well might become Ryu's strongest asset, even beyond the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. The reason that Ryu wasn't afraid of the damage to his spiritual sea was precisely because of this soul of his. So long as he cultivated it properly, he would be able to make up for what he had lost and then some. Although what he had lost couldn't be recovered easily, it didn't matter. Even if he made no attempts to heal it, the new growth of his soul would be able to more than make up for it. This was the power of having a soul that didn't have a natural cap in strength. It could grow so long as his body could accommodate its strength. So the question was, could he take advantage of this? If his perfect blackbody soul had this much flexibility, maybe it could actually deal with the rebuilding of a foundation far better than the other pillars of his cultivation. In fact, it would likely be the very best at it, even more so than high spiritual foundations which were precisely created for the sake of adapting to their users. If he took advantage of the characteristics of his perfect black body, he could easily create and then recreate his foundation as he pleased. One only need to look at his current spacetime soul talent to understand. He hadn't even been born with this talent, his soul had absorbed it and then adapted. This was what it was built for. But this left a question. What was his perfect blackbody soul? This question was more important now than ever. If it was just one of his 10 souls, then this technique wouldn't work. The damage to the other souls wouldn't be something that he could recover. But Ryu had a feeling that it was something different. Just take his chaos chi for a moment. His chaos chi wasn't actually a part of him, it was just a byproduct of his meridians. The more Ryu thought about it, the more he believed that his perfect blackbody soul was similar. Rather than actually being one of his souls, it was a projection of their abilities. It was also the anchor that connected his corporeal souls with his incorporeal souls. The problem was that this was just a hypothesis, Ryu had no way of validating just yet. He needed more time to research. Luckily, he had the inheritance of the Magus Sky God, but would need to take his time to comb through it properly and find the information he needed. This will take some time, but I should come out far more potent on the opposite end. I'll set this aside for now, but there is something else that's captured my attention. Ryu appeared above his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation once again, his gaze sharp. He looked toward the eerie energy surging out of it. It swallowed up his cosmic chi, annihilating it and leaving nothing but a foul smell of death. Ryu looked at this chi deeply. Even when he tried, he couldn't manipulate it at all. What chi was this? What did it mean? Chapter 13:17. Karmic Chains 13:17 Karmic Chains. Ryu stood in silence for a long while. He hadn't expected this chi to actually allow him to manipulate it in the first place. If there was such a benefit to Tao hearts shattering, or at the very least, a benefit that was easy to take advantage of, it wouldn't be such a depressing matter for it to occur in the first place. Ryu felt a great amount of discomfort just being in the presence of this chi. He realized that this was a chi that didn't even hold any true power, it just continuously attacked his psyche, as though it was filled with the negative emotions of the world. Suddenly, Ryu's heart skipped a beat as he remembered yet another legend that he had read. This time, though, this legend was most definitely based on a true story, because this was something all cultivators were aware of. In the Nether Realm, the matters of reincarnation seemed to be handled by the dream wraiths, or more accurately, at least the memory portion. It was the dream wraiths responsible for taking up souls, wiping their memories, and then thrusting them back into the cycle of reincarnation to be born again. This process, from Ryu's new comprehensions, should have stripped more than just memories, but even someone's inherent personality. He never really thought much about where these memories went. After all, the assumption seemed to be that it vanished. When it was destroyed, it stayed like that. However, that was his old way of thinking that slotted memories into a box of the incorporeal, as not having any form or substance. But now that he knew of the existence of the original spirit, was that still the case? The original spirit was where one's personality was stored, it was what made a person them. But now did that happen? Who decided these matters? Ryu had never really thought about it. Why did he have the goals he had? Was it because of how he was raised, or was it because he was always destined to end up this way? Now that he thought about it, the likelihood that this was his first incarnation was very low. He might have lived dozens of lives before, just like everyone else. The universe had a finite amount of energy, this was a well-known truth. This was less important now for the answer they could provide, and far more important for the sake of comprehending Ryu's train of thought. If these matters had a substantive reason for them, wouldn't they manifest in a physical sort of way? And in that case, how could it ever be fully erased? The universe having finite energy was one well-known truth, but there was another in this same line, and that was that energy could never be destroyed, it could only be converted from one state to another, and it always tended toward chaos. If Ryu took this concept, and he applied it to the memories and personalities of other lives he couldn't remember having lived, then what happened when he passed through the hands of the dream wraiths? All of these thoughts came crashing down upon him like a sort of avalanche. If he had access to his Tao heart currently, he might have had an epiphany no weaker than when he had formed his founding Tao, that was how profound he felt that this matter was. This chi he was looking at, this chi that swallowed up everything in its path, was most definitely related to his memories and personalities. They couldn't be destroyed, they could only be converted. In fact, Ryu felt that he knew what they had been converted into. Karma. Those strings of karma that bound everyone, even sky gods, would all be decided by the deeds they had accomplished in their lifetimes. This sort of dread, this sort of swallowing of even the most profound of chis, was only something that could be done by an existence that could only be described in a single word: inevitable. That was what karma was. It couldn't be escaped, it couldn't be cheated, and even if one was a Tao god and could run from it for a time, that debt would eventually come to be paid. This chi held no power, and yet it held all the power in the world at the same time. It carried the softness of water and the eternity of earth, the vastness of the universe and the endlessness of darkness. It was no wonder Ryu felt such dread standing before it, such despair. It was like being faced with the consequences of your actions in real time. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he waved a hand. Several chains began to appear in the air. His spiritual foundation responded somewhat sluggishly, but it responded nonetheless. The chains quickly came in contact with this energy, eroding away. However, Ryu didn't feel moved by this scene in the slightest. He needed a method to protect himself in this time, and karma had quite literally laid out exactly what he needed right before him. How could he give it up? Since he was unable to manipulate this energy personally, then he would find a vessel to carry it in instead. The chains seemed to have been provoked, but their rage was entirely meaningless. No matter how many came, they were easily crushed by the karmic chi, unable to withstand even a single split moment. However, Ryu's gaze was only becoming sharper as his smirk widened. I haven't bothered to learn your true name, but from now on, you'll be known as the karmic chains. Many days later, Ryu suddenly shot up, catching Mei, who still seemed to be concerning off guard. In these days, she had wanted to wake him up many times, but she felt that it was inappropriate. However, her worry only grew deeper. She believed that Ryu was experiencing delayed effects from his Tao heart shattering. But he had suddenly sat up like nothing had happened. Seeing Mei's expression, he smiled. Wartime, he inquired with a laugh. Mei blinked. How did he know? Ryu grinned. Weak-willed men like your parent are simple to manipulate, that's how. Mei's lip twitched. Who dared to speak about her parent like that? She didn't get to say anything more before her room's entrance shattered. Chapter 1318. Sneer 1318. Sneer. Ryu sent a calm gaze toward the door. Once again, it was Mei's aunt, but this time she was clearly more aggressive than before. Although things seemed to have ended in a silent manner, that wasn't true in the slightest. Mei's father hadn't attacked him in the end, but the boiling fury was very much still there. Ryu's words hadn't just insulted their king, he had insulted the totality of the Dream Asura race. Becoming the patriarch of their race wasn't a simple matter. In fact, it was incredibly difficult. There were no hereditary titles. Although it seemed like there were because Mei's father and uncle both held prominent positions, the reality was that they had fought for them just like everyone else. Although Mei's current standing was that of a princess, if anything ever happened to her father, she would very quickly lose this sort of status. Insulting their patriarch was akin to calling the rest of them useless. Kelsine had heard Ryu's words from outside the door. Ultimately, although they weren't blood-related, her respect for Rogrel was exceptionally high. She had already spent a long time swallowing her anger, but Ryu broke it open like a flooding dam once again. Seeing the sneer on Ryu's face, though, she seemed to realize that he might very well have uttered it on purpose. Is this what you do? Can you only talk, sleep and rely on women? Even that elder outside was a woman, wasn't she? Don't you find it to be pathetic? Ryu yawned. Are you finished? He was actually feeling a bit tired. These days had passed by quickly. To him, but it didn't change how much focus it had taken. In truth, he did want to take a bit of a nap at the moment, but this was surprising to him. Even if he stayed awake for years at a time, at his current cultivation, it would be possible. Was this the effect of his Tao heart being shattered? Or was it the result of not being able to absorb chi properly? After all, the reason he could ignore sleep in the first place was because of the effect of chi. Or maybe it was because his spiritual chi was damaged, limiting his focus chi and making him get tired with far greater ease. Ryu shook his head and circulated embryonic chi. This time, he sent it toward his spiritual chi. Now that he thought about it, there was no reason why this chi shouldn't be able to heal the wounds of his soul. Although he couldn't cultivate his soul to retrieve the spiritual chi that he had lost in this time, it would still make his mind stronger for the time being. He had already had a soul far greater than those of his level already. Thanks to the fact that his body had entered the World Sea Realm standard, his actual soul had long since surpassed that standard. As such, even with his soul weakened, so long as he healed these cracks, he would still be at a World Sea realm level. More accurately, despite still being in the soul refinement realm, Ryu's soul still dwarfed those at the soul ascension realm. At the very least, those in the middle soul ascension realm. The embryonic chi sunk into his spiritual sea and quickly healed the cracks. The burden on his mind felt lighter and he was in an even better mood. There was a slight disappointment, though. When Ryu had this idea, he had hoped that maybe his embryonic chi could replenish his focus chi, but it hadn't been able to. It seemed that even embryonic chi was incapable of dealing with this unruly mistress. But that only made the strength of the prayer mat all the more shocking. Ryu stood to his feet, stretching his body and ignoring the stunned Kelsine. He took Mei's hands and made a move to walk out of the door, but his wife's aunt was still standing in the way and he couldn't exactly move a sky god. Although Kelsine was far more potent than him, at least in terms of height, Ryu towered over her by more than a full head. Despite the size of her bust and hips, she was quite a small and petite woman otherwise. Seeing Ryu before her, she felt shrouded for a moment. She almost felt like she was standing before her husband rather than this unruly youth. "Didn't you come to get us?" Ryu spoke when it seemed that Kelsine was still in a daze. Kelsine was frustrated. If it wasn't for Mei, she really would have blown this child's head like a watermelon. In frustration, she huffed and turned. Ryu and Mei followed. It wasn't long before the sound of war drums entered their ears. It seemed that the estate that Mei called home was quite isolated. Kelsine looked back, but she only saw Ryu's lip curled. When she remembered his words about manipulating Rogrel, her anger threatened to flare up again. Indeed, 2 days after Ryu had dressed down the entire council of Dream Asuras, they too had felt their rage boiling over. As Ryu had said, their attempt at negotiation had exposed the fact that they planned to act. This lost them the element of surprise. The only way to make up for this was speed. The Nether Realm would never imagine that just days after sending individuals to negotiate, that the Dream Asuras would come bearing arms. "Mei, you will be leading a troop of the Soul Fire faction." Kelsine finally got to what she had meant to say originally. She realized that she couldn't stall this subject any longer. Mei's expression changed when she heard this, and then a hint of sadness flashed within her eyes. Ryu didn't miss this at all. Looking forward toward where Kelsine was leading them, and the fact that no one else had come to explain anything, it was too easy for Ryu to assemble these matters together. The sneer on his lips only increased. Chapter 1319. Handed over 1319. Handed over. Mei's standing in the Dream Asura race was exceptionally high. It didn't sound like a problem for her to be leading troops, but the problem was context. The strongest existences of the Dream Asura race were within the omniscient Sky God realm. This was the 6th level of the Sky God realms. To a power like this, one would still be considered a baby even as a World Sea realm expert. Logically, the ones that would be leading the armies would have to be, at the very least, in the true Sky God realm. This would be the proper arrangement that would also maximize the strength output of their families. They had many true Sky Gods. Even though their numbers were in the billions, even if a single troop was only 1,000,000 or so individuals, they would still have more true Sky Gods than they knew what to do with. This would still be the case even if the troops were only 100,000 or even 10,000, they would run out of assignments to hand out. So, then one had to ask themselves the question, why was it that Mei, a mere World Sea realm expert, was leading a troop? This seemed like one was placing a great deal of responsibility on her shoulders, a sign of great strength. But how could a World Sea realm expert lead a troop filled with Sky Gods? The answer was that she wouldn't be leading such a troop. In all likelihood, she would be part of garbage units, filled with those beneath the Sky God realm. Such garbage troops were like probers in wars of this scale. They would often be the first to fall and die. Garbage troops could be eradicated by the passing by of just a single fragmented Sky God. They wouldn't even be able to retreat or fight back. Their only task was to move out and get a lay of the land. If they were eradicated, that was even better, because that would alert the more important troops in the back to an approaching enemy. Logically, as an exceptionally talented youth of the Dream Asuras, Mei should be in one of the more powerful troops, performing a small role in being well protected. Being thrust into such a situation was almost like her father sending her out to die. Of course, it seemed like Rogrel had no other choice. The Dream Asuras were in this situation because of Mei. If not for her, they wouldn't have to run from the place they had called home for so long. And yet, she had spit in their faces for a man who had just finished stomping their faces. Entering a war like this left them greatly dissatisfied. If Mei was also a protected treasure all along, the dissatisfaction would be even greater. But if she was on the front lines, taking on the most danger, then there would be much less for others to say. However, Ryu didn't see it that way. He was obviously taking out his rage on his own daughter. If Rogrel insisted on protecting Mei, what could others say? If Mei died in this war, then wouldn't it mean they had done all of this for nothing? Wouldn't it be too stupid? Rogrel's thinking probably fit into one of two lanes. The first was that he thought that the moment Ryu realized how risky the situation was, he would choose to return to Aika and leave Mei behind. Like this, Mei would see his true colors. Although she would have still lost her primordial yin, she still had her talent. It wouldn't matter if she couldn't marry in the future, because she would be on pace to become the Dream Asura race's first matriarch in a very long while. The second was that he wanted Mei to come and beg him. So long as she did that, she could still be molded. As for the idea of Mei actually dying, maybe that was a risk Rogrel was willing to take. A return to the Nether Realm was likely something the ancestors of the Dream Asura race had wanted for a long time. The only way to maximize their potential was by returning in the first place, even if they were far weaker in the first place. Kelsine looked toward Ryu when she saw the sadness on Mei's face, unable to take it, but all she saw was the same sneer. "Does your race have authority tokens for commanding officers?" Ryu asked. Kelsine subconsciously reached for the token she was meant to hand over to Mei, but when she saw that Ryu had extended his hand, she frowned, her anger threatening to erupt again. Even if it was for garbage units, not just anyone could touch the command tokens of their race. Did he think that this was a game? Hand it over. The smile on Ryu's face vanished. Kelsine felt a cold shiver run up her spine. For some reason, she felt that the current Ryu was incredibly dangerous. She couldn't even react as it was snatched from her hands. After this is over, Ryu's voice came from the distance as he had already pulled Mei past her aunt, "I'll be taking Mei away from this family. Consider this the gift I'll be giving you all." Kelsine didn't even know how to react to these words. They were going to the Nether Realm for Mei in the first place. How could you take her away? That would just put her right back in the line of danger to begin with. Wasn't this too stupid? Kelsine's surprise was overshadowed by her rage once again. She hadn't explained to Ryu that the troop they were leading would be inferior units, and she had no idea that Ryu had already inferred this. In her mind, she thought that Ryu thought he would actually be the commander of sky gods. When she thought to this point, she looked toward his arrogant back and didn't even bother to explain. She could kill this arrogant bastard herself, but that would forever sever the relationship between her and her niece. She didn't want that. But now she very much hoped that he would die during this war. Her smirk deepened. She wished she could see his face when he came to understand he would be commanding nothing but the dregs of the Dream Asura race, trash who couldn't break into the sky god realm even with their entire lifetimes. She turned around with a huff. Chapter 1320. Change 1320 Change. Ryu led Mei forward, twirling the token in his hand. He looked toward his wife, seeing that the worry on her face was heavy, but not as heavy as the sadness. Maybe if it wasn't for Ryu, she would have already gone to confront her father about this matter, but she knew that given the fact things had already gone so far, doing such a thing now would only make matters worse. Ryu wasn't the type to spend his time comforting others, and he didn't have much sympathy and patience in his soul. However, when it came to those he cared about, it was a very different matter. He took Mei's hand. She was so absent-minded that she almost didn't seem to notice. When she felt a familiar warmth, she looked over and gave him a bit of a forced smile. It was clear that just a simple action wouldn't be enough to wipe her worry away completely. These matters aren't things that you have to worry about, you only have to stand there and look pretty, no one will harm a hair on your head. Mei blinked when she heard this before she suddenly spurted with laughter. It wasn't that what Ryu had said was so funny, but rather that this was entirely different from the Ryu she knew. She hadn't even known that he was capable of saying such words. At the moment, she felt that Ryu was actually quite a lot like her. She too was a cold and distant person to most others, she might have even been mistaken for a block of ice. To most strangers, but she had a fiery passion within her for those she cared about. Back in the incomplete heavenly path, she hadn't even hesitated to put her life on the line for Ryu, and that was only because he had pierced her heart just the slightest bit. These weren't things she had to think much about. Back then, she had been willing to do so because she had felt the care Ryu had given her. Although they were only small matters like blocking the wind and cold for her, or helping her to cook food, they were still matters that warmed her heart. She had thought that Ryu would be this same cold and distant person all the time, showing her slight hints of affection here and there. But she hadn't realized that Ryu was capable of such obvious signs of care. It left her not knowing how to react to the point that she had even begun to laugh. "What's so funny?" Ryu grinned, his hand slipping down and pinching Mei's pert bottom. "Is your husband's bleeding heart really so amusing?" Mei yelped slightly, jumping up. But in doing so, she had subconsciously jumped into the arms of the perpetrator, only opening her up to more sexual assault. Mei chuckled and giggled, much of her worries suddenly forgotten in that moment. Her actions were completely out of place given the situation, and it drew no small number of frigid gazes. However, beneath Ryu's aura, it was as though Mei was completely shrouded. Since she wasn't paying attention to anyone but Ryu, she couldn't even sense this coldness. Others thought it was because she was indifferent to their struggles, when really it was because beneath Ryu's protection, she could feel what she wanted to feel and move as she wanted to move. Nothing could burst her bubble. It wasn't until several moments later that Mei seemed to realize she probably shouldn't be laughing and smiling right now. She looked around and sure enough found many gazes that she hadn't been able to sense previously. But before her mood could sink, Ryu waved a hand. "Ignore them," taking out their rage on a little woman who has yet to even fully mature, all because they're too weak, is something that should make them feel pathetic, not you. Don't they expect your blood to be shed now too? And yet they still dare to give you such looks. Why bother with such hypocrites? Mei looked up toward Ryu's side profile. Many couldn't seem to meet the latter's gaze and were forced to look away. "You have nothing to concern about." Ryu retracted his gaze, looking down toward Mei with a smile. "My wife has the right to be as unruly and unreasonable as she wants. If even I don't dare to scold her, what right does anyone else have?" Mei's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but these simple and authoritative words seemed to have put her completely at ease. All of the weight that had been on her shoulders vanished and her mind felt clear and at peace. Her chi even seemed to move on its own, circulating like a raging torrent. Her skin glowed and her deep crimson eyes gained a ruby-like luster. It felt like one was staring into a half-opened ruby mine, countless irregular gem-like cuts reflecting in her irises. Ryu stood in silence by her side, a calm smile on her face. Mei was already at the extremities of the world's sea realm. There was nowhere to go forward but the sky god realm. That said, Mei's aura rose like a tide, large swaths of chi flooding into her body. Her body seemed to leave the ground on its own, and although it was only by a few inches, it was a shocking scene nonetheless. It took several minutes for this rush of chi to calm down. All along, Ryu, who stood by her side, hadn't moved a single gaze. He swept a cold gaze through the dream Asuras as though they would really attack. This infuriated those in the surroundings even more, and yet they still didn't dare to move. For some reason, they felt a great amount of danger coming from Ryu. Mei eventually touched the ground, her face slightly flushed. She hadn't expected to break through like this, but it was impossible for her to have entered the sky god realm like that. After all, entering the sky god realm required a deep comprehension and conversion of one's Tao, but that wasn't the breakthrough she had had just now. Rather, it was a change in her Tao heart. Chapter 1321, Change of Mind. 1321 Change of Mind. No, it wasn't entirely accurate to say that she hadn't broken through to become a sky god. Rather, it could be said that she had done so in one facet, the mental realm. There were two paths of entering the sky god realm. The first was to take the complete path, and the second was the one that Mei had taken, and not even consciously at that. She had thought that she was still very far from entering the sky god realm, but she had reached the soul quintessence realm just because of a few words from Ryu. Mei was so happy that she jumped up and down, even diving into Ryu's arms. She truly didn't care about those around her any longer and her heart was as light as a feather. Ryu smiled, holding her in his arms. Indeed, it seemed that his speculations about the Tao heart were correct. This was the first time Ryu had helped someone break through. The first was in the Armament Guild, the second was Aika, and now the third was his wife. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence. As the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he had a small control over karmic chi. Although the karmic chi he controlled could only be filtered through his eyes and its techniques and wasn't as wild and unrestrained as the one that had come from his cracked spiritual foundation, it was karmic chi nonetheless. His ability to not only speak to aid someone, but to also pick the perfect words to enlighten them or take the perfect action to push them along was unmatched. Ryu realized at that moment that his Tao wasn't just capable of guiding himself, if he cared enough he could easily guide others. And even more importantly than that, it seemed that although he couldn't use his Tao to its full extent right now, he still had access to a small portion of the same small portion he could always use without actively triggering it. There was a reason Ryu hadn't thought of this before. Usually, guiding someone's comprehension was a huge taboo in the martial world. You could easily lead someone astray or ruin their foundation. Even Tao Lord, Sovereign and gods wouldn't easily do this unless the person was far beneath them. But it seemed that Ryu had a knack for it. If he had such ambition, he could probably create the martial world's most powerful sect without much effort at all. However, he didn't care about any power aside from himself. Nothing else was important outside the size of his own fists. Okay, Ryu chuckled, we still have work to do. Right, Mei uttered a bit too loudly, a fire burning within her. In reality, although she had entered the soul quintessence realm, this was essentially nothing. This was just the first step, while the usual leaders of the other troops were in the true sky god realm at the worst. But even so, she felt a great amount of confidence right now. The last time she had been with Ryu, she broke all the way through from the Tao pedestal realm to the cosmic seed realm years in advance. She had just exited the samsara wheel and she thought that she would be stuck at the peak of the world sea realm for at least several years before she caught a glimpse of the sky god realm, but the moment she was by Ryu's side again, she had yet another unexpected breakthrough. At this point, Ryu might as well have been like a god in her eyes, he could do no wrong. In truth, breaking through to the soul quintessence realm wasn't just a minor matter. She now had the mind of a sky god and could deduce her Tao with much greater ease. Those who succeeded in breaking into the soul quintessence realm while still in the world sea realm had a great amount of success in maintaining the level of their Taos. Some of them even managed to have a shocking reverse, instead increasing the level of their Tao. As for why not everyone made this choice, the reasoning was obvious and simple, it was far too difficult. One had to have exceptional mental realm talent first, and that was already almost impossible to come by. Then there was the matter of having a strong enough body to accommodate it. The body was the vessel the soul resided in, if it wasn't strong enough, your soul couldn't do anything. Then there was the actual problem of enlightenment. Mei had succeeded because of Ryu's enlightenment in the truth of the souls. He fixed the flaws in her Tao heart first, allowing her a smooth path forward. This simply wasn't something everyone could do. Suddenly, the value of Mei to the Dream Asura race skyrocketed. The odds that her Tao would drop out of the ancient Tao ranks upon her breakthrough now was nearly zero, and there was even a non-zero chance that if she took some time and had some patience that her Tao would be even stronger than the middle ancient Tao realm it was at now. Those who were seasoned enough to understand this matter felt a shudder in their hearts. What would they do now? Ryu, though, never had any intention to use this as leverage. After their small delay, he had already brought Mei before their garbage units. As expected, they were quite pathetic. It wasn't that they were all old or crippled, it was rather that they basically had no future. Many of them were middle-aged and healthy, but clearly beyond their prime. Those that weren't were already close to reaching a level where their odds of entering the sky god realm was nearly zero, and even if they did, they would probably never make it out of the fragmented sky god realm in their lives. What was worse was that while many of them were in the world sea realm, there were even some in the cosmic seed realm and even a not insignificant number who were even at the Tao pedestal realm. These people weren't like the older cultivators who had reached the end of their potential, they were rather younger, much younger. They were individuals who had volunteered for this chance. They likely came from poor branches of the clan who couldn't afford to raise them up. If they wanted to progress, this was the only route forward. As Ryu was observing these people, the situation in the Dream Asura race was growing heated. Mei's breakthrough wasn't just a small matter that could be brushed under the rug. Eventually two people came forward. Before they even spoke, Ryu knew what they wanted to do. They felt that it was an opportune time to change their minds. Chapter 1322, His Own Pace. 1322 His Own Pace. Ryu sent an indifferent glance toward the three individuals. He didn't recognize any one of them, but he had already been here long enough to recognize their clothing. These were individuals of the Soul Wind, Soul Earth and Soul Body factions. It was amusing because even though he hadn't appeared personally, Rogrel was still too prideful to even send a person of the Soul Fire faction. All three individuals were on the older side, but they were completely unlike the members of this garbage unit. They had reached the end of their potential, that was true enough. But unlike these garbage units who didn't have any hope of stepping into the Sky God realm, they were instead stuck in the Sky God realm. If Ryu had to guess, he would say that they were at least in the true Sky God realm, likely the perfect Sky God realm. He was getting better at pinpointing the cultivation of Sky Gods, but he still didn't have full and complete assurance, especially not with his Tao sealed away currently. The three seemed to have expected the juniors before them to greet them first, however Mei's trust in Ryu had reached the point where she didn't act unless he did, and Ryu didn't seem to have any intention of saying anything. The garbage units, who had had a gloomy atmosphere around them from the very start, felt suffocated at the moment. They didn't dare to say or do much of anything in front of Mei, let alone these Sky Gods. Although they too couldn't tell their level of strength, in their eyes a Sky God was a Sky God, any one of them could kill them with a flick of the finger. What was the point in parsing them? Eventually, the elder of the Soul Body faction opened his mouth to speak. Of the three of them, he seemed to have the softest aura. This made sense. The Soul Body faction was led by Mei's uncle, and considering Kelsine's approach to dealing with this situation, it reflected some of her husband's opinion as well. At the very least, Mei's uncle wasn't as infuriated as the others, but that made sense. It wasn't as though Mei was his daughter, and he cared little about his son's infatuation with his own cousin. Little Mei, is there a need to be so stubborn? This was just a small punishment, so long as you return and apologize, everything will be fine. Mei's brows shot up. She wanted to speak, but she then suddenly felt a strong pillar of support to her side. Her partially opened lips closed and her grip around Ryu's arm tightened. It seemed as though she was fully prepared to allow Ryu to speak for her. Ryu looked this elder in the face. He was still looking at Mei, but he was slowly starting to become more and more uncomfortable as it seemed that Mei had no intention of answering. Without a choice, he could only look toward Ryu. Upon doing this, his gaze was much sharper and the heaviness of the atmosphere increased. Even so, Ryu didn't hurry to speak, scanning them one by one as though he couldn't feel a single thing. The garbage units, who hadn't had much of an impression of Ryu to begin with, and didn't have nearly enough social credit to have information about what happened in the meeting all those days ago, were shocked. They were certain that Ryu wasn't a Sky God. The collapse of Ryu's Tao heart made it even more difficult to read his cultivation level, but even so, the dividing line between the two states was clear enough even for Tao pedestal realm experts to be able to tell. So how was he standing so unaffected? They had remained in line earlier because of Mei's presence, not Ryu's. Given their culture, they had just assumed that he was some sort of boy toy that Mei was letting play around for a bit. Never in their wildest imagination did they actually believe that Mei would be leading their garbage units. They were well aware of their current situation and they didn't think that the daughter of the current patriarch would be thrust into such a dangerous situation with them, especially not when it was because of her all this was happening in the first place. They had thought that Mei was only here to help Ryu establish some prestige before she would go off and die. In reality, many of them held some contempt and disgust for Ryu, while others felt some pity for him. In their eyes, he was probably trying to lead troops in order to prove himself to Mei and gain himself a higher position in her heart while not knowing that he was likely going to get himself killed. But this situation and the appearance of not just one, but three Sky Gods, left them confused. Just what was happening? If that's all you have to say, you can go back now, Ryu uttered calmly. Ryu's sudden words shook the garbage unis to their core. They could never imagine speaking to someone even a single partial realm above them like this, let alone someone an entire realm above, and most definitely not someone in the Sky God realm while they were still within the World Sea realm. A flash of sharpness passed through the eyes of the Soul Wind faction elder. He sent another glance toward Mei, but he saw a hint of anger and unwillingness in her eyes. She had clearly felt very wronged by this arrangement, and now she was being stubborn. The Soul Wind faction elder shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Little Mei, please reconsider. There's no need to allow this moment to. Ryu's aura suddenly flared up. The formations in his eyes flashed into and out of existence, the cracks and fractions within them clear for all to see. A billowing fog formed as he suppressed it, a looming illusory shadow appearing to his back. At that moment, the hidden dangerous aura that Ryu was exuding became blatant. Don't delay us with this nonsense any longer. My patience is limited. You, the Soul Wind faction elder, no matter how amiable, had a limit to his patience as well. When he saw the birthed phenomena struggling to form behind Ryu, he felt a sort of helplessness, but very soon he recovered, realizing that the aura flickering in and out like that diminished its greatness by a large margin. He took a breath, ready to make a comment about Ryu's crippled status when a gray fog coming from Ryu suddenly flooded into the body of the phenomena. In an instant, the flickering aura vanished and it solidified. A towering, pillar-like pressure that seemed as though it could uphold the skies took shape. The cracked formations within Ryu's eyes fused and his wavering aura stabilized. If you don't want me to reveal the matters of the Dream Asura race to your subordinates, I would suggest that you return. Even if Rogrel himself came before us, my answer would be just the same. This will be a final repayment to the Dream Asura race. Following this, I will take Mei away. There was a reason Ryu insisted on doing this. Despite the fact he didn't particularly care about the emotions and investments of others, he still had the natural thought that those born into a clan owed it, especially if you were at the highest levels of nobility. Mei had received a lot from the Dream Asura race, so as her husband, Ryu would pay it back then take her away. In his mind, things were that simple. In reality, Ryu's thoughts aligned with the big shots of the true martial world far more than most knew, but his way of life was to always walk as he saw fit. Quite frankly, he didn't even care if he came off as a hypocrite to others, nothing could shake his heart. Boom! Ryu's manifested phenomenon raised its hands, a large surge of energy moving toward it. In that moment, Ryu's inability to cultivate seemed to have vanished into the wind. The chi was rapidly converted to spiritual chi and flooded into his mind as though there was an endless abyss waiting for it. Ryu turned around and ignored the three elders. He hadn't revealed his manifested phenomenon to show up. Rather, given the current state of these garbage units, they could accomplish nothing. But without control over his chi, there was also nothing he could do to help. But luckily, he had a workaround. His manifested phenomenon could communicate with the heavens in place of his spiritual foundation, but it too was reliant on his Tao heart to a certain extent. However, he realized that he could solidify it using his cosmos fog, allowing it to rely on his bone structure to manifest rather than the heavens. Although his current manifested phenomenon was only about 10% as strong as it would usually be in this state, it was good enough for his needs. Without a care for the sky gods behind him, Ryu's alchemy cauldron flew from his spatial ring, but rather than sitting before him, it appeared between the large hands of his birthed phenomena. The cauldron looked like a speck of dust between its palms, and yet the control over it was absolutely immaculate. He didn't care about making the Dream Asura race regret their actions, nor did he care to explain to them that they had made a mistake in the first place. In truth, he didn't expect them to let him take Mei no matter how much he contributed to them. But he was Ryu Tatsuya. He did things at his own pace. Boom. Chapter 1323. Core Formations 1323 Core Formations. Ryu stood stoically, his white hair fluttering wildly and his hands clasped behind his back. He looked forward toward the garbage units, not minding the sky gods to his back that were stuck in place, seemingly unable to make a choice. It was impossible for Ryu to suddenly make these troops powerful. Maybe if he only had to deal with one at a time, and if he was given a few weeks at least, he could make something happen with his skill. But not only did he not have any time, there were over 1 million of these troops. The idea of doing anything that could fundamentally change their fates was ridiculous. What Ryu needed to do was to establish a usable foundation that could be usable, and the best option he had in succeeding in this endeavor were formations. Formations weren't unheard of on the battlefield. In fact, they were exceptionally common in the true martial world. Whenever there were large-scale wars, only those with these powerful formations that could pour the strength of large numbers of warriors into a single strike would be of any use. With a troop like this, so long as the formation was decent enough to make use of at least 10% of everyone's strength, they could even battle a small group of sky gods, assuming these sky gods weren't stronger than the false sky god realm, that is. However, while this 10% number seemed low, the number of individuals who had access to formations of this level were almost non-existent. The idea of being able to use 10% of the strength of over 1 million cultivators at once was mind-numbing. To put this matter into perspective, even a fragmented sky god couldn't say that they were 100,000 times more powerful than a world sea realm expert. This was an astronomical number impossible to put into perspective. While a fragmented sky god could battle an army of 1,000,000 cultivators with ease, and slaughter every single one of them. If this army had a formation to gather their strength into a single point, even such an expert would have no choice but to turn tail and run. Of course, even if there was such a formation, it was impossible for them to stop a sky god from running from them. As such a formation could be said to bring about a stalemate in this situation. But once again, such formations were far too rare, impossibly so. Even those that could manage to reach the 10% threshold were often limited in the number of people that could use it at once. They would most often be limited to squads of 10, and if one was lucky you might run into an inheritance that granted you with one that could be used with a battalion of 100. Of course, there were some legends of formations that could make use of a 20% threshold, some even spoke of 30%. At that point, you might only need a troop of 100,000 World Sea Realm experts to battle it out against a sky god. But these were practically fairy tales to the people of the fifth heaven. The strongest formation that the Dream Asura race had access to was only able to reach a 5% standard, and that formation could only be used by 100 individuals at once. Their best large-scale formation could only reach a 3% threshold and only be used by up to 1,000,000 at once. One could see by the disparity that just a 1% increase was highly sought after. Just a difference between 3% and 5% was enough for the number of individuals who could use it at once to fall by a factor of 10,000. This was the reality of such formations. It could be said such formations were no less important to sects and clans than their core texts, and they would all be tightly guarded. But Ryu had many of them. Namely, he had 3 different branches of them that came from 3 different sources, and those were just the ones that he cared enough to list. The Frost clan was the first. He had access to their entire inheritance, and this of course included the formations they had used to stake their claim to the 6th heaven when they were at their peak. They had 3 core formations, a small scale, medium scale, and large scale one. The first could be used for a battalion of 100, the second for troops of up to 100,000, and the final for up to 100,000,000 troops at once. The small scale formation reached a standard of 7%, the medium scale formation reached a standard of 5%, while the final reached a standard of 3%. Taking out any one of these formations would cause a huge commotion in the Dream Asura race, however they were the absolute weakest in Ryu's arsenal. The 9-pillar flame sect was the second. There was a lot to learn from their pillars and the runes that Ryu had memorized. In fact, Ryu believed that because he had only had time to comprehend a small portion of it, if he spent some more time, the core formations he could find in the end would actually be even more potent than this. Even so, their best small-scale formation could be used by up to 100 and had a standard of 21%. As though that wasn't enough, their medium-scale and large-scale formations could be used to a 15% and 11% standard respectively. The most shocking part was that their so-called medium-scale formation could be used by up to 1,000,000 people at once, and their large-scale reached a standard of an entire billion. Even with all of this being the case, these two were left far behind by the unbalanced art sect. Of the 9 formations they had left behind, one of their unique formations was known as a nest doll formation. A nest doll formation was a formation that had baked-in complexities. This meant that it had both simplified and more complicated versions, and depending on the skill of the user, it could be modified. In fact, all 9 formations they had left behind were like this, showing just the kind of skill they had in this regard was simply unmatched by any forces that Ryu was familiar with. However, what was unique about this one was that it was a core formation, or most accurately, a core formation. Its small scale could be used by up to 1,000 people and had a standard of 81%. Its medium scale formation could be used by up to 10,000,000 people and had a standard of 63%. Its large scale formation could be used by up to 10 billion people and had a standard of 49%. They even had a super large scale formation that could be used by up to 1,000,000,000,000 people and had a standard of 22%. Unfortunately, there was a great weakness of the unbalanced art sect core formations. In fact, there was quite a large weakness, one related to the 9-pillar flame sect at once. The problem with the first was obvious, the irregularity of the unbalanced art sect. Just practicing their methods could make a person go mad, so one could imagine what would be required of such powerful formations. Finding enough people who could withstand the unbalanced mantra, especially after they had been destroyed, was absolutely impossible. There was a workaround for this, and that was for the central of the core formation to withstand the weight of the calculations and such on their own. But in his wounded state, it was simply impossible for Ryu to do so. Even if he was in top condition, he would have to bring his soul to a sky god standard first, or at the very least an equivalent standard. He might be able to withstand the small-scale formation, but the medium scale and beyond was too much. As for the 9-pillar flame sect core formation, while it was less demanding on its mind, one could imagine that its demands of the body were on a completely other level. And, unlike this unbalanced art sect core formations, this burden couldn't be handled by others for you. It seemed, then, that Ryu's only choice was to use the Frost clan's formations, but he had never had any intention of doing so. He had already decided, he would use the 9-pillar flame sect core formations. However, in their current state, if these garbage units tried to activate such a formation, after a few seconds their vital chi would burn up and they would turn to ash. So, Ryu had to counter this. Little woman, Ryu spoke to the favored alchemy sky god for the first time in a long while. Pay attention to me closely. I'm going to start concocting now. After this, I probably won't have time to do this again. It'll be up to you to continue producing them during the war. The favored alchemy sky god's lip twitched. What was this brat talking about? Since when did she have to observe others to concoct? There were probably many top-tier Dao Lord alchemists who weren't a match for her in this regard. Also, was she someone who could just be casually commanded around like this? Unless, the favor alchemy sky god's pretty eyes widened. A untamed aura came from Ryu as pillars plumed of fire and water chi began to surge in from the surroundings. A smirk spread across his lips, the thundering heavens above seemingly reacting before he had even begun. That was right, he was going to forge a new pill. Chapter 1324, Belong 1324 belonged. Ryu's gaze flashed. Without his rebirth flame and access to his yin water, he could only rely on external chi. There was no doubt that his alchemy skill had taken a huge plunge downward as a result, but it couldn't be helped. The only way he had managed to fuse his bloodlines was by sealing away his talents, and he wasn't quite in the right state just yet to unseal them. However, even with this being the case, Ryu's confidence was still at an all-time high. There was simply nothing that could stop him. Wielding a founding Dao, even while restricted, made him feel like a god amongst men. And, though his birthed phenomena was only about 10% as strong as it would be in its peak while being forced to rely on his cosmos fog to manifest, compared to the last time he had used it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration that it was still hundreds of times more powerful. It felt like all the chi in the surrounding 10 kilometers was all under Ryu's control. The Dream Mountains were, unsurprisingly, a very mountainous region. With the ground shaking and swaying beneath them, it felt as though an avalanche could be triggered at any time. The concentration of chi grew so high that streams of icy blue and fiery red began to form two atmospheres, each with their own surging temperatures. The little woman's expression couldn't help but change. She knew what Ryu was trying to do, but she hadn't been able to pay close attention to his earlier changes. In addition, she had just come to Ryu's side, so she wasn't very certain about his usual standard of concocting. Although she had seen the results of his alchemy in blacksmithing before, those were just results and she hadn't seen anything related to the actual process. She had no idea if this was how Ryu usually did things or not. But what was certain was that she was in awe. Ryu didn't know that his current choice had opened up an entirely new door for alchemy. He had only done this because he truly didn't have any other choices. With his Dao heart shattered, much of his talents weren't working properly, and this was the only thing he could think of that would allow him to concoct. But he realized that what he could accomplish now felt far greater than anything he had experienced in the past. It wasn't in terms of quality, but rather quantity. He felt that if his cauldron was larger, it wouldn't be impossible to concoct pills made for giants and monsters amongst many even kilometers in size, or more appropriately for the current moment, concoct for millions of people at once. The hands of Ryu's birthed phenomena rose. The two streams of chi were separated and suddenly supplemented by a third type that came out of nowhere. Ryu's spiritual chi surged, forming globules of golden chi that became like the stars of constellation maps. They quickly connected, forming one connection after another until several magnificent formations were created at once. It looked as though the inner workings of a complex watch had been stripped clean, magnified, and then displayed to the world. Gears turned, springs sprung, and mechanisms clicked into place, becoming more and more complex the larger amounts of spiritual chi Ryu poured in. Clang, clang, clang. Ryu made use of the Magus Sky God's inheritance. With his embryonic cauldron as a core of the formation, he expanded its abilities outward, creating an alchemy cauldron with his spiritual chi that matched the enormous size of his birthed phenomena. The skies trembled in Ryu's gaze, rotating with twin 8-trigram diagrams, one gold, the other dark gold, sharpened and resonated like the surface of a blazing star. Large amounts of spiritual herbs suddenly flew from Ryu's spatial ring. Each one was relatively simple, and even more World Sea Realm experts wouldn't blink twice upon seeing them, let alone sky gods. These type of herbs were the kinds that the Frost clan had the absolute most of, and in the few minutes that Ryu had needed to prepare things to this stage, he had already watched the little woman take these to perfect maturity. In fact, over 50% of them were crown herbs. Ha! Ryu unleashed a roar. It didn't seem like it had come from a human at all. It felt as though the cry of a phoenix and the bellowing rage of a mighty dragon were fused into one, giving it both a sharp and resonating character, along with a deep, abyssal tone. Those that heard it sensed their blood run cold, the scene of swirling masses of icy blue and fiery red forever imprinted into their hearts. The Dream Asura race had their fair share of alchemists, and they were quite powerful at that. The only unfortunate part was that they focused far more on alchemy and blacksmithing than they did formations, or else their core formations would be far better than they were. But this couldn't be helped. The Soul Fire faction had both great talent in the soul and fire. These were both things that were needed for blacksmithing and alchemy, so few cared to become formation masters. However, right this moment, just after feeling that it was unfortunate that they had progressed down this lane, they felt thankful once more. Because that was the only way they could fully appreciate the scene before them. The skies above rumbled, arcs of lightning flashing. The cauldron of golden gears and springs that Ryu had formed was struck before the process was even half completed. However, before the bolt could land, his birthed phenomena opened its mouth, swallowing the lightning bolt whole and filtering it to Ryu's body. Ryu's white hair fluttered wildly in the wind, suddenly gaining a hint of a silver-gold color. After fusing his bloodlines, his hair had already begun to give off a delicate radiance of its own, but at that moment, it had become almost blinding. Even his skin itself began to glow. The tattoos that had vanished from Ryu's body began to appear one after another again, swallowing the lightning like greedy, starved beasts. The 8-trigram diagrams in Ryu's eyes began to rotate faster and faster. Bang, 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 boom. The bolts grew thicker and thicker. Whether it was the oldest down to the youngest, the members of the garbage units looked into the skies, not believing what they were seeing. As for the 3 sky gods who had forgotten to move, although none of them were alchemists, they hadn't breathed a single breath. They knew exactly what it meant for lightning to descend during an alchemist's concoction, but they had never seen lightning descend even before the concoction process was finished. Boom! The self-created cauldron lid flew into the skies, shattering under the might of the thunder above. It had reached a point where even the rumbling thunder itself was a threat, vibrating with the ground below and shaking everything in its path. Suddenly, it was as though a roaring lightning serpent king was descending from the skies along with its clan. Lightning covered the dark clouds, making it look more like the skies were covered in golden clouds rather than the dense, black cumulonimbus monstrosities there really were. Ryu opened his arms and his birthed phenomena followed suit. His tattoos glowed a fiendish dark gold color. When his birthed phenomena opened its mouth this time, it didn't just passively accept the fall of lightning, it actively inhaled, taking everything that came. It all surged into Ryu's body, tempering it and feeding his sealed lightning embryo. And then, it all fell into silence. Finally, with the lightning having vanished, the transparent innards of the self-created cauldron could be seen, and the result made people such in a cold breath. Pills. Millions of them, each one radiating a dense heat to the point of emitting a deep crimson color. However, this wasn't the most astounding part. Each and every one of them was runed, without fail. Although the runes were only partial and not complete, most hadn't seen even a single runed pill in their life, let alone over 1 million in a single setting. Ryu took deep, gasping breaths. Sweat matted his forehead. However, a sharp wind suddenly passed by in the next moment, leaving him refreshed and without the slightest hint of fatigue. In the next half an hour, I will teach you all a formation. Those that succeed will be allowed to have one of these pills. If you are too useless to learn it, I will leave you behind. The garbage units suddenly sensed agitated. They had an opportunity to eat a runed pill. Even those noble geniuses that constantly suppressed them wouldn't receive such a chance, right? The soul-body faction opened his mouth to say something. He sensed that this was truly too much of a waste, but when he thought about how Ryu had been treated in the Dream Asura race since he had come, he was far too embarrassed to say anything. It was even to the point he didn't even look to them to provide such a large amount of materials, he directly supplied them himself. They had no claim to his pills at all. Those in the surroundings could only watch those pills floating in the skies, knowing they couldn't touch them. It sensed like Ryu was taunting them. Even if Ryu was useless in every other aspect, just this alone was enough to prove that he belonged. Chapter 1325. Now 1325. Now even as the center of the world, Ryu's indifference was just as palpable. He didn't change based on the attention others gave him. It felt like even if the world itself was collapsing, he would be the very same Ryu, unmoved and unbothered by it all. He began to slowly teach the methods of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect to the soldiers below, but his methods were clever and shocking. When many taught core formations, they would begin with describing the holistic formation, before breaking it into parts and passing it down. This was because in order for a formation to work properly, all those within it had to have an understanding of the overall situation. However, Ryu didn't do this. That was because his comprehension of the formation was far beyond anything these individuals could imagine. He was able to give control over small portions of the formation, while also giving them exactly the amount of information they needed to execute it perfectly. He acted as though it was he who had created the formation, and truthfully, those watching had no reason to believe anything different. But the mind-numbing part about it all was that due to Ryu's methods, it was absolutely impossible to reverse engineer the core formation. Even if the Dream Asura race caught every single member of this garbage unit and interrogated them one by one, it would be useless. That was because, much like he had done for Mei, Ryu's method of teaching the formation was different for everyone he spoke to. It was as though he could see through their very foundations and describe it in such a way that only they would understand. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be until many years later that the Dream Asura race realized how useless their attempts were. That was because Ryu was actually speaking to these members of the garbage units through his spiritual sense, all at once. Even they weren't aware that this was the case until they looked toward one another and saw the fire in their eyes. But even this was only a small part of the reason. Even if someone broke through these barriers and formed a rough understanding of the core formation, what good would it be to them without Ryu's alchemy? That was right, the most important part of all of this wasn't Ryu's method of teaching, it was rather the pills that had incorporated the secrets of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect. It had to be understood that these formations of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect were created to be used by their disciples. Each one of these disciples had exceptional bodies, tempered through their own special methods of body realm cultivation. The stress that such formations placed on their bodies was great. While it was within the scope of what they could handle, if not people tried to use it, they would be sucked dry. That was where Ryu's pill came into action. The pill became a new vessel for vital chi, absorbing energy from the surrounding atmosphere and filtering it into the pill. This pill then radiated the aura of the Nine Pillars, incorporating its unique runes and the profundities of its hidden, mysterious nature. This might not sound special, but it was an absolutely astonishing matter. Even the little woman, who was even a hint disdainful not because she looked down on Ryu but rather because she was simply too far beyond him in terms of alchemy, was sitting in absolute silence. This pill that Ryu had seemingly created casually, could change body realm cultivation forever. Why were bloodlines so important? Well, there were a myriad of reasons, but maybe the most important reason was raw strength and power. Depending on one's bloodline, the amount of vital chi one could store within one's body would vary. And, depending on the amount of vital chi one could store, the amount of strength one would output with their body would likewise vary. It had to be remembered that back in Sacrum, Ryu's bloodline had directly decided the strength of his fists down to the precise jin. This was the reality of bloodlines. But Ryu claimed that this newly created pill of his could form a separate vessel for vital chi. Not only could it force a separate vessel, but it could directly absorb chi from the atmosphere, incorporating it into the pill and becoming new vital chi. The shock of this matter couldn't be understated. It was as though Ryu had created a separate bloodline within the body of a weak individual without affecting them in the slightest. If the alchemy world came to know of this, they would be thrown into an uproar. Of course, what this pill could do was still limited. For example, it could mimic a bloodline, but it couldn't become it. It was temporary, and it also wouldn't increase the strength of the person wielding it, After all, it was fabricated to supplement the existence of the core formation. That said, while it wouldn't increase individual strength, what it could do was increase the formation's overall strength, making it seem as though exceptionally talented body realm cultivators had all gathered together. But even with all of this said, maybe the most astonishing part of all of this was the pill's incorporation of the secrets of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect. If these low-quality unit soldiers were lucky, after swallowing this pill, they could gain an inkling of the secrets and it would greatly help their cultivation into the future. The idea of bestowing understanding through a pill was only something that Ryu had casually thought of doing, and it had actually worked out. The astonishing weight of this matter absolutely couldn't be understated. It was no less shocking than the favor alchemy art sky god fooling death. Ryu finished teaching and then he waved a hand, causing a pill to fall into the hands of each one of the low-quality unit members before him. They all shook in excitement, not believing that they had something so valuable upon their palms. "We will move out now," Ryu said coolly. "I suggest that none of you try to hide the pills that I've given you, or else when the formation activates, only death awaits you." A bucket of cold water was poured over those that had other thoughts. Chapter 1326. Full 1326 Full news of what had happened returned to the ears of Rogrel and the other faction heads. They didn't quite believe it, but they knew how much the Dream Asura race hated Ryu currently. If it wasn't so important, these elders might have even favored not to say anything. "Why didn't you ask him to stay?" May's uncle, Larhorn, spoke in Rogrel's stead. The Soul Body faction elder smiled bitterly, not sure if he should say it. Ryu's arrogance seemed to make quite a lot of sense now. Even ordinary alchemists were so arrogant, let alone a genius of his caliber. However, no matter how arrogant he was, it was too difficult to repeat his words. "Speak," Rogrel suddenly commanded. The Soul Body faction elder realized that there was simply no escaping this matter. Since Rogrel had laid down a command, he didn't dare to disobey. He didn't have as much conviction as Ryu, and he didn't want to lose his life. The elder shook his head helplessly. "After I saw the situation, I swallowed my pride and tried to mediate. I knew that both he and May were too important now. But he said, "Speak," Rogrel said more forcefully, his temper threatening to flare up. He said to tell that dogshit patriarch to come and speak to me himself. If he has the wealth to compensate for 1,203,389 ruined pills and the psychological damage both I and my wife have experienced in the last few days, we can talk about how the Dream Asura race will apologize to me and whether or not I'll care to forgive." The elder began to cough violently after he had said these words. It felt like it had taken all the strength in his body to speak these words, a weight on his chest pressing down firmer and firmer. And that was because Rogrel, though expressionless, was radiating a dangerous aura that caused even the wind to shudder. If Ryu just wanted to be compensated, that might still be fine. But he actually spoke about this sort of compensation as though it was just the first step toward gaining his approval. As though that wasn't bad enough, Ryu didn't state the level of the pill, he directly mentioned their rank as a runed pill. Logically speaking, a sub-sky god level pill, no matter how high level, whether it had 100% purity or not, whether it had complete runes or not, would always be less valuable than a sky god level pill. However, in practice, it was hard to say. In fact, Ryu's pills might auction off for more than even the strongest omniscient god pill the Dream Asura race had. That was because runed pills were simply too rare. They didn't have value just for their uses, but also their study value to other alchemists, not to mention the honor they could bring. Even if one focused on just their uses, imagine a clan had a genius they absolutely had to nurture, an absolute prodigy that would become the greatest pillar of their family in the future. What would a runed pill be worth to such a genius? They obviously wouldn't be able to take sky god level pills, but what if such a runed pill could build their foundation and make their progression to the sky god realms even smoother? What would this pill be worth? It was simply impossible to calculate. The fact that Ryu had formed 1,000,000 plus at once made it sound worthless, and the matters of supply and demand would kick in, but the fact that he had courageously emphasized runed pill meant that Ryu had no intention of lowering the price just because of his own skill. What a joke, he was supposed to lower the price just because he was too good. Before Rogrel could even say anything more, another rushed in and spoke in hurried, panting breaths. "Patriarch, faction leaders, they've left through the teleportation platforms along with the other Garba frontline vanguard units." The expressions of Rogrel's brother and the other two faction leaders changed once again. This Ryu wasn't all talk, he truly didn't give a damn. They hadn't even given the order to go yet, that was because the moment they stepped foot into the nether plane, the war would begin. Ryu hadn't only slapped their faces, he moved up their timeline and blew the war horns before they were even prepared. Was he just ignorant, or did he really not care? Rogral stood up, his gaze practically spewing fire. He had truly never been so enraged in his life. The garbage units were entirely caught off guard. They had been nervously waiting in one moment, their hearts in their throats. But in the next moment, Ryu had forcefully activated their teleportation formations. The only words he had said was that he didn't like to command and he didn't have any time to waste. The garbage units outside of Ryu's own were suddenly in despair. What did his unruly nature have to do with them? Although the elders made an effort to not call them garbage units to their face, they knew exactly what they were. They were already destined to die even if they were prepared, but what about now? How would they even survive? Before they could even hopelessness further, many began to cough and wheeze. The air of the nether realm was heavy. Up in the skies above, clouds of violet and dark green passed by, 3 blood-red moons hanging high, but it didn't seem as though it was nighttime yet. Up ahead, a city with black steel walls stood. Its gates were still wide open and some tourists and businessmen were still trying to get into the city. They had never expected for armies of millions to so suddenly appear. There were main powers of the nether realm and this was one of the fringe cities of their weakest. They were ruled by the lizard demon race. What an absolute fool, Ryu said coldly. This father-in-law of his was absolutely infuriating. Ryu waved a hand and suddenly a sparkling butterfly with wings patterned with swirling runes of radiant white and sky blue appeared. Its wings spanned 5 meters, and though it was small for such a beast, its aura was undeniable. False Sky God Realm. Ryu took Mei's hand and stepped onto Little Silk's back, rising above his troops. Chapter 1327. God Beast 1327. God Beast. Mei was shocked. In the true Mariel world, beast taming was very difficult, especially in the higher heavens. That was because the higher heaven one entered, the more talented the beasts would become at a rate that was rapid to the heavens in question. By the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens, beasts would have already long since surpassed the ancestral grade and have entered the origin grades to become god beasts. The shocking part about god beasts was that, unlike humans, they were virtually guaranteed to reach their potential. So long as a god beast was born, so long as they were given adequate time, they would reach the matching sky god realm to their talent grade. Simply put, the largest concentration of sky gods wasn't within the human race, or other humanoid races, they were most definitely found within the beast races. Of course, beasts couldn't just dominate the continent because of precisely that, there were many races among them as well. They might have the largest number of god-level existences, but it didn't matter much due to the fact they weren't united. Expecting beasts to be united was similar to expecting all the sects and clans of the human and humanoid races to also be on the same side, it was ridiculous. Even so, the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens had no notable beast tamers among them, that was because it was far too dangerous. If a beast came across a human using a beast as a pet or a mount, their first reaction would be immediate hostility, even more so than if they just came across a human normally. The beasts might not be united, but they were one entity when it came to their hatred of beast tamers. The only notable beast taming sect in the whole of the true martial world was one of the supreme rulers of the 9th heaven, one of the 9 powers that laid claim to all the best resources and talents of the true martial world. Only they had the cachet necessary to do such a thing. Ryu had no idea about any of this. He had never thought much about it because his senior sister, Selhira, had her own beast companion and she wasn't shy about using it either. He wasn't familiar with the culture of the true martial world, at least not as much as its residents as he hadn't grown up here. There were many minor particulars like this one that he completely missed. So, when he saw the weird look on Mei's face, he was caught off guard. But after a moment, he simply assumed that she was surprised that he had a god beast as a mount. That was indeed quite shocking. What he didn't know is that Mei didn't even notice this until afterward, giving her the second shock of the day. This was even more dangerous. The beasts might be enraged if a normal beast was taken as a mount, but it wouldn't be exaggerated. In fact, they ignored the use of unintelligent beasts, feeling it beneath them to care. However, a god beast was a completely different matter. If they were alerted about this matter, Mei sighed. She felt that this wasn't the right time to talk about such matters. Up ahead, the lizard demon city was already in an uproar, and many were quickly trying to command to close the city gates, but the process was slow. With such a long line of people having queued up on the outside, waiting to enter, how could they be willing to stay outside? Usually, these people were quite obedient, not wanting to offend the lizard demon race that was in supreme ruler in this region. But the moment their lives were on the line, how could they be bothered to care about this matter? With so many of them trying to force their way into the gates before they closed, how could they close in a prompt fashion? In fact, blood and bloodshed erupted before Ryu had even lifted a single finger. Many in the long line were merchants, and in order to cross the dangerous lands of the Nether Realm, how could they not have brought a large number of guards with them? Some even had small armies that they had been planning on leaving outside the city to enter smoothly, but the moment Ryu and the others appeared, they activated them. Ryu took a breath, looking up at the violet and red skies. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack just yet, and was rather adjusting himself. In reality, he was thinking about how novel this situation was. He had never been on a battlefield like this before, at least not with support to his back. The closest thing he could remember was when he had fought against the martial gods all on his own. That feeling had made his blood boil. Relying on nothing more than the blades in his hand and the thumping of his heart to drive him forward, nothing could stop him. He suddenly felt that core formations weren't his style. He yearned for the day he wouldn't have to rely on such a thing at all. Ryu closed his eyes for a moment. Breathing the foul air of the Nether Realm, his body should have felt uncomfortable, but he actually felt at peace. He wondered if he would find his father here. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and the garbage units found themselves standing at attention. Their fear and trepidation was washed away by a mighty tide. Tattoos flashed across Ryu's skin, flickering in and out of existence in complex, swirling patterns that held the vicissitudes of an ancient aura. The clouds above suddenly rumbled. One after another, the members of his army swallowed the pill Ryu had given them. A large cloud of chi surged in from all directions, forming 9 mighty golden pillars that rose around the army, piercing the ground and rushing up to the skies above. Charge. Chapter 1328. Formation 1328. Formation. Ryu's words were light, but they echoed like a clap of thunder. The army rushed forward, the 9 pillars seeming to teleport them forward. The movement speed of such a troop was off the charts, and the oppression they had felt from the nether chi around them vanished, blocked out by the towering pillars around them. Little Silk flapped her gorgeous wings just once, a sparkling radiance of sprinkling ice descending in a gentle hail. At that moment, the overbearing heat that the army had felt was reduced by a great measure. Their blood, which had felt like rolling magma charging through the veins, suddenly became calm and unhurried. They felt as though the power of the world was now in their palms. The lizard demon race had long since been alerted, the city lord rushing out of his abode and soaring into the skies on the back of a flying treasure. It was clear that he didn't have the right to step into the air under his own strength, and when he felt the rumbling of the earth, his heart shook. This sort of core formation, he had never seen such a thing. This was just a medium-sized city compared to the overall might of the 5th Nether Plane, or more accurately, the lizard demon race in specific. Their elite troops only numbered 100,000, and their city lord was only a true sky god. Without reinforcements, if the Dream Asura race displayed their greatest strength, this city wouldn't even last half an hour. However, they had sent inferior units first. The lizard demon city lord saw through this immediately and realized that he was being looked down upon. Even so, when he sensed the core formation, his expression still couldn't help but change. He had never seen such a mysterious formation before, and it was actually able to both gather and filter chi. Those within it were entirely unaffected by the nether chi that outsiders should have been forced to struggle against. Suddenly, though, the city lord noticed something else. There were at least a dozen inferior units below, but only one of them had access to this formation. The city lord's expression flickered cleverly. He had already reached the end of his potential and had spent the last several years steeped in politics. He knew internal conflict when he saw it. Obviously, someone had access to this formation but was unwilling to share it. Starting such a large-scale war with such large fissures within your main participants was bound to be a recipe for disaster. The city lord changed the approach he had been thinking of. Rather than sending out his troops to deal a fatal blow to the inferior units, he would let them collapse on their own. Activate the city formation, he roared out. Behind him, his tail flicked, causing harsh whistling sounds to echo through the air. Those that knew him recognized that poisonous look in his eyes all too well. Activating the city formation now was even crueler than shutting the gates early. Those caught in the range of the activation, a radius just about 100 meters or so outside the gates themselves, would be completely wiped out. Whereas if they ran now, Ryu probably wouldn't be bothered to deal with them, now they would directly die. Hearing the whirring of the formations, those fighting to get inside the city suddenly had a change of expression. They realized how bad the situation was and began to scramble to get out of the way. Unfortunately, while those closer to the edge of the 100-meter radius managed to make it, many more were crushed beneath the formation's might. The confident inferior unit beneath Ryu suddenly felt a wave of despair. They hadn't even gotten to show off before they were faced with an unbreakable wall. The city lord sneered. The lizard demon race, unsurprisingly, carried many lizard-like features. They had a long, powerful tail, and they were covered in scales, but their faces didn't have snouts and they actually looked quite human until they smiled to reveal their long purple tongues and sharp rows of teeth. In reality, though they were called lizard demon, they were much closer to the dragon race than that foolish Akura and his clan had been. But they were smart enough to not take the name. In addition, though they were called the lizard demon race, they had quite a wide range among them. Though many were more like the lizards of their namesake, some were more like serpents and snakes, not even having 2 legs to stand upon. In their race, those closer to snake-like existences were the more noble of them, and it was a sign of their bloodlines being closer to the demonic dragons and serpent demon that they descended from. This race wasn't very good at formations, but all this was relative. They were nothing before the best legions of formation masters from races that had many more soul talents. However, this formation was still beyond a true grade, and was actually a perfect grade formation. A perfect grade large-scale formation, at least of this level, could within the all-out strength of at least half a dozen to a dozen perfect sky gods for several days before collapsing, and Ryu's troops didn't even have the strength of one perfect grade sky god. At this current standard, they could only fight a fragmented sky god head-on at best. Ryu's actions currently truly looked like he had only come here to court death. At least, that was what the city lord believed. Who would have expected that Ryu's gaze to suddenly change when it landed on the formation? It was as though he had become an entirely different person, the world dancing in the palm of his hands. Ryu suddenly raised a palm. The 9-pillar formation reacted to him, his birthed phenomena appearing to his back as his whirling Tao formation appeared in his irises once more. An enormous sword formed in the air, reaching a point where from tip to tip, it was longer than even the city it rose above. Ryu's palm descended and the sword followed his actions, rushing toward a point on the formation. Just as the city lord was sneering. Bang! The formation cracked like the glass, its glittering motes of light descending down toward the city in a beautiful rain. Chapter 1329, Bang! 1,329 billion Netherlands Antillian guilders. The city lord was completely taken off guard. Their formation had fallen, in a single strike. How was that even impossible? He was certain that there were no perfect sky gods present, let alone the omniscient sky gdo it would take to shatter the formation with such ease. The only explanation was that Ryu had targeted the formation's weakness, but it had only just been displayed. How could he see through it with such speed? No, even beyond that, Ryu was far too weak to see through such a thing. Although it was difficult to see Ryu's strength through the volatile energies, and especially the strength of the 9-pillar flame sect shroud, the city lord was still sharp enough to be certain that he wasn't in the sky god realms just yet. They must have scouted out the region beforehand. There are spies. The city lord was suddenly standing on tenterhooks. He didn't know who to trust around him, but Ryu's army wasn't going to let him have the chance. Ryu closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The 9 pillars within his body resonated with a golden light that shone through even his skin. His tattoos appeared once again, the light of the pillars refracting through their complex structures and making them shine even brighter than they had in the past. Ryu hadn't expected earlier that he would be able to channel the strength of the formation into himself like this. It was only after the formation was deployed for the first time that he had sensed the distinct possibility. What was shocking about this matter was that according to the original formation of the core formation, this shouldn't have been possible. Core formations were already complex enough. The idea of filtering all of that accumulated strength into the body of a single person without them being crippled or destroyed was ridiculous. However, Ryu was able to, and that wasn't because he had some unique understanding that no one else did. Rather, it was because of his bone structure and its synergy with the 9 pillars that called his body home. The final splash that allowed it all to come together was the path of his Tao. Ryu realized that when the formation was activated, it was akin to being the center of the universe. The ground below became the representation of Earth while the skies above became the representation of the heavens. The pillars would suppress the Earth below and the heavens above, drawing power from both. However, with his bone structure, Ryu could become the center of his own universe. His cosmos fog allowed him to disassociate from the world, becoming an existence separated from the earth and heavens that the formation had come to know. This matter sounded confusing. If that was the case, and Ryu acted as the center of the formation, didn't it mean that Ryu was essentially asking the formation to draw its power from himself? In that case, wouldn't the formation plummet in strength instead? But this was an incorrect assumption. Rather than saying that the formation was drawing upon the heaven and earth for power, it was more accurate to say that it was using it to stabilize the power that was coming from the members of the formation. Essentially, the power drawn from the earth below and the heavens above were what allowed the core formation to use such a high percentage of the individual strength of the soldiers that made up its formation. So, what if Ryu took a step and became the middleman of this operation? For one, his body would be under a great deal of pressure, but the more important fact would be that the power of the formation was stabilized not just one time, but 2 times over. The brunt of the power was weakened by the heaven and earth of the nether realm's 5th plane, then it was filtered through Ryu's body once again. Ryu was obviously much weaker than the nether plane, but even so he still managed to increase the percentage by 2%. This proportion was shocking, but it was less important than the second matter Ryu gained, and that was his access to the excess energy. The formation was boosted from 63% to 65%, while Ryu gained entry to the remaining 35%. Of this 35%, Ryu could once again only use 2% for himself, but this was only part of the picture. If instead of allowing the strength to enter his body, he used his comprehension of the 9 pillars to wield and control it, he could use all 35%. In fact, he could stop the first 65% from returning to the army below, taking on all 100% for himself. There was no doubt that this was a huge drain on Ryu's focus chi. Controlling so much power, most of which wasn't his own. However, this was exactly what Ryu wanted. The being of the prayer mat exposed one very important thing. It was feasible to enhance Fcius chi and even target it directly, he just didn't know how. At first, he was blind to how to do this, but with his discovery of the secrets of the souls in his body, he realized that the answer might very well be hiding within his body. And, just like he had used his shattered Tao heart to find the position of where it resided, he would use the drainage of his focus chi to find where it truly lay. Once he succeeded in comprehending this, he would create a pill that could replenish focus chi. In fact, if he took it a step further, he might even find a technique of cultivating it directly so he would never have to rely on outside sources again. Ryu's stare glowed and his hands grasped at the air. He gripped them tightly and the birthed phenomena to his back roared. Even with its eyes closed, it still seemed to look down upon the whole world. And then, Ryu punched. The aura of a fist god descended, but never in his life had Ryu thought that this aura could be so powerful. Bang! Chapter 1330, Crack. 1330 Crack. The devastation was hard to describe. It was as though a pillar had run through the center of the city like a drill bit. A perfect partial cylinder had appeared in the body of the city, leaving the ground with a smooth trench that extended from the front of the city to the back and even extended beyond. Every building, every formation, every person that had been in the way of this strike was leveled to the ground. There simply wasn't anything left in the region, and yet the strength was so perfectly controlled that even those a single centimeter out of the way hadn't had a single hair on their heads harmed. However, just because the attack was controlled, didn't mean that the air it had displaced would be. An instant after the world had fallen into silence, it was as though a hurricane formed by the heavens themselves had descended. The rush of wind hurried to fill in the void-like space that was left behind, the blast of air leveling the rest of the city to the ground. Only a few buildings seemed to remain, and these were the central hubs and the gathering places of the most powerful individuals to begin with. At that moment, it felt like all those that had fought to enter the city were nothing more than a joke. Let alone them, even the garbage units didn't believe what they were seeing. Those that weren't part of Ryu's core were at a loss for words, while those that had taken part couldn't believe it. They were all used to core formations, they had all thought that they would have to take action for things to work properly, but they had never expected that they wouldn't even have to lift a finger to gain this sort of result. That level of power, The accumulated strength of 100% of over 1,000,000 cultivators was shocking enough. But when it was amplified by the aura of a fist god, it wasn't just a 1+1 kind of result, it was exponential. Just 10% of a formation of 1,000,000 would be enough to face off against a fragmented sky god, but it had to remember that that was just raw power. In truth, because the formation could use raw power to match a sky god, it actually had access to more raw power than even a fragmented sky god did. In fact, that was already enough to match the raw power of a false sky god. If just that 10% was matched with comprehension and skill, it would be enough to fight a false sky god, let alone if it was matched with an aura as powerful as a fist god's aura, even if uttered aura was immature. Now, one could imagine if this was applied instead to 100%. There were many formations that tried to replace the profundities of a cultivator's strike with the intricacies of the core formation itself to varying degrees of success. However, although this core formation had this function, Ryu had stripped it down. That was because he was already using a workaround to allow it to function, it was barely working as things were. He couldn't expect much more than this. Ryu took deep breaths, his forehead matted in sweat. He had taken some time to recover after he had formed so many pills at once and had taken a small move toward finding the source of focus chi. Luckily, he had been smart enough not to step into such a world without dealing with his focus chi first, or else that single strike would have caused him to pass out. Luckily, he had enough for one more strike in him, but he would definitely have to limit that one to 50%. Bang! At that moment, several sky gods that had fallen beneath the rubble and dirt shot back up, roaring as they pushed their way out. Fear was clear in their eyes, and the vast majority of them were heavily injured and had used the last of their strength to break out. Without even waiting for the result, they all turned tail and fled with their greatest speed. The only one that remained was the city lord, but he didn't stay because he was brave, but rather because he understood the consequences of fleeing. He had some of the lowest bloodlines of the lizard demon race. The fact that he had become a city lord was already his crowning achievement. This sort of failure, even though it was inevitable, would definitely have a scapegoat. Those bastards above him wouldn't take into account that it was they who had pushed the Dreamosaurs into a corner, they would only blame him. He had come out, prepared to die, but when he saw Ryu's pale and sweating face, his gaze lit up. If he could capture Ryu and hand him to the nobles, they might find the secret of these formations. Should they succeed, let alone being punished, he might even be rewarded. His hope for life was rekindled and he stepped forward with a strong momentum. Ryu looked down. His eyes couldn't be fooled, he knew that his city lord had been heavily injured. The shocking part was that his energy was quickly replenishing and his body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sky gods were truly existences all to their own. He should be a true sky god, Ryu thought with narrowed eyes. Little Silk, this battle will be yours. Little Silk flapped her gorgeous wings, a strong storm of ice rushing forward. It seemed that she didn't need to be told twice. Although Little Silk was only a false sky god and the gap of one realm in the sky god realm might as well have been heaven and earth, Ryu had still given this order. That was because he planned to support Little Silk from the back. But to his shock, Little Silk had only flapped once before the city lord was suddenly covered in a layer of ice. He seemed to be struggling, but Little Silk only flapped her wings a second time. Crack! The city lord froze in place. A suddenly harsh wind came, shattering him to pieces. Ryu's gaze narrowed as he looked down at Little Silk. He knew that his mother had left a mystery in this little one's body. The fact that she had made it to the second realm of the sky gods so quickly proved that, but it seemed that he had still undervalued the little one. Chapter 1331. Little Silk 1331 Little Silk Ryu truly hadn't expected this. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have needed to put him in such a dangerous situation by draining his focus chi to such an extent and could have just relied on Little Silk instead. The most shocking part was that Ryu was certain that this was nowhere near Little Silk's strongest attack. As her namesake stated, Little Silk's strongest abilities were in weaving ice laws into thin, imperceptible silky lines. That was how the two of them had met in the first place. If not for his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, Ryu would have run headlong into this little one's trap and split himself into countless pieces. But despite not using her strongest attack, Little Silk had taken out a sky god a level above her with ease. After some thought, Ryu turned to Mei and asked a question. Are there divisions among sky god realms? Mei blinked in confusion, Her first interpretation of the question had to be incorrect because she didn't believe that Ryu would ask such a stupid question. It was only after an instant that it clicked for her. Do you mean within the 9 realms? Yes, each sky god realm is divided into 4, lower, middle, higher and peak. Beyond peak, I've heard that some sky gods that fail to break through can enter a sort of false state of the next realm and use some of its power. They usually take on the name quasi. It clicked for Ryu then. Indeed, all this time, due to his biases from Sacrum, he had treated the sky god realms like a pinnacle that was extremely difficult to achieve. He hadn't truly treated them like he should have. The sky god realms were just like any other cultivation realm, of course they had divisions. He was already having trouble deciphering between sky god realms already, so if he had to parse the individual sub-realms as well, it would of course be far more difficult. That said, if he was correct, then Little Silk was probably closer to the peak of the false sky god realm while this city lord had been in the lower extremities of the true sky god realm. That would make the gap between them shorter than Ryu had assumed. Even so, it was a shocking feat by Little Silk nonetheless. Ryu would be less shocked about this matter if Little Silk had had a great Tao or something of the sort, but she didn't. It had to be remembered that Little Silk wasn't even born as ancestral grade beast, therefore her future should have been limited. Entering the sky god realm should have been her absolute limit, and even then she would have to be extremely lucky. However, by some miracle, not only had she entered the fragmented sky god realm, but she had taken a step beyond and become a false sky god. This was challenging for Ryu to comprehend. Unless, Ryu's heart skipped a beat. He was being silly. Little Silk was his beast companion, their souls were linked. Why was he wasting therefore much trying to deduce it on his own when he could just consciously feel the changes himself? Sensing Ryu's soul approaching, Little Silk didn't resist, and what Ryu saw on the other side left him floored. Little Silk had formed a beast core. Not only this, but she had formed Tao runes upon it as well. It seemed that this had occurred after she broke into the sky god realm, because Ryu would have noticed it long before if it hadn't happened therefore recently. But what was truly astonishing was that after entering the sky god realm, due to this sudden formation, Little Silk had actually increased her cultivation speed rather than slowing down. Ryu was floored and then he smiled bitterly. This wasn't by coincidence. He could see that it was a combination of two things. The first was his mother's blood essence, not just any blood essence, but that of her ice phoenix bloodline. The second was a kernel of a mysterious energy. Ryu had only vaguely sensed this energy once before, but his current memory was nigh infallible. This energy came from a shrine, specifically, the Ice Shrine. It seemed that he had been holding Little Silk back all this time. It had to be remembered that Little Silk was already at the pinnacle of the World Sea Realm, just a step away from the Sky God Realm from the very beginning. However, in order to allow her bloodline to catch up to the standards of the true martial world, Ryu had suppressed her cultivation speed and first fed her a large amount of sovereign-grade beasts. Then, his plan was to steadily progress her past that point until she could stand toe-to-toe with god beasts. Unfortunately, before that could happen, she failed to suppress her cultivation any longer and entered a cocoon. Since then, Ryu had essentially ignored her. He didn't send Little Silk away because she had helped him greatly during the start of his journey in the true martial world, and he also had the sentimental attachment of her being a helping hand from his mother as well, but he had ceased having high hopes for this little one. The only reason he had brought out Little Silk even this time was out of convenience, as flying above the formation would make many things easier. What he hadn't expected was that he was the one who had overthought things from the very beginning. Had he allowed Little Silk to break through the instant they stepped foot into the true martial world, she would have instantly caught up to the standards of the beasts here. That's because it would only be then that his mother's blood essence could properly erupt without killing Little Silk. Right this moment, every time Little Silk took a step forward in her cultivation, he would naturally increase her talent as well until she reached a standard no less than that of a majestic ice phoenix. But this time, she would be a new species entirely. Chapter 1332, Open Arms. 1332 Open Arms. Ryu smiled lightly. He wasn't enraged by his mistake, he only felt that he was a little silly. His mother probably hadn't explained all these things because she didn't want him to feel guilty about the loss in her blood essence. She had already been so weak after risking her life to save him. If Ryu had known that she had given up any more, how would he have felt? But in Hamari's eyes, she was a mother, it was her duty to protect her son and do all she could for him. Since she was injured anyway and would take some time to recover regardless, why not do it all in one go? At the same time, Ryu had to lay down his pride. He wasn't the only one in his family with great talent, and the talents of those in his family extended beyond just what their fists could do. This method used by his mother was absolutely ingenious, and Ryu himself would have never thought of it. Although it required some sacrifice on her part, phoenixes were in a unique position to recover blood essence, a position that most other races simply weren't in. With the supplementation of the Ice Shrine and Life Shrine, so long as she would give in time, this process of recovery would actually only make her stronger. Little Silk was already at the standard of a true god beast. This was the equivalent of a human who had broken into the sky god realm with a lineal Tao. According to Ryu's calculations, she would become a perfect god beast after breaking into the true god beast realm, so her talent would always be a step above that of her sky god realm. As one could see, humans entering this realm would be said to be in the fragmented sky god realm, true sky god realm, and so on. For beasts, they would be said to be in the fragmented god beast realm, true god beast realm, and so on. So this title was truly appropriate for Little Silk. The only surprising thing was that a city lord of the true nether realm's fifth plane had fallen so easily to a mere true god beast. After all, a lineal Tao was only the third rung of Taos. Wouldn't a sky god of the fifth plane be more powerful than that? Not necessarily. It had to be remembered that Taos tended to take a step down upon reaching sky god realms. This meant that a sky god with a lineal Tao likely had a dynastic Tao, a Tao a step above, when they were younger. Some might even have taken 2 steps down and fallen from having formed a sovereign Tao in their youth. That was to say that while geniuses below the sky god realm of the fifth plane might have formed sovereign Taos earlier on, they might only be lineal Tao sky gods now despite being from a much higher plane. Then, it also had to be considered that there were divisions amongst Taos. Little Silk was only a step away from the true god beast realm, and thus had a Tao rune equivalent that was at the peak of the lineal Tao equivalent, while it was very likely that the city lord had a much weaker Tao within the same realm. Finally, one also had to remember that beasts of the same level were much stronger than human or humanoid cultivators of the same level. The amount of strength their Tao runes could manifest as compared to humans who comprehended their Taos instead of being born with them was on a completely different level. Ryu had first-hand experience with this. When he first came to the true martial world, even a common grade beast had almost killed him, and that was despite the fact his bloodlines were at the black grade at the time. Either way, the bottom line was that the city lord hadn't stood a chance against the newborn Little Silk. The only unfortunate thing was that I still haven't found the source of focus chi. Ryu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No, I've neglected something. I've been overlooking the 7 corporeal souls. Ryu had been subconsciously ignoring his 7 corporeal souls because he felt that focus chi should probably be related to his mind, but his 7 corporeal souls were instead related to diverse organs. However, he had a thought that maybe that was just his own bias. A lack of focus chi made you tired and unable to focus, but wouldn't that also happen in the body was in a terrible state? What really broke through this line of thinking was another thought. Blood essence was always something that could only be given willingly, but never taken by force. Realizing his mother had given up such a precious thing to Little Silk, Ryu had another thought. Why was blood essence so mysterious? How could something corporeal be regulated by willpower? And then it hit him like a truck. Blood essence and focus chi felt like 2 sides of the same coin. One of them was corporeal and could be regulated by the will of the mind. The other was incorporeal and could be regulated by the physicality of the body. They should both be hidden within the 7 corporeal souls. Ryu's gaze gained an incomparable sharpness. If he was correct, this would be a world-changing matter. On the one hand, he would be able to create methods of increasing, training and replenishing his own focus chi rather than anticipating for it to naturally increase on its own. But that was the last of the shocking matters. If he was right, wouldn't he be able to do something that no one had ever done before? Wouldn't he be able to snatch blood essence by force? If he could succeed in this matter, would he still have to worry about increasing the talent of his bloodlines? Wouldn't those troublesome beasts arrive to chase him anyway? In that case, he would just greet them with open arms. Chapter 1333. Body Formation 1333 Body Formation. Mei's heart was practically beating out of her chest. She had a lot of love for Ryu, but it could be said that among his wives, her actual faith in him was probably the lowest. This wasn't about a matter of trust, but rather an understanding of how he did things, how he reacted in complex situations, and what kind of strength he could tap into when his back was against the wall. Of all his wives, the one who probably had the greatest utmost trust in him actually wasn't who one might expect. If Ryu was asked this question, his response would be Yana without a shadow of a doubt. Or more accurately, a Yana who had awakened her memories of her first life. The person who had seen Ryu accomplish the most heaven-defying acts wasn't Ailsa, who had followed him from almost the beginning of his cultivation journey, but rather Yana, who had protected him in secret for hundreds of years. Yana's role had always been to protect Ryu from the void as he ventured the world, cleared ruins, and completed his streams of research. She had seen things others couldn't imagine, and that was when Ryu was a mortal without the ability to cultivate. Compared to her, Mei's understanding of Ryu was far too limited. So seeing this scene, while Yana would have only nodded to herself, feeling that it was only a matter of course, Mei was completely floored. She couldn't believe what she was seeing at all. She looked toward Ryu's somewhat tired but resolute face, her heart fluttering out of her chest. Ryu seemed to be stuck in a moment of enlightenment, allowing her to observe him a great deal more, and she couldn't seem to get enough of him. She was so lost that even after Ryu had awoken from his stupor and looked toward her, she almost didn't notice at all. Ryu smiled, touching his palm to Mei's delicate forehead and moving it up to smooth out her hair. It was only then that Mei was stunned out of her silence and blushed, but the ease in her heart superseded her embarrassment. She wanted to ask Ryu how he had done it, but with so many people here, she didn't feel that it was appropriate. "It's unfortunate," Ryu suddenly said, looking into the distance where some of the sky gods had vanished. If there was one weakness of core formations, it was movement speed. Even if they could crush sky gods in terms of raw power, when it came to maneuverability, agility and speed, they were too lacking. That was because everyone needed to maintain perfect form as they moved, and as such, movement couldn't be pushed randomly. If Ryu had had more of his focus chi remaining, he could have forcefully used this large amount of chi to fuel his spiritual chi and teleport the whole army, but that kind of action would probably cost him more focus chi than that punch did. However, there was good news. Even though they couldn't lock down intelligence about their appearance, Ryu had finally found the center of focus chi that eluded him for so long. As he had expected, the secret was hidden within his 7 corporeal spirits. The 7 corporeal spirits were the earthly souls. These were the souls that decayed along with the body and vanished after death when the 3 souls entered various stages of reincarnation. It was no wonder Ryu had never found the source of focus chi, because it had never been in his spiritual sea to begin with. However, even after learning this matter, it became even more complex. The 7 spirits represented the stomach, the liver, the gallbladder, the spleen and intestines, the heart, the lungs, and the kidneys. The spirits were well hidden within and could be easily misunderstood to be the organs themselves. It was just a subtle difference. From Ryu's understanding, while the spirits weren't the organs themselves, they were the motivator behind the cellular changes and responses. What made this matter even more difficult to decipher was that Ryu was certain the source of focus chi wasn't just in one of these spirits, but rather the result of several of them working together, all linking back up to his mind where his spiritual sea and 2 of his souls lay. But there was something else that Ryu noticed immediately. Of these organs, all of them aside from 2 were used to accomplish various forms of refinement. The liver, gallbladder, intestine, and kidneys all took in, stored and cleansed energy before feeding it back to the body. The central figures were then the heart and lungs. The lungs provided the oxygen that the blood needed to support the body, and the heart which circulated the blood to carry this energy to the locations that needed it. What was interesting was that cultivators could entirely replace the need for oxygen with their chi, and this filtering and replacement process also occurred within the lungs. Whether it was oxygen or chi, both were passed to the blood by the lungs. It felt like the heart and lungs were the core of the engine, the driving force, and the others were the pieces that kept everything running smoothly. So in all of this, where was his focus chi? The answer was all of them. Ryu had come to an understanding and comprehension he had had for a long while now, but only now did he apply it in such a novel manner. The body was a formation. The way Chi realm cultivators used techniques was by using the configuration within their meridians to circulate their Chi and activate the world-changing strength they wanted to use. Body realm cultivators did the same with veins. The only exception were mental realm cultivators, but even then they just used their spiritual Chi to free-form formations. What if, though, the mental realm had its own formation within the body and most people had just missed it? And what if the core segments of that formation were, precisely, the 7 corporeal spirits? Chapter 1334, Audacity 1334 Audacity Sacrum had formed visualizations. Even the people of the true martial world had to use proxies to exercise power with their souls. The Magus Sky God, for example, had formed all sorts of methods to solidify and give life to spiritual chi, many of which Ryu had benefited from. These were all absolutely ingenious methods, and they were worthy of respect. But what if the heavens were looking down in disappointment from the very beginning? What if they had been born with such a method hidden in their bodies all the while? It made sense that this was never found. The connections between the lungs, heart, and the various detoxifying and energy-refining organs were just veins. They could be easily mistaken as the circulation routes of the body realm. In fact, they might even be assumed to be absolutely useless. This made sense. After all body realm methods required circulating vital chi to the muscles, most accurately, active muscles that could be controlled with the mind. But these organs were all controlled by the brainstem. Even cultivators could only control the beating of their hearts with very special methods, and even then the change in heartbeat was usually a proximal result of another action, rather than direct control. Why would body realm cultivators use circulation pathways that didn't lead to any results? They would obviously focus their attention on the vein patterns that could explosively increase their output strength. Even if one wanted to unearth what secrets these dormant formations in the body might have, if it wasn't done through the lens of the soul, it would be akin to looking in the wrong direction. So long as you kept the thought that you were looking for some great secret of the body, you would forever be unable to unearth the mysteries of those patterns. The moment Ryu had these thoughts, he had fallen into a deep state of enlightenment that May noticed. It was then he used the origin flame to force his body into the same exact state it had been when the prayer mat was active within him. And then it all clicked. As expected, a slow circulation of energy started at his lungs, then passed into his heart. From there, under his astonished gaze, it split into 5 differing, complex patterns, entering the remaining 5 spirits before connecting into one and entering his brain. The moment that cycle was completed just one time, Ryu's focus chi had never been moved by anything other than long rest. Actually recovered by a small bit. Seeing how complicated this circulation pattern was, Ryu was speechless. If not for having had the prayer mat in the past, he couldn't imagine how many years it would have taken him to discover it, even with his founding Tao. It wasn't just the circulation method, but also the nuance in the ebbs and flows. These were processes that were normally naturally controlled by his body, so it was no wonder he had never noticed it. What was most important was that while it was indeed his blood moving, he hadn't noticed the change because it wasn't vital chi that was the energy. Rather, it seemed to be a unique energy sitting between vital chi and spiritual chi that was almost imperceptible to the mind. This breakthrough wasn't a small matter in the slightest, but it was too difficult to rely on things like this. With this method, he would be able to replenish his focus chi much faster, but he would still need a pause. If it would take him over a day to days of rest before, he could do it in half an hour to an hour. And he would have to enter a selfless state. He suddenly realized how valuable a treasure the prayer mat was. It had done all of this for him automatically without any effort whatsoever. On top of that, the circulation pattern was far too complex. To put this matter into perspective, it was akin to a god technique. If it was a real formation, it would be hundreds of times more complex and powerful than the perfect grade formation he had just shattered. At his current skill, Ryu knew immediately that it was a fool's dream to attempt to distill this comprehension down to a pill. Maybe only after he became a sky god could he make an attempt, and even then it probably wouldn't be enough. It seems that I can only take an hour break to replenish after every battle. Unless, Ryu sent his mind toward the little woman, but then he shook his head. He needed the favor alchemy sky god to concentration on concocting the pills that would sustain the army behind him. Without it, no matter how much focus chi he had, it would all be useless. In an hour, we set out. Ryu's voice echoed. Ryu sat in a lotus position, entering an unprecedented state of focus. Once again, he missed his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. If only they unsealed, he would be able to complete these circulations even faster. However, he couldn't be too greedy right now. He might very well be one of the only people in the world who could actively replenish their focus chi, and now that he had such a method, he didn't believe that he couldn't find a way to cultivate it rather than just replenishing it. As Ryu was quickly replenishing his focus chi, the sky gods that had fled into the distance had already sent out alerts of what had occurred, and very soon, the whole fifth plane was in an uproar. In a metropolis that was far larger than the one Ryu had leveled to the ground, a male with an inhuman shade of green eyes sat on a throne, a female with a human's upper body and a cobra's lower body to his side. When he got the news, his stare couldn't help but sharpen before he sneered. What audacity! Call Empana and the others here. Chapter 1335. Empana 1335. Empana. Very soon, the throne room was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. A young man with long legs and even longer strides entered. He was dressed in a suit, but he looked less professional and far more like he was about to enjoy the nightlife in a nearby red light district. His suit was a deep shade of black, his slacks were quite tight on him and only flared out slightly below his caves. His shirt was slightly open and his suit's jacket was perfectly smoothed out, its cufflinks matching the golden chain wrapped around his neck. He looked entirely human with the exception of his crimson irises and his slit pupils. If one looked even closer, it would be possible to see that within his hair, which was faded to one side, there was a subtle hint of crimson scales as well that would have been entirely hidden beneath his gelled jet black hair had he not chosen this particular haircut. This man was exceptionally young and looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, but his aura was undeniable. There was no doubt that he was a sky god. The only explanation for his exceptionally young appearance was that he had broken through at an incredibly young age as well. Such a genius shouldn't have any place on the fifth plane, and judging by his slightly annoyed expression, he didn't take these sky gods whose auras were clearly far beyond his own seriously as well. This young man was none other than the Empana that the patriarch of the lizard demon race had called forward. Son, the Dream Asura race has attacked. I'll need you to go and wipe out their units. Empana dissatisfaction became even deeper. They definitely sent their garbage units in first. You want me to take action to deal with scrums? They've already wiped out a city, the patriarch replied calmly. What trash, Empana cursed. The other sky gods frowned. Talking like this before them showed a deep lack of respect for his superiors, but they still didn't dare to say anything. It was hard to tell if this was because of Empana himself, or if it was because of the prestige of his father. Regardless, it seemed that this unruly Empana could only be curbed by his own father. Please try your best, little Empana, the snake woman used a gentler approach. Empana only snorted and turned to leave. Although this woman could only be the companion of the patriarch if she was seated in such a position, and especially if she dared to talk to Empana and supplement the patriarch's words, it seemed that Empana didn't treat her like he would a mother. There was a complicated flash in the patriarch's eyes, but his expression became indifferent once again quite quickly. Empana walked out shaking his head. He was planning on relaxing today, he was supposed to be on vacation, and yet this bullshit had happened. Clearly, he wasn't as unruly as he seemed, or else he would have brushed his father off entirely, and it was also clear he hadn't done it out of fear, or else he wouldn't have dared to talk like he had in the first place. Ha ha, why the long face, Empana? A boisterous voice came booming from the side. Fuck off, Empana said in a moment of rage before his eyes suddenly lit up. Before him, a man with scarred eyes stood before him. Despite this, the arrogant Empana didn't look down on this blind mind. In fact, he approached him like a friend would, throwing an arm over his shoulder as though an uncle trying to lead an innocent young girl down a disgusting path. The current region was a road far outside of the palace of the lizard demon race. With his speed, it probably wouldn't take more than a few breaths for Empana to leave the range of the city entirely, but he had come here first. This region of the lizard demon race capital city was the center of entertainment. Empana's friends had been waiting here for him, but the others didn't get along well with this scared man. That was because while the rest of them were demons, the aura of this man was very clearly that of a human. But Empana was already so unruly before his own father, let alone his friends. Since he liked this scar-eyed man, then he liked him. It was that simple. Not many dared to get close to this scar-eyed man because the radiant heat he gave off was simply too oppressive. Those who could call this place home, let alone come to this high-class entertainment district, were all noble people, but even they couldn't stand very close to this man without breathing heavily and becoming drenched in sweat. Even so, Empana put his arm around his shoulder as though he couldn't sense anything at all. Hear me out, Sparky, what do you say about stretching out your limbs a bit? The scar-eyed man looked toward Empana with disdain. Are you trying to force me to do labor your father gave you again? Empana wasn't embarrassed in the least despite being exposed. In fact, his grin only deepened. Come on, you warmonger, I know you're interested. You're going to battle. The scar-eyed man's brows shot up. Empana grinned. Indeed. Turns out the Dream Asura race didn't like the deal we gave them and directly attacked. Come, we'll have a fun time. I heard that the Dream Asura race has the soul flame. The scar-eyed man's tone didn't seem to change very much, but Empana could tell that this man was excited. He had known this man for a long time, and there was only one thing that could get him this excited, and that was the prospect of gathering a new type of flay. Yes, you freak. Now let's g. Empana had hardly finished his words when the scar-eyed man had already shot into the distance. What the fuck? Wait for me. Empana was about to shoot into the distance as well, but it was at that moment that his friends stepped out from the restaurant, their gazes confused. Weren't they supposed to hang out today? You guys come along, we're going to crush a few. Dream Asuras. Without much more explanation, Empana shot into the distance as well. He seemed to become a flood dragon in the skies as his afterimages left a long, winding stream of chi. Ryu awoke, prepared to move toward the second city. He felt bright and refreshed. His original estimation had been an hour, but in the end it had only taken him 10 minutes. That was because after the first few circulations, he had an idea and incorporated a strand of embryonic chi into the odd chi somewhere between spiritual chi and vital chi. As expected, the addition of embryonic chi made the process 10 times faster and a single rotation was tenfold as effective. Ryu had a feeling that if he used more than one drop of embryonic chi, the results would be even more effective, but he had to be cautious with using his embryonic chi so freely since he only had a limited amount. Plus, no matter how much faster it made the process, there would always be a cap. That was because the cycle needed to finish at least once for his embryonic chi to take effect. And, in order to finish one circulation, he needed utmost focus. If he had his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he could probably reach that level of focus even in the midst of battle. But without them, he needed a quiet place. It took Ryu 5 minutes to complete a single circulation, so this would be the cap of his speed for now. Time to set out. Ryu sent a glance toward the other garbage units aside from his own and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Although he hadn't reached the number cap of the core formation, he was already at his limits. A single 100% strike almost wiped him out entirely. If that 100% strike was fueled by 10 times the number, he might kill himself in the attempt. Even so, Ryu took the other garbage units along. If his own unit reached its limit, it would be more convenient to swap that way. Not long later, Ryu had left the region with everyone and the teleportation platform hidden by the Dream Asura race flashed again. The troops that appeared looked incomparably serious as though they were ready for the fiercest battle foe of their lives, and they were actually left by Irehorn, the head of the soul body function. They had moved to organize as fast as they could. Regardless of how impulsive Ryu was, they couldn't be as willful, which was why it had taken them some time to follow up. But even so, it had only been 15 minutes, so how could there be a leveled city before them right now? In the far-off distance and outside of Larhorn's line of sight, Ryu came to a stop, his gaze suddenly blazing. Over the horizon, 5 oppressive auras came swiftly. One was ahead, one was right behind the first, and the last 3 flew together, even further back than the first 2. When Ryu locked eyes with the first, Mei was shocked to find that his aura had suddenly become chaotic. It looked as though he was about to attack using the formation again, and everyone seemed perfectly prepared, but seemingly for no reason and completely foolishly, Ryu shot out from the range of the formation entirely, even leaving little silk behind. He didn't even use his birthed phenomena. Without access to his Tao, he couldn't even fly in the skies and rapidly dropped. Even so, his battle intent only kept blazing. He roared, punching out toward the scar-eyed man. There was simply no suspense. A fist bypassed Ryu's defenses, crashing into his chest and sending him flying toward the ground like a sparking meteor. Ryu. Mei's screech came with an eruption of his soul fire, her jet-black hair becoming coated in burning golden flames. Unfortunately, she was far too slow to react and far too weak to do anything. The scar-eyed man dove into Ryu's crater, his fists raining down like an avalanche. He looked like he had met the enemy of a lifetime, and he wouldn't take a single break until he could crush Ryu's body into a meat paste. Mei became as pale as white clouds. Ryu wasn't even a World Sea Realm expert, but that was a sky god. It was over, it was all over. Chapter 1336. Who is this? 1336. Who is this? Ryu felt like all the air in his body was being pummeled out one fist at a time. He couldn't even see the sky above him because the fists were so densely packed. It truly felt like there was no mercy being given to him at all. Empana didn't think much about it at first, he just thought it was someone overestimating themselves, but then his expression became weird. He hadn't sensed it in the beginning, but that young man definitely wasn't a sky god. The scar-eyed man shouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill such a person, let alone using so many fists. The more Empana thought about it, the weirder it became. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bones fracturing one after another, but a sudden blazing light came from the depths of his pupils. He suddenly swung his leg up, aiming for between the scar-eyed man's crotch. The scar-eyed man sneered, blocking with a simple squeeze of his thighs. But right then, another flash of light came from Ryu's eyes and the subtle hint of a chain manifested. Seeing this chain, the scar-eyed man seemed to have been frozen solid, a deep fear flashing in his gaze. The chains vanished as soon as they appeared, but by the time the scar-eyed man recovered, he felt a strong pain between his legs. His breathing heaved and he seemed to vomit up his next breath of hair instead. The pain shook his body and seemed to shut him down again, but before he could recover once again, a heavy palm smashed into the bridge of his nose. Ryu put all the power he had behind that strike, even using his cosmos fog to make his strike instantaneously far heavier at the point of contact. Even so, the scar-eyed man's nose only deformed and wasn't even close to breaking despite being one of the most fragile parts of his body. That said, Ryu didn't seem to care. Seeing the tears forming at the edge of the scar-eyed man's closed eyes, he grinned with a wild satisfaction, his second palm descending with even more force. "You son of a bitch. You're cheating," the scar-eyed man growled. First Ryu had used his chains, and then he had used his bone structure. Both were huge no-nos, but clearly this little bastard didn't care at all. "I don't know what you're talking about," Ryu replied coldly, his chains appearing again just as the scar-eyed man was about to recover. Bang! To Ryu's astonishment, the moment he pulled back his chains again, prepared to attack the scar-eyed man again, he found a fist in his abdomen. He was smashed into the ground again, but it was a truly novel feeling. He hadn't managed to get up from the first assault, so his back was still against the ground. For him to feel as though he had hit the ground again, the only explanation was that the scar-eyed man had shattered another crater into being through his body, one that he then fell into moments later. Ryu coughed up another mouthful of blood. "You little noble prick, you think the same trick would work on me twice." Ryu grit his teeth, another rain of punches coming. By this point, even Mei's tragic expression had become somewhat weird. If she couldn't figure out what was going on at this point, she would be too foolish. But even then, she had lagged quite a bit, her heart falling into despair when she thought she would never see Ryu again. "Look at you, still the same cripple, nothing's changed at all. Come, speak those annoying words to me again, I want to hear you squeal." Ryu's gaze grew colder and colder. Suddenly, his hand flashed out, his fingers aiming for the scar-eyed man's closed eyes. Bang! A strong resistance bent Ryu's fingers back, snapping them broken. However, Ryu's expression didn't seem to change in the slightest. This eruption of a hidden force caused the man's body to shudder and Ryu shot out from between his legs, crossing to his back and putting his head in a vice grip. The scar-eyed man recovered quickly, then felt that this matter would be amusing, until a surge of northern heavenly wind and cosmos fog wrapped around his head. Suddenly, his chi couldn't circulate to his head and neither could a breath of fresh air. He was being quickly suffocated. Ryu grinned a bloody grin. Blood seeped out from between his teeth, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. All he had his mind on was squeezing harder and harder. "You cheating little bastard." The scar-eyed man rushed backward, rising high into the skies and body slamming Ryu into the ground. However, Ryu refused to let go, his vice grip becoming tighter and tighter as the scar-eyed man's head began to feel lighter and lighter. The scar-eyed man quickly realized the helplessness of the situation. He rampaged about, smashing Ryu from head to toe, but the little bastard he remembered to have fragile bones had suddenly come back with a bone structure he couldn't recognize and was countless times sturdier. The scar-eyed man suddenly swayed, his balance being thrown off. His vision began to turn dark and he was moments away from losing consciousness. "Enough," he roared, an echo of chi surging into the surrounding and causing Ryu to fly away like a broken kite. Spent, he dropped to a knee, heaving deep breaths as though a fish out of water. His body was struggling and it took him a long while to regain his bearings. Even for a sky god, Losing qi and oxygen to the brain for such an extended period of time was a life-damaging matter. In the distance, Ryu slowly crawled to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. Even in such a state, he seemed to give off an elegant and indifferent bearing. One would never be able to guess that he had just been a brawl that could only happen in a flea market. "You lost," he uttered plainly, patting down the wrinkles in his robes. The scar-eyed man suddenly growled. "Fuck off, you cheated first. Look at the state of you, I at most need to catch my breath and you're covered in blood and broken bones." Ryu's lip curled in a smirk. "I'm a cripple, remember." The scar-eyed man was at a loss for words before he roared into the skies. This happened every time. Ryu would get the snot beat out of him and yet say some bullshit technicality that he couldn't immediately refute. Indeed, he had just said that Ryu was a cripple, so how could a cripple cheat? Obviously, he shouldn't have access to chi and talents and the like, so what was he cheating with? He had been trapped into a corner with his own words. Ryu smiled satisfactorily before looking toward Mac. He felt a bit bad. He acted before he could explain anything and he had given this wife of his a bit of a scare. Of course he felt somewhat guilty. "May, there's no need to worry, this is a subordinate of my family. His name is..." May's eyes opened wide. But then she almost couldn't refrain from rolling her eyes. Wasn't it a bit too late to say all this? She had already figured out most of it. However, before Ryu could say his name, he was cut off. "Say that again and do you believe that I'll bend you over my knee and spank you like a toddler in front of your woman?" Ryu gave the scar-eyed man a look before looking back toward May and correcting himself. "This a slave of my family, feel free to order him around as you please." Empana was rendered speechless. That clearly wasn't what the scar-eyed man had meant. Plus, knowing this man's character, he would definitely. The scar-eyed man grinned a devilish grin. The temperature skyrocketed and the three that had followed Empana suddenly began to feel uncomfortable. He really looked more demon than human right now. "All right," Ryu shook his head, correcting himself again. "His parent leads a underling troop of my clan." The scar-eyed man was rendered speechless before he suddenly exploded. "You disgraceful son of a bitch." Once again, the scar-eyed man could do nothing. As one said, the sins of the parent would be borne by the son. He couldn't deny his father's truth, nor could he deny his father himself. In the end, he had no choice but to admit that he was indeed an underling of Ryu's. May covered her pink lips with a hand, a lovable laugh coming from her. Ryu was still the same Ryu, but she had never seen him tease someone to this extent without it carrying some undertone of maliciousness. At that moment, Empana suddenly landed, his confusion clear on his face. "Langer, who is this?" Empana asked inquisitively. Ryu's gaze flashed but he didn't say anything. Indeed, it seemed that he was hiding his real name. Chapter 1337. Impatience 1337. Impatience. Langer looked toward Empana. Just as he said, Empana raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say much else on the topic. He knew how stubborn this man could be, so he knew there was really no point in asking further. He didn't think much about it, though. Clearly, Langer was unwilling to admit the relationship he had with Ryu because it was embarrassing. Empana couldn't imagine what kind of family would be backing Ryu if the likes of Langer was only a subordinate. Even so, that was that and this was this. He looked toward Ryu and his eyes narrowed. Ryu didn't carry the attitude someone who wasn't a sky god should. Given the distance between them, he could quite literally kill Ryu with a glance, but Ryu stood in silence, gazing at him with indifference. What made this matter particularly odd was the fact that Empana was no normal sky god. Given the youth of his features, even sky gods more powerful than him had respectful demeanors when they met him, let alone those who weren't even sky gods yet. At that moment, a snort echoed and Ryu's knees buckled. His body swayed to the side before he managed to stabilize himself. However, when others expected him to fall, his body suddenly became ramrod straight, his gaze blazing with a cold intent. His head turned toward a certain direction. A woman wearing a dress that didn't fit the occasion in the slightest stood. The violet, gold-embroidered dress was especially tight around her large chest and midsection, but it flared out at her hips and it lengthened, sprawling across the ground for 3 meters or so. It looked more like a design for a wedding dress than something someone should wear day in and day out. The one who had snorted was her. She wasn't nearly as patient as Empana. In fact, it wasn't that Empana was patient, but rather that he was giving due respect to Langer by not pursuing this matter. But, clearly, Leah didn't care nearly as much about Langer's face. She was dissatisfied with someone who wasn't even a sky god standing amongst them, and even more dissatisfied that they didn't show any amount of respect. She was clearly a belle with a vicious heart. If not for Langer, she would have likely directly killed Ryu. Seeing the coldness in Ryu's gaze, she gazed as though she had finally lost her patience and was about to attack again. Langer's gaze flashed with its own cold light, but Ryu spoke suddenly. "Little Silk." Bang! Leah couldn't even react. She was hit with a wall of cold wind and her body was sent flying. Despite how close they all stood, there was only a single person affected. It went to show just how exact Little Silk's control was. Leah coughed up a mouthful of blood and drew a long ditch through the dry, deserted plains. Leah, another young woman who went by Satra, suddenly jumped out, rushing towards Leah to help her. The remaining young man, who went by Krisks, was immediately livid. He looked toward Ryu as though he would eat him alive. However, after looking toward Little Silk, who had appeared in the air with Mei on her back, he only growls, his sideburns growing with a fiending black fog. Empana frowned. Due to Langer, this issue was too difficult to handle. Ryu had indeed been provoked first. Usually, this was an insult someone who was beneath the sky god realm would just have to swallow, but ironically because of Langer, Ryu lashing out wasn't something he could pick at easily, especially since he can command a beast to act for him. Empana suddenly shuddered. There was only one human clan that would dare to do such a thing out in the open. Then, when he considered Langer's strength and how his family was subordinated to this man, his heart skipped several beats. It couldn't be. Was this Ryu from the ninth heaven? But why was he here? Was it really purely for a woman? Empana remembered what his father had told him about the enemy having a powerful formation. Could it be that Ryu had gotten this formation from the ninth heaven and passed it down to the Dreamosaurus? But why the hell were they leading a garbage unit? None of this made any sense. Suddenly, Empana, who was observing Ryu, frowned as he noticed something was off. A cripple. Empana suddenly understood. In his opinion, Ryu may very well have come from the ninth heaven, but his standing wasn't high. Even if he was a cripple, just his identity would be enough for the Dream Asura race to hand this lady to him with hat in hand, but they were obviously displeased with their relationship, or else Ryu wouldn't be leading a mere garbage unit. That meant that Ryu might not be allowed to use his true identity, and he might even have been expelled from his clan due to his status as a cripple. That might very well explain why Ryu and Langer were being so vague about their origins. Even if they had a good relationship, that didn't change Ryu's status as a castaway. As Empana pieced these things together, he felt calmer. He felt more assured about the coming interaction. Even if he didn't kill Ryu for the sake of not shredding all pretenses, defeating him and sending him away should be fine. Leah struggled to stand up, her lips turning blue and much of her skin being covered in thin sheets of ice. Despite her rage, she continued to tremble, unable to gain her bearings properly. However, when she felt the presence of Little Silk lock onto her, her heart shuddered and she fainted, before waking up, and then fainted again. Her consciousness was fighting to hold on, but the cold was corroding even her soul. "Don't test me," Ryu said coldly, "I don't have much patience for nonsense." "Let's talk about something else," Empana said lightly. "Like, for example, why the Dream Asura race is leading an army into the territory of my lizard demon race." Chapter 1338. Sound of his voice. 1338. Sound of his voice. Empana's gaze was sharp, his arms crossed over his chest. He didn't seem to fear Little Silk at all, or maybe he had something else to rely upon. Ryu looked toward Empana, saying something the latter had never expected. "Isn't it obvious? We are conquering land. Don't tell me that you want me to explain that as well." Empana's gaze narrowed. He looked toward Yanger, but the latter seemed to be having the time of his life. The only thing he was missing was popcorn. He had spent the first years of his life losing verbal spars to Ryu. Those losses somehow made beating the snot out of Ryu not nearly as satisfying. No matter how hard he hit Ryu, he felt that he couldn't vent his frustration. But, at the same time, seeing Ryu making others suffer filled him with endless pleasure. Empana was rendered speechless. Why did he feel like this longtime friend of his wasn't on his side anymore? Was his relationship with this superior of his really so good? Unfortunately, Empana had misunderstood things. Yanger didn't care whether Ryu or Empana came out on the losing end of this matter. He just liked to see others suffer verbal losses at Ryu's hands. It was a guilty pleasure of his. It didn't mean much more than that. "So you plan to continue?" Empana said this, and it didn't seem to be a question at all. Yes, Ryu responded plainly. Empana's sharp gaze became cold, his hair fluttering and even the golden chain around his neck rising from his collarbone. He seemed ready to erupt at any moment. It seems that the Dream Asura race doesn't understand kindness, Empana spoke, but this time he looked up toward Mei. He could tell that she was the true Dream Asura. It was easy for Ryu to ignore threats because he likely didn't give a damn about the Dream Asura race and only wanted this woman, but it would be hard to say if she felt the same. Mei didn't speak. It was as though she was satisfied to allow Ryu to speak for herself. Empana cursed inwardly. It was no wonder this family didn't want to see these two together. She didn't listen to anyone else but this damned cripple. In truth, Empana wasn't someone who was good at talking, he had come here to battle and kill. However, he didn't attack immediately, not out of fear, but rather because of Langer. He didn't want to strain the bond the two had, he really did see him as a good friend, one of his rare few good ones. He just couldn't understand what Langer saw in this arrogant cripple. The lizard demon race has an interesting definition of kindness, Ryu replied for Mei, unmoved. He didn't seem to care to explain the rest, he only uttered this. Empana was smart enough to know the kind of poison pill the previous agreement was. You're really overestimating yourself, Empana growled, his patience wearing thin. Ryu's lip curled. We can find out right now who's overestimating themselves. You think that a simple false god beast can do anything to me? A cripple like you wouldn't understand the disparities of the realms within the sky god realm, but I can tell you now that I hope you try regardless. I would love to kill a god beast. The more Empana spoke, the more wild his aura became. He truly looked like a beast in a suit. Ryu suddenly raised a hand. I wouldn't. Ryu chuckled, and the formation suddenly trembled. In all these talks, the trash squad had already made their way into range for Ryu. The moment the formation activated once again, the 9 pillars within Ryu swelled as his tattoos glowed gold. How about you take a punch from me? Empana's pupils constricted. He felt a wild and dangerous aura coming from Ryu. It felt as though a single punch would heavily injure him. Do you dare? Ryu's voice echoed like a clap of thunder. Crix, who thought he was only holding himself back for the sake of Little Silk, suddenly felt a heavy cold sweat pouring down the length of his spine. Empana's hair blew back, even the skin of his cheeks being pressed into their bones. Langer shook his head. The universe should have never let this little bastard get his hands on some power, who allowed this nonsense. Even so, he was more curious about why the core of Ryu's foundation seemed to have vanished. That should only happen when one's Tao heart tapped out, but setting aside whether he believed such a thing would happen to Ryu of all people, if his Tao heart really was shattered, how was he standing here? Empana, though, was having a completely different thought process. All the while, he had been focused on the favor he was returning to Langer, not quite realizing that maybe the only reason he was alive was because of Langer as well. All right, give me a second here. Langer finally seemed to have decided he was finished watching the show and wrapped an arm around Ryu's shoulder, leading him a not so far distance away. Ryu raised an eyebrow. According to his understanding of Langer's character, he wouldn't do this just for the sake of mediating. This was a man who would rather watch the world burn. Don't overthink things, I still hate you, Langer sneered. Ryu sneered in return and didn't say much other than to urge Langer to hurry up. Spit it out already. Don't rush a blind man, didn't you parents teach you manners? Langer snapped. I've been blind several times before, and it had nothing to do with how fast or slow my mouth moved. Also, when are you going to tell me what someone would want to do with those useless eyes of yours? Langer paused. Ryu had uttered it casually, but the fact Ryu could see through this at all was an astonishing matter. Clearly, Ryu understood that the scars on his eyes weren't self-inflicted. But, from Ryu's understanding of Langer, his eyes were useless. Well, useless to Ryu who had heavenly pupils, Langer only had normal eyes. So Ryu was only making a joke. He thought that someone had blinded Langer as punishment for his smart mouth. Indeed, Langer's expression flashed with a hardly concealed rage before he suppressed it. Stop talking so much, Langer snapped, you really love to hear your own voice. Listen, I have something to tell you. It's about Empana. Chapter 1339. Birthright 1339 Birthright. Ryu raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything as Langer put up a barrier. He seemed to remember that this guy was using a fake name, and there was probably a reason for this. It didn't make much sense if the reason for this was just to hide the identity that Ryu knew about. After all, So long as he was powerful, who cared if he came from a small world? At worst he would suffer a bit of discrimination, but Ryu didn't believe that Langer cared about these matters. So, there had to be another reason. That said, it was odd that Yanger would change his name, but not his appearance. Why would he need to hide one but not the other? When Ryu thought to this point, his thoughts immediately drifted to the heavenly path and the names left behind, but then he shook his head again. He had already been to the incomplete heavenly path, and Yanger's name wasn't there. Unless he only appeared on the complete heavenly path. But then how had he made it to the complete heavenly path in the first place? Ryu shook his head. He was going on in circles. Over 9 cycles of 100 million years had passed since Ryu saw this man last. Although others felt that Langer's cultivation was quite substantial, Ryu felt that he was actually quite slow given how much time had passed. But it was also precisely because of this that he felt that there was another secret to this matter. But he wasn't one to pry into the secrets of others. He didn't like explaining himself, let alone asking others to do the same. Empana isn't a basic character. I don't know how much you know about the Sky God realm in the true martial world, but in order for him to look so young, he broke through before he was even 20 years old. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He didn't know much at all, but he had met one person on pace to do such a thing. Starlight. Starlight was still a teenager when Ryu met him, and now he was already in the World Sea realm. He could very well break through before he was 20, and even if he missed the mark, he would only be a little bit over. However, that was the standard of the very pinnacle of the 7th heaven, and very nearly the standard of the 8th heaven's geniuses. But this was just the 5th plane of the nether world. Unless the standard of the nether plane was far higher, something wasn't adding up. He's a genius, Tanger explained clearly. He's indeed at a much higher norm than this plane, and due to that, he's long since become a disciple of an 8th plane power. So ask yourself, why is he here? Ryu's gaze narrowed further. Was it possible that the nether plane and the true martial world were both undergoing the convergence at the same time? The odds of that were very slim. These were practically 2 independent systems, and neither worried about the other because they simply had nothing to gain. The resources that grew in the nether world were entirely different from the ones that grew in the true martial world, so why would they shed blood over such a thing? It would be a large amount of effort for nothing in return. The convergence was only triggered by a series of coincidences. For 2 wholly separate systems to activate it at the same time was akin to the 1 in a trillion probability of the convergence happening in the first place being stacked atop of one another. It was an impossibly small chance. Does the nether plane have a heavenly path? Ryu probed. Langer blinked. Seeing his confusion, Ryu realized that he was correct. The odds of this were indeed next to nil. No, Langer said, I didn't expect you to ask something so stupid. It seems your IQ has gotten worse in these days. What is it? You've tasted too many women these days. And here I thought you would love only Elena to your deathbed. Ryu's gaze flashed with coldness. You're lucky I'm in a decent mood. Or what? Langer sneered. They both snorted at the same time, and Langer continued to speak as though nothing at all had happened. The heavenly path is only something humans would have. The demon races aren't nearly so nice. It also has to be remembered that this realm has a completely different purpose as well. This is where the cycles of reincarnation are stored. The demons at the top didn't fight for their position, they were born into it, and their position is completely unshakable. What are you trying to say? I'm trying to say that every plane has its own birthright. The only cause the Dream Asuras can come back and there was even a negotiation on the table was because they have enough claim to the nether world and they have ties to a clan near the very top. Are you getting it? Why is this important right now? The important piece of the puzzle is the matter of birthright. You're trying to say that Empana has a birthright to the 5th plane and he's come back to get it. Exactly right. And what does this have to do with me? What doesn't it have to do with you? You've come to wage war on the 5th plane at the absolute worst time possible. Under normal circumstances, most of the other clans here would be willing to observe the lizard demons suffer, but do you think they would now? Right now, all they're worried about is reducing the competition as much as they can, and they'll do whatever they need to toward the end. If you cause too much trouble, you won't just face 1 army, you'll face 3, and just to make certain that everything goes smoothly, they might even chase you to the true martial world. Empana is probably one of their strongest combatants. Why do you think he was sent out so early? Does that sound like a normal reaction to you? Chapter 1340. The best. 1340. The best. Ryu's gaze turned incredibly sharp. He hadn't know about any of this, but neither had the Dream Asura race. If they had, there was no way they would have been goaded into directly attacking like they had. Ironically, for the wrong reasons, Ryu had still made the wrong decision. His attack this time was indeed based off of the fact that the others wouldn't care to act themselves. There was no way so many powerful clans would be harmonious. However, he had miscalculated. This was indeed a problem. That's not even the half of it, Langer chuckled, seemingly taking pleasure in Ryu's misfortune. That little wife of yours has a special scent on her. I can tell that her soul fire is quite powerful. Ryu gave Langer a cold glance, but the latter didn't seem to see it at all. If she's so powerful, then her claim to the fifth plane is just as strong as anyone else's, and she's also within the appropriate age range, while also happening to be quite a beauty. I'm sure I don't need to explain much else about this to you, right? But I will anyway because this matter is more than about lust. The plane favors young geniuses, but it favors young couples even more so. The younger you are and the higher your cultivation, the better. Empana is already ranked 1 in this regard, he has no match. But the other clans are aware of this and still dare to participate. That means they had trump cards of their own. If they found out about this little wife of yours existence, it's hard to tell how they might react. You know how lascivious demons are, their plain spirits are just the same. The prefer two young geniuses mated together in holy matrimony because this means that its blessing will be perfectly passed down to the next generation through the both of them. For demons, whose entire inheritance is based on their bloodlines, something they're quite like beasts in this regard, this is of utmost importance to them. Langer laughed harder the colder Ryu's expression became. He didn't know exactly what had happened here, but he had some guesses. A genius young lady of the Dream Asuras, probably a little princess to her people, was here leading garbage units. Even if you ripped his heart out of his chest he wouldn't believe that this wasn't Ryu's fault. In fact, considering there was no backup anywhere in sight, Ryu probably stormed all the way here in a fit of rage to prove them wrong, only to pick up an iron ball and drop it on his own foot. It was so funny that Langer couldn't help but wheeze. There was no way that Empana would just let them leave. Plus, he was already at the standard that he could probably withstand a 100% blow from Ryu, and then what would Ryu do after that even if he ended up heavily injured afterward? He would be far too drained of focus chi to attack again, while there were still 3 other sky gods here. Obviously, Langer had no intention of putting his life on the line for this matter. He was already in hiding and obviously couldn't easily expose himself, and even if he could, why should he put his life on the line for Ryu's stupid mistake? Ryu wouldn't even consider asking, his pride was far too deeply entrenched for that. Langer was practically already halfway toward a mad cackle. He was enjoying this too much. That smart mouth of Ryu's painting him into a corner was something he had never seen before. This sort of novel feeling made him feel better than a week in a top-of-the-line brothel could. Ryu's gaze flickered. He had already filtered out Langer's mad laughter and had thought of several solutions. He still had methods of retreating. Though it would put a toll on him, it was still better than the alternative. He was ready to move and ignore Langer completely when he was suddenly pulled back. Hey, let me laugh a bit more. Plus, your magnanimous big brother has a solution. You're a huge nerd, right? Just put that big noggin of yours to use. Running your mouth is all you're good for, right? Ryu sent a cold glance toward Langer. You can't escape, little guy. The teleportation platform you used to get here has probably already been targeted. Unless you can find a way to hide on the 5th plane, you're pretty much screwed. I'll just build a new one, Ryu said coldly. Langer laughed uproariously. You see, that head of yours is useful for something, why waste time using it to escape? Especially when there's advantages to be gained. What are you talking about? Speak clearly, Ryu said coldly. It's simple, really. More than just one person could benefit from this birthright, or else why do you think I'm here? Out of the kindness of my heart. Ryu looked toward Empana who was staring at the two of them quite patiently. Weren't he and Langer quite good friends? Don't get me wrong, he's a great guy, and I am good friends with him, but that's not enough to take the risk to reveal myself without adequate benefits. If you're obedient, maybe you can get some benefits too. The best way to protect your missus is to be more valuable than she is. Ryu frowned. What was Langer trying to do here? Yes, he felt that his value as a ruin master was beyond what these people could imagine, but would they believe that? Just bringing up that a Dao pedestal realm expert would be more valuable to them than the masters they had already collected would get Langer laughed out of the room. What mattered most was what could be proven in a short time. The gaze of this Empana individual was sharp, and the longer Ryu and Langer spoke like this, the more suspicious he became. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was observing the two of them at all. But before Ryu could say anything more, the barrier Langer had put up vanished and his laughter echoed throughout his skies. Empana, you're in luck, I've found you the best ruin master in the nether world. Let alone Empana's expression, even those of his associate changed entirely. Ryu's expression became frighteningly cold. This would probably be the most risky situation he had been in since he had stepped into the true martial world. Chapter 1341, Goal. 1341 Goal. Ryu didn't say anything, but Empana's gaze immediately became sharp. It seemed as though he wanted to see through Ryu completely. But when he looked back toward the formation, his eyes could only narrow. The fact that Ryu could be the center of such a formation definitely meant something, but Leah, Satra and Critch felt like they had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. It was true, demons were quite poor in aspects related to secondary professions. Whether it was alchemy, blacksmithing, formation mastery, or anything of the like, they were wholly lacking. Another reason why they wanted to take advantage of the Dream Asura race so much was to benefit from this, but given that they were so powerful even without such backing, it wasn't enough for them to treat the Dream Asura clan any better. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say a middle-of-the-road ruin master from the true martial world could step onto the nether world and immediately become the best they had, but a so-called middle-of-the-road ruin master would have to be well into the Sky God realm. The idea that such a person could not even be in the Sky God realm at all was far too ridiculous. If Ryu's cultivation were to be measured and placed against the standard of ruin master, he wouldn't even have the right to call himself a ruin master, let alone be middle of the road. Those three felt that they were in the right for directly dismissing the idea. The only reason Empana didn't was because for one, he thought that he had guessed Ryu's identity, and second he trusted Langer. But, even with these two things on Ryu's side, he didn't have full confidence at all. Are you serious? Empana finally asked. Of course, Langer said with a grin. If you can find one better, I'll help you out for free. I won't even ask for a part of the reward. Empana's brows jumped. He might trust Langer, but he also knew that this guy didn't like to get himself into trouble without reason. In fact, Empana was surprised that he had managed to invite him at all. For him to be willing to put that on the line to vouch for Ryu. Empana gave Ryu another look, but the latter's expression was cold and unreadable. It looked as though his mind was elsewhere and he wasn't focused on this matter at all. All right, but you should know that my father has invited many others. Even if I agree, that doesn't mean he will. There'll be trouble, especially since I skepticism he'll be working for free. Empana spoke meaningfully, his stare shifting from Ryu to the garbage units following him and eventually May. It was clear that he may very well have guessed much of the reasons why this was happening. But in reality, he didn't care much. If he could secure his birthright, then whether or not the Dream Asuras came to this plane or not had nothing to do with him. He would return to the 8th plane soon with enough strength to be able to strive for a place in the 9th. Nothing would be able to stop him. Ryu, who had been deadpan, suddenly frowned. He hated being tested, to the very depths of his bones. However, the hint of Empana's words was that he would have to prove himself. Even with his Dao heart shattered and his former and current personalities merging, the base of his character was still the same. He seemed to be about to say something but Langer interrupted him, very clearly on purpose. Good, he won't disappoint you. Langer's hilarious laughter stopped Ryu from having a chance to speak at all. Ryu's stare flickered with dissatisfaction, but in the end, he didn't say anything else and simply took a leap, landing on Little Silk's back. Ryu, May asked. She had some guesses about the situation as well, but without knowing what was happening, she could only trust Ryu. This wasn't too hard for her to do, but the problem was that while she was certain that Ryu would protect her, what about everyone else? Ryu smiled. It'll be alright. May's shoulders relaxed. Okay. The situation progressed smoothly and very soon Ryu was stuck in a perpetual forward tide that he couldn't free himself from. It was hard to tell how much of this was planned by unluckiness and circumstance versus how much of it was perpetuated by this so-called friend of his. Ryu was finding more and more that it was difficult to see through Yanger's intentions, but it made sense. He was a man who had experienced both almost 1 billion years of life, and the rigors of the real battle world. He had gotten the best of both worlds and his mind was operating on a scale that most would never be able to touch. Even Ryu was finding it a bit unfathomable. It wasn't long before Ryu found him standing in a throne room, facing the patriarch of the lizard demon race with Mei by his side. But he wasn't alone. Aside from the patriarch's wife, there was still Empana and a small number of much older, wrinkled men. Ryu stuck out like a sore thumb as the only individual outside of Empana with such youth in the room. His presence shrouded Mei entirely, making her seem quite forgettable in the grand scheme. If it wasn't for the situation, he would have sent her inside to the Frost clan's ring to be with the little woman, but given the situation, it didn't seem that Empana had any intention of letting either one of them be out of his sight. Ryu even wondered if the only reason Empana had agreed so readily was because he had already seen through Mei. After Empana finished speaking to his father, a heavy stare fell onto Ryu before it shifted to Mei and back again. "What is your goal here?" the patriarch asked lightly. His presence alone should have crushed Ryu, a heaviness that could only come from years of cultivation and the burden of rule descending. Ryu sighed inwardly. He really didn't know what this Langer had gotten him into. Chapter 1342, Matrix Duel 1342 Matrix Duel. Ryu could only try to control his temper. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. Although Mei's father was annoying, he was right about one matter. Ryu was only so brazen because he had Mei by his side. The feeling of censoring himself made him feel uncomfortable all over. If it was just himself, he wouldn't care to speak out what was on his mind. He was the same man who dared to look a true sky god of Sacrum in the eye and ogle her body openly. He didn't have such a reservation within him. But because Mei was here, if Surreal was here, she would definitely be having a grand time laughing at him. Wasn't he doing now precisely what he had looked down on her so much for? Ryu closed his eyes for a moment. He only did this to try and adjust himself, but this action made the patriarch frown. Since when did people he was speaking to not answer his questions immediately? Just the patience to wait to answer was something that very few could have before him. Ryu slowly opened his mind and his state seemed calmer. "I will help your son secure his birthright and in exchange you will carve out a proper place for the Dream Asura race on the 5th plane. I'm sure that once your son has secured such a thing, neither you nor he would care much about them, right?" The gaze of the patriarch sharpened. "What is this bumbling fool here for? Please calm down, Master Moorhorn, my husband is still speaking with the guest," the mistress of the lizard demon spoke softly. Moorhorn snorted when he heard this, dissatisfied. There were plenty of masters here and present, but none of them dared to assure anything, and even their remuneration should they succeed was extremely limited. Something like carving out large plots of land on the plain was a ridiculous asking price. "Do you understand what you're asking for?" the patriarch uttered calmly after a moment. "This price of yours is steep, and your qualifications seem to be lacking as well. Even if I was a mortal, I would still be the best ruin master you had ever seen," Ryu uttered lightly. The profession of ruin master is the only one where cultivation is irrelevant. Moorhorn couldn't seem to stand it again even though he had just been reprimanded. He found Ryu's statement to be so ridiculous that he laughed uproariously. "Esteemed patriarch, I advise you kick this brat out immediately. I have never heard of something so ridiculous in my life. Who doesn't know that one's mind is sharper the higher your cultivation is? How can you even step foot into certain ruins without a certain level of power of your own? How can the mind of a mortal sustain the activation and calculation speed of a matrix?" Everything that's come out of his mouth is absolute rubbish. Moorhorn was agitated. He had truly never heard anything so ridiculous in his life. This time, the mistress didn't reprimand him, because these were words everyone wanted to say. However, Ryu's response was just as plain as always. "If you need to rely on your combat prowess to be a ruin master, you aren't a very good one." Boy, Moorhorn's aura boomed, a rush of wind flooding the region, but Ryu only calmly took out a spherical matrix. Moorhorn froze. This matrix, such a good matrix, simply didn't exist in the nether world. Even the 9th plane wouldn't have it. Ryu flicked his finger and the matrix suddenly burst apart. Before Moorhorn could feel his greed turn to heartache, he realized that the matrix hadn't shattered. Rather, its individual parts and gears had all separated, revealing a core inside. It looked as though they were standing in the middle of a twinkling blue nebula. A matrix is designed to pull energy from the outside world. It then uses the energy it pulls in to form the raw data of its calculations. It's completely self-sustaining, it doesn't rely on the outside input of its user. The user's only job is to decipher the data. Moorhorn's face turned red from all his fluctuating emotions, but he still replied. So what? If your mind isn't expansive enough, how would you sort through all of that data? Are you a fool? What did you say to me? Ryu turned over coldly. I asked if you were a fool. The data the Matrix pulls in comes from all angles. Only a fool would attempt to sort through it all. If the Matrix was all you needed, what would be your role as a ruin master? A normal amateur would just take one with them on their adventures. It's your job to decide what data is necessary for your calculations and which ones aren't. The better a ruin master, the more you can narrow your data down. The best can whittle it down to the point that even a mortal could safely absorb it all. So aren't you too useless if you can't even do this? Moorhorn grit his teeth. Pure sophistry. Theoretically what you say is true, but in practice no one can narrow down the data range to that level. Even if you have a singular target, even if it's simple, the amount of data that would come from it is astronomical. Even a small rock would have endless streams of information about its size, its weight, the irregular angles that made up its outer shape, its chemical structure on the inside, the perforations that may or may not run through its body, what bacteria and living organisms might grow on it or had grown on it. Even information about just one of these things would overwhelm a mortal, and you expect me to believe that you can just narrow it down enough as you please. Ryu looked away from Moorhorn, feeling uninterested by the conversation. It was clearly on a level that this fool couldn't understand. Even if he sounded smart, it was the equivalent of a fluff piece, extra, irrelevant words in an essay that could have been half as long. It's quite simple to prove this. Ryu closed in hand, the pieces of his matrix flying back together. We'll do a matrix duel. Chapter 1343. Scram 1343. Scram. Moorhorn's expression changed. It was difficult for ruin masters to compete with one another, and it often took a long time to prove who was better among them. Ruins weren't pies that could just fall out of the skies and weren't easily used as competition grounds. As such, ruin masters had to find different ways to compete and check the rise in their skills, and this ultimately came down to matrix duels. In a matrix duel, both ruin masters would bring forward their matrix in an attempt to swallow the other. Whichever matrix consumed the other first would win. This was a devastating sort of duel because it usually meant that one ruin master would forever lose their matrix. In many disciplines, the matrix was akin to a living, breathing object. The more time a ruin master spent with it, the more comprehension they would have toward its unique quirks, and the easier it would be to use. This was one of the reasons why Ryu had rejected Selhira's gift so many times. It didn't make sense that she would give up such a valuable matrix for no reason. This aside, the ultimate truth was that any ruin master worth their salt would have a matrix worth more than half the sum of their total wealth. If they ever stopped improving their matrix, they were essentially giving up on themselves and looking down on their own skills. In order to mitigate these losses, the matrix duel was transformed into a twofold competition. The first was the creation of a new matrix, while the second half became the consumption process. But it was precisely because of this that Moorhorn was so baffled. Ryu actually dared to do this. While one could theoretically be correct about the use of a matrix not needing cultivation, the reverse was definitely not true. A powerful matrix could not be created without the help of powerful cultivation. Unless this Ryu was shameless enough to try and force the ancient matrix duel down his throat. Moorhorn sneered. So you want us to compete with our own matrices? You're quite shameless, aren't you? You want to rely on how rich your family is to compete with me. Ryu's matrix was extraordinarily rare. Most matrices were cube-shaped and were limited in the calculations they could do because they worked similar to a so-called computer. Ryu's matrix was a quantum computer. They were fundamentally not on the same level. Ryu was unmoved by this goading. You're a ruin master and don't have wealth that exceeds that of a single family. Aren't you embarrassed? Moorhorn's expression turned livid, but Ryu pretended as though he hadn't seen anything. Was Ryu talking nonsense? Absolutely not. His current wealth could only be said to be astronomical. Of course, this wealth was concentrated in the techniques he knew and the improvements he had made to his body, but this was the best kind of wealth to him. He was on his own, barely knew anything about the true martial world, but he had found the Frost clan's store of wealth and the Nine-Pillar Flame sect beyond that. The first could be said to have been a lucky encounter, but the second, which had given him wealth far surpassing the first, was entirely reliant on his skill. Ryu was the one person who could say that Moorhorn was too pathetic within this throne room. He wasn't even in the sky god realm yet. If he was, his wealth wouldn't just be this. He didn't even need to mention what would happen once his eyes finally unsealed. By that point, Langer wouldn't have to proclaim that he was the best ruin master in the true martial world, he would do it himself. But since you're so pathetic, I don't mind doing the modified matrix duel. Do you dare to bet? Moorhorn spoke quickly, trying to regain his dignity. What, you want me to bet my matrix? Ryu's sneer deepened. Seeing that he had been exposed so easily, Moorhorn quickly calmed down. He was making mistakes he didn't usually all because this youth was continuously pressing his buttons. Moorhorn exhaled and his calm returned. You are not even a sky god, and you seem to be entirely crippled. It's already below my status to even have this competition with you. Do you think a ruin master of my status has time to play little games with children? Either pay a proper compensation fee or scram. Moorhorn seemed to have regained his dignity as a ruin master, and the others in the room nodded slightly with approval, even Empana's father. This was because although most felt that Ryu was talking nonsense, Moorhorn's flustered reaction wasn't in line with what would be expected from an expert. As one might say, if one rolled around with pigs, how could they not expect to get dirty? However, no one expected that Ryu's tongue would be even sharper than that. Okay, sure, Ryu said with a smile. But since you have the cheek to say that my matrix is nothing more than a compensation fee, take out a treasure of equivalent value. I don't even want you to bet it, your treasures mean nothing to me. I only want to see if you have the backing to speak such bold words. Moorhorn froze. Indeed, he was pretending as though Ryu's matrix was a mere compensation fee. Then in that case, Ryu's matrix should just be a drop in the bucket for him. You think your words alone are enough to get me to expose my treasures? Moorhorn growled. Oh, I would have thought that such treasures were meaningless to you if one could be used as a mere compensation fee. Why would you be in such a hurry to hide something so trivial? It's the principle. Moorhorn, who had just regained his calm, was immediately flustered once again. He didn't even manage to regain a minute of calm before Ryu had sent him right back into a spiral. It was clear that in a war of words, he was far too inferior. Ryu laughed uproariously. All right, shameless so-called ruin master. We can battle. I can even give you my matrix if I lose, and you have do nothing in return but scram with your tail between your legs once you've lost. Ryu clapped his hands and a strong spiritual chi began to condense. To his back, the vague outline of his birthed phenomena took shape, even fainter than usual. It seemed that the more he used it, the more he was able to control its state of activation. Now, it could barely be seen with the naked eye, and yet all those in the throne room couldn't help but turn their eyes toward it. Moorhorn's expression turned a sickly color of pale violet, but he clapped his hands as well, quickly beginning to manifest a powerful energy. Without a word, the competition between the two had begun. Moorhorn didn't have the face to tell Ryu to wait to allow him to adjust himself, and he entered enraged and fuming. All he could think about was forcing Ryu to bend the knee as quickly as possible. The first step was core formation, and this would be precisely where Ryu fell. Core formation relied entirely on energy, and how could a mere Dao pedestal realm expert match up to him, a sky god, in this regard? Ryu's own core could never match up to his. Moorhorn sneered and looked up, but his expression suddenly changed. Ryu had already leapt past core formation and begun to form the exterior components of his matrix. But that could only mean that he hadn't concentrated much energy at all. That meant that Moorhorn would have a huge advantage, but if Ryu finished before him... Moorhorn was suddenly flustered. The formation of the exterior was where the calculation abilities of the Ruin Master began to take shape. Depending on the size of the core, various fundamental runes could be called forths. These foundational runes would solidify thanks to the power of the core and take shape around it like the gears of a machine. It was similar to visualization, but outside the body. These fundamental runes had to be a perfect balance of the atmosphere and simulate real life as closely as possible. Only in that way would it be sensitive enough to sense the environment around it and complete its calculations. However, the smaller the core, the smaller the scope and weaker the sensitivity. It would be impossible for this kind of matrix to swallow Moorhorn's. But then Moorhorn's expression altered once more. The surge of fundamental runes was similar to nothing Moorhorn had ever seen. It was like rivers of gold were forming in all directions, forming a steady stream. Before Moorhorn could react, the matrix in Ryu's hand had grown to the size of a peach, then a melon, then a watermelon. Moorhorn could do nothing but watch as his matrix was engulfed by nothing more than Ryu's own growing in size. Ryu hadn't even consciously set the matrix against his, but he simply couldn't stand up to it. Moorhorn's face turned ashen. He had actually lost in such humiliating fashion. You can scram now, Ryu uttered coldly. Chapter 1344. 1 month 1344 1 month Empana's gaze sharpened. He looked toward Ryu's side profile, his thoughts unreadable. This was completely unexpected. He felt that Ryu had something to rely upon, but after Moorhorn blocked him from using his matrix, he thought that Ryu's chances had plummeted and he was just moving forward because he had hopped onto the back of a tiger he couldn't get down from. But now, you cheated, Moorhorn practically screamed. Ryu didn't answer, his expression indifferent and unmoved. It was clear that he couldn't be bothered to deal with Moorhorn at all, he was simply beneath his notice. Moorhorn lost it when Ryu ignored him, fully prepared to attack, but just as he raised his hand, he found himself flying. A projectile of blood flew from his lips as he slammed against the sturdy walls of the throne room. As he slid down, he was shocked to find that it was actually Empana who stood in the location he had just been in. Empana's father frowned. He didn't seem to like the action Empana had just taken, but the latter had moved far too fast. It was clear that Empana didn't want to seek counsel about this matter. As a master, you should take your word more seriously, Empana said lightly. Please leave. The mistress of the lizard demon clan's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Without a choice, Moorhorn could only stand to leave. His eyes seemed to have been lit on fire, but he didn't dare to say anything. He flicked his sleeve and gave the others a glance. Soon, they had followed him out as well, leaving no one but Ryu and Mei behind. We will set off in 1 month, Empana said lightly, giving Ryu a deep look. Please feel free to enjoy the city and all it has to offer. The family of 3 watched Ryu and Mei leave, but none of them said anything, even long after they had left. It wasn't until a long while later that the patriarch finally spoke. What is your meaning, Empana? I don't need to say too much because I'm sure you're aware how important Moorhorn has been to our family. He leads all such masters and has a large influence amongst the alchemists and blacksmiths as well. He was inferior in skill. Do you want me to place the well-being of this small city ahead of the importance of my birthright? Empana asked. It seems you've forgotten that my stage isn't the 5th plane. What happens here has little to do with me. What the lizard demon race has lost will be returned 100-fold once I truly establish myself on the higher planes. Bang! The patriarch slammed a palm on his armrest. Child, who do you think you are speaking to? I think it's you who've forgotten who your father is. Have I? Empana smiled. If I had forgotten who my father was, would I even allow you to speak to me like this? Do you know who my master is? Who I rub elbows with? Why do you think I allow you to command me if not for this? But it seems that you've forgotten that I am indeed your son outside the times it's convenient for you. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Empana swept a gaze toward the clan's mistress before vanishing before his father could say anything more. The patriarch's face turned livid, burning with a fiery red. He only barely managed to calm after a palm pressed against his forearm. Little Empana still doesn't like me very much. Please don't strain your relationship on my account, the mistress said softly. He took deep heaving breaths before he calmed and looked toward his wife with a sharp gaze. Elaura, don't think that I am a fool who can't see through things. I married you because you have the highest state of bloodline the lizard demon race has seen in countless millennia, but your ambition is too great. Remember, you are not the future of the lizard demons, that is my son. The patriarch flicked his sleeve and then vanished as well, leaving the mistress in silence. Her calm, sweet appearance slowly faded. Her tail swiveled, a long tongue slithering out from her red as rouge lips. Her pupils pulsed into cold vertical slits. Soon, the coldness faded once more, and her calm and sweet appearance returned. She vanished as well, and when she appeared again, she was before Moorhorn. The so-called ruin master was still brooding, his rage clear in his eyes. However, when the mistress appeared, he almost jumped out of his seat. That smiling face sent cold shivers down his spine. Mistress, your performance today left a lot to be desired, Elaura said lightly. Moorhorn trembled. Mistress, that brat definitely cheated. Moorhorn didn't dare to speak anymore. Elaura's calm and kind eyes were like a venomous bite to him. Others might feel that this gaze was quite amiable, but for Moorhorn who knew what this woman was capable of, it was like looking the devil in the eyes. Do you know who I am, Moorhorn? Queen. Moorhorn replied almost too quickly. Indeed, a queen, the queen. The blood that flows through my veins is the most noble of the lizard demons, but unfortunately, I am a woman. The quirk of the lizard demon subjects me to subservience, but there's no husband that's worthy of me, so I have no choice. I had to marry into this family. I had to watch as my husband dared to have other women. I had to watch as one of those many harlots managed to birth a child like Empana. Do you think that her death made me feel better? No, mistress. I mean yes, mistress. I mean, now there's a chance for me to reverse this situation forever. I've meticulously laid out my plans, carefully taken every step until today, and for what, exactly? For you to ruin it all. For your ineptitude to become a stain on my reputation. For your stupidity to cause me to be reprimanded by that small, insignificant man. Mistress, bang, a whipping tail came from nowhere. It moved so fast and swiftly that Moorhorn didn't even feel his death. His head, brain matter and skull all splattering against the wall like an abstract painting. Mistress Elaura smiled pitifully and shook her head as though she was mourning the mess Moorhorn had dared to cause even in his death. She waved a hand and everything was incinerated to ash, and yet not even a single bit of furniture was harmed at all. With a sudden flash, a shadow appeared to Elaura's side. There'll be a change of plans, Elaura said lightly before slithering away. The situation on the fifth plane turned particularly odd. The Dreamosaurs were still warring and the response of the lizard demon race was quite muted, until it all suddenly came to a stop. It was unknown why, but everything fell into silence for a long while and the Dreamosaurs took control of a small area, not even enough for a small clan. The rest of the fifth plane didn't seem to have the time to care as the time was swiftly approaching. As for the man that had caused much of this, he was sitting in silence, his wife by his side. The words about enjoying the city that Empana had spoken seemed like an beginning for freedom, but in reality it was a confinement order. Ryu was sure that if he tried to take even a single step out of the city, he would be finished. However, Ryu had long since regained his calm. Mei sat off in the same room as Ryu, not bothering him. She seemed to be able to sense the tension of the atmosphere as well. Although neither of them had been threatened, only a fool would relax completely in this situation. It only made matters worse that she could sense some inner turmoil within the lizard demons as well. Ryu, though, was entirely focused on himself. Nothing else mattered. Since his garbage units had been basically confiscated from him, what was more important to him now was studying these souls of his. He had even spent some time describing things to the little woman to see if she could create the pills he needed to target Focus Chi. The Focus Alchemy Sky God, who had been practically dormant for months now, suddenly lit up. She couldn't believe that Ryu had actually discovered onto something like this. She was excited to the point that she ignored everything else to focus on researching this new pill. As she did this, Ryu turned his attention toward his 7 corporeal souls once more. If it was possible to target his Focus Chi, then it was definitely possible to target his blood essence as well. He felt more and more now that maybe he had targeted his bloodlines too superficially. What changes would there be when he managed to find his blood essence and fuse them as well? Would his road ahead be smoother, or more difficult? And most importantly, would he grow stronger? The next month passed by extremely quickly. It was simply too short a time for cultivators. Soon, Ryu and Mei stood amongst a small forces of at least 10,000, led by Empana and his friends. It was time to set out. Ryu swept a gaze over them all, memorizing each one of their faces. He seemed to be entirely focused on doing this for reasons that maybe only he would understand. Then, he closed his eyes as though nothing else mattered. Chapter 1345. Green and Blue. 1345. Green and Blue. Elaura and the Patriarch stood on a balcony high on the clan estate's walls. They looked down to see everyone off, their expressions quite serious. If it was up to the Patriarch, he might have participated. But the reason he couldn't was because his bloodline was far too close to Empana's. When the time came, this may ruin things on the other end. As a result of this, each of the fifth plane's strongest existences would only send forward who they most wanted to take the birthright for themselves, while the remaining individuals would only be of the supporting caste. Empana shot a glance toward his father but didn't say anything to him. General Jorluman. Yes, young master. A strong, powerful man standing at almost 3 meters tall stepped forward. His steps alone seemed to cause the ground he walked upon to crackle and creak, his armor trembling and clanging as he walked. The troops will be under your charge. You will be responsible for making sure that they follow orders as swiftly as possible. We will be following this young man's lead, however he's not someone that the troops trust wholeheartedly, so this setup will make things run smoothly. Jorlumen looked over toward Ryu, a great deal of pressure descending. He didn't seem to be doing it on purpose, but it was rather the weight of countless years of experience and even more dead bodies. Looking into Jorlumen's eyes made one feel as though they were swimming in a river of blood. However, Ryu didn't say anything, remaining silent. He was all too used to these sort of strategic games. Not giving Ryu the ability to directly command these 10,000 or so elite troops was as good as putting a muzzle on him. In Ryu's opinion, there'd probably come a time where Empana regretted this action, but there wasn't much that he could do about it. It was common sense that shorter lines of command were more efficient, especially when the numbers were as small as just a few thousand. Having to filter his words through Jorlumen first would cause problems. That said, it was also impossible to expect Empana to do anything different. Empana had planned to try to get to know Ryu some more over this past month, but who could have expected that Ryu would spend the entire time in seclusion without a care for the world? Let alone enjoying the city, he didn't even enjoy the hallway out of his room. This made Empana second guess what he understood about Ryu's character. He had thought that Langer would only be friends with a certain kind of person, and Ryu definitely wasn't that archetype. While Langer had spent his time living it up, indulging in women and drinking, Ryu didn't even ask for alcohol to be sent to his room. He didn't understand how these two could be friends at all, but he had witnessed it for himself. Not being able to understand Ryu only made him more cautious. However, he was still relatively calm because there was a weakness of Ryu's right before him, and that was none other than Mei. He didn't have to be worried about much so long as Mei didn't leave his line of sight. "It's coming," Empana said coolly, looking up into the skies. At that moment, at the entrance of the lizard demon's capital city, a large portal appeared in the skies. The plane rumbled. All across the plane, in regions where those with birthrights were sensed, portals began to appear one after another, large and small, and of varying colors. It didn't seem to have much rhyme or reason outside of making themselves larger for the sake of accommodating the numbers of those sensed. However, those that were historians of the plane comprehended that the true significance lay within the colors. In this last month, Ryu had been anything but idle. He looked like he had done nothing but meditate on himself, but he had made a great deal of discoveries in this last month. Of these discoveries was one innovative technique he called soul walking. Separating the soul from the body wasn't an unheard of technique. In fact, there were many that could do it, however Ryu had only heard of such things in Sacrum. This became possible after the soul birth realm. However, in the true martial world, the pressure and climate was much tougher and it was difficult to survive as nothing more than a soul with supporting treasures. However, Ryu had gained more of an hunch after beginning to use his 3 souls and 7 spirits as a foundation. Then, by relying on the plasticity of his perfect blackbody soul, he was able to accomplish quite a bit. He had learned to split his soul in 2, withstanding excruciating pain for the sake of a temporary puppet of sorts that acted as a second him. The astonishing part about this puppet was that it was invisible and entirely undetectable for the simple fact that it was constructed of void spiritual chi on top of having Ryu's innate spacetime soul nature. It was the perfect spy. In these months, Ryu had used his soul-walking technique to split his original spirit in 2. Then he descended into the catacombs of the lizard demon race and read through their records. He probably knew and comprehended more about this birthright phenomena than even Empana and his father did. As such, he knew that these portals were separated into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white and gold. The closer to gold one was, the better the starting position, the greater the heavenly favor, and the better chance you would have at becoming the ultimate winner. Most usually, the best of a plane would be granted a green or blue portal, indigo and beyond was very rarely documented, and the final 3 was entirely unheard of. But to Ryu's silent shock, this portal was actually colored violet with only slight touches of indigo. His expression gave nothing away and those around him, who were entirely ignorant on the matter, didn't say much as they came forward to enter. Soon, they had all vanished, the portal swirling close. It was only Elaura, who stood beside the patriarch, whose eyes flickered, her pupils unconsciously narrowing as her tail swung beside itself. Chapter 1346. There the process of transportation took longer than any teleportation that Ryu was familiar with. He had even traveled through from the 4th heaven to the 6th heaven before, a distance across 2 entire heavens, and it had still not taken this long. Let alone that, he had once gone from the 4th heaven all the way to the deepest depths of the 9th heaven before, and it still hadn't taken this long. The length of time was truly baffling, and it was only after 3 or so seconds of shock that Ryu came to understand something. When he had first entered the incomplete heavenly path, he had to move through a miasma. Langer had already said that this world didn't have an incomplete heavenly path, but this birthright matter, although much rarer than the incomplete heavenly path, did seem to be something similar. At the very least, it mirrored the heavenly path somewhat. In that case, this process could be similar to that. I see. Ryu floated for a long while. He didn't push or pull anything, and eventually, an entire half an hour later, he heard the rumblings of an argument. Unfortunately, it was too muffled for him to hear anything clearly, but it was getting closer and closer until everything around him suddenly popped like a bubble. Ryu could finally see something other than the endless swirling violet around him. He found that he was standing within a hall far too grand to fathom, and yet also quite natural in its construction. It was clear that it wasn't formed entirely by intelligent creatures and was very much the work of Mother Nature for a great deal of its composition. The walls had this curved and rough, earthy texture to them. The pillars were just fused earth carve-outs that curved from the ground to the tall ceilings above. And that, they truly were. These tall ceilings extended upward for what must have been at least 500 meters, one could only crane their necks to get a glance. Finally, we had to wait here for almost an hour for this piece of trash to finally get it together. Is it really worth it? How far behind are we by now? Leah's voice echoed. If you think you can go ahead without a ruin master, be my guest. May said coldly. A ruin master? Leah scoffed. What a joke. Then why are you still standing here? You've been running your mouth for the last hour, don't you have anything better to do? I'm here for Empana and no one else. If he doesn't move, I won't. What does it have to do with you? Leah growled. Ryu blinked and seemed to regain his bearings. He looked down from the ceiling and found the remnants of what must have been a bubble had collapsed around him. Then he noticed that he was already the last to come out, and aside from that, this area that seemed to be a gathering point was entirely void of others. Clearly, they had already gone ahead, maybe into one of the surrounding tunnels, or maybe straight ahead. The problem with how large this space was that it was impossible to tell where to go. If not for gravity, maybe even up and down would confuse a person. Even as a ruin master, there were almost no clues to go by. Just by this alone, Ryu was certain that whatever groups had been here previously hadn't left immediately. They definitely spent quite some time figuring out which direction to go, and that was probably the only reason why Empana had been willing to wait for so long. Even so, Ryu could tell by his current expression that even he was getting anxious. It was only after he realized that a mere hour in the scheme of an event that might very well last year's was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Of those with serious chances to win, none had moved immediately. It was only those straggling few who had been lucky enough to have a gateway appear before them that had scattered immediately, not wanting to be dealt with by the larger numbers of the well-established families. Interesting, Ryu thought calmly. He took May's hand and smiled as though to say there was no need to argue back and forth with this sort of person. Ryu wasn't a demon, so his time to break out was already slowed. On top of that, this was a test designed for sky gods, a level of existence he was not, and even further than that he was currently crippled. It wasn't a surprise at all that he had taken so long, he wasn't moved by it all. May finally seemed to calm down when Ryu took her hand, but Leah only snorted. You have time to act all lovey-dovey now. How about you hurry up and point us toward a direction, Ruin Master? Ryu didn't seem to have heard her speak at all and was only checking to make sure that nothing had happened to May. After he did that, he checked the temperament of each and every person. Even as sky gods, they couldn't seem to sense the scan of his void spiritual sense at all. In this path moth, his skill with his soul had reached an entirely new level. He didn't even need to project his birthed phenomena first despite being crippled. As expected, the moment Ryu had taken May's hand, there were several who had fierce reactions despite reacting as though nothing at all had happened. They could hide their expressions, but they couldn't hide the fluctuations of their souls. May had likely broken out of her cocoon before anyone else had. And it also seemed that the others were far more aware of their surroundings than Ryu was otherwise, so many wouldn't know. If Ryu was correct, these people had probably come to understand why Empana had taken Ryu, and they all felt that it was due to May. In order to keep her compliant and obedient, he had allowed Ryu to be here until he wasn't needed anymore. Maybe Empana already knew which course to go as well. There seemed to be several in the crowd who had been scheming before, although they were unobtrusive about it. This explanation would explain a lot of things. After he had his answer, Ryu sneered inwardly. That direction. Not even a few moments after coming from his bubble, Ryu pointed. Chapter 1347, Incompetent. 1347 Incompetent. Leah was stunned for a moment before her expression warped. Was this Tao pedestal realm brat trying to make fun of her? But to her surprise, the moment Ryu pointed out a direction, he began to move. It wasn't just him, but even Yonjir began to move as well, as though he had utmost confidence in what Ryu was doing. Empana frowned. No matter how much confidence he had in Ryu, this was a little too ridiculous. Everyone else had taken several minutes to even gain a faint idea of which direction to go in. But Ryu didn't even take out his matrix and just pointed in a direction. What was going on here? Everyone looked toward Empana to see what they would do. However, Empana remained silent for a long while, looking toward Ryu's back. And yet, Ryu seemed to have no intention of slowing down. He didn't look for Empana's approval either. It was then Empana seemed to realize that now that Ryu and Mei were in here, what could happen had suddenly opened up to a world of possibilities. They weren't tied as one group, precisely because of Mei's existence. It was very possible that the portal had registered the existence of two people with birthrights. After thinking to this point, Empana followed without a word. Although there was a hint of dissatisfaction in Leah's expression, she didn't dare to say anything now that Empana had gone forward. There even seemed to be a hint of attraction in her eyes. Mei looked toward Ryu's side profile, seemingly wondering the same things as everyone else. However, Ryu only gave her a smile. There were simply too many fools in the ruin master profession, a lot of snake oil salesmen. The shame of it all was that many of them weren't even aware that they were. The reason Ryu had simply pointed out a direction to walk in seemingly without much thought was because he really hadn't put any thought into it. The Matrix was a double-edged sword. It could give you a great deal of information, but it could also give you too much information. A good ruin master was first separated by their skill in knowing when to bring this tool out and when to ignore it. This cavern they were in was just an enormous catacomb. It was far too vast, and produced way too many variables. If one really wanted to pick out the perfect path, it wouldn't just take a few dozen minutes, it would take decades, centuries, even. The only way to avoid that was by having a mind so powerful that it could take in so many variables at once. But Ryu wasn't in that state just yet, and the demon races were far too poor in this regard. Ultimately, it was a better use of his time to simply pick a path. This would narrow down the possibilities and then he could go from there. Ryu stopped, looking to the side. With a, why not, sort of attitude, he strolled into what looked like a cave opening, but was really just one of the many tunnels that led into and out of this enormous space. All the while, he thought about just what kind of place this was and what its purpose was. It was all very interesting. This was a fight for a birthright, so why were people allowed to bring in so many helpers? Why was it so reliant on ruin masters to find success? Shouldn't it be testing the worth of those with a claim to the treasures first? Ryu casually took out his matrix to check something, but then put it away barely a few seconds later as though he had already seen all that he needed to see. 3 hours later, Ryu stepped out from the long winding tunnel. To the astonishment of those around him, they had returned to the vast underground catacomb. Every location looked the same and it felt like they had just been walking around hours with nothing to show for it. Leah, who had been holding her tongue all the while, erupted once again. What is the meaning of this? Ryu didn't respond, looking around with a curious gaze. But this only made Leah's response all the more fierce. Her body flickered and vanished. She appeared before Ryu, her fair hand snaking out to grab toward his collar. But before she could succeed, a chilly wind made her retreat, a look of vigilance taking hold of her pretty face. Am I very familiar with you? Ryu looked at her for the first time, speaking coldly. Keep your hands to yourself. Leah was stunned before her shoulders started trembling in anger. Why was Ryu speaking as though it was some great injustice to be touched by her? You're an incompetent, bumbling fool pretending to be something that you're not, and yet you still have the cheek to say such a thing. You've brought us right back to our starting point. Don't you feel any shame or embarrassment? We were in the same place for over an hour and didn't see even a single group return, but you've made a ridicule of us all. Is that so? Ryu asked, his gaze turning toward a certain direction. Leah was stunned. She had been so enraged that she hadn't really looked around, but when her head turned in the orientation of Ryu's look, there was indeed another team. They were easily 2 kilometers away from them, but such a range was insignificant to sky gods. It was more surprising that Ryu had spotted them before she had. Indeed, they had entered the tunnel for 3 hours. What was 1 hour in the face of that? For all they knew, the teams had only returned after they had been in their own tunnels for that long as well, causing them to miss them by an initial 2 hours. So what? Leah countered angrily. Doesn't that just mean you're both incompetent? It was unsurprising that voices echoed quite far in the catacombs. Due to Leah, they were spotted immediately.